Nerve relief. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The sky is not the limit at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Upgrade SEA is raising the roof one project at a time to make your future trips easier and more predictable from curb to gate. While construction is underway, be sure to arrive early and give yourself plenty of time so you can see the changes happening, learn more about the projects, or just make your way through security to enjoy local dining and retail options in the terminal. Stay up to date with Upgrade SEA on portseattle.org/upgrade-SEA.
Hi, I'm Dr. Shelley Flace with today's tip for kids from the American Academy of Pediatrics. The nicotine in e-cigarettes is addictive and can harm brain development. That's why I worry about teens who try e-cigarettes. Many young people use pod-based e-cigarettes like Juul, which have high levels of nicotine. And because teens' brains are still developing, they can quickly become addicted. The tobacco industry uses fruit and candy flavors to attract young people, often turning them into lifelong users. For more, visit healthychildren.org.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WAFED Bank. WAFED Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit wafedbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Getting a flu shot helps us stay healthy, so we don't miss out on what matters. Like that family movie night your daughter can't live without. Yeah, can't do that. Every year, millions of people in the U.S. get the flu. Especially now, no one has time to miss out on moments that matter. So get your flu shot. Find out more at getmyflushot.org. Brought to you by the AMA, CDC, and the Ad Council.
She and Ursula agree to disagree.
This is happening until we do a better job at addressing affordable housing.
We're spending more money on homelessness, and yet it does keep getting worse.
Weekday mornings at 11:06 on KIRO News Radio.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. Northwest News.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Allshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news.
A minimum wage increase proposal is moving forward in unincorporated King County.
KIRO News Radio.
Some said a life-threatening brain tumor would dim Aisley's spark. But this future pop star is back to full sparkle, and she's ready for her big encore. Through research, compassionate care, and support from people like you, Seattle Children's is fighting for lasting cures. So for every kid that didn't have a chance, this relentless fight is for you. Because this isn't about beating the odds, it's about changing them for all kidkind. Hope, care, cure. Seattle Children's.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle. This is NFL Today.
This should be fun.
A joint presentation of KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM and Seattle Sports.
This will be great. This one will win.
NFL Today is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort, Quantum Fiber, and by your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer.
Welcome to the Seahawks pregame show, primetime football on a Thursday. Your Seattle Seahawks are in Chicago getting ready to take on the Bears. I'm Michael Bumpus with Ray Roberts and Brian Walters. Happy or Merry Christmas to all you guys out there. Big Ray, how was your Christmas?
It was good, man. Hung out with my two of my sons. Slade didn't get to come home for Christmas, but just hung out, ate some food. You know, I'm not a big gift person. I gift, but I don't receive gifts very well. So, but no, it was a great time. Good time.
This is a first ever for me, Bump. No one feel bad for me out there. That's what I want to preface this with. But the whole family had the flu. And so I was like, nope, I'm not seeing you. The girlfriend was in Hawaii with her family. And so I just spent Christmas with the dog. Yeah. You know, I was just hanging out, kind of wrapping gifts.
You got to
watch
gift
some
peace.
football. I did. It was relaxing, but, you know, it's good. We're going to rerun it. We're going to re-rack it probably next week, have the actual Christmas. Okay. So, yeah.
Mine was active. Our family is, one side is Mexican, so they celebrate the night before, party till like 8 to midnight, and then we wake up and do the traditional Christmas as well. So it's been a long couple of days for your boy. Just did 2.5 hours of radio before this, but you know what? I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. And with my brothers here, about to break down this game, but like we always do, we got to recap how it all went down last week. The Seahawks lose a tough one, 27-24 to the Vikings. Let's get right into it, man. The Vikings get the football first. 12 plays, 70 yards. This touchdown here to Addison.
Jefferson wide to the near side. Jones the single setback. Darnold under center. Gonna throw. 3-step drop. Stops. Looks to the middle. Touchdown Vikings. As just a quick throw right back inside between the two linebackers to Addison from 5 yards out. Minnesota Vikings take the opening kickoff and drive the length of the field, and they have scored at 6-0 Minnesota.
Yeah, second week in a row that the opposing team has scored on their opening drive, so hopefully they can get that fixed today. And this is just a quick little spacing route. Jordan Addison does a great job finding the soft spot right in the middle of the zone, and Sam Darnold is able to hit him for the score to start the game off.
That made the score 7-0. The Hawks will get the football. They go 3 and out, and then the Vikings get the football. They got a punt as well, and now the Hawks get on the board. They go 7 plays, 87 yards. We see something we haven't seen since week 8, DK in the end zone.
From the Minnesota 25 with a tight trip set on the far side. DK wide to the right. Geno's looking that way. Gonna let it fly. Got DK in the backfield. He's got it! Touchdown! Seahawks! Back in the end zone. DK Metcalf. Every coach this week said we got to find a way to get the ball to 14. They just did. From 25 out, the Seahawks are a point away from tying this one.
Yeah, it was great to see DK get back in the mix and get into the end zone. Nice over-the-shoulder catch there. Nice throw by Geno. And thought this was going to be a big breakout game for DK, but this was early in the game. Touchdown for him.
That made the score 7-7. The Vikings get the football. They got a punt. The Hawks do the same thing. But then the Vikings get on the board again. They go 8 plays, 67 yards. Up top to who? Justin Jefferson.
But now a manageable 3rd down and 3 for Darnold. Jones comes back into the backfield with 3 receivers to the right. Darnold, quick look, throws to the end zone far side, touchdown. Jefferson on coverage was Brown. A 14-yard touchdown throw to the back of the end zone, and the Vikings have a 13-7 lead.
Yeah, and let's remember that the defense actually made a big 3rd down stop, which was negated by a neutral zone infraction by Trey Brown before that play. Unfortunately, I kept looking at that play over and over again. It was close. I'm surprised that the ref didn't give Trey Brown a warning on that play, but then they went right back at Trey Brown with Justin Jefferson. He proves why he is the best to do it in the game. Trey Brown had good coverage on this. Justin Jefferson just makes a better play.
Great play there by Justin Jefferson. All right, then Hawks get the football. We're looking to respond. You're down 14-7. You got to put a drive together before the 2nd straight week. Geno is intercepted, trying to find Noah Fant.
Minnesota has a 4-man rush up front. Geno has time, backpedaling. Now he scrambles. Now he dumps it off near side, and it's intercepted on the near side. He's just trying to throw it away. It's Turner who picks it off. Dallas Turner, the linebacker, as Geno is just sort of scrambling out to the near side, tries to dump it in the near side flat, and Turner breaks on the football, makes a sliding interception, and just like that.
Yeah, Geno was getting some pressure from his left side a little bit, was kind of rolling out to the right, and was getting tackled at the same time, and Turner made a great break on the ball, undercut Fant for the interception in that.
Vikings get the football in good position. They go 4 plays, got to settle for a field goal. The score is now 17-7 Vikings. Both teams exchange some punts. Right before the half, the Hawks get into that 2-minute offense, which we love to see. They go 5 plays, 88 yards. Here's a touchdown to JSN.
1 timeout left for the Hawks. Here comes the rush. Geno steps up. He throws. He's got Jackson Smith and Jigba. Touchdown! Seahawks! JSN running away from the quarterback Murphy to his side. Again in this near side corner of the end zone. And a perfect throw by Geno Smith. 18 yards out. And JSN has his 6th touchdown reception. The Seahawks are within one, of making this a 3-point game.
Yeah, that was perfect execution on the 2-minute drill for the Seahawks. Not a single third down on that drive. They marched right down the field, 5 plays, 88 yards, and then JSN doing what he's done all season long. And this has kind of been his go-to route, almost a slight wheel or a rail route is what we'd call it, and Geno Smith's able to find him. Only needs 8 catches today, Bump, to set the single-season Seahawks lead for receptions.
Let's go get it. Going into the half, you're feeling good. Seahawks get the football. They go 8 plays, 40 yards. They got to settle for a field goal. The Vikings match that field goal, so now the score is 20-17. Both teams will punt a couple of times, and then the Seahawks get back on the board. They go 11 plays, 68 yards. You had 1 gain of 13, 2 gains of 17 on this drive. This one, a 4-yard touchdown to A.J. Barner.
Tight end Pharaoh Brown, wings on the left side. Geno's going to throw on 3rd down and goal. Fires, back shoulder, end zone, touchdown! Seahawks! Barner reaches up under the goalpost and makes the catch on an absolute laser thrown out of a bazooka from Geno Smith.
Yeah, it'd be great to see the tight ends get even more involved. It seems like the last couple weeks we've seen them do some great things in the passing game and in the blocking. And so A.J. Barner was able to go up high, get his 1 foot down and 1 knee down for the touchdown.
That made the score 24-20. Your Seahawks feeling really good about your team now. You need a stop, but the Vikings don't let that happen, man. Sam Darnold was sacked on 3rd down, but a face mask was called, giving them another opportunity to take a shot. Who else did they go to once again? Justin Jefferson for a 39-yard touchdown.
1st and 10, Vikings at the Seattle 39. 2 receivers now shifting over, including Addison from left to right. Jones in the backfield, Darnold under center. Turn, play fake. Steps up in the pocket, throws the ball downfield, got a man making the catch as Jefferson. Touchdown, Minnesota. Just like that, the Vikings back on top.
Yeah, you have the 4-point lead, giving the ball to your defense, or the defense to take control of this game. There's no other way. You wouldn't draw it up any better. You would trust your defense for this, and then they do get the stops. That's the thing. They had a possibility for an interception that Ernest Jones just slipped, and then you have the face mask call that advanced the drive a little more, and then Justin Jefferson hurts you again after another penalty. This is just cover 2 look. Julian Love wasn't able to get over the top in time, and Justin Jefferson with 2 touchdowns on the day that gives the Vikings a lead.
3 minutes and 51 seconds left in the game. Your Seahawks are down 3. They drive 6 plays, 28 yards. Geno takes a sack on 1st down that pushes them back to about, 2nd and 15. Unable to get the 1st down. Now you got to kick a long field goal. 60-yarder just missed.
This is going to be for the tie. Jason Myers from 60. Chris Stoll with the snap. Michael Dixon with the hold. There's the snap, the spot. The kick is away. The kick has got to hurry. Get there. It's going to come up short.
I love the way Rabel said the kick has got to hurry. It's got to hurry. like in midair, it's got to be like, oh shoot, let me pick up speed. But yeah, unfortunately, Jason Myers couldn't make the kick. Geno taking that sack probably took him out of field goal range in that spot. So then the ball goes back to the Vikings.
All right, so the Vikings will get the football. Your defense, they step up. They get a stop, 3 and out. Seahawks have the football. 55 seconds left in the game. You got a false start on 1st down, pushing it back 5 more yards. The very next play, Geno's intercepted 1 more time.
3 deep safeties for Minnesota. Geno looks, going to fire downfield. It's going to be intercepted. That's going to do it. He had to throw the ball to Geno because he got belted just as he threw the football. And he threw before DK ever came out of his back pedal.
Yeah, just a tough play in general. Nothing really went right on this play. And I get what Geno's trying to do. You can't take a sack in that situation. 55 seconds left, no timeouts. If you take a sack, the receivers have to run about 30 yards back to the line of scrimmage. You're wasting time, and you don't give yourself time to get into that field goal range. So Geno tries to make something happen, throwing it up. DK wasn't ready to get out of his route, and that's what happens. You would like to maybe see him just throw it into the stands toward that direction and live to play another day in 2nd down and try to get another chunk. But unfortunately, Minnesota was able to pick them off, and that's what they do best.
All right, that would wrap it up. Final score 27-24. The Seahawks lose at home to the Vikings. We're done with that. All right, but you know what? The Hawks still have a chance to make the playoffs. It's crazy. A lot of stuff need to happen. We're going to break down the Seahawks playoff scenarios next on your home for the Seahawks. Seattle Sports 710 and KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
At Carrier, we know that a comfortable home is a happy one. Whether it's with innovative breakthroughs in heating and cooling efficiency or with different ways to control your home's temperature and air quality, we are always imagining new ways to make your home totally comfortable.
Turn to the experts and let your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer improve your home's comfort and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find an expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The dining district at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Upgrade your home's comfort and save up to 50% off scratch and dent and overstocked equipment at Home Comfort Alliance. Over $3 million worth of heat pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners from top manufacturers, all now up to 50% off. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Enjoy an incredible year in savings on new BMWs and over 200 pre-owned of all makes and models. Only at BMW Northwest. Visit BMWNorthwest.com today for details and selection. BMW Northwest. Driving joy, driving home.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, the most technologically advanced prostate cancer treatment and the most experienced prostate cancer treatment team in the Pacific Northwest. Swedish CyberKnife patients are really satisfied with their experience. They report very few side effects, and they're seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later. CyberKnife does the best job of preserving urine, bowel, and romantic function. Swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
When listening to your hometown team, do so with your hometown beer. Mac & Jack's Amber. Proudly brewed in Redmond, Washington since 1993, Mac & Jack's is synonymous with the best moments and unforgettable plays. Mac & Jack's Brewing Company. Please enjoy responsibly.
Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
'Tis the season to be bold.
Geno's going to throw right down the seam. Touchdown, Seahawks! JSN with the touchdown.
To rep your team.
The stands are rocking right now.
Your style, your way. This is the Pro Shop. Shop official Seahawks gear now at Seahawks.com/Pro Shop.
It's Fight Night, live boxing at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action, Friday, January 10th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. It's Fight Night, January 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
On behalf of KIRO News Radio, Seattle Sports, and Treehouse, thank you to everyone who helped make the 36th year of Holiday Magic truly magical.
This is the best part of our entire year here at KIRO. We don't have to do any bad news. It's all good news. It's you.
Holiday Magic may have ended, but the season of giving has not. You can still donate to Treehouse by going to mynorthwest.com/Holiday Magic. Thank you for serving Treehouse, and happy holidays. This is NFL Today, a joint presentation of KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM and Seattle Sports.
After the loss to the Vikings, the Seahawks lost control of their own destiny when it comes to the postseason and the NFC West title. But the door is far from closed. There is a simple way, and then after that, it gets really complicated. My brain doesn't work this way. It doesn't work with the standings, with the playoff scenarios. If this and that, then this. My brain just don't fire that way. So we brought in our producer, Nasa Chobe, whose brain does work that way, to explain the chaos that could happen here.
I'm going to try to do this right, okay? I know earlier in the year we had the 5 versus 15-yard penalty. I think it was the San Francisco game. I read the ref's explanation. I thought I helped. I might have made it worse. I'm unsure. I'm going to try to do better. Okay, so it's easy. The easiest way, just think of it this way. Seahawks beat the Rams in Week 18. The Rams lose to the Cardinals. Your Seahawks are NFC West champs. That's the easy, simple way to look at it. Every other path.
I prefer that.
Yeah, gets a little tricky. So the Rams, who host the Cardinals on Saturday, if they win that game, they would clinch the NFC West if the Seahawks lose tonight, and then they win. The Rams, if they lose to the Cardinals in Week 18, and the Seahawks beat the Rams for the NFC West, regardless of what happens, okay, on Thursday. So let me back up. Today, if the Seahawks lose, but the Rams lose to the Cardinals and the Rams lose to the Seahawks still win the NFC West. And that's actually the easy part. Now, if the Seahawks win today and the Rams also win this week, the Seahawks can still win the NFC West, but it's not that simple because we get into the tiebreaker game. When they got to go all the way down to the 5th tiebreaker, because if both teams win, you'd have both teams tied with the same record, tied it head-to-head, same NFC West record, same record with common games, and same conference record. So now the 5th tiebreaker is strength of victory. Heading into Week 17, the Rams have a big edge there in strength of victory because they beat the Bills and the Vikings. Seahawks lost those games. And because of that lead, the Rams can clinch this week with a win, even if the Seahawks win, if they get 3 or 3.5 wins of these games. So 3.5 obviously is not 3.5. That's 3 wins, and if one of those other teams gets a tie. So the Vikings play the Packers, the Bills play the Jets, Niners, Lions, Commanders, Falcons, Bengals, Broncos, Browns, Dolphins. Now, if the Rams get 3.5 wins from the Vikings, Bills, 49ers, Commanders, Bengals, or Browns, they clinch regardless. Now, for the Seahawks, we're almost there, guys. So if the Seahawks, for them to still be in the NFC West race after Sunday with the Rams win over the Cardinals, the Seahawks need 4 wins from either the Packers, Jets, Lions, Falcons, Broncos, or Dolphins. Okay? That's how the Seahawks win the NFC West, with a win today and a Rams win over the Cardinals by strength of victory. 5th tiebreaker. So, after all of that nonsense and confusion, if the Seahawks beat the Rams in Week 18 and the Rams lose to the Cardinals, NFC West champs. If that doesn't happen and the Rams win on Saturday and the Seahawks win tonight, a lot of other things got to happen. So there's that. If you're still with us, thank you. If I made it worse, I apologize.
All right. There's a little bit of confusion left, but I'll just focus on the Seahawks and say, let's just win today, and then I'll come back and look at all that you just said and try to make sense of it on my own. I'll text you if it doesn't make sense. You guys get this? Guys understand what's going on?
I want to ask a question. Let's see if I can follow up. All right, so we're rooting for all those teams. If the Seahawks win, Rams win, we're rooting for all these teams: Packers, Jets, Lions, Falcons, Broncos, Dolphins this week. What about next week? Do we need something else to happen like that? Like another parlay of teams?
Yes, there'll be another round of strength of victory. This is the teams we're rooting for this week are just so the Seahawks don't get eliminated before Week 18 even starts. So if you go the strength of victory route, it is literally you're rooting for a combination of those 4 wins from those 6 teams just to still be in the hunt. And then Week 18 will be a whole new set of scenarios and essentially another long parlay of stuff. So
Go Cardinals.
Yeah.
I'm just claiming CTE, and you guys just tell me when and where to show up.
Well, the 503 just texted in, and he or she said, clear as mud. This is clear as mud. So
thanks, 503.
It's just unfortunate we're in this situation. That's the worst part of it.
Right. I always go back to that Giants game, and you're kicking the wall like, goodness gracious, why couldn't they get that done? But it is what it is. They're still in the hunt. They still have a chance, but let's take care of business today. So everyone clear on that if you're listening. If things happen and we have to explain it again next week, it won't be me explaining it. We'll get our producer, Nash Chobe, and we'll do that. But let's hear from Coach Gannon on the Cardinals' approach to the 2 weeks of the season. He's the head coach for the Cardinals.
It's obviously not the outcome we wanted, that we're not going to be playing in mid-January. But I'm excited for these 2 opportunities, one on the road versus a playoff team. And then a team that's been winning our division for a long time. But when you're in our seat, you get the joy is competition, So, last year we weren't playing for anything, right? We made a lot of hay and got a lot better, and we did a lot of good things, last year that I thought that we built on and followed us a little bit into this year. You know what I mean? So the competitor in me can't wait to play on Saturday. I wish it was here, but you got to go through the process.
Do you plan for Kyler to play both of these last 2 games?
Yeah. Why wouldn't he?
Give him a rest.
No, he gives us the best chance to win. He's going to play.
I love that. We're trying to play. Even though they stand no chance to make the playoffs, that was one of our concerns. I guess a common concern was that what if the Cardinals don't play their guys? They're just going to rest them for the rest of the season. Why would you rest them? I understand that you're risking injury, but this is the NFL, Big Ray. You better get your butt out there and play.
Yeah, if you can play, you need to play. And, they have a lot of injuries, too, though. Like, I think their 2 tackles are out of the game. They have some other guys that are.
Paris Johnson Jr. and Joel Williams, both on IR.
Yeah, both on IR. And so I can get why someone may ask the question, but if you're healthy, you signed up to play for 17, 18 weeks.
Right.
And so let's, strap it on, tie those laces up, and get it going.
I think that's the biggest misconception in the NFL is that fans think that teams will just kind of wash out the season. To say, nope, we're not making playoffs, we're not going to play. Because, when I was on I think it was a 3-13 Jacksonville Jaguar team, man, we're all fighting for our jobs at that point. So it's almost as crazy as it sounds, more incentive to play because teams that have bad records more likely to have some turnover the next year. But you want to make sure you leave that lasting impact on the front office, on the coaches, saying, "Hey, I'm going to be part of this piece. I know you guys. It's been a rough year, but next year I want this job." And so that's just extra incentive for these teams to play. So the Cardinals will not be, taking a step back, letting the Rams walk all over them by any means. In fact, a lot of these guys will be fighting for their job and their futures.
The mentality that you just described is what most players go through. There's only like 10% of players who know they're coming back. I'm getting paid too much money. I got too much guaranteed. I'm going to be back next year.
Right.
But for the guys who are on the bubble, special teamers, you're number 2, number 3 on the depth chart, you fighting for your life out there. You better go out there and play hard.
Well, I have been in a game in my career at the last game of the season. Neither team was going to the playoffs. And it wasn't that we weren't playing hard, but we were trying to play smart.
Yeah.
Don't run out of bounds. Let that clock tick. I think even the referees were in on it. Like, someone ran out of bounds. I'm like, come on, dog. Like, keep that thing. Like, go down in bounds so we can keep this clock rolling and get on up out of here. I think it may have been the Seahawks, and we were playing at Cleveland, so it was really cold, too. And but it wasn't that you weren't playing hard, but you're trying to play smart just to get the season over with and get it moving.
And injuries. The last thing you'd want to do in the last game or two, there's no playoffs, is get injured and have to spend the whole offseason in the training room. Really hurts the golf game, Bum.
Really
you don't
hurts
want to do that. All those golf trips, say goodbye.
Yeah, you want to fly out to the desert or down to Florida. You're already in Florida, but yeah, the golf game will take a hit if you're not out there. So yeah, I'm with that. There is this isn't like youth sports. Everyone understands they're professionals out there. There's a way you can play hard. I remember one time I was in a game, and the game was already decided, right? It's early in the season, but the game was decided, and me and the DB, we're head up. And I run him off, and the play is way over there, and I see on the Jumbotron, like, all right, we're out to play. And he whispers, we good. And we slow down, and we're like, we're fighting a little bit, but we're making it look good on camera. It's like, we're good. I'm like, all right, we're good. It's only like a minute left in the game.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how professionals take care of each other. But when it's competition, it's a different feel. You're going at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Because like you said, it's only a small percentage of the team that's guaranteed to come back. Everybody else is you can be got. You know what I'm saying? So, and there's all the other teams are watching the film, and so you don't want to show up bad in that situation because that kind of speaks to character maybe.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Effort, and so you gotta put good stuff on tape.
All right, Cardinals, put good stuff on tape on Saturday. We'll take care of business today. Y'all do your thing on Saturday. All right, when we come back, Geno Smith. It's been a real experience for this guy this year. We're going to break him down and the state of the offense. That is next on your home for the Seahawks. Seattle Sports 710 and KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
At Carrier, we know that a comfortable home is a happy one. Whether it's with innovative breakthroughs in heating and cooling efficiency or with different ways to control your home's temperature and air quality, we are always imagining new ways to make your home totally comfortable.
Turn to the experts and let your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer improve your home's comfort and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find an expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
In the PNW, we all know what driving is like here in the winter. Very slippery. Our friends at Mazda of Everett have your solution. A huge selection of over 600 new Mazda all-wheel drive SUVs. With over 600 new Mazdas in stock to choose from, you can find the Mazda that's best for you. Plus, right now, they've got 0% financing on select new Mazdas on approved credit during the Mazda A Season to Move You sales event. See for yourself why Mazda of Everett is different. MazdaofEverett.com.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. The vast majority of patients experience minimal side effects. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Upgrade your home's comfort and save up to 50% off scratch and dent and overstocked equipment at Home Comfort Alliance. Over $3 million worth of heat pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners from top manufacturers, all now up to 50% off. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G. Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
Announcing the grand opening of our newest state-of-the-art senior living community, where the best comfort, safety, and quality of life come together. Amanda here, Vineyard Park of North Creek and Bothell is welcoming residents for assisted living, bonded pairs, and memory care. Be one of the first to live in this beautiful brand new community, offering personalized care, social engagement, nutritious meals, and comfortable living spaces. Vineyard Park of North Creek Bothell is part of the Care Partners family. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
Nothing brings people together like sports, and no beer brings people together like Guinness. Guinness Draft is delicious to enjoy with friends while listening to the game. Game time is Guinness time. Please enjoy responsibly. Guinness Draft Stout, imported by Diageo Beer Company, USA, New York, New York.
Keep your BMW running at peak performance at BMW Northwest. Same-day service appointments are available, or inquire about our new mobile service, where we come to you. Locally family-owned for 56 years. Visit BMWNorthwest.com to schedule today.
KIRO News Radio gets you ready for each and every Seahawks game.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Listen to the Mike McDonald preview on Seattle's Morning News.
Trying to push the envelope, trying to win on the margin. That's the only way to go about it, to win in the NFL.
Fridays with Hawks broadcaster Steve Rape. And don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, great job, baby, great job!
KIRO News Radio and Seattle Sports, the official home of the Seattle Seahawks and the Mike McDonald Show.
Holy catfish!
This is NFL Today, a joint presentation of KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM and Seattle Sports.
The Seahawks are in Chicago getting ready for Thursday night football. I'm Michael Bumpus with Ray Roberts and Brian Walters. This is the Seahawk pre-game show. Let's talk a little bit about Geno, man. Geno might be the most polarizing player in the world of Seattle sports. He's someone who has constantly fought through adversity in his NFL career. We know his story from being drafted by the Jets and backing up Hall of Fame type QBs to winning comeback player of the year in Seattle. This season so far, he's fourth in NFL in attempts, second in completions, third in yards, fourth in completion percentage, tied for second for the most game-winning drives since 2022 with 11. However, Geno's also second in the NFL in interceptions with 15, only behind Kirk Cousins, who just got benched last week. But everything isn't black and white. The lack of an effective run game and inconsistent offensive line play have been huge factors this season. But despite what some people might say or think about Geno, Coach McDonald is really impressed with his performance against the Vikings.
Yeah, I said this morning. I thought he played good enough to win the game. He did some really great things. You know, if we get a stop when we're up 4 in the last end of the fourth quarter, we're having a different conversation right now. Everybody wants to talk about the interceptions, and rightfully so. And those are things that we're working through. But I mean, one of the reasons that we're here with life, like I said last night, is I really felt that Geno's helped put us in this position. So I thought he played a strong game.
The bottom line is this Seahawks offense has taken a lot from Geno, man. The line has been struggling, but Geno's confidence has never wavered, and he'll still give his receivers a chance to make plays.
You know, I believe in all those guys, and I'm going to throw, passes that maybe, shouldn't get thrown at times because I believe those guys will get to the spot and make the catch. And so, I'm going to keep believing in my guys and keep trusting in our process. We got great receivers, and Jackson's a big part of that. So the more that I can lean on those guys, the better off we'll be.
This has been the topic of discussion on the Bump and Stacy show every day, every week, talking about Geno. It's almost, I know I just said it isn't black and white, but it seems like the response I get from some people on the text lines is black and white. Either you love him or you hate him. And some people don't connect the dots. Sometimes they don't look at the offensive line. They don't look at him being forced to throw the ball 35, 40 times, a team that's built around him. The quarterback gets all the love and all the hate, and rightfully so. They get paid the most money on most teams, right? It comes with the position. But my feelings on Geno is that he's good enough if he's supported correctly. Like, Mahomes don't need to be supported the same way that Geno is supported just because of his ability. Just like our kids. We got kids. You got a puppy, B-Wall, right? You support your kids differently. You have different puppies, B-Wall. They got different personalities. They respond differently to things. So that's why I see Geno is that if he's supported properly, he can win you some ball games. What do you say, Big Ray?
Yeah, I always say, people will ask me, is Geno a quarterback you should build around? And I go, well, first just build. And then you can make a decision whether he's a guy that you should build around.
Right.
Because they have to figure out the interior offensive line play before you bring any quarterback in here.
Correct.
I don't care if you brought in Patrick Mahomes, he's going to still be running for his life with what the interior, the offensive linemen are providing in pass protection for most of the year. And so, I think you have to bring things up to par first before you can go okay, is this the guy that we invest in? So if maybe it's a 2-year deals or shorter deals that you do with him until you kind of figure out all these other pieces. Because at the end of the day, I just wrote down here. He said he sometimes makes throws that he probably shouldn't to give his guys a chance, but he's doing those because he has to.
Right.
If any other thing, he'd just be throwing it away, and you'd be like, man, give him a chance. Why are you throwing the ball away so much? Because there will be a lot of times where he could just chuck it out of bounds, and you try to line up to play another day. But that's not the formula either. And so he would rather put trust in his guys to make the catch. And so then you look at all those other pieces, man, like the run game, the tight end play, the pass blocking, all those other things can take pressure off of Geno where he doesn't have to be the guy. I think if you can look at the Arizona game, that is ideally the way an offense that he should play in, where you can run the ball, you can use the tight ends, you can push the ball down the field, you can use play action, all that kind of stuff. Geno throwing the ball 43 times and you're rushing it 15 times is not the formula for Geno to be successful. Maybe some other quarterback, but not for Geno to be successful. He needs time in the pocket, needs to step up in the pocket. He's not the dude that, even though he's tried it, running all over the place and trying to make throws on the run, he can do it sometimes, but that's not his game. His game is in the pocket, stepping up in the pocket, left to right, get the ball out, can make all the throws. And until they can create an environment where that can happen for him, it's just unfair to kind of judge him on what it is he's trying to get done in the most difficult situation.
One thing about Geno too is most of those interceptions, when you go back and look, he's getting hit. He's getting tripped up, he's getting hit, he's about to make a throw, and the throw is altered somehow by the hit, and it's not going exactly where he wants to go, because that's what's going to happen when you're getting pressured and you get hit. I mean, think about last week's game, the throw to Noah Fant, the interception. Well, he's about to make that throw, and he gets tripped. That alters his throw. He sails it a little bit where he doesn't want to. There was a play in the Rams game as well when he threw that interception where I believe he got hit, and he couldn't get the ball out of bounds like he was talking to. It just took some power off. So there's a lot of these instances where, yes, the offensive line pressure has taken a big role on him. And as a quarterback, like you just said, Big Ray, to sit there 40, 50 times a game and the defense knows you're throwing the ball. One-dimensional, and you're trying to pick them apart. That has to be the toughest thing to do in sports. And yes, I'm including hitting a fastball at 100 miles an hour. I mean, to be able to sit there 40, 50 times a game and make the perfect read every single time, I can't think of anything more difficult. And Geno does it most of the time. That's the thing. When you watch his film, he's making great throws. When he sits there with a clean pocket, or even when he's getting hit after he throws the ball, but not while he's throwing the ball, but when he gets hit after he throws the ball, he's still making very tough throws. You know what? I got to say this, though. One thing I love that Geno said, that Geno never calls anybody out, right? It's always on him, always his fault. But I think that interview is the closest that we get to him calling people out. And it's a good thing. He's like, hey, no, sometimes I throw the ball here because I trust my guys to make the plays. I don't know. I just wanted to make note of that because I thought that was pretty funny. And as a wide receiver, you like that in a quarterback because how many times do you go back to your quarterback and say, yo, just give me a chance. Just throw it up. Like, let me try to make a play. And when you got guys like DK and JSN, I mean, you're going to trust them 90% of the time on a one-on-one battle to go up and at least, if anything, cause an incompletion. And so I like that mentality with Geno. Yes, it does get him in trouble. You know, you can look back, hindsight, and say, you know what? Yes, you can't force that thing in there. You got to just throw that out of bounds. But sometimes that's his attitude. That's his mentality, I think, as an underdog his whole career. And trying to come back is, I got to make something happen. You know, sometimes the easy play is to throw it away and move on. But that's not his mentality, and I think that's what makes him so good. Is he's like, no, let's get this. Let's keep pushing this ball forward, and let's make this big play. I trust my guys. So I'm a big Geno fan. I am, and again, you can look at the interception number, but you can also look at all those interceptions and say, hey, how many of those? I can think JSN dropped one, went right into a guy's hand, you know, and a couple of them where, you know, Barner was held when he tried to that one game in the red zone. So all those there's always something that kind of goes against Geno in that way. But I've really liked what we've seen from him. And
I just feel if he's not playing with that mentality, like Coach McDonald said, then we wouldn't even be in a position right now to even be having this whole playoff scenario thing. Because he would just not take any chances. He'd throw the ball away, and then you would walk. You probably have at least 2 or 3 more losses because of that. But because of him taking chances, throwing the ball where maybe his guy can catch it, or they're going to have to make a contested catch, risky throws, that has probably won us a couple games that have kept us in this situation. And I'm not saying that Geno is perfect. Like, if it was the perfect world, the team would go to Geno and go, "This is what we need from you." And then Geno would, in return, say, and this is what I need from you. And then if both of those parties can meet in the middle, then you would have something. And because I guarantee that Geno would go, I need a running game, I need better protection, and then the team is going, protect the ball better, be more aware in the red zone. Like all those. If both of those things could be perfect, then you would have a situation where the offense would be pretty good.
That's why these next 2 games are important. Yes. Because no matter what happens, say they get into the playoffs or they don't get into the playoffs, the way he performs these next 2 games is what's going to be discussed when it's time to negotiate, right? He's either going to hurt his value or help his value, regardless if the offensive line doesn't block. Right. Regardless if the receivers don't catch the football, it comes down to negotiating and looking at numbers and who's going to have the leverage there, which puts this organization just in a weird position because you're not bad enough to go get yourself a high pick. You're good enough to hang around the middle, and you have some pieces that you might have to move if you want to get an all-star quarterback, but you got to fill all these gaps with offensive line and other positions. It's just they're in such a gray area.
Yeah, quarterback is not the issue right now. One thing I will say, though, now that I'm talking about not the issues, but that I would like to see from Geno a little more, and what you saw, Sam Darnold did this last week a lot, and this is it impressed me a lot. He was always pressing the line of scrimmage. He was always moving forward. He was always threatening that he was going to run, and he wasn't ever making throws off his back foot. And that's one thing I would like to see from Geno sometimes is a little more threat of the run. Because you look at some of these plays, the Vikings last game played a lot of 2-man. When 2-man's there, that quarterback should have his eyes wide open. He could scramble for 10, 15 yards without anyone even seeing him immediately. So that's the only thing that I would love to see from Geno is just because he can run. He's fast. He's got those long strides. We've seen it a couple times. We saw it in the 49er game. We've seen it. And just kind of pressing the line of scrimmage and not trying to throw those sometimes fading away off his back foot that you'll see. But just press the line, shoulders moving forward, and a lot of big things can happen. That's the only knock I would have on Geno so far.
And the other thing, too, is like all the fans that want a rookie quarterback or new quarterback and trading players to get new players, you're resetting the clock.
Yep.
And so there's no guarantee that you're even going to be in a position to be in the position you are now playing for the playoffs. So you may be a bottom dweller because you're making the changes to try to build a team for the future. And so then you're going to have to ride that thing out as well.
I think we can all agree at what's their record right now, the Hawks, at 8-7. There's been some tough times, but overall it feels like they're moving in the right direction. It's just got to be consistent, right? All right, man, good talk. When we come back, we'll go around the NFL, man. The Chiefs and Steelers got it cracking. The Ravens and Texans did their thing as well. We'll break that down and much more next on your home for the Seahawks. Seattle Sports 710 and KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
At Carrier, we know that a comfortable home is a happy one. Whether it's with innovative breakthroughs in heating and cooling efficiency or with different ways to control your home's temperature and air quality, we're always imagining new ways to make your home totally comfortable.
Turn to the experts and let your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer improve your home's comfort and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find an expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Hey, it's your boy Cliff Averill. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is the place where you can watch all the games in style. Football, basketball, hockey, college, or pro. They got it all. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is what you do. Please game responsibly.
In the PNW, we all know what driving is like here in the winter. Very slippery. Our friends at Mazda of Everett have your solution. A huge selection of over 600 new Mazda all-wheel drive SUVs. With over 600 new Mazdas in stock to choose from, you can find the Mazda that's best for you. Plus, right now, they've got 0% financing on select new Mazdas on approved credit during the Mazda A Season to Move You sales event. See for yourself why Mazda of Everett is different. MazdaofEverett.com.
The holidays are upon us, and so are those big meals, full bellies, and tons of leftovers. It's easy to lose sight of your nutritional and fitness goals with so much going on this time of the year. Let me offer a bit of salvation. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. They allow you to maintain eating delicious food in comfortable portions and still lose weight, and lots of it. People are losing more than 35 pounds in 8 weeks, 10 pounds by the first week, and still able to eat good, healthy meals. Your plan doesn't include exercise either. No cardio and still lose weight? Heck, that's what I need to hear. Schedule a free 15-minute phone consultation with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic and see if you can lose weight during the holidays without exercise. I mean, this should be the biggest test of whether it works or not. And you know what? It works. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Healthy, sustainable weight loss. That works. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs or injections. EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. 425-522-5070.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
KIRO News Radio gets you ready for each and every Seahawks game.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Listen to the Mike McDonald preview on Seattle's Morning News.
Trying to push the envelope, trying to win on the margin. That's the only way to go about it, to win in the NFL.
Fridays with Hawks broadcaster Steve Raven. Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, great job, baby, great job!
KIRO News Radio and Seattle Sports, the official home of the Seattle Seahawks and the Mike McDonald Show.
Holy catfish!
Enjoy an incredible year-end savings on new BMWs and over 200 pre-owned of all makes and models. Only at BMW Northwest. Visit BMWNorthwest.com today for details and selection. BMW Northwest. Driving joy, driving home.
On behalf of KIRO News Radio, Seattle Sports, and Treehouse, thank you to everyone who helped make the 36th year of Holiday Magic truly magical.
This is the best part of our entire year here at KIRO. We don't have to do any bad news. It's all good news. It's you.
Holiday Magic may have ended, but the season of giving has not. You can still donate to Treehouse by going to mynorthwest.com/Holiday Magic. Thank you for serving Treehouse, and happy holidays. This is NFL Today, a joint presentation of KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM and Seattle Sports.
This is the Seahawks pregame show. Michael Bumpus with the guys, Ray Roberts and Brian Walters. It is now time to go around the NFL. We're going to touch on some topics and let you know what we think about them. Christmas Day games. LeBron said that's our day. He told the NFL to not play ball on Christmas. I said, look, man, you give people options. You let them make their own decisions, LeBron. And I'm a Laker. You know what I mean? I go, look, if I want to watch football, if they got football on, I'm watching football. I think the NFL just knows that. NBA knows that the NFL is king, and they don't like them stepping on their territory.
I think so, too. I be honest with you, I don't even watch NBA anymore. So, like, if they are the king, then they're the king. But I was watching football. The
NFL is king.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying on Christmas Day. You know what I'm saying? So, but no, like I think too though that game though with him and Steph Curry kind of going at it a little bit, trying to make their statement as like like the centerpieces of this generation of basketball.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And the game went the way it went. I think feeling that energy.
Yeah,
it's easy for him to post game to say something like that.
Yeah, I watched. The scary thing about watching the Chiefs play is that they're getting better, man. They're getting healthy. Hollywood Brown is out there. Travis Kelce is making plays. And it's crazy. I've never heard a group of people or just, America in general critique a team so much I only had one loss. And you know how it is. It's so hard to win football games in the NFL. And for these guys to fight all the stuff they've gone through and perform the way that they've been performing, it's been crazy. And I was watching the game, and I was yelling at the TV, telling Tomlin, stop blitzing him. He's throwing it to that blitz, dog. Drop everybody and just sit back and watch it go down. But Kansas City's playing some good football right now.
Yeah, the scary thing about Kansas City is one, their defense is legit. Their defense is real, and that's what's been carrying the whole season. And then now you have Mahomes heating up.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the first game Mahomes really put up some big numbers. And you see what happens. They beat the Steelers by about 20 points, and it wasn't even a contest. Honestly, both those Christmas Day games were so lopsided. I was looking forward to them, too, because on paper, you're like, wow, these are going to be some big matchups. Steelers needed a big win.
Yeah.
Now the Ravens are in the driver's seat in their division. And but Chiefs are scary. They're a team, yes, you can talk all the trash about them you want. They're not as good, but they're probably the number one team that nobody wants to face when it's in the playoffs. When it comes down to it, it's just you don't want to play the Chiefs.
Well, the other thing, too, is like you can say how bad they look and how bad they're playing, but you have to play your A game to beat their C-plus game.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so that if all of a sudden they show up with their B game, it's not even a contest. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, they're used to being in those situations. They know how to win. They morph into whatever they have to be to win the football game, whereas the teams that are playing them, you have to play your game to the T just to be in it, to have a chance to beat them. And so that's what makes them dangerous to me.
And it's scary how they're getting healthier toward the end of the year.
Yeah.
That's pretty much 90% of the teams don't have that case. They're getting more and more injured, but the Chiefs are getting healthier, getting more weapons back. Hollywood Brown, I think, is going to be a huge thing for him because it's going to take pressure off the rookie Xavier Worthy, who will be able to be utilized more in his strengths. So it's they're scary, and they're still probably my favorite to win it.
Don't want to play your best ball week one. Play that thing around 17, 18. All right, let's shift over to Michael Penix, man. He got his first start. I think a lot of people around here obviously have been anticipating his debut. He was 18 of 27, 202 yards. One interception that wasn't on him. Kyle Pitts has kind of coughed that thing up. It's a wrap for Kirk Cousins in Atlanta. He got $90 million guaranteed, so I don't feel too bad for the man. But it's cool to see a local kid go out there, a young man, I should say, go out there and play some good football in his first start.
Yeah, it's really cool. I've always been a Michael Penix fan. It's something about a left-handed quarterback. Like the ball just looks cool coming out of their hand. Same as a left-hand jump shooter in basketball.
Swing.
It just looks different and better. But no, just happy for him. Happy that he's getting a chance. And like you said, the one interception, Kyle Pitts, that should have been a touchdown, and just kind of fumbled it through his hands and into the hands of the DB. But no, just happy like you said. Yeah, I guess he's a local guy. He transferred here from Indiana, but played.
You
here.
done claiming him?
Yeah, they should, and but no, just happy for him to get a chance.
I didn't get a chance to watch that game, but I guess his receivers were dropping passes as well. I mean, he was 18 for 27, receivers dropping passes, like you said, Kyle Pitts in the end zone, and but the highlights you see, he looks poised. He's just standing tall in the pocket, and you're right, that lefty gunslinger mentality, man, it looks good. And it's just because I can't fathom it. I think that's why it looks so good. But I will say I did play him in fantasy football, and I lost in the semifinals because he only got 7 points. So I'm still a little upset about Penix, but I should blame Kyle Pitts for the drop.
It'll be interesting to see what they do with Kirk Cousins, too. Kirk Cousins was quoted as saying he hadn't forgotten how to play football, but it's like it's like, to me, like even coaches that get older, players that get older, yeah, you may not have forgotten how to coach, you may not have forgotten how to play, but your time is gone. Your time has just passed.
The body.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you're just not that dude that's going to be doing those things anymore.
Yeah.
You know, you can do some other things, but you ain't doing the things you used to do. So.
Mentally, you think you're there, but your body's telling you it's about that time.
Yes.
Let's talk about Sam Darnold. And I think he's a good example of what environment and opportunity can do for one person. The Jets have been known to ruin some guys. Lately, we've seen Geno, we've seen Zach Wilson, we saw Sam Darnold, and people gave up on Geno. He's getting another opportunity here, doing a good job, I think. But Sam Darnold is taking advantage of a great situation. You have receivers who can ball out, Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. You have a great tight end, Hawkinson. Most importantly, offensive line and a good offensive-minded coach in Kevin O'Connell. He's going to get paid next year.
Right.
And I don't think it's going to be with Minnesota. They just drafted the quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. What do you make of his resurgence? And I tried to use him as an example when I talk about Geno, because I can imagine Geno with the Vikings. I think they'd be just fine. I can imagine Geno with the Lions. I think they'd be just fine. But what does that tell you about how the NFL views these quarterbacks and how quickly people just want to kick them to the curb?
Well, to be honest with you, I think the resurgence of Geno kind of changed the perception a little bit for some of these guys that were drafted high and then are getting other chances. Geno, Baker Mayfield, those a couple other guys that have kind of come back to life, later in their career, not right off the bat. I will say with Sam Darnold, though, it sounds as if he and the head coach have kind of hit it off. Like there's something there. The coaching matters. The people around him matters. As two like fantastic receivers, one probably the best in the league, and you also have a running back that is like pretty darn good too. Has close to 1,000 yards rushing and maybe 400 yards receiving. You have an offensive line that is pretty good until I think their left tackle got injured, but he was like a all-pro type left tackle. And so there's a lot of things that have allowed him to be successful. So if you're going to go get Sam Darnold as a free agent, you might want to see what of those things you need to duplicate, because he may not just be a any system, any coach type of player. He may be, man, I just hit the perfect spot at the right time with the right people. So I think you got to think about that too.
Yeah, I think that's the case for most too. Is are you going to build around, like, this is tough. Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, right? Those are guys you're going to build around. Sam Darnold, you have the pieces. Now he can come in and really fill that spot and really take you to the next level. I think that's the kind of quarterback Sam Darnold is. And even Geno Smith, I think he's that kind of person that can really go into a situation with the players around him. This is what we keep talking about. Good offensive line that can hold their own, at least an average offensive line, and good receivers, and he's going to do well. So that's kind of the take. I don't think you're going to, a team like let's take the Giants. I don't think the Giants are going to sign Sam Darnold and say, hey, come in here and turn this thing around for us, because you're our organization's savior. But I'm trying to think of a good team example that Sam Darnold
Sam Darnold is what the transfer portal used to be.
There it is.
Where you just try to go find some key pieces to add to what you already have.
Yeah.
And but now you rebuild teams in the transfer portal versus doing that. So he's not a rebuild a team dude. He's more of he's like one of those Tetris pieces that fits in around these other things that are already present.
He's the last piece of the puzzle. You got everything else there.
Yeah.
Boom. I think he's going back to San Francisco. I think San Francisco is looking at Purdy and saying, all right, well, you're going to require 50-something million. Sam's going to require around 40 million. He knows the offense. He's been there in that system. Who knows? We shall see what happens there.
Let me ask you now, who would you rather go up against, Brock Purdy or Sam Darnold in San Francisco 2 times a year as a Seahawks fan?
Who would I rather go up against?
Who would you rather go up against?
Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
100%.
Sam,
I like that take, Bump.
Hey, there's something to be said about a guy who's been through some stuff.
Yeah,
and I think that's why guys like us gravitate towards Geno, because you can appreciate his story. And if you really know what you're looking at, I'm not knocking on fans, but a lot of them just don't really understand what's going on around him. You lose appreciation for him. But most football minds I respect Geno, because they know what's going on around him. So yeah, we'll see if Sam Darnold ends up going over there. The Packers and the Vikings. All right, we're familiar with the Packers and the Vikings. They'll play each other on Sunday. Who do you guys think gets that game? We got about a minute here.
I think I'm gonna go with the Packers. The Packers just seem like a more physical football team to me, and I don't know. I feel like I trust Jordan Love more than I trust Sam Darnold. I don't know why, but that's just what I'm thinking right now.
Yeah, the Packers are rolling, but most importantly, we need the Packers to win. That's one of the 3.5 wins that we need. So we need the Packers, so Packers are going to win this one. That's my take on that bump.
You yelling, go Pack, go?
Go Pack, go.
There you go. It was doing it in Lumen.
That felt awful.
It was doing it in Lumen.
I love the way Brian said that felt awful.
All right, man. Hey, that was Around the NFL. You guys don't go anywhere. We are just getting started. We got 2 more hours of the Seahawks pregame show coming up. Man, we're going to talk to our NFL insider, Mike Sando. We're going to hear from the coach. We're going to hear from the GM. And Around the NFL is brought to you by local Carrier Heating Cooler. Turn to the experts, KarrierNorthwest.com. All that is next on your home for the Seahawks, Seattle Sports 710 and KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
NFL Today has been brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort, Quantum Fiber, and by your local Carrier Heating and Cooling dealer on Seattle Sports and KIRO News Radio.
Upgrade your home's comfort and save up to 50% off scratch and dent and overstocked equipment at Home Comfort Alliance. Over $3 million worth of heat pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners from top manufacturers, all now up to 50% off. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Nothing brings people together like sports, and no beer brings people together like Guinness. Guinness Draft is delicious to enjoy with friends while listening to the game. Game time is Guinness time. Please enjoy responsibly. Guinness Draft Stout, imported by Diageo Beer Company, USA, New York, New York.
It's comedian Tom Segura at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Friday, April 25th.
My kids call me Tom. So unnerving. Every day, the older one's like, how you doing, Tom? I go, hey, I'm not your stepdad, all right? I wish I was. It'd be a lot easier, but I'm not.
Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. One of today's biggest touring comedians. Tom Segura's Come Together Tour, April 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
I was experiencing severe neck pain, kind of radiating from my shoulders up into my head. And it was pretty severe, and it lasted for about a year. So I went to see Dr. Nelson, and after I got the stem cell treatment, I had positive results within a week, and it just got better from there. And to this day, I can't believe I used to be in such pain. He was just an incredible doctor. Everything about the place is just fantastic.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000 or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
Fresh food comes from local farms. Check the package. For the best for your family, choose locally fresh Wilcox Family Farms eggs. And for eggs with 3 times the omega-3, choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Enjoy an incredible year in savings on new BMWs and over 200 pre-owned of all makes and models. Only at BMW Northwest. Visit bmwnorthwest.com today for details and selection. BMW Northwest. Driving joy, driving home.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers. Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
At Carrier, we know that a comfortable home is a happy one. Whether it's with innovative breakthroughs in heating and cooling efficiency, or with different ways to control your home's temperature and air quality, we are always imagining new ways to make your home totally comfortable.
Turn to the experts and let your local Carrier Heating and Cooling dealer improve your home's comfort and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find an expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
KIRO News Radio gets you ready for each and every Seahawks game.
Touchdown!
Seahawks! Listen to the Mike McDonald preview on Seattle's Morning News.
Trying to push the envelope, trying to win on the margin. That's the only way to go about it, to win in the NFL.
Fridays with Hawks broadcaster Steve Rabe. And don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, great job, baby. Great job.
KIRO News Radio and Seattle Sports, the official home of the Seattle Seahawks and the Mike McDonald Show.
Holy catfish.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
The Seahawks pregame show is brought to you by Virginia Mason Franciscan Health, the Seahawks official medical services provider. Beacon Plumbing. Stop freaking, call Beacon. And Lumen, the trusted network for AI. Here's your host, Michael Bumpus.
Along with Ray Roberts and Brian Walters, this is the Seahawk pregame show. We're getting ready for Thursday night football. The Seahawks are in Chicago trying to get her done. The first hour we talked about all the crazy playoff scenarios. Our producer Nash Achobe came on the mic and blessed us with all of that stuff. But let's just keep it simple. Let's win tonight and then we'll figure everything else out, right? There's something that has stood out to me, and B, you touched on it earlier in the show. Fast starts. Both of you guys did. Ray said fast start, and then B, you pointed out that 2 games in a row, maybe even 3 games in a row. For the 3rd game in a row, the defense has allowed a touchdown on the opening drive. How do we not allow that to happen today against the struggling Chicago Bears?
Yeah, it's a crazy little. Both those teams have schemed up their first 15 plays perfectly.
Beautifully.
Beautifully. Just chunk play, 4 yards, 5 yards, drive it down. Now, let's remember the Vikings did convert a 4th down on that opening drive, 4th and 3, and that was another fantastic play that was drawn up. But
Hawkinson, I think he ran a speed out.
Yeah, a little speed out, but faked the little wheel route and then cut it off. It was a really good play. But no, that's going to be the main thing against the Bears, because you look at the Bears last few weeks, teams have started fast against them. They've gotten to early leads. They've jumped out to 3-score leads before the Bears really started to get things going. So if you let the Bears hang around, you give Caleb Williams some confidence right away. And if the Bears opening drive take this thing and score a touchdown, then we're going to be in a little bit of trouble. But I think it's the good thing, what you've seen from the defense is the way they've adjusted, though. Because even the Packers game, the whole second half, they played really, really well after the first couple drives that they gave up. And even the Vikings, they held their own for the most part. A couple big plays to their big playmakers. But other than that, it wasn't like the slow, methodical death by 1,000 cuts that you saw on those opening drives. So I think that'll be a big key point of emphasis for this game. And let's you know what? I want an interception. Caleb Williams' first interception in 9-10 games. That's what's been impressive about Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I will say, like everyone, sometimes you have coach speak, player speak, right after the game speak, during the week speak, all this other kind of stuff. And so when I hear guys talking about starting fast, what exactly does that mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, does that mean that you're dissecting what they're doing and you're stopping the play, or they're doing what they're doing, but you're creating the opportunities to turn the ball over, score points, whatever it is? Because the thing that's interesting to me is like what you just said, is that these teams have schemed up the first 15 plays. Well, then what is it in your preparation where you're not anticipating something a little bit different? Or maybe you don't do that. Maybe you just got to look at what's on the film and go, this is what they're going to do. And then they show you just a little nuance that's a little bit different, and all of a sudden it becomes an opening drive touchdown. And so somehow, if the offenses get the ball first, points. The drive needs to end in points. It can't be a 3 and out. That's starting fast to me.
Right.
And then on defense, maybe it takes you 1 or 2 first downs to figure out what they're doing, but you stop them from points. That's starting fast to me compared to what they've done, because it is hard to then, before the offense even gets on the field, you're starting from the deficit. Now, every single little thing matters so much. You have no margin of error. You can't have an overthrower. You can't have a missed block. You can't have a receiver that slipped and fell. You can't have a running back that stumbled a little bit and didn't get to the spot he needed. Everything has to be perfect from that point on until you get the lead again. And a lot of times that takes the entire game to do that. So now you have to play almost a perfect game, perfect play calling, perfect execution, all of that stuff just to get to the point where you can feel like you have a chance to win the football game. So whatever starting fast means for the Seahawks defense or the Seahawks offense, do that.
The question I have after watching all this go down, is how many times, and we'll never know the answer to this, but this is a question I have. How many times have the Seahawks defense gone out there expecting something and get something different? And how many times has the offense gone out there expecting something and got something different?
Right.
Because typically, if you're seeing what you think you're going to see, the chance of you executing just go up. Or is it just flat-out execution, the guys just aren't firing off, right? Because when you're not starting fast, one of those two things got to be off. Either you're not seeing what you thought you're going to see, or they're just whooping your butt. I hope it's just they're just whooping your butt, because I prefer these guys be prepared and go out there with that comfort, because you can always bounce back from something like that.
Yeah, that's why, to me, like, especially on offense, it has to be a take-it-to-them person, posture that you're showing up with. That's why, like, the running game last week, I promise you they could have run the ball against the Vikings. And if they had, maybe that's one or two possessions that the Vikings don't get, which then maybe keeps them off the scoreboard, and that's maybe one or two possessions that you extend for yourself that may end in a field goal or a touchdown. If you freaking run the football, if you show up being the person, being the team that you say that you want to be. Like, we want to play in a way that nobody else wants to play. That's what it says on the freaking board. Well, then freaking go punch them in the mouth and make them prove that they can stop the run. Like, you had an opportunity to do that. You had an opportunity to be physical. You had an opportunity to kind of impose your will on the other team, and you let them off the hook. That's what it felt like to me.
Don't use all your juice yet. At 4 p.m., we're going to talk about that run game. Say some of that juice.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, Big Ray, I love that. That's such a good point. But I do feel like the Seahawks offensively in their first 15 always have their run games, right? They always start first play, run, second play, run, and then where does it go? And I think that's the issue we've been getting into. But I think when you go back to the slow starts the last 2 weeks, especially the Packers, I think Ernest Jones got on there and said, they ran some stuff we weren't expecting, but it doesn't look that way. It looks like it just looks like normal things that these teams always run. It's just they're getting, the one-on-one matchups, they're getting beat, and you're not giving up home run plays. You're giving up 4 yards, you're giving up 6 yards, and you're getting behind the sticks. And when you do that, it's just tough to it's really tough to get the ball back, in a punt situation or whatever. So it's just you have to create the negative plays. You have to come at them. You have to set the tone. Don't let the other team set the tone. I think that's the big thing. Sometimes it looks like they're on their heels, like, what are they going to give us? They're giving the swing pass. Oh, there's the screen pass they're doing. And they're kind of taking all the information in while they're getting marched down the field, as opposed to just kind of putting the hammer down, saying, no, this is what we're going to give you, and here's how we're going to attack you and create some of those negative plays for them.
Absolutely.
All right, man, quick start. You guys heard it, what it means and what it's going to feel like, man. Hopefully they get it done here in Chicago. Tonight's game is brought to you by Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Seattle Seahawks and NFL. When we come back, we'll talk to our NFL insider, Mike Sando. That's next. We're counting down the kickoff between Seattle and Chicago.
You've created a cozy home retreat. Now let Carrier provide the quiet, efficient heating you can depend on all winter, with a range of innovative heating solutions that deliver premium comfort and warmth.
Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find an expert near you.
Fresh food comes from local farms. Check the package. For the best for your family, choose locally fresh Wilcox Family Farms eggs. And for eggs with 3 times the omega-3, choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G-Sky. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
Legends Casino Hotel is your home for live events, delicious food, comfort, and fun this season. It's Hondas for the holidays, with cash prizes every Thursday and a Honda vehicle giveaway the day after Christmas. Come for the entertainment and stay for the luxury. Spacious, comfortable rooms, all your favorite casino games, delicious food, and a holiday ham giveaway. It's your new favorite road trip. Listen to the game and make the drive to Yakima Legends Casino Hotel. Within winning distance, please game responsibly.
We're on a mission to get everyone high-quality health insurance. Ambetter Health. We have plans starting as low as a $0 out-of-pocket premium. Go to ambetterhealth.com/enroll. Ambetter Health. On a mission for better. Some areas do not offer $0 premium plans. Plan premiums and benefits vary. Ambetter Health is the brand name used for products and services provided by one or more of the wholly owned subsidiaries of Centene Corporation or qualified health plan insurers in the states indicated at ambetterhealth.com. Health benefits and health insurance plans contain exclusions and limitations. This is a solicitation for insurance. For more information, visit ambetterhealth.com and scroll to the bottom of the page for the appropriate state.
Traveling for the holidays? Big changes are in progress as we upgrade the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. We are building you a better airport. Remember to arrive early this season and follow the upgrade progress on portseattle.org/upgrade-SEA.
The best defense is a good offense. So before the sewer backs up into your home and wreaks havoc, stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is there for you when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
Nothing brings people together like sports, and no beer brings people together like Guinness. Guinness Draft is delicious to enjoy with friends while listening to the game. Game time is Guinness time. Please enjoy it responsibly. Guinness Draft Stout, imported by Diageo Beer Company, USA, New York, New York.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers. Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have quantum fiber internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Welcome back to the Seahawks pregame show. I'm Michael Bumpus with the fellows. We're connecting to our NFL insider Mike Sando here in a second, but you got a nice little stat there real quick before we get Sando. What is it, B?
Little what?
The catches.
Oh, the catches. Yeah, so JSN needs 8 catches to become the Seahawks all-time leading receptions getter in for a single season.
That's crazy.
It's wild. Tyler Lockett has the lead right now with 100, which is bizarre that Steve Largent is not over 100 yards. That's what's blown. He's 13th. Steve Largent is 13th on this list.
With 73, you said?
Yeah, Doug's number 2 right now at 94 catches, tied with Bobby Ingram. JSN is sitting at number 4 with 93.
93. All right, let's see what Mike Sando thinks about that. Sando, what up?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good, man. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Kwanzaa, Hanukkah, all that good stuff, man. How was your Christmas?
It was great. Same to you. Blessed.
Thank you. Yo, what'd you think of those Christmas Day games? We were a bit disappointed. We thought the matches would be a bit tougher, but I think the teams that we thought were going to win got it done, but we thought it'd be a little tighter than that.
I was kind of impressed by Kansas City, to win it that convincingly. I thought they looked really sharp, so it kind of, those people that were thinking, hey, they'll get it figured out, you sort of feel that way now. I think that's good for the league. I think it's good to have a really great team. I think it's good that Mahomes made it through. And so you're going to get a good Chiefs team in the playoffs, and I think we saw that the last 2 weeks confirmed with this game, and now we'll see that maybe they rest people or whatever.
Sando, Seahawks going to get the win today, and then we're going to be sitting there this weekend watching the Rams-Cardinals game very closely. Big Cardinals fans this week. What have you seen, though, since the Rams' bye week, really, that has really turned them around? Because they were 1-4 to start the season, 8-2 ever since. What have you seen from the Rams?
Yeah, I think they've gotten some of their offensive line back, although Rob Havenstein, their right tackle now, missed practice, so that will be one to watch. I do think they've gotten healthier and just gelled a little bit better on their offensive line. Clearly they've had, I think Puka Nacua has been back, and more consistent for them, and he's a huge force for what they do. I think they've just been, kind of building a little bit. Teams tend to get, good coach, good quarterback. Maybe you can get some players back on the field and get a little bit more of a rhythm. I think they have a real purpose for what they want to do offensively. They've changed that the last couple of years to be more physical, to be more of a running team. I think sometimes that takes time to come together, but you can see that. I think we've seen that in them, giving them maybe a little bit different dimension.
Hey, Sando, looking at today's game and Caleb Williams and we always, we don't, but people throw around the whole generational talent thing and all this other kind of stuff with, he's the next Patrick Mahomes and all this. His 62% completion, 3,200 yards, 19 touchdowns, 5 interceptions.
Yeah.
It's not a terrible year, but maybe it's not what people are expecting. Is there something about his game that could maybe sneak up on the Seahawks today that could create some issues?
Well, he does. I think at his best, he has good instincts and can run around and move and make something happen. He has gone a long time without throwing an interception. I don't know if that's always good. It feels to me like, is he holding back a little bit some of these throws? He takes sacks, right? And so those types of things can help make your stats look good, right? Hey, it's on the offensive line. Look at all these sacks. But that's quarterback too. As you know, Ray, you got to get the ball out.
Yes,
so
sir.
I think he's real talented. I just don't like where they're at. Just their team, the vibe they've got, just the intensity, some of the body language. Even Caleb Williams, how he's playing, to me looks better on the stat sheet than it does watching him play. So the thing you were just worried about is he is talented, and he can make plays with his feet. So, that you never know when that's going to strike you, right? That he could have a long run or do something. So, I think Seattle should win the game, but he is talented.
Hey, Sando, going back to the Pittsburgh Steelers, they've lost 3 out of 5 games. I know those 3 losses have been against, the Eagles, Chiefs, and the Ravens. But, I mean, is that kind of a foresight in what you see for their chances in the playoffs and advancing into the playoffs?
It is. I think they have a chance to win a game in the playoffs, depending who they go up against. But I think we've seen their ceiling now too. I think their floor is higher than it's been. Their ceiling is probably a notch higher than it's been. But I don't think they're going to make a deep push now. I think getting George Pickens back does help them. But is he somebody you can totally rely on, like just emotionally late in the game? I'm not sure. So I feel like they've been probably exposed as a team that's going to make the playoffs, have a chance to advance once, but not twice.
So, Sando, thinking about that other team I used to play for, the Detroit Lions, on fire, just tearing the league up for a while. Then they suffered a few injuries, or quite a few injuries on defense. I think they've played over 30 different dudes on defense, and then they lost one of their starting running backs. What do you think what do they look like to you going into the end of the season and into the playoffs?
Yeah, I think they're still good. I don't think anyone's signing up to play them. I think their, ability to control the games is probably not as good as it was when their defense was healthier, because they've got that offensive line, they've got a good scheme, they've got good weapons, and when they can control the defense, I mean, they can really choke you out. I think they're really a team that was always in control. Now it feels like to me, I think they'll advance, but when they get in, when they can get into some more shootout type games now where it could go either way against the really good teams. I think that's the difference with them. I do like them, though. I like the idea. Remember that trick play they did last week? So this is a team with a lot of, people talking about their injuries. I see a team that's still having fun. And I thought that was indicative of that. They're being themselves. So, yeah, they're a little bit more vulnerable defensively, no doubt about it. But I think they've got a good sort of mindset about them that I still trust them.
It's a great way to describe him, Sando. Fun. I like it. He's our NFL insider, Mike Sando. Sando, enjoy the game tonight, man.
You too. Thanks.
All right. Big thank you to the 12s. Together you helped the Seahawks 50-50 raffle presented by Starbucks raise over $1 million for our community. Your incredible support makes a real difference. Learn more at Seahawks.com/community. When we return, we'll speak to the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Rabel, and Dave Wyman. That's next on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
Hey, it's your boy Cliff Averill. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is the place where you can watch all the games in style. Football, basketball, hockey, college, or pro. They've got it all. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is what you do. Please game responsibly.
Every cancer is different, and cancer treatment should be as specific as the diagnosis. At Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center, teams of world-class researchers and doctors work together on treatments designed specifically for you. Fred Hutch. Talk with us today.
KIRO News Radio gets you ready for each and every Seahawks game.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Listen to the Mike McDonald preview on Seattle's Morning News.
Trying to push the envelope, trying to win on the margin. That's the only way to go about it, to win in the NFL.
Fridays with Hawks broadcaster Steve Rabel. And don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, great job, baby. Great job.
KIRO News Radio and Seattle Sports, the official home of the Seattle Seahawks and the Mike McDonald Show.
Holy catfish!
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At
Carter Motors, your drive begins with savings. Carter Volkswagen, Carter Subaru, and Carter Acura have lease and financing offers on most new makes and models. Find a great selection in-store or at carterseattle.com, your Subaru, VW, and Acura headquarters. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
I was experiencing severe neck pain, kind of radiating from my shoulders up into my head. And it was pretty severe, and it lasted for about a year. So I went to see Dr. Nelson, and after I got the stem cell treatment, I had positive results within a week. And it just got better from there. And to this day, I can't believe I used to be in such pain. He was just an incredible doctor. Everything about the place is just fantastic.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000 or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Seahawks are in Chicago. Thursday night football is here, and we're talking to our guys. Rabel, Wyman, how we doing?
We're doing great.
Hey. Good, man. Good. What are the vibes like, man? I know this is a game. The Bears have nothing to play for on the outside, but we all know internally guys are fighting for their NFL careers, right? You want to make a lasting impression on your coaches, but what's the vibe of the fans? Are they still into this, or do you feel like they're checked out as well?
Well, first of all, they've just literally opened the doors here at Soldier Field, so the first of the fans are starting to come in, and the first ones I see across the field from us are Seahawks fans. They're wearing Seahawks blue jerseys, so go figure, right? But, I think the Bears fans here they expected more out of this team when you get the first overall draft choice. And then when the wheels started to come off and you fire the offensive coordinator, then the head coach gets fired, and suddenly your offensive passing game coordinator becomes your interim head coach. Things are rough. The McCaskey family has not been looked at as a great ownership group the last few years. They threatened to move the team out of downtown and move out into the suburbs. So this is a rough patch here. But they've got some young players that they can build around, no question about that. And those young players are keeping the fans excited here.
Oh, my God, those Seahawk fans that you mentioned,
yep,
they're wearing number 21 jerseys. They're wearing Paul Moyer jerseys.
I'll be there.
I love that. Hey, guys, thinking about, the Seahawks, and we just had this conversation amongst ourselves, but we hear a lot about starting fast. And I always go like, well, what exactly does that mean? Because it could mean something totally different for different people. In your perspective and your following of the team, what does starting fast mean for the defense and for the offense?
Ray, much like you look at momentum as being something that's not real, I look at it that way. Honestly, I've thought about that and tried to, starting fast, if you happen to make a play in the first, you're doing your job. I don't know how you ever could not be ready. The beginning of the game is like when you're most amped up and ready to play. And so I don't know what that means. I think a lot of times it just means good fortune. You're going to make plays, and sometimes you're going to get beat. You could have your best game and you're going to get beat a few times. So yeah, I don't really get that. It kind of indicates almost like they're not ready, or they didn't prepare properly, and I just don't see how that could happen. Even on the 2-14 team, I felt like we were ready to go Ray, you were there.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we weren't ready to go. Wherever we were going on offense, we didn't get there. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. So, yeah, and then as far as, you were talking about Chicago and how they don't have anything to play for, in that 2-14 season, Ray, I wanted to make sure everybody knew that we weren't 2-14 because of me. I mean, I probably played, as hard as I possibly could. So, but yeah, I don't know, Ray. I don't have an answer for you on that. Do you have anything on that, Ribs? I mean,
well, I just always like the thought of your first opportunity. If you're on offense, put them in a hole right away, whether it's 3 or preferably 7, but just give them something to think about, which is one of the reasons why coaches like Mike Holmgren scripted the first 15 plays. And those are the best plays that you could think of in this order, considering what they like to do on defense in certain down and distance situations. And if you move right down the field, just the confidence that builds in your offense. Does that mean you're going to hang on to win? Of course not. But it just sort of sets the tempo. And then if, as you play complementary football like Mike McDonald likes to talk about, your defense is kind of fired up. Okay, the offense got us off on the right foot. Now let's go out there and shut these guys down, make it a 3 and out, and get the ball back for them. And conversely, stop them on offense. If you're on defense first, give your offense the chance to get out there and score. I'm just kind of a believer in that stuff. Does it carry over all the way to the end? No. Otherwise, Geno wouldn't have won 11 games with fourth quarter or overtime wins in his career, and that's number 2 in the league. So, it all is relative, I guess, but psychologically, I just got to think it helps a little bit.
Hey, Raves, speaking of Geno, I kind of just want I think he's been taking a lot of heat for a couple interceptions thrown last week and all that, but I kind of thought he played pretty well. What are your thoughts on his overall performance last Sunday?
Well, I agree. I think that the interception that he threw right there at the end, he was trying to get to DK out on the outside, whether it was a sail route or a flat route or exactly what it was hard to tell because he had a rusher on top of him so fast. Defensive lineman, it was just a great play by the DL coming right up the gut. And, I mean, almost nobody got a hand on him. So Geno had to throw the ball before DK ever came out of his break. So now you got no idea exactly what angle he's coming out at. So, yeah, there have been some of those this year where Geno has just no chance. The one chance that Geno would have is if the thought came to him quickly enough, and, of course, in that situation where you're limited, you're trying to drive downfield, get into field goal range to maybe kick the tying field goal, and you desperately are looking for completions. But in that situation, you'd want to just throw it over everybody's head and out of bounds. But that stops the clock. That gives you a little bit of a break. But I know Geno was upset about that, and more so because probably he was left to throw that interception. He wasn't upset with his guys up front, I don't think.
Hey, guys, I got trivia for you. You guys ready?
Oh, Lord.
All right.
Okay.
Who holds the record for the Seahawks single-season receptions?
Michael Bumpus. Single-season
reception.
Well, it could be JSN before this is all over. I mean, for a single season, wasn't it? Is it Tyler?
Tyler Lockett with 100.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And JSN is right there. How crazy? We got about a minute left, fellas. How crazy is it that JSN has that slow start, and he's probably going to break that record this year?
That's amazing. And they've done a really good job of getting him involved.
Yeah.
Like some of that little middle screen that they've thrown to him, and they've just found ways to get. I remember asking you, Bump, I'm like, what makes him so good? He's not like overly huge like DK, and he's not overly fast. I mean, I guess he's fast enough, but I don't know, man. He's just such what you've said, Mike, is he's such a good football player, and he knows how to run routes, and yeah, he catches the ball when you throw it to him, man. It's pretty awesome to see.
It's really a pretty simple equation. Know where you're going, get there, catch the ball when they throw it to you, and don't cough it up. Those will get you 100 receptions.
Hey, job description: catch the dang ball.
Hey,
you touch it, you buy it,
you
right?
Touch it, you buy it. You know it, Wyman. Hey, your guys' job description, what you do all the time is call a great game, man, and we'll holler at you after the game.
All right, Bob. Thanks, bud.
All right, guys. Those are our guys, Wyman and Ray. But when we come back, we'll talk to the Bears sideline reporter, Jason McKee. That's next. It's almost time for kickoff between the Hawks and the Bears.
It's Fight Night, live boxing at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action, Friday, January 10th. make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. It's Fight Night, January 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
You've created a cozy home retreat. Now let Carrier provide the quiet, efficient heating you can depend on all winter with a range of innovative heating solutions that deliver premium comfort and warmth.
Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find an expert near you.
'Tis the season to create memories.
Play fake to Walker. Geno looks to throw. Scrambles out. Now dumps it off underneath. Walker makes a catch. Across midfield.
Capture moments.
Still on the move. Down to the 40. He could go. 25.
And celebrate.
15, 10, 5. Touchdown. Seahawks.
From game day to every day, this is the Pro Shop. Shop official Seahawks gear online at Seahawks.com/Pro Shop or visit us in-store at the Landing in Renton or Lumen Field.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G-Sky. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
Big game tonight for the Seahawks. They're in Chicago taking on the Bears. And we are joined now by the sideline reporter, Jason McKee. Jason, how we doing?
Doing good. How you guys doing?
Good, man. Thanks for joining us. This is a big one for the Hawks. They still have some playoff implications for the Bears. I'm sitting here with former players, and we're all talking about how, some people might think these guys are mailing it in. No, this is the NFL. You're playing for your job every single snap. And you have a quarterback that's been playing some decent football as of late. What have you seen out of Caleb, and what do you expect tonight?
Yeah, I've seen, the thing that's impressed me the most is his toughness. With the amount of sacks that he's taken 60 total sacks, the most in the league, and he's still the same guy. He's the guy that comes in, he works hard every single day. He's encouraging when he comes off the field, whether the drive was successful or not. And that speaks volumes of, those are some of the traits that you want your franchise quarterback to have. So, I think he's the right guy to lead this team. The biggest question mark has been, as you know, is just the inconsistency on offense. The Bears haven't scored 21 straight points. They haven't scored 21 points in 4 straight games. So, we've been starting slow, and that's been, one of the big reasons why the Bears' record is the way it is.
Hey, Jason, I look at the Bears, and I look at their start, 4-2, and then you go to the Commanders, and they complete a Hail Mary to win that game, which potentially go into 5-2, and then started the losing streak after that Hail Mary. Kind of what have you seen in the tales of the 2 seasons with the Bears?
Yeah, you start off with some momentum, obviously going 4-2 and, starting to have the season that you expected to have. And then you have that debacle up there in Washington, and it really deflated the team. You would think that a setback like that would, help this team be emotional, help this team, want to come back. And, despite that, you come out and you go to the desert in Arizona and, put together a good performance. Then the Patriots come in town and you have another letdown. And they just have not been able to recover, since that Hail Mary up there in Washington.
Hey, Jason, our interior offensive line has had its issues with pass protection and running the football. And I know you guys have, like, Montell Sweat over there on your side, and I think Darrell Taylor is still there that used to play here. Who are some guys on that defensive line you think could give the Seahawks some issues today, either in the pass rush or in the run game?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously the marquee guy is Montez Sweat. They paid him to be a marquee guy, and he's been a marquee guy. Some of the guys that you may have to pay attention to is Javon Dexter. I think he's going to be active today. Also, DeMarcus Walker is a guy who's been opposite Montez Sweat, who's been causing a lot of havoc there in the backfield. You look at a young guy named Daniel Hardy, who's played mostly special teams, but when given his opportunities, he's made the most of it. But also Austin Booker, the young draft pick that they drafted in the draft here this year. He's been a guy that's been able to get consistent pressure on a quarterback when you give him an opportunity. So they've been doing a good job of rotating guys, but obviously the marquee guy is Montez Sweat.
Hey, Jason, a guy that the whole Northwest is keeping their eye on all season long is Rome Odunze out of University of Washington. What has he meant for the receiving core this year, and how has he progressed throughout the season?
Yeah, he's meant a lot. I mean, he's been Mr. Big Play. When Caleb looks to take the top off of defense, he's looking at Rome Odunze. And, last week he had a tough go. He had 2 fumbles. but he rebounded from it. You know, he had a couple big key, especially a big key fourth down conversion in which, you know, Caleb put the ball up there on 4th and 1. 50-50 ball, Rome came down with it. So he's had his fair share of big plays, and I think the future with him and Caleb, you know, building that chemistry, obviously coming into Chicago and starting their young careers off, I think they're going to be the pillars and foundation of this team for a long time.
Hey, Jason, I watched film on the Bears, and they like Kyle Gordon at that nickel spot, obviously. They put him in the box. They're asking him to play some big boy football. How do you think he's performed in that nickel spot this year? He's also a local guy and went to University of Washington.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a versatile guy. He's so athletic. You know, he's like you said, he mans that slot position. He's pretty good in coverage. But they've been using him a lot blitzing. So when they haven't been able to get consistent pressure with their front four, well, they bring, you know, third level pressure, that being Kyler Gordon, you know, being in the slot, bringing that nickel pressure. And he does a good job. He has a good knack for, you know, timing the blitz, but he also has a good knack for beating that pass protector as well. So, you know, he's been a factor in the run game, and he's just been a playmaker for the Bears. Early on in the season, he had to overcome some injuries, so he wasn't always in the lineup. But when he's been in the lineup, he's been real effective.
Hey, Jason, I was going to ask about DeAndre Swift, the guy that you guys got from the Lions, was doing really good stuff there. Maybe had some injuries here and there, but it seems like he's kind of rounded back into shape and been a threat, not only running the ball, but also catching the ball.
Yeah, when Swift has been successful in this Bears offense, they've done a good job of getting him the ball in a variety of ways, right? So he's not a guy who you're going to hand that ball off to 20 times and expect him to, you know, make his presence running that ball in the interior. You know, he's been a guy that's been real effective on the perimeter, but also in the passing game, you know, put him out wide, try to get him one-on-one, matched up one-on-one with a linebacker, and then that's where he, you know, makes his money. So the more ways they can get him the ball, the more touches, the more effective this Bears offense has been.
Hey, Jason, you know, going from Rome Odunze, now I want to go to Keenan Allen, a savvy vet guy that's been around for a long time, and he just continues to make plays and kind of be the hallmark of a wide receiver should be. What have you seen from him as well this year?
Yeah, I mean, the chemistry between him and Caleb the past few weeks has been growing. You know, he's a guy who early on in the season wasn't getting the looks, wasn't getting the targets from Keenan, and there was questions here in Chicagoland. You know, is Keenan Allen the same type of receiver? In the past few weeks, he's answered those questions. I mean, he's been the most targeted receiver here in the past few weeks. You saw what he did last week, had a big day with Caleb, and you know, he's still got it. I mean, anytime you have a guy that's a savvy route runner, that's a creative and effective route runner like Keenan Allen, you know, he's going to have production there. So, you know, I expect him to have a pretty good night as well, and he's done that the past few weeks, and Caleb's been looking for him early and often as well.
Hey, Jason, I got a football question, not a Bears question, but a football question. You are a former fullback. There's only about 10 or less teams with a rostered fullback. I think it is one of the most versatile positions. I want to bring the fullback back. Well, what are your thoughts on the league and how they're disrespecting your position, man?
Yeah, it's crazy how, you know, everything goes in trends, how there's no fullback now and it's a passing league. I mean, even the Bears on 4th and 1 last week, they went empty and they threw the ball. You know, that was a down that 100%. You're going 21 personnel, right. You're going 2 backs, 1 fullback in there, 1 tight end, and you're running ISO, you're running power, you're running something like that. And a lot of the teams in the NFL don't have a fullback. The Bears don't even have one. My guy Kari Blastegame was the fullback here. Now they put a lineman back there, so the disrespect grows even more. But I think if you want to be one of these teams that are real effective running the ball, especially in critical situations like 3rd and short, but also 4th and short, you've got to have that fullback in the game that can be effective as a lead blocker, but also can be a viable asset in the passing game, especially on, you know, short yardage and critical situations as well.
I feel you, man. The disrespect is real. I'm starting a club, the fullback. Bring them back, man. We appreciate your time, brother. Talk to you soon.
All right, thanks for having me, guys.
All right, Jason McKee. Fullback is real, man. It really needs to come back. It's so versatile. I look at Juszczyk, and even the Vikings had one that they used last week. It's a versatile position. Bring it back.
The Vikings fullback name was C.J. Ham. Is there a better name for a fullback than the last name Ham?
Max Strong.
He looked like a ham. Yeah, that's true. Strong. All right. Touche.
All right, man. More to do when we come back. We'll give you our key Hawks. That's next on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
On behalf of KIRO News Radio, Seattle Sports, and Treehouse, thank you to everyone who helped make the 36th year of Holiday Magic truly magical.
This is the best part of our entire year here at KIRO. We don't have to do any bad news. It's all good news. It's you.
Holiday Magic may have ended, but the season of giving has not. You can still donate to Treehouse by going to mynorthwest.com/holidaymagic. Thank you for serving Treehouse, and happy holidays.
Well, the holidays are certainly here, and so are big meals, full bellies, and a ton of leftovers. It's easy to lose sight of your nutritional and fitness goals with so much going on this time of year. It's Mike Salk here, and let me offer a little bit of salvation. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic allows you to maintain eating delicious food at comfortable portions and still lose weight, lots of it. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks, 10 pounds in the first week, and I was still able to eat good, healthy meals. My plan didn't include any exercise, no cardio, and I still lost weight. Heck, that's all I needed to hear. Schedule a free 15-minute phone consultation with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic and see if you can lose weight during the holidays and without exercise. I mean, that should be the biggest test of whether it works or not. And guess what? It does. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is healthy, sustainable weight loss that works. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs, no injections, all real food that you buy at the grocery store. You can call them at 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey, it's your boy Cliff Averill. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is the place where you can watch all the games in style. Football, basketball, hockey, college, or pro. They've got it all. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is what you do. Please game responsibly.
When seeking cancer treatment, you have options. Look to Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center, where innovative research is leading to unique treatments not offered anywhere else in the Pacific Northwest. Fred Hutch. Look beyond.
In the PNW, we all know what driving is like here in the winter. Very slippery. Our friends at Mazda of Everett have your solution. A huge selection of over 600 new Mazda all-wheel drive SUVs. With over 600 new Mazdas in stock to choose from, you can find the Mazda that's best for you. Plus, right now, they've got 0% financing on select new Mazdas on approved credit during the Mazda A Season to Move You sales event. See for yourself why Mazda of Everett is different. MazdaofEverett.com.
When we run out that tunnel, when you put on that jersey, we see 12 as one. We compete together, side by side. You yell louder, we push even harder. Touchdown, Seahawks! Make no mistake, this city lives for Sunday. Get your tickets for Seahawks game days at Lumen Field and experience what this city lives for. Visit Seahawks.com today.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Welcome back to the Seahawks pregame show. I'm Michael Bumpus with Ray Roberts and Brian Walters. It is now time for Key Hogs. Who is going to ball out? You know, I made a mistake last week, man. Try to be creative, unsung hero, and y'all laughed at me. Y'all laughed at me. I'm not gonna do I'm not gonna make the same mistake this week, though. All right, it's time for our Key Hogs. Who is going to make a play? Who needs to make a play? B. Waltz, you start us off.
Man, all right. So here's how I'm looking at this Bears team. I'm seeing beat up offensive line. All these guys elevated from practice squad taking over. So I'm going to go to the Seahawks defensive line.
Okay.
Then initially you'd go to Leo Williams, right? You go to Big Cat. He's had some few big games. He's been a big time game disruptor. Put up stats I've never seen before for a defensive lineman. Back-to-back weeks. So I think they're going to take him away. I think he's going to be double teamed, triple teamed. Don't let him be a factor. So then I'm going to go to the Rook. I'm going to go to the new draft pick, and I'm going to go Byron Murphy. We saw him shine briefly last game with the big sack at the end of the game, only to be negated from the face mask. So I think he's coming back tough. I think he's going to be on a revenge tour today and have a huge game, and we'll bottle up Caleb Williams. I'm going to say 2 sacks for Byron Murphy.
Oh, dang. Okay, all right. You're coming strong.
There we go.
Coming strong. To me, I feel like it's easy to go like, hey, we're going to pick DK or JSN or Geno because, the offense needs to show up in some form or fashion, this, that, and other thing. But I think I'm going to go to the defensive side, too, simply because Caleb Williams kind of offers the same issue that a Kyler Murray can. If you don't, corral him the right way, stay disciplined in your rush lanes, he can do some damage with his feet, and then he tends to hold on to the ball a lot. So I think somewhere in that edge rush group, Uchenna, Jones, Hall, and Mafe, one of those 4 dudes needs to come up and have a game, not just a play and get a sack, but really be a headache throughout the game. And the guy that I feel like fits the mold of the playing against this kind of, I know Chicago wants to be physical and it's the black and blue division and all that kind of stuff. I really feel like Derek Hall is a guy that kind of meet that challenge. And so I'm going to go with Derek Hall to maybe, have some pressures, maybe a couple sacks, but to really get after Caleb Williams today to keep him off his square.
I like it. Going defense. All right, so I'll flip it over to the offense. I was going to go defense too, but I want to give the offense some love. I'm going to go with the guy who hasn't had a big game in a very long time for this offense. I'm going Tyler Lockett.
Hey.
They're going to key in on JSN. DK gets the respect regardless. Safety's always cheating to his side. Come on, Tyler. This is you're in the back nine, baby. It's the back nine. You already hit the turn. You got your hot dog and your drink. It is now time to show up and finish strong, man. I think he can be key. And with Tyler Lockett, key is a bit different. It's like 2 or 3 big third downs.
Right.
I'm not expecting 120 and 2 touchdowns. 2 to 3 key third downs. Keep the party going, and just have a day, man. Let's go 16.
I think I went with Tyler Lockett. Cardinals week.
Yeah.
And he had 0 catches.
Okay.
So I don't know if I'm
So what are you saying? What are you saying?
He's due for a big game is what I'm trying to say. He is due for a big game bump. I like your
call. Right?
That's what I'm going to say.
You might want to consider somebody else.
I'm just saying it backfired on me the last time I went for it. So I like the ambition. I like where you're going with it.
We're going back to Tyler Lockett. I think we've picked our Keyhawks already.
Right.
I think Grubb's got to call a good game too.
Yeah.
Ray, I'm on the airways every day. And there are 2 people that are always talking about Geno and Grubb, G and G. Yeah. And I think Grubb needs to call a good one and maybe establish the run like you've been asking.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you come out the box and you're gaining some yards, you're not like B. Walt says a lot of times, like gaining yards versus the negative yards. Like even if you're getting 0-yard gain, like that's still not a reason to stop running the football. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? If you incomplete pass, you keep throwing the pass. And so I think if there's like an inkling of an idea that you can run the ball on this team, then you have to try to keep some type of threat of the run. I hate saying balance, because when you say balance, people think you want 30 runs and 30 passes, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the synergy of how the 2 of those things work together should still be something that the defense has to consider, so that you don't make yourself one-dimensional.
Right.
Like if you're going to be one-dimensional, force them to prove to you that they can take one of those things away, and then you have something to do. But if you make yourself one-dimensional, you're not really putting your team in a position to be successful.
Yeah, you have to have the play action mean something. You can't. The teams can't just sit there and go, okay, there's another fake run. And I think so. If you to do that, you have to show that you can run the ball. You're going to run the ball. Play action, get the defense to suck up just a little bit. That's all you need. You only need the linebacker to take one false step in one direction to get him out of position to widen the throwing lanes for Geno. And I think that's the big thing. But when defenses don't respect it, no, you're not going to run. You're going to run the ball 8 times a game. They're not going to prep for that. They're not going to prepare. They're not going to respect it. And until you prove them wrong, they're going to just keep defending the pass and dropping or blitzing for the pass rush.
You don't even have to run the ball 100 times. Yeah. Like last week, they ran the ball from the running backs, I think it was just 15 times.
Right.
If that was 25 times, like that's like maybe 10 more carries. I think that there's a totally different shade on what the game is. And so it's not just running for the sake of running, but if you're gaining 3.9 yards a carry, that's still a reason to keep running the football. You're ahead of the chains. If you ran it 3 times in a row, it's a first down. You know what I'm saying? But so I think there has to be not forcing the run, not forcing the calls, but don't find reasons to not run the football. And I think Mark Schlever says that a lot. Like he worked with a couple teams and they find reasons to not run the football when they say they want to do it. So find reasons to run the football.
You heard it there. That's how you start fast.
Exactly.
Run the football. All right. More to do when we get back in Active Report with Jim Miller. That's next as we count down the kickoff between Seattle and Chicago.
You've created a cozy home retreat. Now let Carrier provide the quiet, efficient heating you can depend on all winter with a range of innovative heating solutions that deliver premium comfort and warmth.
Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find an expert near you.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. The vast majority of patients experience minimal side effects. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G-Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
It's comedian Tom Segura at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Friday, April 25th.
My kids call me Tom. So unnerving. Every day, the older one's like, "How you doing, Tom?" I go, "Hey, I'm not your stepdad, all right? I wish I was. It'd be a lot easier, but I'm not."
Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. One of today's biggest touring comedians, Tom Segura's Come Together Tour, April 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers. Free to be everything you imagine and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Fresh food comes from local farms. Check the package. For the best for your family, choose locally fresh Wilcox Family Farms eggs. And for eggs with 3 times the omega-3, choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs. Wilcox Family Farms. Locally fresh since 1909.
Announcing the newest, most beautiful senior living community around. It's the grand opening of Vineyard Park at North Creek Bothell, a Care Partners senior living community. Amanda here. Discover vibrant, independent, assisted living and memory care where seniors thrive with top-notch care, engaging activities, and a warm, welcoming environment. Visit carepartnersliving.com now to schedule a visit and be one of the first to call Vineyard Park at North Creek home. The grand opening of Vineyard Park at North Creek Bothell going on now. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
Nothing brings people together like sports, and no beer brings people together like Guinness. Guinness Draft is delicious to enjoy with friends while listening to the game. Game time is Guinness time. Please enjoy responsibly. Guinness Draft Stout, imported by Diageo Beer Company, USA, New York, New York.
Seahawks taking on the Bears on Thursday Night Football. Tonight's Inactive Report is brought to you by Carpenter and Zuckerman Accident Attorneys, proud partner of the Seattle Seahawks. For that, we welcome in Jen Miller. Jen, what you got?
I got some pretty, standard news tonight, Bump, although there were a flurry of roster moves that were made today. I don't know that any of them were unexpected. Kenneth Walker did not make it back to practice this week. In fact, we are not going to see him the rest of the season as he was placed on IR today with an ankle injury. That was kind of the biggest news around the Seahawks and their injury report. And that's going to be it for the injured folks, except I should say Brady Russell, who is dealing with a foot injury. Healthy scratches today for the Seahawks. Nehemiah Pritchett and Patrick O'Donnell on defense. Michael Jarrell and Cody White on offense. You do get reinforcements from Artie Burns on the defensive back front. George Halani has been signed to the active roster. So your running back room today, it is Zach Charbonnet, Kenny McIntosh, and George Halani. For the Bears, their injury woes continue. They are going to be without 3 starters today and a key backup, including both starters on the left side of that offensive line. Braxton Jones headed to IR this week because he broke his ankle last week against the Lions. Tevin Jenkins, the left guard, he is going to sit with a calf injury. That means that the Bears are going to use their 16th different O-line combination to start. That is almost unbelievable and kind of hard to do when you're really looking for consistency across that line. On defense, they're going to be without 2 safeties. Elijah Hicks is going to sit with an ankle and a foot injury. His backup, Tavarius Moore, is going to sit with a knee injury, so that's kind of where they're hurting there. Zach Pinkins, one of their defensive linemen, is listed as a healthy scratch today. Linebacker Noah Sewell is also a healthy scratch. So there's some opportunity, certainly, for the Seahawks defense to get after a Bears team that has already allowed 60 sacks this year of Caleb Williams. That is by far the most in the league, and that left side could be prime for a couple of our pass rushers, Bump.
All right, thank you, Jen. Stay warm on that sideline. All right, man. They got a lot of injuries. They got she said the 16th combination of offensive linemen out there. No wonder Caleb Williams has been sacked 60 times this year, Ray. He's contributed, but that offensive line health doesn't help.
Yeah, they've struggled with the offensive line for quite a few years before Caleb Williams came there, which is interesting. Like, they never really tried to address it, knowing that they were probably going to be in the market for a quarterback like him. I know that I can't pronounce the dude's last name, but the left tackle that probably will be starting is a rookie from Yale. And last week he was having a pretty tough time, number 72 at left tackle. So it'll be interesting to see how our guys get at him, what their plan is for him. You have 4 different dudes that you can send at him with 4 different types of pass rushing skills and things like that. So and then I think the left guard is probably a guy that's been bounced around a little bit. I think he's been in the league like 5 or 6 years. So he may have some stability there, but he's not a starter. So there's an opportunity for the defensive line to really dominate this defense on that side of the ball.
It's amazing how at the beginning of the year you think Caleb Williams is going to one of the best situations that you could possibly be as a rookie quarterback. And, you name off all the weapons with Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, DJ Moore, DeAndre Swift. But you forget about that offensive line sometimes. And if you don't go to that good situation, these guys are banged up, they haven't performed well. There's no way you can perform, and a huge day for the Seahawks defensive line. It has to be, it's on them today to really make an impact and give Caleb Williams no room to work.
This pressure. Put some pressure on him. He wants to hold on to the football. He's going to look down the field and try to make the big throw. Watching him on film, he'll make some rookie throws. Yeah. He'll try to squeeze one on the sideline or in a small window. Granted, he hasn't turned the football over in a while. He still rolls the dice and makes some chances out there, or take some chances out there. This is going to be a big day for everyone on defense, but I'm also looking to see how the secondary bounces back. They allowed Justin Jefferson to go for 10, 144, miscommunication on defense. We know they want to throw the football. The secondary's got to step up.
Yeah, and to me, the pass rush and that stuff is all connected, right? And if you look at Caleb Williams, there's been 5 different games where he's been sacked 5 or more times. And so they really have to exploit the inefficiency or the youth at the offensive line spot so that it then can give the secondary a chance to really make some plays, to really come up big, to shut down some of these receivers, to even, maybe get their hands on some interceptions because of some errant throws or throws under pressure, like that type of stuff. So I do think that the pressure is going to be on this defensive line, who should be able to dominate. And if they're not, I'm saying if they're not dominating, then something's wrong. Like, I'm not saying just playing good. I'm saying, like, they need to dominate the Bears' offensive line.
Yeah, I always say that a great defensive line can make an average secondary great, and that's what we kind of need to see today. I'm not saying the Seahawks secondary is average. I think they're way above average, good, even great. But guarding when you have to cover a receiver for 3, 4, 5 seconds, if the quarterback has that much time, almost every single receiver is going to win their one-on-one matchup. It is tough to do when you're a defensive back. But if you only have to cover them for 2 seconds, you can jump them things, create some turnovers because the defensive line gets the quarterback and makes him get the ball out.
Can't wait to see what the coverage is like. Man, 3, like what are they going to lean on with this receiving group? Because we know they got some ballers over there. We're talking Rome Odunze, Keenan Allen, and DJ Moore, also Swift off the backfield. So we'll see how they decide to handle that matchup. It's going to be a big day for this defense. More to do when we come back, man. We got the Mike McDonald Show with Steve Rabel. We're going to hear from the GM as well. All that is next right here on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
KIRO News Radio gets you ready for each and every Seahawks game.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Listen to the Mike McDonald preview on Seattle's Morning News.
Trying to push the envelope, trying to win on the margin. That's the only way to go about it, to win in the NFL.
Fridays with Hawks broadcaster Steve Rabel. And don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, great job, baby, great job!
KIRO News Radio and Seattle Sports, the official home of the Seattle Seahawks and the Mike McDonald Show.
Holy catfish!
Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
Hey, it's your boy Cliff Averill. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is the place where you can watch all the games in style. Football, basketball, hockey, college, or pro. They got it all. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is what you do. Please game responsibly.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
I was experiencing severe neck pain, kind of radiating from my shoulders up into my head. And it was pretty severe, and it lasted for about a year. So I went to see Dr. Nelson. And after I got the stem cell treatment, I had positive results within a week. And it just got better from there. And to this day, I can't believe I used to be in such pain. He was just an incredible doctor. Everything about the place is just fantastic.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000 or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at bellevuecollection.com/dining district.
Hey there, I'm Chris Sullivan, traffic reporter for KIRO News Radio. The favorite part about my job is helping you get answers to your traffic questions.
Will this construction ever end?
How do you zipper merge?
Just how close is tailgating?
Now I need your help. What burning questions do you have? What should I be looking into? You can help drive the conversation by going to mynorthwest.com or text choke points to 888-973-5476. Who knows? Maybe you'll be the star of my next choke point story.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
The Seahawks pregame show is brought to you by Virginia Mason Franciscan Health, the Seahawks official medical services provider. Beacon Plumbing, stop freaking, call Beacon. And Lumen, the trusted network for AI. Once again, here's your host, Michael Bumpus.
Seahawks getting ready to take on the Chicago Bears. Let's hear from the head coach, Mike McDonald. Steve Rabel caught up with him.
Mike, first of all, Merry Christmas. We get to spend it on the road, and you get to spend it with your football team. How's everybody, I mean, what's the sense? What are they feeling? I mean, it's a festive time of year, but you also got to be really focused on getting ready for a game.
Yeah, I think we're a little chippy. We got some chip on our shoulder. We're not exactly the most merry of bunch. So that's good. You know, we got an edge to us. I like it.
Not that you have any choice in this matter, but how difficult is it to game plan, to install, to coach, get all these things done after a tough, hard-fought game on Sunday, come right back and do it on Thursday?
Well, it's a blessing. You don't have to overthink it. And, you know, the games this later in the season, you know, going against an opponent that you don't see all the time, you might think that it might be more of a challenge. But at this point in the season, it's, you know, if you don't know what you're good at, what your sweet spot is, and you're in trouble. So we know those things, and that's a starting point for us. And then you got to make decisions fast. You can't be lollygagging around all week because you want it to be as tight as possible for the guys so they can go play.
Maybe what's even tougher than the installation and just the game planning itself is finding enough time for the guys to try to heal up from the last game.
Yeah, that's the biggest challenge. That's why we structured it this week, and guys did a great job. All the people behind the scenes making it happen. Sam Ramsden and all just they done it. I thought they had a great plan on Monday, and feels like the guys are ready to go play.
And here we are at Soldier Field getting set to take on a 4-11 Bear team. They've lost 9 straight, but at one point in this season, they lost to Green Bay, Detroit, and Minnesota by a total of 7 points.
Yeah, that's right.
What is this team when you look at them on video?
Well, I mean, again, Bill Parcells' your record is who you are, but inside of that is those 3 games really stick out because those are common opponents, and they had opportunities late in the game, much like we did last week against Minnesota, to win games. So we definitely respect these guys, and we have to focus on playing our best football. I mean, that's our focus. We could be playing anybody. Just so happens we're playing the Bears. That's the mentality.
Does Caleb Williams, rookie quarterback, but all the things that he can do, does he pose I know he poses a different threat, but what kind of threat does he pose for the defense?
Well, it seems like every quarterback you face these days are just can hurt you with their feet and their arm, and he has some of the best arm talent that we've seen. I mean, he throws the fastest ball in addition to like Josh Allen in the league. So I mean, the ball's coming out of his hand hot. He can put it really wherever he wants, and then obviously his ability to extend plays is something that we have to account for. So, Yeah, he's got a really bright future. He's playing well. He's taking care of the ball. So that's going to be a focus today.
I was going to say, today you're going to be facing one of the top red zone defenses in the league. So what are the challenges that Geno and company are going to be looking at?
Well, you got to be able to move the ball in the red zone. A 3-yard gain in the run game is a good play, because the amount of yards that you're trying to achieve is obviously shortened. So we got to keep it moving forward to minimize those longer distances down there. But we have a good plan. We got to go execute it. And but that's a focus for offense right now. Is let's we get in plus territory. Let's close these drives out.
Let's finish.
Okay.
Okay.
That's right.
Finally, no other way around it. This is a must-win, certainly, at least to earn the right to keep playing. You have to win this one. So what do you say to the guys as they get ready to come out here onto storied Soldier Field?
Yeah, we're like I said, we're not exactly a merry group right now. We got a chip on our shoulder. There's an edge to us. We want to play our best ball. We want to know what that feels like. So that's our focus today.
Good luck, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was Coach McDonald. He said, listen, Big Ray, 3 yards of carry, and we good. Ray said 3.9, so almost there, though.
Hey.
Almost there.
Hey, just run that thing.
It's running. Well, the Seahawks, they found success running the football against the Arizona Cardinals. Remember that? The season high, 176 yards. The last 2 weeks, the Hawks have rushed for a combined 139 yards. Man, that was tough. And a lot of that success with more of a gap scheme, pin and pull type techniques. Offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb was asked this week whether or not his run schemes are opponent specific.
There certainly is things that each defense defends better than others, whether that be gap scheme or zone scheme. And some teams are you're kind of swimming upstream on certain schemes that they're really, really, both schematically and maybe physically set up to stop and defend really, really well. So you got to plan for those things and work through it. But I think that there's components that should be there every single week, that we got to be able to line up and run those type of plays every week.
So you can run against pretty much any defense. Technique is going to change, right? Mm-hmm. Just walk me through. Say 1 week you're playing against a 3-4, 1 week a 4-3, 1 week you're walking. You got, like with the Vikings, in walk 7 guys on the line of scrimmage. Like, how does the run game change according to what you're seeing in the box?
Well, here's the thing before you even get to that stuff is that you have to find your 2 or 3, 1 or 2 plays that you can run against anything. Even if they have you outnumbered, even if their defense says that, like, hey, you shouldn't run it, you have confidence that, hey, we can still run the ball against them. I think Mark Schlever said it the best, and I keep quoting him. He said, you can run 10,000 plays, or you can run one play 10,000 times. Mm-hmm. And so by doing what he's trying to say is that every little nuance about the 2 or 3 plays that you're running, how it lines up against the blitz show blitz, how it lines up against 3-4, how it lines up against a 4-3, how it lines up against a bear where you have it's a 5-2, so you have the 2 guards in the center cover. So all the little nuances about it, and then you can start to kind of. Like this kind of split zone, dual zone thing that they run that has a bunch of double teams in it, combined with this kind of pin and pull technique, they have some blocks that are so similar that if you could dress those up to look the same, you can fool the defense into thinking they're one play and it's another play. Mm-hmm. But you have to run the freaking plays to understand that. Like even in the game, like you may run, counter or power where you're pulling the guard and it maybe gets you 2 yards. Well, there has to be information you're getting from that. How did they play the double team? How did the linebacker scrape? How was the safety coming into the box? Like, how did all of that stuff work? So do you have understanding when you come to the sideline to be able to say, like, hey, this is what's happening, and here's maybe a little tweak that you have to do. If you try to change your run scheme week to week to week to week, and you already have an offensive line that hasn't performed well, you're not doing them any favors. There's a certain number of plays that this offensive line, you can see their confidence in it. You have to believe in that, and you got to ride with that. You got to give them at least a chance, you have to give them a chance to prove to you that they can't do it before you just automatically audible them out of the play based on what the defense is showing. Mm-hmm. That's the way I would look at it. And because you can't dictate what how people are going to show up and how what formations and this, that, and the other thing. But if there's something that scares you out of the running game, so much so that you run it so few times, to me, it just means you're not really looking to run the football. You know what I'm saying? Like you're more, hey, we were going to call this run, but man, if they show this thing, throw the football. And last week it was hard to argue. They were in a position to win the football game, even throwing it. But I do think if they ran the ball 10 more times, there's probably 1 or 2 less possessions that the Vikings have, and you have a greater chance of winning.
Yep. Yeah, and I think watching some of the film on it, you can see where there's a lot of potential in this run game. You can see where some of these holes can develop, and you can get some of these big gashes. But I think some of the problem is when it doesn't work the first time, you get scared to go back to it.
Mm-hmm.
Where, if it doesn't work, if you have something schemed up and a guy just misses his block and the guy, it's a tackle for loss, for say, because of that. I don't think you should be afraid to go back to that. I mean, the odds that the guy misses the block again, I think you should, like you said, get the information on it and be like, no, we're coming right back to this play because it's going to work. If you make this block, it's going to work. If this guy makes his block, it's going to work. Not necessarily just getting scared thinking that, because it didn't work the first time because someone messed up, that's not going to work the second time or the third time or the fourth time or the fifth time.
And I'd also think, too, that a lot of people, this is like when you start talking about moving people in the run game. When someone says that you're not moving people in the running game or they can't, I'm sorry. To me, that's an indication you have no clue what you're talking about. Because movement is, they think of vertical movement, like you're driving a guy 10 yards down the field. That is really hard to do in this league. You know what I'm saying? So you may get a guy, you may move him a couple yards off the ball. You have a good double team, you can get him 3 or 4. But a lot of times the movement is horizontal movement. And that horizontal movement creates lanes to run. So, like, if you have a 5-yard gap between the defensive tackle and the defensive end, now that second-level defender has to defend a 5-yard area with a running back. You know what I'm saying? And so that creates lanes to run the football. And if you're pulling, then you have a tackle in front of the running back in that 5-yard gap that this one linebacker has to defend. So you haven't moved people like down the field, but you've created movement along the offensive line. Because if you look at I think it was the Packer game in the first half when they were running the football, I kept thinking, like, how in the heck are they making yards? Because they weren't really moving anybody off the ball, but they were creating horizontal lanes, and then the guys couldn't get off blocks, and so that gave space for them to run the football. So this idea that you have to move people, even Grubb said this early in the year, like, we can't move anybody. It's like, you can move people. It just depends on, like, what movement you're trying to value and how you're trying to manipulate the defense.
One thing I would like to see, and I thought we would see it after the Arizona game when GT Poole was just hitting, was just dressing it up and making false steps even that much more apparent, because not only are you worried about the pull, you're worried about the motion, you're worried about the fake bubble that's over there. Like, I was just expecting the run game to grow
Evolve.
a bit. Yeah, and it seems like it just hasn't. And I think what you're saying is right, is they're being influenced early to go away from it. So,
well, I just 1 second, but I go back to, like, because I told you, like, in 2007, I think it was, the Colts averaged of less than 80 yards a game rushing during the regular season. And the last game, they rushed for like 125 yards against the Dolphins, I think. And then in that game, they found 2 or 3 plays that they can run, and they just dressed it up a bunch of different ways. And through the playoffs, they against some of the best teams, they averaged 150 yards rushing the football. Not saying that the Seahawks are going to make that type of turn, but you can find those 2 or 3 plays and understand all the nuances about them, dress them up a little bit, and have an opportunity to run the football.
Yep. All right, there it is. Run game 101. Move people sideways. Create gaps. Don't be afraid of it. Take the next step to becoming a Seahawks season ticket holder. Join the season ticket holder notification list today to secure your spot in line. Plus, get quarterly updates on your status, exclusive ticket offers, and the latest team news. Visit Seahawks.com/season tickets to sign up today. More to do when we get back. That is here. We're counting down the kickoff between Chicago and Seattle.
For the Seahawks, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize your performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving game day broadcasts from lag time, connecting 60,000 plus live fans at the stadium, delivering benefits of the cloud for your network, secure as a defensive line, legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at Lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
You know the saying, an apple a day keeps the doctor away? Well, it doesn't have to be an apple. Wellness is different for everyone. Maybe for you, wellness is more arts and crafts, more game nights with friends, trying new recipes, yoga with goats, less time scrolling, more time dancing, or walking, or napping. The point is, there are all kinds of ways to live healthier and happier. So find your apple. Visit BeWellWA.org for wellness tips and ideas. A message from the Washington State Department of Health.
Hey Seahawks fans, this is Steve Rabel for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Everyone should know their blood pressure and cholesterol level. If they're too high, the risks of heart attack, stroke, and heart disease increase. That's why seeing your primary care physician is so important. Simple things like eating healthy, daily exercise, and quitting tobacco will give your heart the support it needs to keep you in the game. Talk with a doctor today and schedule your appointment at vmfh.org. That's vmfh.org.
Do you want to tackle COVID this season? Ask your pharmacist or doctor about how a non-mRNA vaccine can help. Seahawks Radio is brought to you in part by Novavax, a proud partner of the Seattle Seahawks. Don't punt on getting your updated COVID vaccination. Novavax, COVID vaccines built different. Visit ChooseNovavax.com to find a vaccine near you.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save, because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Seahawks set to take on the Chicago Bears on Thursday Night Football. Let's hear from your GM, John Schneider. He's standing by with Steve Rabel.
All right, Bump, thanks very much. It's been a few years since we've been back here in the Windy City, and actually the wind is starting to pick up now a little bit, starting to get a little bit cool. John, haven't had a chance. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you. You're all business tonight, it looks like.
Yeah, well, yeah. Under an hour. They just announced under an hour.
That's
so,
right.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's start with
Things
this.
get a little bit tighter then, yes.
Let's start with this. As we have said for the last several weeks, another playoff game. I mean, I know there are ways to do it. There are not a do or die situation tonight, but we got to take care of business. That's just kind of the way it is, right?
Yeah, short week, kind of rare coming across the country like that on a short week. And, last week, unfortunately, a couple of days ago, we had an opportunity to take care of business, and we didn't do it. Disappointing. We need to be able to learn from that and finish the games, when we had the opportunity to take a lead with, 4 minutes left and all that. And the guys fought hard and all that, but they know how good they are. They know what they can do, and they know there's more out there. And like Mike said, we're just not quite there yet. But every week, and we've been saying that now for several weeks, we put ourselves in a hole to make it every week be a playoff week. And starting with that Giants game at home. So we're just making strides here, and be a good opportunity tonight. Chasing this quarterback around.
Well, one of the things that came out of that game a week ago was the loss of Ken Walker III. He goes on IR just today. A blow to this team. The good thing is you're deep there, but he was kind of destined to have it looked like going to be a good season, and he's just had a lot of bumps and bruises and nicks and worse.
Yeah, we feel awful for Ken. Obviously, he's a hell of a running back, talented guy, real good person, obviously, and unfortunately, he had the high ankle. Really, it was a pretty nasty play. I didn't realize how bad it was at the time until you saw the film, and it was a pretty nasty injury to his ankle. So, but hey, Sharps having a great season. Kenny McIntosh, more opportunities for him. We moved up George Halani, put him on our roster, and these guys are talented runners as well. And Zach's really had an underrated season, in my opinion. He's such an all-around back. He's been playing on special teams as well, and great pass protection, catches the ball well, and he's just he's a big dude, shows up every day, and he's a true consummate pro.
And Kenny McIntosh, you mentioned him. He's getting more and more opportunities, and I think it was Dave Wyman who mentioned to me that.
Who?
Yeah, he's a guy. He played for us a long time.
He's standing right here.
That's right.
Yeah.
Is the story that Ron Wolf always talked about? Always take a running back out of the SEC. And Kenny McIntosh is one of those guys, and we're just sort of waiting for him to just kind of burst forward on this field and have a great game.
Yeah, he had a really, obviously, remember last year he was having a great preseason, then we had the inter-squad scrimmage, and he had a real nasty injury that set him back, but he's hung in there and has had a nice camp again this year, and then, getting more and more opportunities as we go here. But yeah, talented guy, played in big-time national championship games and all that, so he's not afraid of the big games, that's for sure.
This Bears team, as we come in here to Chicago, they've lost 9 straight, but their quarterback, Caleb Williams, overall #1 draft choice. Everybody knows him. You scouted him. All of your scouts know probably everything about it. This guy has 5 interceptions on the season. He's a pretty remarkable young man, and he's probably only going to get better.
Yeah, he's taking care of the ball, and he's throws the ball with a ton of velocity. And when you watch him move around, he's just has a very unique ability to slide in the pocket, and he can feel pressure. He keeps his eyes downfield. It's very similar. I think we talked to the Jets game. When you watch this team on tape, they don't look like a team that has only won 4 games or what have you. So they have the 3 receivers, the tight end, Cole Kmet, DeAndre Swift. I mean, it's a really talented group, and then defensively as well. They got guys flying around. So it's just they're going through a growing period here, and there's a lot of talented people out there, a lot of talented football players. Caleb's a fun player to watch.
And they're going through a lot of things, as you said, like they got to get a new head coach. They got to do all those things here before the start of next season. It's tough to be in that position playing like these guys have with the changes that they made midseason. It just makes it almost impossible, I would think.
Yeah, anytime you make changes in the middle of the season like that, it's difficult. It's difficult for all the coaching, all the families, all the players, the families that are involved. It's a hard deal. Even what we went through at the end of the season. There's so many families involved, and so I couldn't imagine doing that in the middle of the season.
Let's talk about our guys. JSN needs 8 receptions to set a franchise mark at 101. He just needs 8 catches. Heck, for him, that's a half the way things have been going of late. But how do you describe the season that Jackson has had?
Well, we've talked about it before. He had the wrist injury last year to get started, but he was having a phenomenal camp last year. And then, he was had the injury against Minnesota in the preseason game and fought through that, and he kind of was building his way through the year. I haven't seen this maybe from a confidence standpoint. He's showing more, but he's always back to the Ohio State days. I mean, the body control, separation, phenomenal tracking skills, and this year, I think he feels a little bit stronger after the catch, maybe, but he's really always happy for him. I mean, he's always been a damn good player.
Yeah, when you look at him, the quiet confidence is something that is remarkable for a guy that young, in my humble estimation. Finally, 5-1 on the road this season.
You do know something about the position, too, right?
A little bit. I stumbled around and followed Largent. I was his food taster. I don't know if you knew that or not. Finally, 5-1 on the road. Guys have played remarkably well on the road. The final 2 this season on the road, still have a chance at the playoffs. Again, we've talked about it, but what is it about this crew and bringing them a couple of thousand miles away from Seattle?
It's a great question. I think just, on a short week like this, I think everybody would be very impressed with the work ethic that the coaches put in, just going right back to the stadium after a tough loss like that, against the Vikings, and, working through that night. And the players had a recovery day, which we haven't done. We basically had a recovery day Monday. And then, just game plan and getting right back at it Tuesday. And then, shoot, we were on a plane, right? So, and then, he just slide Christmas Eve and Christmas in there, too. So, right. But, no, and the staff did a great job. The trainers and strength conditioning, everybody just getting the guys ready and helping everybody get recovered. Our massage therapists and Serbian sports science as well. Just trying to make it the best trip we can possibly make it.
And that would mean a big win over the Bears tonight here at Soldier Field. John, thanks much. Good luck.
All right, call a good one.
All right. Bump, back to you.
Thanks, Raves. The Lumen Field 2025 concert lineup is coming soon. Don't miss a beat with Lumen Field text alerts. Text concert to 30234. That's concert to 30234 and be the first to know about concert pre-sales, tickets on sale, event details, and more. When we come back, we'll take a deeper look at these Bears. That's next on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
It's time for some football, and Ticketmaster is your MVP. As the official ticket marketplace of the Seattle Seahawks and the NFL, Ticketmaster's got the best way to take it to the house when it comes to being there live. They're the safest and most convenient marketplace to score fully verified Seahawks tickets. And if your plans get broken up or worse, turned over, Ticketmaster gives you more flexibility to sell your seats. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Seahawks.
Have an event you need catered with great tasting pizza? Forget delivery. Call Jed's Big Slice Pizza Truck. From corporate events to luncheons and everything in between, Jed's Big Slice has you covered. Go to jedsbigslice.com and follow them on Facebook and Instagram.
This season, Chevy brings classic pairings, cookies and milk, mistletoe and kisses, and your holiday plans and a new Chevy. Silverado 1500 gives you power and capability, with 430 pound-feet of torque to haul your holiday tree. Equinox EV and the all-new Equinox offer award-winning quality and style to see you through the holiday season. See why Chevy makes everything better and brighter.
See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
Hey, Tyler Lockett for Brown Bear Car Wash. You know what's hard to beat? That Brown Bear coverage. With Washington's largest car wash network, they definitely have you covered. Brown Bear car washes are fast and convenient. And with the Unlimited Wash Club membership, you can wash as much as you like, wash fast, and wash green at Brown Bear Car Wash, the official car wash of the Seahawks.
The Breakfast Group consists of passionate community leaders dedicated to empowering youth and driving positive change. Through mentorship programs and educational workshops, they're transforming lives. Visit thebreakfastgroup.org, where community meets opportunity.
The Seahawks and Starbucks are excited to continue a game day element that is the electronic Seahawks 50-50 raffle presented by Starbucks. Each home game, one lucky fan will receive half of the net proceeds from the raffle, while the remainder will be donated to Spirit of 12 nonprofit partners, which are organizations that align with the Seahawks community engagement efforts and who are making positive impacts in our communities. Don't miss a chance to win big for a good cause. Visit Seahawks.com/community to learn more.
For over 45 years, Pacific Office Automation has been providing winning strategies to help businesses come out on top. That's why the Seattle Seahawks chose Pacific Office Automation as their office technology partner. If you run a business and want to improve your business processes and costs, contact us today to receive a free technology assessment. Whether it's managed print services, IT services, or data security, Pacific Office Automation has your game plan. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
Seahawks football all season long. Touchdown! Seahawks! On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Almost time for kickoff between the Bears and the Seahawks. I'm Michael Bumpus with Ray Roberts and Brian Walters. It's time to take a deeper dive at the Chicago Bears. So they start off the season pretty cool. You win your first game 24-17 over the Titans. You lose back-to-back games, one to the Texans, one to the Colts. Then you win 3 in a row. I'm talking about the Bears. They beat the Rams. They were banged up. They beat the Carolina Panthers. We know that they were not very good at that time. And then you beat the Jacksonville Jaguars in London town. And then you lose 9 in a row. 9 in a row, and it feels like the sky is falling for the Bears. Offensively, they're ranked 31st overall. They're 25th running the football, 27th throwing the rock, and 26th when it comes to scoring points. Defensively, they're 26th overall, 26th against the run, 23rd against the pass, and 14th allowing 22.8 points per game. And it's highlighted by this young man, Caleb Williams. We know that he was at Oklahoma, made the move to USC with Lincoln Riley, won the Heisman, and was the #1 pick in the draft. He's thrown for 3,200 yards, 19 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, has carried the ball 73 times for 442 yards, but he has been sacked 60 times. Been sacked a lot. We know that the talent that this young man possesses, we expect him to make some plays, but we also know that that line's been struggling. So how will this defense, how will AD and McDonald decide to attack this guy? B. Walt, if you are AD, Mike McDonald, are you aggressive? Are you trying to get there with 4? Are you blitzing? What's going to be your approach?
Yeah, well, I think you try to get there with 4 at first because I think you challenge these, especially the guys that haven't played on the offensive line yet, that are coming in from the practice squad and elevate. I think you just challenge them. Hey, like, one-on-one, let's see if we can get them right away. And then if that's not working, which I really hope that works, the way the defensive line or offensive line has been all year for the Bears, that's got to work. Then start bringing a little pressure. But you got to make Caleb Williams feel uncomfortable. He's going to hold on to the ball. He doesn't like to take risks per se. He hasn't all year, as shown with his 5 interceptions he's thrown, which is incredible for a rookie to take care of the ball like that. But he's going to hold on to it. He's going to take a sack. And the big thing with him is, I think Big Ray mentioned earlier in the show, is he's like a Kyler Murray. You have to be able to contain him. You got to keep him in that pocket. If he gets outside on you, he can make a big play with his feet. He's an athletic guy. He is, and he's a big athletic guy who shows signs that I do think he is going to be the top quarterback out of the whole draft class, and that's a lot. Just what he has shown so far and what he's had to deal with. The arm strength he shows, he makes some big-time throws. And when you look at some of the highlights, some of the film that he's shown, I mean, he has everything. He has all the tools in the world, and he's a guy you can't really sleep on. But he has shown that you put a little pressure on him, he will take a sack, and that's where I think the Seahawks really need to perform today.
Yeah, and I think the way you do that, too, is you can't allow Swift to get going. Mm-hmm. If he gets going in the running game, if they have another game where, it's this death by 1,000 cuts and at halftime he has 73 yards rushing and you're trying to figure out how to stop the run game in the second half, then I think the Chicago Bears are going to be making a game out of it, because then that means that they're taking the pressure off of Williams to have to throw the ball and make plays, and they can just hand the ball off to Swift, and he's kind of moving the chains. Then you're caught on him. If you can make Caleb Williams become Geno of last week, where he's having to throw the ball 43 times to win the football game, there's gonna be at least 5 or 6 or 7 sacks, and there's gonna be at least 3 or 4 opportunities to turn the ball over. So I think to get to Caleb Williams to where you want him to kind of be playing to your hand, you have to stop the run.
This is something that I'm anticipating, Big Ray. I was watching film like I usually do. And Kyle Gordon, I asked Jason McKee, their sideline, about Kyle Gordon. They use him a lot in the nickel spot. They run a lot of nickel, like 70% of the time last game, 80% of the time before, and like 70% the time before that. I think this is the game where they can set the edge. I think this is the game where you run that outside zone. I would do exactly what the Lions did. They put a tight end over there. He typically lines up to the field side, and just get that tight end on him right now. He's only 5'11", about 195 pounds. They use him kind of like the Seahawks use Witherspoon. They put him in there. But I'm like, this is the game. You tried to set the edge last game or against the Green Bay Packers, and we wasn't feeling it. If you're going to do it, I think this is the time to do it. I'm interested to see what that run looks like against Kyle Gordon. I would go directly at that young man.
Yeah, I mean, to me, whatever the Seahawks offensive line feels like that they can execute, then that's what they should. If it's the zone stuff, I think with the dual zone, like you have a better chance because you have 2 double teams working at the point of attack for that. And so then if that guy's on the edge, it kind of gives you the tight end a chance to kind of fold under to block him. But however they do it, I think if they're just super physical on both lines, our offensive line and our defensive line, that it then puts the Chicago Bears behind the 8 ball.
They got a good trio. I think it's one of the better trios in the game. If you don't have an offensive line, you're not going to highlight these guys. But DJ Moore has gone for 1,000 yards in his career, 826 yards this year with 5 touchdowns. You got Keenan Allen, the OG, 694 and 7 touchdowns. And you have Rome Odunze. How do you attack these guys?
Yeah, that's quite the trio of wide receivers when you look at it on paper. And it doesn't get much easier than last week with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison, because now you got 3 of them to deal with. DJ Moore, he's dangerous. When he gets the ball, he can be electric. He's proven it time in and time out. Keenan Allen's the old savvy vet, route runner, will double move you to death, route you up, still put up all the numbers, and he's shown he's very capable of the big game, just like last week with the 9 catches, 40-plus yards and a touchdown. And then you got Rome Odunze, who's kind of the full package, and he's proven as a rookie. We've seen him at UW make big play after big play, and he's done that. I know he's had some growing pains. They talked about last week he fumbled twice. Actually, one of them was on a handoff on a fly sweep, which I don't know if it was you can really blame him, more of a timing issue. But the other one, he broke free on a run and got it knocked out kind of as he was going down to the turf. So he's had a great season, though. He's had a great rookie season, and this trio is going to be something to reckon with if Caleb Williams has time. That's the thing. It's all about if he has time to throw to these guys because, they can be some of the best in football, but the whole story of the year for the Bears is if Caleb Williams can sit in the pocket and throw and get the ball out to these guys.
Man, they got the skills.
Yeah.
You ain't got the bigs, all right? Skills are nothing without the bigs. All right, that was a deeper dive into the Chicago Bears. When we come back, we'll give you our game predictions and final thoughts. That's next. It's almost time for kickoff between the Seahawks and the Bears.
Football season is here, and it's time for two premier Northwest franchises to team up. Umpqua Bank, your local bank, and the Seattle Seahawks. As the largest bank headquartered in the Northwest, Umpqua Bank is the home team you can count on. Learn more about Umpqua's premier service and innovative digital solutions at umpquabank.com or visit a local branch. Umpqua Bank, proud partner of the Seattle Seahawks, member FDIC.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Thank you for making San Juan Seltzer the #1 craft spike seltzer, made right here in the Pacific Northwest at the nation's only seltzery. This season, try the all-new San Juan Hard Lemonades, too. Available in 4 delicious flavors: original, dark cherry, mango, and wild strawberry. Each flavor balances sweetness and zest with less sugar, so you can enjoy them guilt-free all season long. So the next time you have that pregame event, be sure to include a 12-pack of new San Juan Hard Lemonades. Share a tailgating picture on Instagram at San Juan Seltzer for your chance to win official San Juan gear. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hi, Seahawks fans. This is Tyler Lockett for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. To be at my best entering each new season, I work on my strength, agility, and of course, my ability to catch the ball. But most importantly, is working on my mind, body, and overall wellness that gets me ready to perform at my peak. This means taking care of my mental health, eating well, and including routine visits with my primary care doc. As we get back to football, I encourage you to get back to your health. Schedule your annual visit online and talk with the doctor today at bmfh.org.
At BECU, we're proud members of the 12s community. Jersey casual dress code on Blue Fridays, hoarse voices on Monday mornings, and flying that 12 flag every day of the week. We know how much the 12s love to show their pride because we do too. That's why we give our members a chance to show their Seahawks pride with every purchase. So join us and get the Seahawks Debit MasterCard from BECU, the official debit card of the Seattle Seahawks. BECU, power in people. Membership required. Restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
For the Seahawks, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize your performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving game day broadcasts from lag time, connecting 60,000 plus live fans at the stadium, delivering benefits of the cloud for your network, secure as a defensive line, legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
Last segment of the Seahawks pregame show. I'm Michael Bumpus with Ray Roberts and Brian Walters. The Seahawks are on primetime once again this year in Chicago, about to take on the Bears. The Bears are 4-11. The Seahawks 8-7, trying to keep their playoff hopes alive. It starts today. And now it's time for the game predictions. Nobody won last week. Hawks lost. We all picked them to win.
Turbo wasn't on the show.
Yeah. Someone asked me, they go, do you think the Hawks are going to win every single week? I go, I think they have a chance to win every single week.
Right.
And do I think they're going to win every single week? No. But it's hard for me to come on. I've done it maybe 2 or 3 times. I picked them to lose.
Yeah.
And I felt like I let my family down.
And you know how bad you feel when you pick them to lose and then they win?
I mean, I feel bad for a little bit, but I get that little tally mark, though. You know? You play to win the game.
You pick them to lose and then they actually win the game.
Oh, you mean the opposite.
Oh, man,
yeah.
I should have done that.
Yeah. All right, well, let's
so
see
far, I think
you got to
picked
reverse
16-0.
psychology that thing, though.
Yeah.
You got to be like,
fair.
because I picked them to lose, they won.
Exactly.
Positive.
It's all about us.
All right, so are you going reverse psychology? What's your score?
No, I'm not going to go. I was tempted to pick a blowout leading in the Seahawks, but I know that never goes well. And, the key cliche, it's the NFL. Everything's going to be close, going to come down to a few plays. But I'm going to go 27-17. Seahawks come out on top. Big win. Like Coach McDonald said, they're coming out. They've had a chip on their shoulder all week, the short week at least, and they're ready to go. So I think they'll have a good performance here on national television.
27-17.
Well,
B. Waltz, what you got, Ray?
Well, because he said they had a chip on their shoulder, and I hope that means that they're going to come out and punch somebody in the face. Like, if the little team fight break out, I have no problem with that. I love that. Like hit someone in the face, get everyone jacked up. Let's get excited. Let's go play some real. When I played against the Bears when I was in Detroit, our division was called the Black and Blue division. The Bears beat up on the Lions. We beat up on Green Bay. Green Bay beat up on Tampa Bay. Like, it was just a real physical football division, and so. I hope that they come out and from the very beginning punch somebody in the face. And I got the Seahawks winning in a blowout, 31-17.
31-17. Vibes are good with Big Ray. Absolutely. Violence is the answer, he says.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, I'm with you, Big Ray. I got 30-21.
Hey.
So, there's a few points off, but I think they're going to touch 30. They're going to touch 30, man. I think the offense is going to go, the run game is going to get going, and everything will be fine. Nast, do you have Paul Moyer's score of the day? Moyer is in Texas, chilling with the fam. So we'll bring in his representative, Nasa Chobe, our producer, for Paul Moyer's score.
Paul Moyer. So he's listening to us down there in Texas, so shout out Big Moyer. He says we don't sound like the B team, so just because he's not here. But he's got the good guys, the Hawks, 27. Bears 17, and since I'm on here and I'm on the mic,
the same score as B-Walt.
And to be fair, he sent this at 1:16 p.m. So there's
just to be clear, he only sent that to you. None of us saw that. So
it's on
the chat.
It is.
It's on the broadcast crew chat.
Yeah. Oh, I did not see that.
I got you, Moyer. I got your back.
All right. I mean, change my score?
Why would you put the same score? Nah, man, that's your score.
I'm trying to win this thing.
Yeah, that's your score, man. You guys, is either great minds think alike or the opposite.
Maybe it's subliminal. Maybe I saw it and it just
stuck with you, huh?
Stuck with me.
Yeah. All right. So first, let's put a little side hustle on it.
Okay.
All right. First series, do they score or not? Seahawks, and then do the Chicago Bears score?
I think they're going to stop the Bears from scoring on their first drive. I think the Seahawks walk away with 3 points on their first drive.
B-Walt?
Let's go touchdown. Seahawks first drive. No points for the Bears.
I think they both scored touchdowns.
Wow. Oh,
I think they both scored touchdowns.
3 weeks in a row, this defense is going to get scored on.
Yeah.
A touchdown, opening drive.
It's not a good look. If I win, somebody needs to make banana pudding if I win.
Somebody needs to make banana.
Yeah.
I don't have that in my skill set.
Someone in your family does. Your wife, her mom, somebody.
You know who makes, G. Scott's wife makes banana pudding, I think.
Oh, for real? I know she make that loaf bread.
Yeah, we can order through her.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, well, that will do it for us, man. Great pregame show. Coming up next, the guys calling all the action. Steve Brable and Dave Wyman will take you up to kickoff between the Seahawks and the Bears. We'll talk to you at halftime and after the game. Thursday night football is upon us. We know the situation with the Rams. You got to start with a win on Thursday. Hopefully the Cardinals take care of business on Saturday, and we can come back and look at all the scenarios once again and try to figure out if these guys are going to get in or not. Either way you slice it, it all starts tonight on primetime in Chicago. You got to take care of business. So hopefully we're talking about good times at the end of the game. Thursday night football, that's next, right here on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
The Seahawks pregame show has been brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. Stop freaking, call Beacon. Virginia Mason Franciscan Health, the Seahawks official medical services provider. And Lumen, the trusted network for AI. Stay tuned. Countdown to Kickoff is next on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
Craving fresh, delicious cookies? Try Bell's Cookies, a Seattle-based bakery delighting taste buds with every bite. They ship their cookies nationwide so you can enjoy them anywhere. As a proud member of the Hawks Huddle, Bell's Cookies are a touchdown in every box. Order now.
A taste of what makes Oberto great with Stephen Oberto.
As a kid, my grandfather drove this 1957 Lincoln town car decked out in red, white, and green, the super salami, pepperoni powered all over it. And that was his daily driver. We'd go to the grocery store in it. We'd go through parades in it. You couldn't get anywhere in town without being honked at 100 times and, every police officer at every red light stopping you and asking for free jerky.
Oberto Specialty Meats. Quality, flavor, heritage.
For over 45 years, Pacific Office Automation has been providing winning strategies to help businesses come out on top. That's why the Seattle Seahawks chose Pacific Office Automation as their office technology partner. If you run a business and want to improve your business processes and costs, contact us today to receive a free technology assessment. Whether it's managed print services, IT services, or data security, Pacific Office Automation has your game plan. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
Unlock financial freedom with the infinite banking concept, aka be your own bank. Grow and protect your wealth tax-free while securing your family's future. Build a legacy, access cash, and take control of your financial destiny. Go to hawks.fitfamilyagency.com.
This season, Chevy brings classic pairings, cookies and milk, mistletoe and kisses, and your holiday plans and a new Chevy. Silverado 1500 gives you power and capability with 430 pound-feet of torque to haul your holiday tree. Equinox EV and the all-new Equinox offer award-winning quality and style to see you through the holiday season. See why Chevy makes everything better and brighter.
See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
Jingle into big cash this December at Tulalip Resort Casino. Sled in Mondays and Fridays for the holiday sweepstakes. Scoop up guaranteed cash every half hour with a chance to win up to $500,000. Earn entries for all your play this December. Spin by Wednesdays for the Lucky Reels bonus tournament and grab free play up to $1,000. Find all the details online at TulalipCasino.com.
Please game responsibly. It's time for some football, and Ticketmaster is your MVP. As the official ticket marketplace of the Seattle Seahawks and the NFL, Ticketmaster's got the best way to take it to the house when it comes to being there live. They're the safest and most convenient marketplace to score fully verified Seahawks tickets. And if your plans get broken up, or worse, turned over, Ticketmaster gives you more flexibility to sell your seats. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Seahawks.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Welcome to Countdown to Kickoff. Tonight, from Soldier Field, your Seattle Seahawks face the Chicago Bears on Thursday Night Football. Countdown to Kickoff is presented by T-Mobile. Stay connected to Seahawks action with T-Mobile, America's largest 5G network. Now, here's Steve Rabel.
A belated Merry Christmas, everybody, and welcome to the Windy City, Chicago, Illinois, where the Seahawks have come a-calling on the Bears. The Seahawks come in at 8-7. The Bears at 4-11. They have lost 9 straight, but they are still an NFL team. A formidable foe, and the Seahawks tonight are looking to get back on the winning track after losing 2 straight to the Green Bay Packers and the Minnesota Vikings. Along with Jen Mueller on the sidelines, Dave Wyman, yours truly, Steve Rabel, here in the broadcast booth at Soldier Field, historic Soldier Field in Chicago. And Dave, as we welcome you in, let's talk about what it's going to take for the Seahawks to get on the winning side of this. Our keys to the game brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. Stop freaking, call Beacon. Let's get right to it. Seahawks have 2 games left in the season. It's pretty much must-wins the rest of the way, although there are some ways to get around that. But how about just letting it rip tonight? Just go out there and play like you want to have fun and you want to win a football game.
Yeah, and let's, like we talked about last week, not have to worry about all the math and the tiebreakers and stuff. And
you're not very good at math anyway.
No, I'm not, and that's why I'm up here doing this. We have O'Connell for all that,
That's right.
That brainy stuff.
Right.
Anyway, and Nate, our spotter, who's just doing an awesome job. But no, let it rip. I mean, what do we do best? We throw the ball. Yep. Geno throws the ball a lot, and he's always at the top of the league as far as attempts go. And, the only thing is got to cut down on those interceptions and making mistakes. But, yeah, I mean, I feel like that's their best asset. They don't have K9 tonight, so that's going to be, kind of a hit to the running game. I'm very excited to see what happens with Charbonnet and McIntosh. Finally get him the ball a little bit. But, yeah, go out there and just – let it happen. We were down on the field earlier, not like super cold down there, so I don't think there's anything that's really, as far as weather goes, that's going to affect the passing game.
And how about when we're on defense, we've got to take over the pass protection of the Chicago Bears. Caleb Williams has been sacked 60 times this season. Tonight will be the 16th offensive line combination that the Chicago Bears have put on the field.
Yeah, and one of those guys, Jake Curran, the former Seahawk, is going to be starting, and I heard that when his name was mentioned, a couple of our defensive linemen lit up. So I think that's interesting. We loved him when he was our teammate, but yeah, I mean, he's going to take some sacks. So hopefully what you need, and we'll get to this a little bit too, but the turnovers have just been a problem for the Seahawks. So they're -7 in turnover ratio. So, and that's where Chicago really excels. But they're giving up 4 sacks a game basically at Caleb Williams, and and he's a guy who's prideful, and so hopefully when they get some pressure on him, he'll try to make a spectacular play that we can take away. But yeah, definitely those takeaways are huge.
Riq Woolen versus Keenan Allen. Allen, a former Pro Bowler, had 9 catches for 141 yards and a touchdown last week. Riq Woolen took a lot of heat, but actually he played a really good game, a career-high 3 passes defense against the Vikings.
Yeah, and Riq Woolen, look, I think a lot of people, thought about, the suspension or whatever. I mean, he was out the first series last week, and it was a disciplinary thing. And I don't know if you saw it, Steve. I read it, and I was like, he seemed perfectly fine with it. Yeah. And he was like, no, that's the coach's rule, and, no problem. He goes out and has a really good game. Yeah. And a lot of people thought that he gave up that touchdown, the game-winning touchdown. He did everything you could do in cover 2. Your job is to force the receiver inside, and, that way you give the safety more time to get over the top, and that's what he did. So, yeah, I mean, I think he's one of those guys that people have kind of maybe given a little bit of guff to, but, yeah, I mean, he's doing fine. He's having a good year, and he's a great corner.
There's a lot of things you can't control out there on the field during the course of a game, but one thing you can control is your penalties, and enough already. 11 for 77 yards against Minnesota on Sunday.
Yeah, and the thing is, typically I don't get too twisted over penalties. I mean, you look at those Legion of Boom years where they were, top 5 in penalties, but last week it really hurt them. The penalties did. One of them, and sometimes it's subtle, but there was a lost field position battle that they lost, where they could have been on their own 40 and they ended up on their own 12 as far as starting a drive. And then, there was a 1st and 10 at the 27, and instead it was a 1st and 15 at the 32. We had to settle for a field goal. And then, of course, the face masking thing with Murphy, which I don't blame him for, but that would have been 3rd and 18. Instead, the next play was 1st and 10, and they threw a touchdown. So, yeah, they got to cut those down.
Well, the Seahawks are 1-6 when they lose the turnover battle. That needs to get fixed tonight. Meantime, both teams have gone to the locker rooms. Pregame festivities continue here at Soldier Field on Thursday Night Football. When we come back, we'll have more. Those who are activated, those who are not, and much more from Soldier Field after this.
You know the saying, an apple a day keeps the doctor away? Well, it doesn't have to be an apple. Wellness is different for everyone. Maybe for you, wellness is more arts and crafts, more game nights with friends, trying new recipes, yoga with goats, less time scrolling, more time dancing, or walking, or napping. The point is, there are all kinds of ways to live healthier and happier. So find your apple. Visit BeWellWA.org for wellness tips and ideas. A message from the Washington State Department of Health. Listen up, Seahawks fans. Shop and Score Sweepstakes is back at Safeway and Albertsons. Buy 10 participating items in a single transaction to enter for a chance to win a Toyota RAV4. Or purchase 3 participating items for a chance to win groceries for a year. Get ready for game day with all your tailgate favorites, from fried chicken to super subs and fresh cut fruit and vegetable trays.
At BECU, we're proud members of the 12s community. Jersey casual dress code on Blue Fridays, hoarse voices on Monday mornings, and flying that 12 flag every day of the week. We know how much the 12s love to show their pride, because we do too. That's why we give our members a chance to show their Seahawks pride with every purchase. So join us and get the Seahawks Debit MasterCard from BECU, the official debit card of the Seattle Seahawks. BECU, power in people. Membership required. Restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
For the Seahawks, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize your performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving game day broadcasts from lag time, connecting 60,000 plus live fans at the stadium, delivering benefits of the cloud for your network, secure as a defensive line, legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
It's comedian Tom Segura at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Friday, April 25th.
My kids call me Tom. So unnerving. Every day, the older one's like, "How you doing, Tom?" I go, "Hey, I'm not your stepdad, all right? I wish I was. It'd be a lot easier, but I'm not."
Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. One of today's biggest touring comedians. Tom Segura's Come Together Tour, April 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
Hey, Seattle Seahawks fans, ready for some football? But what happens when life tackles you too hard? Accidents can happen on and off the field. When they do, you need a strong team on your side. At Carpenter and Zuckerman, they're proud sponsors of the Seattle Seahawks and even prouder of their winning record in personal injury cases. If you've been injured, let them fight for the compensation you deserve. Don't let an injury sideline your life. Call Carpenter and Zuckerman personal injury lawyers today and get the justice you deserve.
Countdown to Kickoff is presented by T-Mobile. Stay connected to Seahawks action with T-Mobile, America's largest 5G network. A 46-degree evening, a slight breeze blowing through Soldier Field, almost unheard of the day after Christmas to be this mild. But it is, and our Jen Mueller is down on the sidelines with the guys who will be playing. We already know about K9, Jen.
Well, and I was going to say, you know how rare this is, Steve?
Oh, yeah.
A year ago on this day, it was minus 23 in Chicago.
cow.
So it is downright balmy by those standards. Does not mean it's going to be warm by the end of the evening, and we are expecting wind gusts to pick up. That's going to affect the kicking game potentially, although hopefully we don't see Michael Dixon a whole lot. But as Steve mentioned, and as they've talked about, K9 to the IR, so he is not going to play this week or next week or the rest of the season at that point. So your running back room looks like this. Zach Charbonnet, Kenny McIntosh, and George Halani, who was signed to the active roster today. Brady Russell, the special teamer and tight end, he is going to miss the game with a foot injury. That has been a lingering issue for him the last few weeks. Everybody else who is missing today's game is a healthy scratch, including Nehemiah Pritchett and Patrick O'Connell on defense, Michael Jarrell and Cody White on offense. When it comes to the Bears, you've also talked about those injuries on the offensive line, being without left tackle Braxton Jones, who's on the IR with a ankle injury. Tevin Jenkins, the left guard, he is also out. Two starters missing on defense. Elijah Hicks, the safety, is out. He's got an ankle and a foot issue. His backup, Tavarius Moore, he is out as well with a knee issue. The other starter, Zach Hickens, on the defensive line. Now, he hadn't had a chance to get a whole bunch of numbers because he's only started a couple of games, but still, he was listed as a starter, and the guy next to him, Javon Dexter Sr., he's been dealing with a little bit of a knee issue, so they are down just a couple of guys on both sides of the ball. Not that they're going to get any sympathy from the Seahawks, Steve, because this is a game you want to win. You want to build some goodwill on this team and bounce back from that game against Minnesota.
And in Jen, in about 10 seconds, the field looks like it's in really good shape for this time of year.
It really does, and they've changed the grass a couple of years ago. That makes a big difference. Bermuda grass makes it a lot easier, more consistent for these guys, Steve.
Right, they're out there patching some spots with some sand and seed and getting ready for the continuation of pregame festivities. Meantime, the two teams back in the locker room talking about their final minute preparations as we get set for a big Seahawks Thursday night football game here in Chicago. It's right next on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
Jingle into big cash this December at Tulalip Resort Casino. Sled in Mondays and Fridays for the holiday sweepstakes. Scoop up guaranteed cash every half hour with a chance to win up to $500,000. Earn entries for all your play this December. Spin by Wednesdays for the Lucky Reels bonus tournament and grab free play up to $1,000. Find all the details online at TulalipCasino.com.
Please game responsibly.
When the hot water needs to be hot, when the drain needs to drain, when the toilet needs to flush, you need to do two things. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical. On call and there when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
In an emergency, you shouldn't be distracted with medical questions. Risen Devices' digital alert bracelet keeps crucial info at your loved one's fingertips. This means you stay focused on them while first responders get instant access to their medical details. Risen Devices.
Is there a move in your future? Then listen up, Seahawks fans. This is Eric Kennedy, Equipment Director for your Seattle Seahawks. For the past 20 years, we have depended upon Beacons Northwest to get the Seahawks coaches, players, and gear moved on time and in top shape. You know the Beacons name because they have been a trusted mover in the Northwest since 1903. If you are moving or know someone who is, call the mover the pros use. Beacons Northwest. Call Beacons Northwest at 800-497-MOVE. Beacons Northwest is the official mover of the Seattle Seahawks. 800-497-MOVE.
Toyotathon is on. Our biggest event of the year is better than ever. With our biggest and best selection, including the best-selling Toyota Camry. It's all hybrid all the time. Now through January 6th, you can lease a Camry LE from just $329 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
If you're into New York deli, fat sandwiches where it's all about the meat, Dingfelder's Delicatessen on the corner of 14th and East Pine on Capitol Hill has what you're looking for. Matzo balls, knishes, cheesecake, and more. Come visit Dingfelder's Delicatessen.
The Seahawks and Starbucks are excited to continue a game day element that is the electronic Seahawks 50-50 raffle presented by Starbucks. Each home game, one lucky fan will receive half of the net proceeds from the raffle, while the remainder will be donated to Spirit of 12 nonprofit partners, which are organizations that align with the Seahawks community engagement efforts and who are making positive impacts in our communities. Don't miss a chance to win big for a good cause. Visit Seahawks.com/community to learn more.
Looking for Seahawks tickets? Sign up for text notifications to receive alerts about last-minute ticket availability and offers. Simply text the word Seahawks to 71211. Go Hawks!
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Tonight, from Soldier Field, your Seattle Seahawks face the Chicago Bears on Thursday Night Football. Seahawks football is brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. Stop freaking, call Beacon. Umpqua Bank, proud partner of the Seattle Seahawks, member FDIC. Virginia Mason Franciscan Health, the Seahawks official medical services provider. And Lumen, the trusted network for AI. Now, here's the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Rabel.
The eyes of the football world trained on the Windy City, Chicago, Illinois, as we get set for Thursday Night Football, the Seahawks and the Bears. Seattle coming in at 8-7. The Bears homestanding a 4-11 record. They have lost 9 straight after starting the season 4-2. Seattle 10-8 all time on Thursday night. This is a good Bears team, better than their record shows. The Seahawks are better than their last 2 losses against the Packers and the Minnesota Vikings. And it's time to show that on Thursday Night Football. Hi, everybody. Along with Jen Mueller down on the sidelines, Dave Wyman and yours truly, Steve Rabel, here in the broadcast booth at the venerable old, although there are some remodeled parts of Soldier Field, but it is kind of nice to be back in Chicago when there aren't 3 feet of snow, Dave, and 50-mile-an-hour winds and below zero temperatures. Big game tonight. There's just no other way to put it. This is, while it's not a must-win for the Seahawks, you got to come out here and play well and win this game.
Yeah, you absolutely do. I mean, this is a 4-win team. But, you know, I'll say this. If you look at what happened, they were going to be 5-2 with a win against the Commanders, and then one of their defensive backs was screwing around in the middle of it. Well, it wasn't the middle of the game. It was the end. Yeah. And I think everybody's seen the video where he's, cheering on the Chicago fans, and then they throw a Hail Mary. He runs over, tips it up, they catch it, Commanders win. And now they're on a 9-game losing streak. So it's a team that, was kind of hanging on the balance there. And, now you look at them, they can't win a game. So this is a absolutely, if you're going to go into the playoffs and win a game, you have to beat this team.
For those of you that don't keep track of it all, the Bears fired their offensive coordinator, Shane Waldron. Remember him? He was with the Seahawks last year, back on November 12th. They fired Matt Eberflus, their head coach, a day after Thanksgiving after the clock debacle ruined that game. Thomas Brown, who was the pass game coordinator, went to offensive coordinator, and now he's the interim head coach, all in 17 days. So it has been a really up and down season for the Chicago Bears. But they do have some stars, starting with their quarterback, Dave, Caleb Williams. He has gone, 326 passes without an interception, only 5 all season long. The Seahawks have to find a way to cut loose this defense and put some pressure on him. Get him out of that comfort zone. Make him try to scramble with the ball.
I'll tell you what, that's really impressive that he's only thrown 5 interceptions. I mean, for a guy like that, you're the first pick of the draft and you're going to come out and probably be pretty arrogant. That did a really good job with him, coaching him up, and only the 5 picks. So, yeah, he's a real – we're looking at him running around down on the field, and he's a pretty big dude. He's built like he can run through you, but, he's been sacked a number of times, as you mentioned earlier, 60 sacks. But I'll tell you what, if you get sacked 60 times and you've only thrown 5 interceptions, that takes a lot of discipline to do that.
Jen, you're around this team a lot. When I talked to Mike McDonald this week, he said we're all kind of cranky. We all have a chip on our shoulder. I got to believe part of that is the way the game against Minnesota ended, losing that game that they really had a great chance to win. What did you see out of the players this week?
Yeah, it was not quite the holiday cheer that I think everybody else might have had, because it was right back to work. And the other thing that Mike said was it's actually, a good thing that it's a short week and that you have a chance to turn the page and get right back to work. Very focused from the team. Disappointed in the outcome for sure, knowing that they had a good game plan. And I think they also understand it's part of the process. As you hear the boos right now from the Bears fans, the Seahawks running out of the tunnel too. An awful lot of 12s that are sitting right behind the Seahawks bench. But as they got on the bus yesterday, as they arrived at the stadium today, you can tell that even though it is a short week, these guys are fired up to be taking the field tonight.
And as you mentioned, from our position here in the broadcast booth, we're looking directly across at the Seahawks bench, and there's a lot of action green and Seahawks blue over there in that lower bowl area behind the team. So they will be well supported today, will the Seahawks. But Dave, they're going to have to play against a Chicago Bears team that, while they might not have a lot of big star names on defense, they play pretty well together, and the Seahawks have shown the propensity to shoot themselves in the foot more than once this season on offense.
Yeah, and that, a lot of that is the turnovers. And then, and usually we talked earlier about the penalties. I don't think they're a big deal, but they happen to be working against them. And it's one thing if you make mistakes here and there, but if it leads to a score or 3 points instead of 7, then you got to start to tighten things up. So, but yeah, I think more than anything, it's the turnovers. They're +8. We are -7. So, I mean, that's going to jump up and bite. Now, I'll tell you what, the Chicago Bears are one team that's an anomaly from, you look at the top 10 as far as turnover ratio goes. Those are all playoff teams. And the Bears are in the top 10 as far as being a +8. But it just doesn't reflect in their record. But it also means that they're still a very disciplined team. The reason why they're so good at that is because they don't turn the ball over.
I think the quote I like best from Mike McDonald this week when talking about all of the things that the Seahawks have to face, short week, tough loss, all that, he just said, we're just going to keep it simple. We're going to throw our fastball. Now, for me on offense, that means let's go for it. Let's go for the throat. Let's throw the ball downfield. What does it mean to you on defense?
Well, I guess on defense it means take care of everything so that now you can take some chances. If you want to blitz, just make sure everybody is covered up. And when you first said fastball, I thought about that throw to A.J. Barner. He caught that in the back half of the football because Geno zipped it in there. But, no, I think what it means on defense is taking care of business. And once you start playing disciplined and you have confidence, then you start to take the ball away. So that's a huge factor. And I think especially on the road late in the season, that's when you need to get the takeaways. And just haven't seen many of those from this defense.
One of the other things that I think when I think of our defense, number 2 in the league, 46 opponent 3-and-outs. I mean, you would think that the record would be better when your defense is, leading the league, or at least number 2 in the league in that department.
Yeah, well, I think the turnover ratio, I hate to keep going back to that, but that's one of those things. But it's kind of one of those strange little, statistics that just pops up. But I think it means that there is some discipline there, and that that they're doing a pretty good job. So yeah, I like the way the defense is. I think they're poised to play really well these next couple games and hopefully into the playoffs.
The Chicago Bears are being introduced on the field right now, their defense, while the Seahawks are already on the far side of the field, as Jen mentioned. They're wearing the Super Bowl winning uniform from back in 2014 after that great 2013 season, the white jerseys over the blue pants. Jen, is there any significance to that uniform? The guys, they like it any better? They play better in that uniform?
You know what? For what it's worth, I like the uniform better.
Well,
Does that make, and some guys are really superstitious about it. I think they're far more concerned about what they wear into the building than they are, like what is placed in their locker. But they have had some big wins in this uniform, and I think it looks sharp. You know what, Steve? If I was going to be a fashionista, I would say it flatters all types. Steve, if I was going to go that route.
If you and I were teammates, I would ask you, do these pants make my butt look big?
well, and I would probably not answer, as a matter of fact, just because I wanted you to keep me as a teammate. Meantime, the Bears are in their traditional black jerseys with the white pants. Those uniforms have not changed in the decades and decades since we came into the league back in 1976 and played against these Bears, I think back in 78 or 79 on a cold, bitter day. It was a tough game here on a lousy AstroTurf field, and yet I think we found a way to win that football game. Let's see if the Seahawks can do it again tonight. As we continue with the pregame festivities, the Seahawks standing over on the far side, they know as well. It's Thursday night football. All eyes are trained on this game tonight. And so we will too. Stand by. Kickoff coming your way when we return to Chicago. Don't go away. It's the Seahawks and the Bears on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
Nikki Glazer, Alive and Unwell Tour. Second show added February 12th, Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Tickets on sale now at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Thank you. Good night.
Need gambling help? Visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
Seahawks football is brought to you by small business partner Good Monsters. Good Monsters Pest Control cares the most, protecting homes and families with honest, expert pest control from a team that's part of your community. Visit goodmonsters.com to learn more.
A taste of what makes Oberto great with Stephen Oberto.
I'd say we were indoctrinated in the family business ever since you were born. One of the most satisfying parts was when people would share all their stories about the adventures they went on and how our products played a part in that, how they wanted to bring Oberto with them. And so there's always this sense of responsibility for us to perpetuate not only the great products we make, but to perpetuate those nostalgic memories.
Oberto Specialty Meats. Quality, flavor, heritage.
For over 55 years, Tiny Tots Development Center has been caring for children in South Seattle. 4 locations now enrolling for ECAP and SPP free and sliding scale preschool. 206-723-1590 or go to tinytotsdc.org. As proud sponsors of the Seattle Seahawks, Dania Furniture knows a thing or two about creating excitement, and their year-end clearance event is no exception. For a limited time, save up to 70% on select modern furniture and decor for your whole home, and give your favorite spaces a refresh for less. There are so many treasures to discover, so find your perfect pieces before they're gone for good. Shop one of 4 local showrooms or shop online at daniafurniture.com.
You're listening to Seahawks football.
Holy catfish!
Hear Brock and Salk on FM.
Maybe a quarterback, Salk, looks a little better when he's got a defense that complements the offense.
Yeah. 97.3 FM HD2. We are Seattle Sports. Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
It was just like doing whatever.
A remarkable rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner from a guy who could pass for Abe Lincoln's double here on the field at Soldier Field in Chicago on Thursday Night Football as the Seahawks come a-calling on the Chicago Bears. Seattle comes in at 8-7, looking to stay in the playoff hunt. A win tonight would be absolutely imperative for the Seahawks. And then, of course, we'd finish the season on the road in Los Angeles against the Rams. The Rams have their own work that they have to do, but the Seahawks can only control what they can control, and tonight is one of those nights. The Seahawks 10-8 all-time on Thursday nights. They come in tonight in the 18th regular season meeting, leading this series 11-6. The third straight week, make that the third straight game in less than 3 weeks against NFC West opponents, Green Bay, Minnesota, and now the Chicago Bears. As Scott Novak has moved to the center of the field, our referee tonight brings the captains to the middle of the field, one of whom is Julian Love, who grew up not too far from Soldier Field right here in the Chicagoland area. He is one of the captains tonight. Devin Witherspoon, who went to the University of Illinois, down the road a piece. He is also as a captain, along with Charles Cross. And here we go for the toss of the coin.
Thursday Night Football, Week 17. This is a coin for tonight. This is heads. That is tails. This side is heads. There's your tails. Choice. Heads. Choice is heads. It is tails you want to toss. That's where you want to kick. Chicago is one to toss, elected to defer. Seattle will receive in the south end zone to my left. Good luck.
So there you go. The Seahawks offense led by Geno Smith will be on the field first. Let's find out what the coach has in mind. Jen Mueller with Mike McDonald.
Coach, when it comes to the defense and maybe just cutting it loose, how do you force Caleb Williams into some bad decisions tonight?
Let's win first down. Let's play complimentary ball on offense. Try to get a lead and try to extend it.
On offense, what do you want to see happen in getting all of the playmakers involved, including DK and the wide receivers?
Let's take a deep breath. Let's go play our style, the stuff that we've been repping the whole week. Let's keep our poise, and let's rock and roll.
All right, good luck today, Coach.
Thanks, Jen.
Mike has been a man of very few words this entire week. It's been a short week of preparation. If you were with us earlier, you heard John Schneider, the general manager, talking about how proud he was of his coaches and players and the entire staff for getting this team ready to play after a really difficult loss at Lumen Field against the Minnesota Vikings, and then to turn around, have Christmas, and then leave on Christmas Day to fly back to Chicago and take on these Chicago Bears. And while we're at it, I'm reminded to say Merry Christmas belatedly to all of you out there listening. So glad you're with us as we here are preparing to start this game. Kenny McIntosh is deep. Derek Young is deep as well. Ball teed up and ready to go for the Chicago Bears. Santos is the kicker. KIRO Santos from the 35. The Seahawks on the far sideline from us. The Bears directly below us here in our position. We're at about the 20-yard line in Soldier Field. A nice night, great night for football. No rain yet. And here's a line drive kick that's going to bounce once and into the end zone and then out of the end zone. And so the Seahawks will come out on offense, led by Geno Smith, who turned 34 in October, 17 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. He would love to have a whole basket full of those back, but sometimes those things just happen. But he has led this team, thrown for almost 4,000 yards. He will, in all likelihood, achieve that and then some tonight. And so the ball is going to be spotted at the 20-yard line because it bounced in front of the goal line and then bounced through the end zone. So instead of the 30, it gets backed up to the 20, and we start with Tyler Lockett coming to the near side. Jake Bobo slots inside of him. Charbonnet in the backfield, a quick throw near side. Is Lockett making the catch, and he gets a couple of yards. He has his blocker out in front of him, and that is Bobo. So a couple of quick yards, almost as good, Dave, as a run. Just a couple of quick yards on a quick pass.
Yeah, one of those long handoffs, and I think the trick there is for Bobo to make sure he doesn't start blocking too early, but that was such a quick pass. No threat of getting the offensive pass interference there. So nice little safe run. Like to get more than 2, though.
Actually got 3, so there you go. You got your wish. DK wide to the left side. Charbonnet gets the handoff, and he comes left. Cuts in behind the blocking, breaks a tackle near the line of scrimmage, almost to the 30-yard line. So coming left side, following his blocking, and then cutting back upfield. The tackle made by Kyler Gordon, one of their safeties, a 6-yard gain, going to bring up 3rd down and 1. The Bears like to play a lot of 5 defensive backs, and Gordon almost acts as a nickelback, inside linebacker, you name it. That's where he's playing.
I think that'll be to Zach Charbonnet's benefit because, boy, when he sticks his foot in the ground and gets north and south, he is hard to tackle.
3rd down and 1. Geno turns, hands to Charbonnet. He's got a 1st down. As he started, looked like he might try to bounce it outside left and then cuts back inside. Tackle made by Stevenson, Tyreek Stevenson, the cornerback. Initial 1st down of the game for the Seahawks on offense.
You know, I know Charbonnet, he doesn't have quite the kind of quicks that K9 does, but he might be better when it comes to getting a guy to run outside and then cutting it back in, because he just gets perfectly north and south and just always seems to have his helmet on the right side of the defender to get that extra yard or 2 when he falls.
Jackson Smith and Jigba comes wide to the left side with a slot far side. DK and Tyler Lockett on the far side. The handoff again inside. Charbonnet makes a man miss, breaks a tackle, stiff arms a man, and gets it all the way out to the 40-yard line. He's going to be close to, and in fact does have a 1st down. Byard, the safety, comes over, makes the tackle right in front of the Bears bench. But Charbonnet, again, given the opportunity, picks up 11 and a 1st down.
It's amazing how quick he is able to make a turn, and then, you know, once he puts his shoulder pads and gets behind him, man, he's powerful.
Geno 1st and 10 from his own 42. Has 2 receivers in a wide slot near side. Charbonnet again in the backfield. Quick throw near side. Fant has 2 blockers in front. Turns upfield, 45 midfield. Across the 45 of the Bears. Down to the 44. Stevenson over to make the tackle. And another 1st down, a pickup of 14. What a nice job, Dave, making these defenders for Chicago run sideline to sideline on these quick passes.
Well, when you're able to set up the run the way that they did with Charbonnet, and all of a sudden it softens them up a little bit. And I'll say the one thing about Fant, when he first came here, I didn't think he was a very good run after catch guy, but he has been nothing but great at that since he got here.
Kenny McIntosh now in the backfield. He gets the handoff straight ahead. He gets tripped up and dropped down to about the 42-yard line. Short gain. Darrell Taylor, the former Seahawk, wasn't exactly the great run stopper when he was in Seattle. Had 9.5 sacks, though, one season, but he makes the tackle there.
Now he decides to start playing the run.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
That's why I'm here.
That's right. 2nd down and 8 at the Bears 41. Slot to the near side. Bobo and DK. Now Bobo goes in motion back to the right. McIntosh stays in the backfield. Geno under center. Calling the play at the line of scrimmage. The Bears walk up like they want to blitz. They rush 5. Handoff. McIntosh straight ahead. Across the 30, 25. Bounces off of a tackler. Down to the 16-yard line. Kenny McIntosh until he ran into Byron, who made the tackle down at the 16. He bounced off a couple of defenders and took it 35 yards, 1st and 10 at the 16-yard line. McIntosh stays in the game. Geno from the shotgun. Hands it underneath to McIntosh again. Stutter steps at the line. This time he's going to get it inside the 15 to the 14. Edmonds on the tackle. Tremaine Edmonds. His dad played for the Seahawks back in the day. Farrell Edmonds, fine tight end. Seahawks on the move, 2nd down and 8 at the 14.
See, McIntosh got hit in the backfield on that play, but if you let him get some momentum and he finds a little crease, once he gets that going, oh my gosh, he is so quick. He's a slasher.
Charbonnet starts wide on the left side. Now he comes back into the backfield with 3 receivers to the far side. One of them is Barner, the tight end. DK wide to the left. Geno, again out of the shotgun, takes the snap. 4-man rush, steps up, hands the ball Charbonnet. Down to the 10, down to the 9 as he drags a defender. The delayed handoff working well from the shotgun snap. Edwards on the tackle. It's going to be 3rd down and about 3. They're going to bring the ball back, spotted at the 9. 3rd and 3, well within field goal range, but you'd sure like to start with a touchdown here.
You sure would, especially after how well this drive was put together. And looks like the rain's starting to come down, much to the chagrin of Jen Mueller. I'm sure she's ready for it. But yeah, now all of a sudden it's starting to look like one of those ground games.
10th play of the drive. Empty backfield for Geno. Tight trips left. Geno looks right. Fires down the middle. Ball is tipped up and almost intercepted. Oh, my goodness. Holy smoke, did that come close. Tremaine Edmonds hit him right in the hands. They were trying to get the ball in tight between 2 defenders to Tyler Lockett. And I'm not sure Geno ever saw Edmonds, who broke on that pass. We're lucky we avoided a 16th interception there.
Yeah, it's hard to understand why he would throw that one, really, to be honest. But I'll tell you what, lots of good things happened on the ground, and like I said, the weather's starting to turn a little bit.
Here's Jason Myers now with a 27-yard field goal attempt off the right hash mark. That kick is away, and the Seahawks are on the board first. 8:59 to play here in the first quarter. The Seahawks lead the Bears 3-0. This is the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
Toyotathon is on, the perfect time to shop for a new SUV with more all-wheel drive choices than anyone else, like the family-size Highlander and the bigger, more powerful Grand Highlander. Now through January 6th, get any new 24 or 25 Highlander or Grand Highlander with 5.99 APR financing, including hybrid models, subject to approved credit through TFS. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Nothing brings people together like sports, and no beer brings people together like Guinness. Guinness Draft is delicious to enjoy with friends while listening to the game. Game time is Guinness time. Please enjoy responsibly. Guinness Draft Stout, imported by Diageo Beer Company, USA, New York, New York.
Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
Legends Casino Hotel is your home for live events, delicious food, comfort, and fun this season. It's Hondas for the holidays, with cash prizes every Thursday and a Honda vehicle giveaway the day after Christmas. Come for the entertainment and stay for the luxury. Spacious, comfortable rooms, all your favorite casino games, delicious food, and a holiday ham giveaway. It's your new favorite road trip. Listen to the game and make the drive to Yakima Legends Casino Hotel. Within winning distance, please game responsibly.
KIRO News Radio gets you ready for each and every Seahawks game.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Listen to the Mike McDonald preview on Seattle's Morning News.
Trying to push the envelope, trying to win on the margin. That's the only way to go about it, to win in the NFL.
Fridays with Hawks broadcaster Steve Rabel. And don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, great job, baby, great job!
KIRO News Radio and Seattle Sports, the official home of the Seattle Seahawks and the Mike McDonald Show.
Holy catfish!
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Here in Chicago, the Seahawks on the board first, 3-0 over the Chicago Bears. with 8:59 to play here in the first quarter. Scoring drive recap brought to you by the first ever all-electric Chevy Blazer with the range you want and the price you need. Blazer EV reimagines what an SUV can be. An 11-play, 71-yard drive, 6 minutes off the clock, and Myers with the 27-yard field goal. McIntosh had a 25-yard run during that drive. Terrific drive. Seahawks would have loved to have paid it off with a touchdown, but they get 3, and now Myers is set to kick the ball away. Ball is kicked deep. Scott is going to watch it take one bounce and out of the back of the end zone. And so the Bears will start on offense with their celebrated Heisman Trophy winner at quarterback, Caleb Williams, the rookie out of Southern Cal, the number 1 overall pick. 18-8 as a USC starter over the years. 19 touchdowns passes this year, just 5 interceptions. He's got a good one, DeAndre Swift at running back. Moore, Keenan Allen, and Rome Odunze, the former Husky, his 3 wide receivers. As Swift starts as the single setback, Williams goes under center. Slot to the near side includes Odunze. Seattle, 5 men up at the line of scrimmage. Motion across the formation. The handoff to Swift comes to the right side. Looks for running room. Turned back in by Boye Mafe. Held him to about a 2-yard gain. Nice job. A lot of guys out here in this right side flat trying to block, and nothing doing. Odunze was there along with Julian Love, among others.
Yeah, Murphy, too, did a great job of getting down the line. But the whole thing, the most instrumental part of that play was Boye Mafe turning the ball back in to all of the pursuit there, including Byron Murphy.
2nd down and 8. Williams from the shotgun, going to turn in a hand straight ahead across the 35. Actually probably spotted right at the 35. Rashad Johnson, their bully of a big back. This guy is averaging 2.9 yards a carry, but he's got 6 touchdowns on the ground. So he's the one that gets it inside the 3-yard line. But he's also out there as a battering ram on these downs, and the Bears are looking at a 3rd down and 5 at their own 35-yard line. Johnson stays in the backfield. Slots to both sides. A shotgun snap to Williams. Steps up, looks, gets hit as he throws. Ball's off the fingertips of his intended receiver. Down around the 45-yard line. That was Rome Odunze, the former Husky. That was one that in years past, maybe with UW, he might have caught that. Happily, he didn't tonight, and it's going to be a quick 3 and out for the Bears.
Yeah, good job by Job there, man-to-man coverage. And they're playing man there all the way, and he does a good job of getting there, knocking that ball away. I think more than anything, it was off target.
Torrey Taylor will do the punting for the Seahawks. Deep is Jalen Darden. This ball is sky high, comes down to Darden, and he steps out of bounds right around the 16-yard line. And he'll check on that spot. There it is at the 16. We'll take a break. 7:39 to play here in the first quarter. Seattle up over the Bears, 3-0.
In business, just like in football, having a solid game plan is key to success. That's why so many Northwest businesses partner with Umpqua Bank. The largest bank headquartered in the Northwest, Umpqua Bank combines expertise, customized business solutions, and a relationship-focused style of banking to make sure your business has what it needs to grow. It's a combination that's made Umpqua a top SBA lender in Seattle and Portland. Learn more at umpquabank.com or visit your local branch. Umpqua Bank, proud partner of the Seattle Seahawks, member FDIC.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Life can be hectic, and managing your mental health is more important today than ever before. That's why Mindful Therapy Group's mission is to take the pain out of finding a therapist. Whether you need talk therapy, psychological testing, even medication management, Mindful has you covered. Our mental health providers are here for you, with both in-person and telehealth options to get you seen in as little as 48 hours. Mindful Therapy Group also accepts insurance. Join us to start your journey to a healthier and happier you. Visit mindfultherapygroup.com to get started today.
There's a reason Seahawks fans are called the 12s, because strong support off the field is like having a 12th player on the field. So whether you'll be in the stands at Lumen Field or waving your 12 flag in your living room, 76 celebrates your fandom and cheers on the Seahawks as they fight to earn their postseason spot. Let's go, go, go. Get the job done, Hawks. You've got the 12s behind you all the way. Proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks. 76 is a trademark owned by Phillips 66 Company. Copyright 2024. All rights reserved.
Say 12s enroll in Delta 12 status and earn 1 mile for every Seahawks passing yard this season. 12 status members will also receive priority boarding on Delta flights out of Sea-Tac Airport and other exclusive 12 status discounts. Visit 12status.com to learn more. Hawks will start in their own end of the field at their own 17-yard line. Have a Let's Go Bears chant going on in the background. Meantime, the Seahawks, again in their white jerseys, blue pants with their Seahawk blue helmets, break the huddle with Charbonnet in the backfield now. Slot to the near side. Quick count by Geno, who stumbles and falls. The ball is on the ground, and Geno falls on it. From our angle, we couldn't see what happened, but I'm going to guess he either slipped or caught the foot of one of his offensive linemen as he was pulling out from under center. Actually, he caught his running back, Charbonnet. Boy, he was lucky to hang on to that football. It was a loss of 7 on the play.
Yeah, you're right, Stevie. He actually stepped right on Charbonnet's foot there, and they were trying to hurry up and fool him with a quick snap there.
Charbonnet stays in the backfield now, 2nd and 18. Geno from the shotgun takes the snap. Looks, now he swings it out right side. Charbonnet makes the catch. Turns upfield, he's got some running room. Turns upfield, knocked out of bounds. Over near the Seahawks bench. Going to be out across the 20, but just barely across the 20.
Yeah, nice little easy pass out there to Charbonnet. And I'll tell you what, Jake Bobo was the hero on that play. He had a great block on the defender there to spring Charbonnet for a nice little gain
of 11 yards. So it makes it a little easier now, 3rd down and 7. Bears have some terrible towels out that they are swinging over their heads, the fans. Charbonnet starts out wide right, comes back into the backfield. Geno from the shotgun has a trip set to his left. Bears look like they do blitz. Geno has time, getting good protection. Look out, throws over the middle, incomplete. I'm not sure if he was throwing the ball for JSN. I believe he was. JSN kind of hooked up between 2 defenders, and Geno just missed the receiver. And so 4th down, and here comes Michael Dixon on.
Yeah, I think the way that drive started off, they tried to sprint up to the line and snap it quickly, and I feel like when they go hurry up or they do those kinds of things, it kind of messes up the execution a little bit. I know they're trying to get something done with that, but it seems like a lot of times when they do that, they get hurt.
Josh Blackwell, the deep man for the Bears. Dixon, a mile high, back at his own 21. Blackwell breaks 1 tackle, can't break the 2nd, and he is dropped by McIntosh short of the 30-yard line. Say 12s, want the latest on the Seahawks? Well, we have you covered with the Seahawks Insiders podcast, hosted by Jen Mueller and John Boyle. They break down all the latest news and the preview of the Seahawks' next opponent. New this year, you can watch them on YouTube via the Seahawks Press Pass channel. You can also listen to episodes on Seahawks.com/podcast and subscribe to Seahawks podcasts on SiriusXM, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Amazon Music. 1st and 10 for the Bears after that 58-yard punt by Dixon. Bears start at their own 29-yard line with Swift in the backfield. Williams starts under center. 2 tight ends, play fake. Williams is going to roll right, dumps it underneath. Ball is caught by Moore, turns upfield, pushed out of bounds by Chenonwosu. Just short of the line to make for a 1st down, but out to about the 38 of Chicago. Kind of a motion everything to the left and then roll back naked boot to the right. Find his wide receiver on a little under route.
Yeah, I can't imagine who would have had coverage on that, but what it ended up being was Uchenna. I'm just not sure he has the speed to track down a receiver out there.
Pistol formation on 2nd down and 1 with Swift behind Williams, the quarterback. Takes a high shotgun snap, play fake. Williams steps, looks, dumps it over the middle. Ball is caught and tackled instantly by Chenna Nwosu is the running back Swift. Chenna, man, right on the spot. It's a 2-yard gain, so it will be a first down, but he got hit and looked like he got knocked back a yard after that hit from Chenna.
When Uchenna hits you, you stay hit. He went straight to the ground. I said earlier, I don't know if he had the speed to cover that guy, but looked like he had a lot of speed there.
Swift stays in the backfield, single setback behind Williams, who's now under center. Tight slot on the left side. Handoff to Swift, looks for running room over his right guard. Finds a little out to the 45. Tyron Murphy, the Seahawks rookie defensive tackle. A 5-yard gain for the Bears. Seahawks changing on the run. Jobe is out. Jenkins is in that secondary. So the big nickel, the Seahawks like to call it, with 3 safeties in the game. Swift stays in the backfield. Wide outs to both sides, and Williams under center on 2nd down and 5 from his own 45. Motion across the formation, left to right is Allen. Now he sets. Williams, play fake. Scrambling, little pressure. Throws downfield, long and incomplete, out of bounds. As Chenna and Murphy were bringing the pressure on Williams, he let that one go high and wide out of bounds into the bench area of the Bears. And so 3rd down now and 5 at the 45. 3:57 to play here in this first quarter. Seattle leads 3-0.
I'll tell you what, if they could get a takeaway from him, maybe get him to throw a pick early on, that might rattle him a little bit. That's the one thing about Caleb Williams. I know everybody talks about, emotionally, how is he and everything, but he has been very disciplined as far as not throwing interceptions.
Johnson in the backfield. Seattle looks like they want to blitz. They do. Here they come. Williams just sidearms it, gets rid of it, drop. It would have been, I think, just a hair short of the first down because Reek Woolen was right on coverage and would have made the tackle. But Ernest Jones brought the heat, and it forced a quick throw by Williams, incomplete. Just what the doctor ordered, Dave.
Yeah, Dre Jones got in the backfield right away along with Ernest Jones, as you mentioned, and really hurried that throw.
Taylor on to punt. Deep for the Seahawks is Darden, just inside his own 10-yard line. There's the snap. Kick is away. This is a lower, wobbly kick. Darden at the 5, gets hit there and knocked off his feet. Scott was the guy downfield for the Bears who makes the tackle. Seahawks are going to start under their own goalposts. Once again, we'll take a break. 3:45 to play in the first. Seattle up 3-0.
At BECU, we're proud members of the 12s community. Jersey casual dress code on Blue Fridays, hoarse voices on Monday mornings, and flying that 12 flag every day of the week. We know how much the 12s love to show their pride, because we do too. That's why we give our members a chance to show their Seahawks pride with every purchase. So join us and get the Seahawks Debit MasterCard from BECU, the official debit card of the Seattle Seahawks. BECU, power in people. Membership required. Restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
All right, guys, you looking for a fun night out? It's Mike Salk here to remind you that Snoqualmie Casino is just the place to go, unwind, and have some fun, and to eat some great food. Make sure to check out 12 Moons. And then Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood has the amazing happy hour menu that starts at 4 p.m. And Falls Buffet, they're serving up all your favorites like the prime rib every day, the fresh pasta, made-to-order stir-fry, noodles, pizza, salad bar, dessert bar. They make their pies every day. All with breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. It is Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown, Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
Hey, Seahawks fans, this is Steve Rabel for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Do you suffer from heartburn? Did you know that chronic heartburn can be a symptom of something more serious going on in your body? Many people can lessen heartburn symptoms by modifying their diet, exercise, and weight loss. However, if symptoms persist, it is best to consult your doctor as soon as you can. Find a doctor today and schedule your appointment at vmfh.org. That's vmfh.org.
Do you want to tackle COVID this season? Ask your pharmacist or doctor about how a non-mRNA vaccine can help. Seahawks Radio is brought to you in part by Novavax, a proud partner of the Seattle Seahawks. Don't punt on getting your updated COVID vaccination. Novavax, COVID vaccines built different. Visit ChooseNovavax.com to find a vaccine near you.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Seattle Seahawks and the NFL. Speaking of which, the commissioner, Roger Goodell, is here tonight. I went over to wave to him on the sidelines, and his security man tackled me, knocked me to the ground. So don't get near the commissioner.
Yeah, I almost went over and gave him a piece of my mind. Thought better of it.
I think that's probably the best thought.
Well, you know what? Schneider went up and gave him a big hug, and I'm like, if John Schneider likes him, then I guess.
Okay.
I guess
that's right. First and 10 from his own 5. Geno breaks the huddle with McIntosh, the single setback, who's a yard and a half deep in the end zone. Geno's under center. He's got wideouts to both sides. Long count by Smith. Hand off to McIntosh over his left guard, and he bounces off a couple of tacklers out across the 10. As Taylor makes the tackle, we head to the sidelines and Jen.
Geno Smith calling Kenny McIntosh a dynamic player this week, saying he loves the way he finishes runs and how he's always falling forward. He had 3 straight carries on that opening drive and big yards right there, Steve.
And that helped get out from underneath their own goalposts. A 6-yard gain, 2nd down and 4 at the 11. McIntosh stays in the backfield. Barner, the tight end, shifts over from right to left. Geno turns, hands to McIntosh, runs into a knot of players, and he's going to come up short of the 15.
That last run, Steve, you heard the crowd go crazy because it looked like he was going to be tackled in the backfield, and he was able to squeeze out of there and get whatever, what was it, 5 or 6 yards. So that guy always, his feet are always in motion.
Seahawks already have over 60 yards on the ground tonight. 1 of 3 on 3rd downs, looking at a 3rd and 2 from his own 13. Charbonnet now in the backfield with Geno out of the shotgun with a slot to the left side. In fact, slots both sides. Here comes the rush. Geno has time. Looks, scrambles. Now he's going to run. Pumps. Throws near side. Ball is bobbled and dropped. Not sure if Geno could have gotten to the first down marker, but he had JSN on the near sidelines and tried to feather a sidearm throw into him. A little bit behind him. Pretty good pass defense by Kyler Gordon. And the Seahawks again are forced to punt the ball away.
Well, I'm not taking the hits, but I would always be in favor of Geno running it. It looked like he had a little bit of space, but you know what happens. I mean, in the NFL, those guys close quickly, so maybe he only gets a 1-yard gain there, but I do like when Geno pulls the ball down and runs.
Michael Dixon will be punting from back near his own goal line. Gets it away. Blackwell, the deep man, driven back even further. Fair catch called for and made at his own 31-yard line. That's where the Bears will start. Seahawks football brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino. It's fight night with live boxing on January 10th at the Emerald Queen Casino, featuring 2 title fights, sure to be an electrifying night of nonstop action. Fight night, January 10th only at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. Please game responsibly. So we'll stay right here. A 56-yard punt and no return. So Michael Dixon is doing his job in changing field position. And the Seahawks, they on offense have been a couple of 3rd and shorts away from making some plays here to get them out and get a drive going like they had their very first drive of the game.
Yeah, and that last one, anytime you start from your own 5, it's, you know, that's what I worry about. We were talking about it during the break, the punt returners. You know, where do you draw the line as far as trying to make a play? And right now they're losing the field position battle.
1st and 10 for the Bears. Quick toss near side is Swift. Wow. Gets hit in the backfield and dropped. Guess who? Witherspoon firing across the line of scrimmage, and Swift never could even get up ahead of steam. He is trapped A sure tackle by number 21 for a 7-yard loss.
You said something last week about a laser being shot out of a bazooka or something like that.
Yeah.
That's what that looked like. I mean, anytime you see a play like that, really unsound by Spoon. He goes underneath the block, right? But, of course, he makes up the difference by his speed and just aggression, man. He is amazing.
Pistol formation. Back out of the backfield. Far side is Moore. He takes the quick toss. Far side turns upfield, run out of bounds. So the wide receiver, DJ Moore, who's a good one, the Bears got him from Carolina. He runs the ball as well as catches passes, and he took the quick toss and heads to the left side.
Yeah, I think Job is on the outside, supposed to turn that in. I've complained about this many a time, being an inside linebacker. When guys don't turn the ball back inside, you know, you can't get there.
It was a gain of 11. Job ultimately made the tackle, but still a gain of 11. 3rd down and 5 now for the Bears at their own 36. Johnson now in the backfield next to Williams. Seahawks are showing blitz. 3 receivers to the right side. Williams steps up, avoids the rush. Now he throws down the middle, overthrows Rome Odunze. And he had him in the middle of the Seahawks defense. There were a number of defenders around, but Odunze hit that sweet spot, and he was open, and Williams just flat missed him.
Yeah, he's under a little bit of pressure, but he had plenty of time to settle down and throw that ball. Odunze really was open there and just not able to make the connection.
Darden once again deep for the Hawks, stands at his own 15. Torrey Taylor been a busy man already here in the first quarter, and this is a high shot. Fair catch called for and made by Darden at the 15-yard line. That's where the Seahawks will start. 'Tis the season to rep your team. Shop the latest styles at the Pro Shop this holiday season, from jerseys to winter wear to holiday essentials and more. Don't miss the best deals of the year in-store and online throughout the entire month of December. Shop at the Landing in Renton, Lumen Field, or online at Seahawks.com/Pro Shop. 49-yard punt by Taylor. And so the Seahawks once again start inside their own 20-yard line, but at least it's not at their own 7. They
haven't had good field position.
No, they have not. 41 seconds left to play here in the first quarter. Seattle up 3-0. Quick throw far side. DK makes the catch and tries to run over the defender, and he does out to the 21-yard line. Tackle made out there on the far side by Jalen Johnson, their Pro Bowl cornerback. But he'll think twice about getting in the way of number 14 next time. Back to the line of scrimmage on 2nd down and 5. Geno has Charbonnet with him, beside him in the backfield with a slot. Make it 3 receivers to the left. Geno, long count, waiting, I think. They're waiting for the clock to tick down. And it is going to do that before the clock ticks away for the 2-minute warning. That's it. We're done with the first quarter. That's what everyone was waiting on. And so, first 15 in the books here at Soldier Field in Chicago. It's the Seahawks on top of the Bears, 3-0.
When we run out that tunnel, when you put on that jersey, we see 12 as one. We compete together, side by side. You yell louder, we push even harder.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Make no mistake, this city lives for Sunday. Get your tickets for Seahawks game days at Lumen Field and experience what this city lives for. Visit Seahawks.com today.
Football fans, everybody in the Northwest knows the best place to game is Muckleshoot. With the best games, the best food, the best live entertainment, and the Northwest's best sportsbook. All roads lead to Muckleshoot Casino. An easy drive from wherever you are. Please gamble responsibly.
Muckleshoot. For the Seahawks, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize your performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving game day broadcasts from lag time, connecting 60,000 plus live fans at the stadium, delivering benefits of the cloud for your network, secure as a defensive line, legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at Lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
The Seahawks are proud to nominate Geno Nwosu for the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award. Geno is known as a difference maker on and off the field, and now you can be too. Visit NFL.com/Man of the Year to vote for Geno in the Man of the Year Charity Challenge and help him earn a $35,000 donation to a charity of his choice. I'll tell you what, not a lot of people better folks than Geno Nwosu, and man, can he play. It's great to have him back.
It really is, and just watching these guys on the road, Steve, like he's one of those guys that, you know, you get on the elevator and he'll wait till the end for everybody else to get on. And, you know, a lot of the players, I'm always getting out of the way going, like, you guys are the show, right? But he is just such a kind person, but, boy, he's ferocious on the field. And that's exactly what you want.
Exactly. I was going to say that ferocious is a very good word. So the Seahawks now, as we get set to start this second quarter, looking at a 2nd down and 5 from their own 21-yard line. Remember, it wasn't all that long ago, the opening drive of the game for the Hawks, 11 plays. They pay it off with a field goal by Jason Myers. That's all the points we have in the game. Since then, the Seahawks have gone back-to-back 3-and-outs with a couple of punts. So let's see if they can get some more points on this drive as we open the second stanza. Charbonnet in the backfield. Geno takes a shotgun snap, hands it underneath, handoff to Charbonnet. Going to get a couple to about the 22, almost the 23. And going to bring up another 3rd down and about 5 for Seattle.
They just weren't able to move anybody off the line there.
Bears have a couple of big defensive linemen up front. Gervin Dexter Sr. is a 312-pounder who has 5 sacks and 16 quarterback hits from his defensive tackle spot. He's a tough one. Seattle 1 of 4 on 3rd down. Looking at 3rd and 4 from his own 22. Geno from the shotgun. Charbonnet again in the backfield. Slot to the far side. Blitz is coming. Geno has time. Throws outside. Ball is caught. JSN makes the catch. Makes a man miss. Dives forward to the 30-yard line. Make it to 29, but still good enough for a 1st down. Good protection. Seahawks up front are doing the job blocking this pass rushing group for Chicago.
And you saw Charbonnet just straighten a pass rusher up. He looked like he was going to get to Geno, and all of a sudden Charbonnet just bolts into the line and stands him straight up. And just a great little run after catch by JSN to get the 1st down.
At the 30-yard line, 1st and 10 for Geno, goes under center. DK wide to the near side. JSN in motion right to left. Handoff, Sharps, straight ahead, out to the 35, to the 30, almost the 36 as he falls forward. Hardy makes the tackle. The Seahawks have found something they did in that first drive. Between the tackles running the football, they come right back to the line of scrimmage on 2nd down and 5. At the 35, Charbonnet stays in. Wide slot to the left side. He gets the handoff again. Running room left side, out across the 40. Shoulder pads down, bounces off a defender near the 45-yard line. Edwards comes over to make the tackle. I don't know what they're doing, but keep doing it. Seahawks up front, moving guys, giving Charbonnet some running room as he heads to the sidelines to take a break. And now McIntosh comes in on 1st and 10 at his own 44.
Is it me, or does he just look quicker tonight? He just seems so sure, Charbonnet, of where he's going, and he's just hitting the gas on every carry he's had.
That was a 9-yard gain. Geno from the shotgun. McIntosh beside him. Slot near side. The Bears look like they want a blitz. Geno has time. Look out. Now stands up, throws. Ball's caught. Coming back to the quarterback. That's Tyler Lockett near the 40-yard line of the Bears. Johnson on the tackle, but it's going to move the sticks. The Seahawks are finding everybody on offense tonight. Everybody's getting a shot at making catches. Nice one by Tyler Lockett, a gain of 15.
Lockett is so good at running those routes where he gets a guy just where the hips get high enough that he can't really put his foot in the ground and come forward, and just a great way of getting separation.
McIntosh stays in the backfield. A high throw to Tyler on the far side, and he dives forward to the 38-yard line of Chicago. He had DK out in front blocking. Again, it's almost like a quick screen to the wide receiver. Just get the ball out of your hands and get in behind a blocker. Try to pick up what you can. It's like a sweep, only you're already outside.
Yeah, I think you call that a smoke screen sometimes, and that looked like the timing was perfect there.
Just a pickup of 3, but makes it 2nd down and 7, and you're at the 38 of the Bears. Motion across the formation is JSN. He now slots on the right side. Now Tyler Lockett comes in motion back to the left. Low snap, shotgun snap. Geno steps up in the pocket. Look out. Tries to break a tackle and can't. He goes down. Going to be the first sack of the game, and that's a coverage sack. There was just nowhere that Geno saw to throw the ball. So it's going to be, I think, Hardy and Coward are going to get credit for that sack. They may be sharing it by the time all is said and done. Can't expect the guys to last forever on the blocks. It's a loss on the play. Going to bring up a 3rd down and 10.
Well, and I think Geno's under pretty strict orders to either dirt it or, take the sack rather than trying to put the ball up for grabs.
Charbonnet in the backfield now. 3 receivers to the right. Flag is down. Might have been motion. Geno gets hit just as he lets go of the football. The blitz was coming from T.J. Edwards, but let's see about the flag.
Somebody looked like they were in motion at the snap.
Well, I think it was Noah Fant, and I don't know if he got set.
Offside on the offense, number 11. He lined up offside. Penalties decline.
Wow.
4th down.
That's on JSN. I mean, that's happened a couple of times to Seahawk receivers. It happened to Tyler Lockett, I think, last week. That just doesn't happen. So these guys, they look outside. They look like they get permission from the side judge who okays their positioning, but oh well. Penalty decline makes it 4th down and 10, and instead of a field goal attempt, because that'd be from a mile away, it's going to be Michael Dixon with Blackwell deep, stands just inside his own 10-yard line. Here's Dixon, turns the nose down, kicks it for the far side. Ball is going to bounce at about the 6, and that's where it's going to be down by Barner at about the 7, maybe the 8-yard line. And so the Bears will start for a change under their own goalposts, and we'll take a break. 10-19 to play here in this second quarter. Seattle still leads 3-0 on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
You're listening to Seahawks football.
Holy catfish!
Hear Bump and Stacy on FM.
Talent-wise, he is there. It comes down to how Grubb is going to use him, but we know Grubb is going to run the football.
97.3 FM HD2. We are Seattle Sports.
From his multiple Netflix specials, comedian Tom Segura brings his new tour, Come Together, to Emerald Queen Casino Event Center Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Please game responsibly.
Life beyond cancer. That's the hope connecting anyone who has cancer and their loved ones. At Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center, we combine the latest research with breakthrough treatments that deliver hope, backed by science. Talk with us today.
Jingle into big cash this December at Tulalip Resort Casino. Sled in Mondays and Fridays for the holiday sweepstakes. Scoop up guaranteed cash every half hour with a chance to win up to $500,000. Earn entries for all your play this December. Spin by Wednesdays for the Lucky Reels bonus tournament and grab free play up to $1,000. Find all the details online at TulalipCasino.com.
Please game responsibly. As proud sponsors of the Seattle Seahawks, Dania Furniture knows a thing or two about creating excitement, and their year-end clearance event is no exception. For a limited time, save up to 70% on select modern furniture and decor for your whole home, and give your favorite spaces a refresh for less. There are so many treasures to discover, so find your perfect pieces before they're gone for good. Shop one of 4 local showrooms or shop online at DaniaFurniture.com.
The best defense is a good offense. So before the sewer backs up into your home and wreaks havoc, stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is there for you when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Bears are going to start at their own 9-yard line. They've had 5 runs. They're averaging 2.8 yards a carry. Meantime, the Seahawks, 12 runs, averaging almost 6.5 yards a carry, 77 yards on the ground. We've still got 10 minutes to play in the second quarter, so the Seahawks running the ball well. 1st and 10 with Swift in the backfield and Williams. Caleb Williams out of the shotgun. Motion across the formation is Allen. He wants to throw. Does Williams? Does throw. Kind of a back shoulder. Ball is caught. Flag is down. Job makes the tackle on Moore. I think it's going to be interference on the offense. Moore, I think, pushed off.
Pass interference on the offense, number 2, after distance of the goal. First down.
Oh, that's nice.
There we go.
Like that, Bears fans don't, and anything the Bears fans don't like, we're in favor of.
Yeah, you get a pretty good shove off there.
That's the first penalty, first accepted penalty against the Bears. So they'll go to 1st and 15 now at their own 5. Williams again out of the shotgun. Swift beside him in the backfield with a wide slot on the near side. Play fake. Quick pass into the flat to Moore. Makes the catch. He's hit back near the goal line by Witherspoon. He just barely gets back to about the 3 as Witherspoon comes up to make the quick tackle. And the Bears on this drive moving backwards, a loss of 3.
Wow, Spoon, once again, there's lots of things that he does that are unsound. He went underneath the block on that once again, and a lot of times that just sets the block up. But if you can get back, and I talk about this with inside backers all the time, and make that tackle, have at it, man, and he did. That was a spectacular play. 2nd
down and 17, now at his own 2-yard line. Williams, again from the shotgun, standing 2 yards deep in the end zone. Swift beside him. Takes the shotgun snap. Has time, looks right side, throws out into the far side flat. Ball is caught. Moore makes the catch and is run out of bounds by Job on the far side. He had a little bit of help out there. Witherspoon was on the way as well, but a 10-yard pickup. So they got a lot of that back. Looking at a 3rd down and 7 now are the Bears from their own 12-yard line. Inside of 9 minutes to play in this second quarter. Seattle up 3-zip.
Yeah, it looked like Spoon, he cut underneath that and just kind of lost his balance a little bit. But I'll tell you what, if he was ready for that cut, that could have been a pick 6.
Swift stays in the backfield. Caleb Williams again from the shotgun. Has a slot to his left. That includes Roma Dunze. Caleb has time, throws, ball is caught. Seahawks were in a blitz. 1st down and then some, breaking a tackle all the way out across the 35-yard line. It was Swift. Couldn't tell that number from back here, but it ended up being a quick screen pass to the right side, and there weren't a lot of people home for the Hawks. And then he broke a couple of tackles and got him out of jail for a 24-yard gain. A quick snap back to the line of scrimmage, and here comes a throw down the middle, and it's picked off. It's picked off. Bryant, no, they're now going to say no, interception, but a flag is down on the far side. Kobe Bryant dives at about the 45-yard line. Let's see what the penalty is all about.
When the ball was snapped, 12 players on defense were on the field. That's a 5-yard penalty. First down.
That was a quick snap by Caleb Williams and the Bears, and the Seahawks were trying to get somebody off the field at the time, and it just didn't happen, and so 12 on the field. And right now the Bears have just about as good a field position as they have had all night, looking at a 1st and 5 at their own 41.
Never seen that before. Caleb Williams takes the snap and then points downfield and then puts both hands back on the ball and then throws it down there. I don't know what he was doing.
Moore in motion from right to left. Toss to Swift. He comes to the near side, turns back inside, and gets out to about the 49-yard line. Again, in behind some pretty good blocking. Kobe Bryant comes up, among others, to help make the tackle, an 8-yard gain. That's going to be a Chicago Bears 1st down, and back to the line of scrimmage come the Bears. Moore comes wide to the near side with Woolen on him. Williams out of the shotgun. Handoff inside, goes to Swift, tries to get outside. He does as he breaks a tackle, tries to jump. And coming up is Love and Knight to make the play. Knight almost let him get outside, but he was not to be outdone. He raced to that sideline, helped make the tackle for just a 4-yard gain.
Yeah, what a great recovery by him. He ends up making the tackle out on the edge. But a lot of times when you get beat outside, it's hard to make up for it, but it sure helped that Julian Love was there to turn that play back in.
It always helps when Julian Love is in the neighborhood. 2nd down and 7 from his own 48. Johnson in the backfield now. across the formation, and back into the backfield is Swift. Shotgun snap to Williams, steps up in the pocket, gets hit, goes down. Near midfield. A host. Jones was there. D. Hall was there. A host of Seahawks. Not sure who they're going to give it to yet. Looks like D. Hall ultimately is going to get the sack, the first of the game on Williams. Right now it's a split. It looked like Hall got the best of it.
I think those two are tied, right, for most sacks on the team, so nobody pulled away, I guess.
A loss on the play. 3rd down and 9 now from just the other side of midfield. Single setback is Johnson. Quick throw far side. Ball is caught by Moore. Gets in behind his blockers on a quick smoke screen. He's going to have a first down. Kobe Bryant is still trying to tackle him. Seahawks defense. Again, these quick throws to the outside, getting in behind a couple blockers, and the Hawks weren't able to slow that one down and turn it back inside. That's an 18-yard pickup.
Boy, he had 2 big old offensive linemen in front of him downfield. And somebody's got to figure out, keep your eye on those offensive linemen. If they're spraying out to the right or left, you got to come up there and take them on and try to contain that play. That's like the 3rd time they've run that.
Johnson stays in the backfield on 1st and 10 for the Bears at the Seattle 32. 5 minutes to play in the quarter. Williams under center. He's going to hand it to Johnson, who stops. He runs into Big Cat and just said, okay, I give, because the largest man in the world just hit me really hard, and I'm going to hit the ground. A loss of a yard on the play.
It just absolutely destroys the blocker. And really, so did Jonathan Hankins. Both of them, they got singled. And those guys, 2 guys that you can't single block, especially Big Cat.
Just textbook tackle. So, a loss of a yard. Johnson stays in the backfield. Williams out of the shotgun with a trip set of balls on the ground. Williams picks it up. Now he runs. Now he throws. Keenan Allen makes a catch for a first down. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than it is good. That time, I think Williams drops the snap. It just rolled back to him. He scrambles, throws. Williams sticks his hands out, makes that Allen makes the catch, takes it all the way down inside the 20. First down, Chicago at the Seattle 17, a 16-yard gain.
That's a great play by Caleb Williams, but I think even a better play by Keenan Allen, that he stays aware to still run down the field, and because it really looked like Caleb Williams was going to run that ball.
10th play of the drive for the Bears. Swift now leaves the backfield, heads out wide to the right side. So it's empty, shotgun snap, flag is down, throw to the back of the end zone, incomplete. Sails over the intended receiver on the far side of the field. And let's see what this flag is about.
4 players are moving. Number 4 did not reset. That's going to be a 5-yard penalty. First up.
The pass was intended, by the way.
Seattle has declined the penalty. It'll make it 2nd down.
2nd down. The pass was intended for Gerald Everett, former Seahawks tight end, at least for a season, as he was racing down the far side, and Williams just missed him. Williams doesn't have a lot of touch when it comes to those kind of passes. He's missed several receivers on the sidelines. 2nd down and 10 from the Seattle 17. Empty backfield for Williams. Walks up to the line of scrimmage. Now he's going to back up. 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. Takes his time. There takes the shotgun snap. Hits his back foot, looks. Now he's going to scramble around. Now he turns. Now he throws to the end zone. And that one is out of the far side of the end zone. Julian Love, the closest player to it. And it's going to bring up 3rd down. Good coverage by the Hawks. Just nowhere for the Bears quarterback to throw it. So 3rd down and 10 upcoming. Keenan Allen slowly walking back to the huddle. He's no kid, 12 years in the league out of Cal, Dave's favorite college next to Stanford. Swift in the backfield now.
It's a dirty Golden Bears, what we call them.
2 of 5 on 3rd downs are the Bears. Trip set left. Single setback, Williams from the shotgun. Here comes the blitz by the Seahawks. Now Williams got to scramble. Flag is down. Throw to the end zone is going to be caught for a touchdown, but I think this is going to come back. And it is. Yes. Holding against the Bears. The ball was caught by Adunze.
Offense number 73. That's a 10-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Yeah, you can keep dancing all you want, Rome, but the former Seahawk, Jake Curran, gets called for the hold, and that's going to nullify the touchdown.
I'll tell you what, that was a ridiculous throw by Caleb Williams. I mean, that's where he's at his best. The fumbled snap, and then he makes the throw, and then he's running to his left and throws across his body. And thank goodness we got a holding penalty there. That was a spectacular throw by him.
Actually, Dunze was too wide open in the end zone. There were a couple of defenders chasing him. They were talking about it after the play. So now 3rd down and 20 from the 27. There's a shotgun snap. Quick throw inside on a screen pass. Swift makes the catch, and he draws Boye Mafe's attention in a hurry. Boye makes the tackle just inside the 25, as he was not fooled by the screen pass at all. And so it's going to bring up 4th and a long distance, and so KIRO Santos will come on and go for the field goal attempt here to try to tie this football game up. Going to be a 42-yarder off the right hash mark. Torrey Taylor, the punter, is the holder. Scott Daly is the long snapper. Santos from 42. Snap, kick is away. Going to be long enough, and it's good. We have a tie ball game with 2:32 to play here in this second quarter. It's the Seahawks 3, the Bears 3. We'll be back on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
Seahawks football is brought to you by small business partner Element PCC. Element PCC proudly serves King and Pierce counties for all your commercial and industrial painting needs. To find out more, visit elementpcc.com.
Blessed and Thankful 365 is a local family-owned candle and apparel company that offers amazing products meant to serve as a daily reminder that life is a blessing and your unique journey is something to be thankful for. Find out more at blessedandthankful365.com.
It's time for some football, and Ticketmaster is your MVP. As the official ticket marketplace of the Seattle Seahawks and the NFL, Ticketmaster's got the best way to take it to the house when it comes to being there live. They're the safest and most convenient marketplace to score fully verified Seahawks tickets. And if your plans get broken up, or worse, turned over, Ticketmaster gives you more flexibility to sell your seats. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Seahawks.
For tank and tankless hot water heaters, for clogged drains, for leaky faucets, for toilets that won't flush. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is your trusted source to solve all your plumbing needs. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Well, not exactly an offensive juggernaut tonight. 2.5 minutes to play here in this second quarter. We've got a 3-3 tie, the Bears and the Seahawks. A 13-play, 67-yard drive by Chicago. 7:47 off the clock. They did move the ball down the field. Had 4 first downs in that drive. But a 17-yard touchdown pass to Rome Odunze was nullified by a holding call. And so KIRO Santos settles it all with a 42-yard field goal to make it 3-3. Santos tees it up at the 35. Seattle has McIntosh and Young deep. There's a high end-over-end kick. McIntosh, it bounces once and out of the back of the end zone. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Seahawks are going to start 1st and 10 at their own 30-yard line. I'd like to see that offense get back to the rhythm they had on that first drive. Able to run the ball, move guys around up front. Geno from the shotgun. Charbonnet beside him in the backfield on 1st and 10. Takes the snap, handoff, delayed handoff to Charbonnet. Goes left side. Nice run, almost to the 40-yard line. Going to be about a half a yard short as Geno makes a nice play there. We're going to go down to Jen. I'm watching DK Metcalf, and there's a flag down over there as somebody was trying to get to Geno, and now there are more, looks like players are pushing and shoving and maybe a fist or two thrown. They're trying to get Geno, I beg your pardon, DK, trying to make him a bit angry, and they may have just done that. I'm hoping this is going to be offsetting by the time all is said and done. But you just can't do that. You can't be out there shoving guys around and start to lose your cool.
Yeah, and Charbonnet just had a fantastic run.
Right, exactly. You want the emotion, but you just can't let it get you carried away and hurt your team.
After the play was over, there's 2 fouls, both against the offense, both against number 14. We're in sportsmanlike conduct. Only one will be enforced. It'll be 15-yard penalty. The down counts. 2nd down, and that's 14's first score disqualification.
Wow. So that doesn't help at all after a nice run. DK just, again, they try to get under his skin, and they did that time, and it cost them 15. The last one was kind of a push to the helmet by DK after he got pushed by one of the Bears defensive backs he was trying to block.
It looks like he's still over there kind of chirping.
The fouls are personal fouls.
So 2 personal fouls. One is accepted, but they were both DK. He stands on the sidelines right now, and the Seahawks are looking at a 2nd down, but we're going to get to the 2-minute warning. Seahawks will be looking at a 2nd down and 16 with the ball at their own 24-yard line. When we come back, a 3-3 tie.
From his multiple Netflix specials, comedian Tom Segura brings his new tour, Come Together, to Emerald Queen Casino Event Center Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Please game responsibly.
For the Seahawks, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize your performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving game day broadcasts from lag time, connecting 60,000 plus live fans at the stadium, delivering benefits of the cloud for your network, secure as a defensive line, legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
Listen up, Seahawks fans. Shop and Score Sweepstakes is back at Safeway and Albertsons. Buy 10 participating items in a single transaction to enter for a chance to win a Toyota RAV4. Or purchase 3 participating items for a chance to win groceries for a year. Get ready for game day with all your tailgate favorites, from fried chicken to super subs and fresh cut fruit and vegetable trays.
Collective Soul, live in concert. January 14th, Muckleshoot Event Center. Collective Soul. Tickets on sale now at muckleshootcasino.com. Don't miss Collective Soul, live January 14th at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Please game responsibly.
Looking for Seahawks tickets? Sign up for text notifications to receive alerts about last-minute ticket availability and offers. Simply text the word Seahawks to 71211. Go Hawks!
Coming up on the Seahawks halftime report, Michael Bumpus, Ray Roberts, Brian Walters going to break down this first half. Seahawks have had some opportunities, Hopefully they'll get a lot more, and they'll preview the second half for you as well. All coming up in our halftime report. Meantime, the Seahawks backed up by the penalty after a great run by Charbonnet. Now looking at a 2nd down and 16 with the ball at their own 24. The officials trying to keep the ball dry as the drizzle kind of increases here, as we sort of thought it would. The word was it was going to rain, but well after the start of the game, it has. Going to make the traction a little tougher out there, but the Seahawks would love to get into field position at the very least to get another field goal attempt here. DK right back in the game, one of 3 receivers to the right side, empty backfield for Geno Smith. Fant in motion from right to left. Blitz is coming. Quarterback throws it inside. Ball is caught by Fant. The tight end all the way out to the 38-yard line. Nice job. Geno drew everybody to him and then threw to Fant
for sure,
on the little tight end screen back to the middle of the field. Picks up 14 on the play, makes it 3rd down and 3. Nice play call.
Yeah, I love that play there. They usually run that to JSN, and he's got 2 blockers right up the middle. They time it up really well. That way you don't get any offensive linemen downfield. And yeah, again, Noah Fant has been very surprising to me. Watching him in Denver, and I know he's been here a couple of years, but watching him in Denver, he really wasn't that run-after-catch guy, and he has been great with that this year.
Seattle 2 of 6 on 3rd downs, looking at a 3rd and 3 at their own 37. Bears have used one of their timeouts, now empty backfield with 3 receivers to the left side. Tyler Lockett is wide to the right. 4-man rush. Geno has time, steps up, dumps it underneath Fant. 1st down and then some. Across the 40, stutter step. 45 out to midfield where he's tackled. On the play by Edwards. Clock continues to move. 1:37 and counting. Back to the line of scrimmage with the Seahawks. This time Fant goes wide to the left side. Charbonnet wide to the right. Empty backfield. Geno awaits the shotgun snap. Here comes the blitz. Geno gets out of trouble, scrambles left side, looks, throws back inside. Ball is caught by DK. Nice throw across the body. Good reception by DK. 1st down inside the Bears' 40-yard line. Going to be 1st and 10. Clock continues to move. 1:09. Back to the line of scrimmage. Ball spotted at the 37 of Chicago. A 14-yard gain. Charbonnet still in the backfield. Geno has time. Scrambles up. Pump fakes. Now he's going to run. Slides down just about the 33-yard line of Chicago. Timeout called. And that's going to be taken by the Seahawks. That's their first timeout with 53 seconds left in the half. And the Seahawks are now in field goal range or thereabouts. And we will take a break. All tied up at 3 apiece.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save, because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey, which Seahawks home game should we attend next year?
All of them.
So, San Francisco?
Yeah, all of them.
LA?
All of them.
Arizona?
Hey.
Yeah?
I want to go to all of them.
Let's go.
Play Seahawks Scratch from Washington's Lottery for the chance to win 2025 Seahawks season tickets. Odds of winning any prize playing Seahawks Scratch are 1 in 3.41. Odds of winning a second chance prize depend on the number of entries received. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Keep it fun. Know your limit.
It's comedian Tom Segura at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Friday, April 25th.
My kids call me Tom. So unnerving. Every day, the older one's like, "How you doing, Tom?" I go, "Hey, I'm not your stepdad, all right? I wish I was. It'd be a lot easier, but I'm not."
Tickets at EmeraldQueen.com. One of today's biggest touring comedians. Tom Segura's Come Together Tour, April 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit EmeraldQueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
Hey, Seahawks fans, this is Steve Rabel for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Everyone should know their blood pressure and cholesterol level. If they're too high, the risks of heart attack, stroke, and heart disease increase. That's why seeing your primary care physician is so important. Simple things like eating healthy, daily exercise, and quitting tobacco will give your heart the support it needs to keep you in the game. Talk with a doctor today and schedule your appointment at vmfh.org. That's vmfh.org. Say-12s, make sure to catch a post-game edition of the Seahawks Central tonight on Kong. Paul Sylvie, Dave Wyman will break down the game. Be joined by a couple of Seahawks players. Catch Seahawks Central tonight at 9:30 p.m. on Kong and tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. on King 5. 53 seconds to play here in the half. We've got a 3-3 tie. Seattle on the move. 2nd down and 6 at the Bears' 33-yard line. Charbonnet in the backfield. JSN slots to the left side inside of Tyler Lockett. Bobo is wide to the right. Geno from the shotgun. Takes the snap, hands it off to Charbonnet, puts his shoulder pads down and blasts into the left side of the defensive front of the Bears, and not much doing there. Chris Williams, among others, holds them to a 1-yard gain, so it's 3rd down now and 6. Right back to the line of scrimmage come the Seahawks. Again, 3 wideouts. Barner is one of the 3 receivers, and now timeout is called.
30-second timeout, 30 seconds on the game clock.
So that one came a little bit late. Geno was already trying to get the players to the line of scrimmage to run the next play. And so about 5 or 8 seconds ticked off the clock before the timeout got called from the far sidelines. So 30 seconds left to play here in the first half. Seattle, 3rd down and 5 from the 32. Tied at 3 apiece. They're within field goal range. It would be a long one for Jason Myers, and the rain has now picked up. And the wind is blowing a little bit down here, as Jen said it was going to. On the playing surface of Soldier Field. Geno on this drive is 3 of 3 of 39. Drops back, throws ball slapped down. Trying to get the ball back inside. Jacob Martin, the former Seahawk, climbs the ladder and knocks that one down. And so here comes the field goal team on for the Hawks in the rain. A nice drive. Let's see if the Seahawks can pay it off with 3 right here with 26 seconds left.
Looks like they're going to be about 50.
Going to be a 50-yarder from the right hash mark. Official keeping the ball dry until Chris Stoll, the long snapper, takes his position over the ball. Michael Dixon will hold right at the 40. And Myers will attempt to kick this one from 50. There's the snap. Kick is away. Going to be plenty long enough, and it is right through.
Wow.
Myers, who came in with 7 kicks over 50, adds to that total now. And the Seahawks lead with 21 seconds left in the half. Lead 6-3 over the Chicago Bears. Seahawks football brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. Gaming excitement, dining, live entertainment, luxury accommodations, and spa. When all you want is everything, Tulalip Resort Casino. Details at everythingtulalip.com. Please game responsibly.
Tell you what, that one hit the net, which is about, 5 or 6 yards beyond the field goal. I don't know if that would have made it at Lumen Field, that 60-yarder that he tried to hit last week, but that one was a no-doubter.
So again, not exactly a huge offensive performance on either side, but Seahawks paying it off when they needed to here in this first half. An 8-play, 38-yard drive, and then Myers with the 50-yarder. Makes it 6-3 here in the second quarter. Scott and Johnson, the 2 deep men. In fact, Scott is actually on the goal line. Johnson up closer to the 10 as more a personal protector. Myers is going to kick it from left to right. There's the boot, a line drive kick. Scott, 2 yards deep, is going to take a knee and give his offense a chance. From out at the 30-yard line, let's see if the Seahawks defense get these guys off the field, and the Hawks go in with a first half lead. Remember, the Bears are going to get the ball to start the second half after deferring at the beginning of this game. Seahawks come back out on defense. Job as one of the cornerbacks. 3 cornerbacks, in fact. Woolen, Witherspoon, and Job. And 3 safeties in the game. Williams out of the shotgun with Swift next to him. A wide slot to the right side. Underneath handoff, Swift has running room, spins out of 1 tackle, and then is dropped across the 35 at the 37. Jenkins, Reed, both on the tackle. Bears call a timeout.
Number 2, Chicago.
It's amazing to me the amount of ground that Big Cat covers. Leonard Williams makes plays that nobody who's 6'6" and 325 pounds should make.
He is amazing, and you know, of course, this time of the season, nobody is completely healthy, but he's been playing a little bit dinged up this season and still making plays, firing up his defense, staying out there on the field. Jay Reed out there with him, the two big inside defensive linemen with Chenanowosu and Boye Mafe.
It's hard to believe it's his 10th year.
Yeah.
I mean, he plays like he's in his second or third.
2nd down and 4 from his own 36. 15 seconds left for Williams and company. Again from the shotgun. Swift in the backfield. Williams wants to throw. Looks. Slides back. Now steps up. Now gets hit. Now goes down. Back at the 30-yard line.
It's the guy Williams, we were just talking about.
There you go. I think he heard us, and I think the Bears have said, you know what? Let's just take it to the house, and they do. The half will end on a sack by the Seahawks. Big Cat Williams. The two teams head to their respective locker rooms. The fans head for the concourse to try to dry out and get ready for a second half of football. The Seahawks lead this one 6-3 over the homestanding Bears. Stay tuned. Seahawks halftime report coming up. Michael Bumpus, Ray Roberts, Brian Walters, they're going to break it all down for you. Can't wait to hear what they have to say. We will see you after the half.
Welcome to the Seahawks Halftime Report. Now, here's your host, Michael Bumpus.
Seahawks up 6-3 in Chicago on Thursday Night Football. Michael Bumpus with Ray Roberts and Brian Walters. Let's look at some of these stats. 178 total yards for the Seahawks, 87 yards passing, 91 yards rushing, 15 rush attempts, 15 pass attempts. We always talk about balance, and we say it's not necessarily have to be split down the middle, 15-15, but sometimes it be like that, Big Ray. So we've seen the run game get going. Zach Charbonnet is averaging 5.6 per clip. Kenny McIntosh averaging 7.4 per clip. What do you see?
Yeah, the thing I see in the running game is, like I told you guys up there, it doesn't always look pretty. So there may be a guy with half his body in the hold, or another guy like getting some penetration over the center or something other like that. But if you just keep grinding and keep pushing, and the running back is still running downhill, you can make something out of it. I love the way Charbonnet is running with a lot of power and finishing his runs pretty strong. And then with Kenny McIntosh just showing some explosions. So excited about what they have going in the running game. The offense has kind of looked a little, I don't want to say out of sync, but it's not as clean as you would like it to be. I think they could have finished off a couple of those drives with points. And then Geno throwing a few scary balls, footballs in there, passes. So, wondering kind of where his head is and all of that. So, but I think overall they're doing pretty good on offense.
Throwing the football, you got Noah Fant. He has 3 receptions for 40 yards, along of 15 for Lockett, along of 14 for DK, and then Zach Charbonnet also has a catch for 11 yards. How's that pass game looking?
Yeah, it's we're adding another person to the middle screen repertoire, and that's Noah Fant. We haven't seen that from him this year, so now they have Noah with the middle screen. I like that. Tyler Lockett's getting involved. He looks good, finding the zones. But really what it's come down to, I just love how they are running the ball, and it's going to be so important the second half of this weather that we see. The pouring rain keeps on coming in Chicago, because it's just, it's going to be tough conditions to get this passing game going. JSN only 3 targets so far, and DK with 2. You expect that to pick up a little bit, but not much going. Kind of a quick first half, honestly, with the possessions. So we'll see. But I just love that Grubb has committed to the run, just so we've seen.
One of the keys to this game we felt was getting pressure on Caleb. He's been sacked twice so far. He's been hit 5 times. What's that pressure looking like?
You know what? I thought it actually would be more pressure. It just seemed like the last couple drives has kind of picked up a little bit, but I thought they've done a pretty good job kind of keeping him upright and protecting him. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the second half. It seems like they may have unlocked something in the pass rush there, with Leonard Williams getting some pressure. Mafe had pressure. Derek Hall had a sack. So hopefully that'll pick up too as the game goes on, and they kind of figure out the best way to attack this offensive line that has a bunch of dudes that haven't played a whole lot.
B, you pointed out the weather. You said we want to get JSN and DK going. How do you think they do that with the rain doing what it's doing right now?
Well, you might see a lot of the quick game, a lot of little wide receiver screens, bubbles, kind of more of those spacing routes that we saw was a little scary at the goal line. We saw Geno almost throw an interception in that, but go back to that. I think those can open up really, but it's just going to be a lot of those short plays. Going downfield is not going to be, if it keeps raining just like that. You've seen Caleb Williams has had issues throwing the ball downfield. I don't think he's completed a single pass downfield. You saw them have success on the one little screen to DeAndre Smith. You saw another kind of broken down play where the fumble, and he kind of sidearmed it. So there hasn't been a lot downfield, and I think a lot of that has to do with the weather and how it's coming out. You see a lot of overthrows. You see him throwing it into the stands, or he missed Odunze on the wide open. When he was wide open in the middle of the field, overthrew it. So the ball's kind of slipping a little bit. So it looks like it's tough conditions to throw the ball right now. So a lot of shorter things.
All right, first half is in the books. We got more to do. When we come back, the guys are going to break it all down here on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
Legends Casino Hotel is your home for live events, delicious food, comfort, and fun this season. It's Hondas for the holidays, with cash prizes every Thursday and a Honda vehicle giveaway the day after Christmas. Come for the entertainment and stay for the luxury. Spacious, comfortable rooms, all your favorite casino games, delicious food, and a holiday ham giveaway. It's your new favorite road trip. Listen to the game and make the drive to Yakima Legends Casino Hotel. Within winning distance, please game responsibly.
Seahawks football is brought to you by small business partner Sweeney Conrad. Sweeney Conrad offers tax, audit, accounting, and advisory services to businesses and high net worth individuals. Discover Sweeney Conrad's small firm feel and big firm expertise at SweeneyConrad.com.
On behalf of KIRO News Radio, Seattle Sports, and Treehouse, thank you to everyone who helped make the 36th year of Holiday Magic truly magical.
This is the best part of our entire year here at KIRO. We don't have to do any bad news. It's all good news. It's you.
Holiday Magic may have ended, but the season of giving has not. You can still donate to Treehouse by going to mynorthwest.com/Holiday Magic. Thank you for serving Treehouse, and happy holidays.
The world's greatest fans deserve world-famous fries. So now, all season long, Seahawks fans can hit the Golden Arches every Blue Friday for a free order of the classic fries you love with any $1 minimum purchase when you order on the app. With a deal like this, it's safe to say that McDonald's is the new Friday night spot for Seattleites. Talk about something for the 12s to cheer about. Valid one time on Fridays through 12/31/24 at participating McDonald's. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
Traffic backups are inconvenient, but if your pipes are backing up at home, that's bad. There's only one cure for this pesky problem: the experts at Beacon Plumbing, Heating, Septic, and Mechanical. Trust them to clear your clogs. Stop freaking and call Beacon. 1-800-FREAKIN.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Seahawks up in Chicago, 6-3. This is the halftime show. I'm with the fellas. Let's break down some of these stats. Geno Smith, 10-15, 97 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Zach Charbonnet, 9 carries, 50 yards, a long of 11. Kenny McIntosh has 5 carries for 37, a long of 25. Noah Fant, he's arrived. 3 catches, 40 yards on 4 targets. Tyler Lockett has 3 for 20. DK, 2 for 19. Zach Charbonnet, 1 for 11. And Jackson Smith and Jigba has 1 reception for 7 yards. Josh Jobe leads the team in tackles with 3. Leonard Williams has a sack and 2 TFLs. You got Derek Hall with a sack as well. The halftime stats are brought to you by Lumen, trusted network for AI. As a team, not so great on third downs for the squad. Not bad neither. I guess 3 for 8 could be a bit better. The Chicago Bears are 2 for 6. How do you get this offense going in the second half? Offensive coordinator Roberts.
I would stick with the run, man, and then try to bring some play action pass off of that. Like you guys said, the weather is getting bad, so it's hard to throw. So maybe get some quick game out of that. Put the ball, show run. Come out of that thing, hit someone on shorter route, quick slant or something other like that. But I do think that there's going to be, a turnover. I think we're going to turn them over. That's going to really open the game up. I think it may even be like a pick up the fumble, score a touchdown, interception for a touchdown. I don't think the offense is going to have to score the touchdown, but I feel like the defense is on the verge of a play that's going to open the game up.
Look at this. And now, if he gets this right, we will not hear the end of this. If you get this right, Big Ray,
I'm calling it out.
Calling it right now. I'm with it. What you got, B?
I think that some of these third down issues, sometimes they're doing such a good job of getting in third and shorts, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4. But then we're kind of spreading it out. We're going into empty, and we're kind of totally changing everything and becoming one-dimensional. I'd like to just remain two-dimensional, where you still have the threat of the run on some of these 3rd down and 1s, 2s, and 3s. And so it just kind of makes them be a little more respectful instead of just saying, hey, nope, we're going to try to throw for this. And that's when you saw the near interception down there in the goal line and stuff. So just keep that threat of run or pass on every single down.
That first series, they go 11 plays, 71 yards, eat up 6 minutes on the clock. After that, it's been pretty short. 3 plays, 3 yards. 3 plays, 8 yards. So now it's about just connecting it, right?
Yes, sir.
Big Ray like to say, marry the pass with the run, and let's see if they can get in that end zone. The Chicago Bears get the football coming out of the half. We are done here. We're going to send it back to Dave Wyman and Steve Rabel. The Seahawks are up 6-3.
Hey, Seattle Seahawks fans, ready for some football? But what happens when life tackles you too hard? Accidents can happen on and off the field. When they do, you need a strong team on your side. At Carpenter & Zuckerman, they're proud sponsors of the Seattle Seahawks and even prouder of their winning record in personal injury cases. If you've been injured, let them fight for the compensation you deserve. Don't let an injury sideline your life. Call Carpenter & Zuckerman personal injury lawyers today and get the justice you deserve. Listen up, Seahawks fans. Shop and Score Sweepstakes is back at Safeway and Albertsons. Buy 10 participating items in a single transaction to enter for a chance to win a Toyota RAV4. Or purchase 3 participating items for a chance to win groceries for a year. Get ready for game day with all your tailgate favorites, from fried chicken to super subs and fresh cut fruit and vegetable trays.
For the Seahawks, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize your performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving game day broadcasts from lag time, connecting 60,000 plus live fans at the stadium, delivering benefits of the cloud for your network, secure as a defensive line, legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
At BECU, we're proud members of the 12s community. Jersey casual dress code on Blue Fridays, hoarse voices on Monday mornings, and flying that 12 flag every day of the week. We know how much the 12s love to show their pride, because we do too. That's why we give our members a chance to show their Seahawks pride with every purchase. So join us and get the Seahawks Debit MasterCard from BECU, the official debit card of the Seattle Seahawks. BECU, power in people. Membership required. Restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Welcome back to Seahawks football. Now, with the second half kickoff, here's Steve Rabel.
Both teams back on the field. Still raining here at Soldier Field in Chicago. We've got a 6-3 Seahawks lead. After the half, we head down to the sidelines. Jen Mueller has a word from both coaches.
Yeah, Mike McDonald saying about the offense, almost the same thing he told me pregame, and just taking a deep breath and getting back to doing what they can do defensively. He can tell the effort is there. Now it's about finishing the game. For the Bears, fundamentals was the prime message at halftime on both sides of the ball, making sure that they are staying in their gaps, acting with gap integrity to slow down the Seahawks run game, and getting back to communication on the offensive side of things and not shooting themselves in the foot, Steve, as they do get the ball to start the third quarter.
They will indeed, and we know the Seahawks are good at making some adjustments. As Dave mentioned, in that first half, a couple of adjustments probably need to be made about the screen passes that the Bears have been able to throw, both to the running back and to the tight end. They picked up, and the wide receiver, I beg your pardon, picked up some pretty good yardage against the Seattle D, but that's about, Dave, the only thing that's worked for them so far in this first half.
Yeah, I thought the most disappointing thing in the first half was that they had them nailed inside their own 10-yard line, and they allowed them to drive pretty much the field and then kick a field goal. But other than that, not a lot to complain about as far as defense goes. But offensively, just being more consistent. They've had a couple of times where they had good drives, and then it gets negated by some kind of a penalty. So we'll see. I mean, I don't think DK Metcalf did anything that pissed off the coach or anything like that, just because they put him right back in there. So hopefully they'll able to clean things up in the second half. But yeah, it's pretty wet down there. I mean, I didn't realize it was going to rain this much. So they're definitely going to have to try to keep it on the ground. And they've had a couple of really good runs with Zach Charbonnet.
Scott and Johnson, the two deep men. As Justin Myers gets a high kick away. It's going to be Scott at the goal line, out across the 10. 15, starts right side, cuts back to the left, breaks one tackle. No, he can't, and is eventually dropped just across the 20.
Yeah, Derek Young got the first hit there, kind of knocked him off balance, and then
I think it was George Halani who actually cleaned it up.
Made the tackle, yeah.
So nice to have Mr. Halani on the roster this evening, as he is serving as the third back, but then of course on most of the special teams. And here come the Bears now, 1st and 10 at their own 22. Swift, DeAndre Swift, the former Detroit Lion, in the backfield. Williams goes under center on 1st and 10. The play fake to him. Williams is going to roll right, has time. Now he's going to pull it down and run, and he's run out of bounds by Witherspoon. Going to be short of the 25-yard line as I'm looking all the way across the field. So maybe a 3-yard gain. I'm sure one of the things they talked about in the locker room for the Bears is, hey, if there's a little running room for you, Caleb, take it.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, on the backside, things that nobody sees, Rick Woolen did such a great job of covering that over route, and that's really hard to cover. And he was just all over the backside wide receiver as he was running across the field.
So they're going to actually say no gain, 2nd down and 10. Slot to the near side, turned and hand to Swift. Boy, big opening. Closes up, though, in a hurry. Out to the 30-yard line. Boye Mafe on the tackle. From our angle, it looked like there was a hole in there big enough to drive a truck through, but Mafe was Johnny on the spot to make the tackle. Still, though, an 8-yard gain makes it 3rd down and 2.
Yeah, you can't have that. Looked like the linebacker there didn't get over the top of the block, but yeah, Boye closed in a hurry there, but probably could have been more like 3rd and 7 than 3rd and 2.
Johnson now, the short yardage back in the backfield, and he's going to get the handoff. He's going to look for running room. He's going to try to plow ahead. He doesn't get past the 30-yard line. He's going to be short. Love, among others, comes up to make the tackle. Here comes the punt team, and Chicago fans are
faithful.
Well, I don't know that he'd be. They're just not very happy about seeing a 4 and whatever team punt the ball at this stage, but you've got to when the ball is sitting back at your own 30. Even an interim head coach knows that. And so Darden is the deep man for the Hawks back at his own 20.
Yeah, people might boo, but that's how you don't get fired.
That's right. That's right.
Punting the ball from your own 30.
Here's Taylor with the kick. Fair catch called for. Durden at his own 20 and makes it. And so the Hawks will start there. 1st and 10 with 12:47 to play here in this 3rd quarter. Pacific Office Automation is a proud sponsor of the Seahawks and the Northwest #1 provider of office technology. Pacific Office Automation, problem solved.
Durden takes the fair catch at the 20. And earlier, he didn't take one at the 5. So I don't know. I think maybe his special team coach, Jay Harbaugh, got in his ear about what the rules are for that.
Might very well have. 1st and 10 for the Hawks now from their own 20. Wide man to the near side is Bobo, and now DK Metcalf shifts over from left to right. Geno under center on 1st and 10. Charbonnet the single setback. Long count by Smith. Under center, play fake. Wants to throw on 1st down, dumps it off to Charbonnet as he releases from the backfield, takes it out to the 26. Gordon comes up to make the tackle quickly, but about 6-yard gain. Makes it 2nd down and 4 out to the 26. And here come the Seahawks right back to the line of scrimmage with a slot to the left side. Jackson Smith and Jigba wide right. Now Geno slows everything down with Charbonnet in the backfield with him. Geno from the shotgun steps up to the line of scrimmage. Now they're settling on a play, and Bobo is going to shift sides, comes all the way over from the left, slots on the right. Geno from the shotgun takes the snap, hands it to Charbonnet, bounces off of his own blocker and gets hit in the backfield and dropped. That one was kind of doomed from the start as there was good penetration by the Chicago Bears in the backfield. DeMarcus Walker leading the way, a loss of a yard. So now 3rd down and 5 from his own 25.
Yeah, that one on the front side never got going. And there's a lot of shifting and moving and everything, and that did not fool the Chicago Bear defense.
So here we go, Seattle 3 of 8 on 3rd downs. Geno from the shotgun. Tyler Lockett, who had a good first quarter, wide to the right side. 4-man rush. Geno has time, steps up in the pocket, pulls away. Now he's going to scramble. He's going to dive. He's going to keep running and slides down near the 45-yard line for a first down. I thought for a minute like he was going to keep on running and he might have run for another 15 yards. As it was, he slides down. They spot it at the 41. A 16-yard gain for Geno on a 3rd down makes it 1st and 10.
I love it when Geno runs.
You always say that. He's got more speed than people think.
I want to tell him that, but
he'll listen to you.
I don't think so.
1st and 10 at his own 41. Charbonnet in the backfield. DK and JSN, the 2 wide receivers. Charbonnet straight ahead, breaks a tackle at the line and is dragged down at the 43. So a gain of a couple. But again, just something to keep that defensive front from pinning their ears back and coming after Geno on a pass play, even if you get only 2, 3, 4 yards a run.
You're right. And the other thing is the players on defense, they don't know how to hit a quarterback anymore.
Exactly. Seattle just 2 under 100 yards for the game rushing. Single setback, Charbonnet. He's going to get a toss. He's going to go left side. Seahawks have just gone over 100 yards rushing across the 45 near the 47-yard line of Seattle. They need to get to the 50 for a first down. So going to be 3rd down and about 3.
Great block by Farrell Brown there. And we saw last week him make a spectacular catch over the middle, but he is a really good blocker, and he is huge. And so great job by him getting Zach just a little bit of a crack there to get up to a 3rd and 3 here.
Slot to the near side. DK is wide to the far side. Geno takes a shotgun snap, gives a look outside. Now he breaks a tackle. Now he looks. Now he gets hit as he's throwing the ball on the ground. Seahawks dive for it. I think the Hawks got it, as Geno might have gotten hurt on that play. He was trying to throw the football and he got hit, and that's a really vulnerable position for the quarterback trying to throw.
Looks like Olu fell on it.
Olu Timmy, the center, falls on it. Geno holding the ball just a little bit too long, waiting for somebody to come open, and it's Darrell Taylor, the former Seahawk, who got there and hit Geno's arm. They're going to have to check Geno out on the far side, make sure he's okay. In the meantime, it brings up another punt by the Seahawks, and Michael Dixon comes on to punt from about his own 30-yard line. Blackwell is the deep man, stands just inside his own 15. Kicking from left to right and into the rain. High, wobbly kick. Going to take a bounce. Going to bounce toward the sidelines and just shy of the 15-yard line of Chicago, and that's where the Bears will start. 1st and 10 when we come back. 8:13 to play here in the 3rd quarter. Seattle leads 6-3 on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
Stay informed and entertained with Jake Skorheim and Spike O'Neill.
We're all friends, and we hang out, and we get to chit-chat and have fun. And the most important member of that friendship group is the audience.
We want to build something that you want to be a part of.
Jake and Spike, weekdays noon to 3 on KIRO News Radio.
From his multiple Netflix specials, comedian Tom Segura brings his new tour, Come Together, to Emerald Queen Casino Event Center Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Please game responsibly. The world's greatest fans deserve world-famous fries. So now, all season long, Seahawks fans can hit the Golden Arches every Blue Friday for a free order of the classic fries you love with any $1 minimum purchase when you order on the app. With a deal like this, it's safe to say that McDonald's is the new Friday night spot for Seattleites. Talk about something for the 12s to cheer about. Valid one time on Fridays through 12/31/24 at participating McDonald's. Excludes tax, must opt into rewards. As proud sponsors of the Seattle Seahawks, Dania Furniture knows a thing or two about creating excitement, and their year-end clearance event is no exception. For a limited time, save up to 70% on select modern furniture and decor for your whole home, and give your favorite spaces a refresh for less. There are so many treasures to discover, so find your perfect pieces before they're gone for good. Shop one of 4 local showrooms or shop online at daniafurniture.com.
Toyotathon is on, and it's the perfect time to wrap up the year with a new RAV4. Now through January 6th, get 4.99 APR financing on a new 24 or 25 RAV4 or RAV4 Hybrid. Or lease a 24 RAV4 LE gas for $309 a month for 39 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Seattle Seahawks and the NFL. Rain continues to fall here at Soldier Field in Chicago. Seattle with a 6-3 lead. All we've got is field goals. 2 by the Hawks, 1 by the Bears. 8:13 to play in this third quarter. Swift in the backfield as the Bears start 1st and 10 at their own 16-yard line. Caleb Williams is under center. He's going to hand to Swift, who starts up the middle, bounces a little to his left, and then runs headlong into Ernest Jones, who makes the tackle.
Tell you what, Witherspoon, he makes spectacular plays, but he also does the dirty work. And on that play, he stayed, even though it was going away from him, he stayed home and did his job in allowing other players to make plays.
And Ernest Jones did, held it to a 4-yard gain, 2nd down and 6, with the ball at the 20 of Chicago. Williams now under center again. Swift, the single setback. The tight end, Cole Kmet, haven't heard from him all night. He wings on the left side. Play fake. Williams looks to throw, has to scramble out to the right side, has too much running room. He's out across the 30, 1st down into the Seahawks bench area. Kobe Bryant ran him out of bounds. That time nobody home on the far side of the field. And Williams, this is what he can do to you. He just took off and ran and picked up 16 yards and a 1st down.
He's a pretty savvy kid, I'll tell you. And I know he's the first pick of the draft, but he did a really good job of maneuvering the pocket there and taking off. And, you know, just like I said about Geno, I think when you run your quarterback, there's the risk that he might get injured, but it's always difficult for the defense.
Williams takes a shotgun snap on 1st and 10. It's going to be a screen pass to Swift. He starts out right, cuts back to the middle of the field. Witherspoon comes up to make the tackle. Nice job, the Seahawks defense getting out there to cut off that screen pass and holding it to a 1-yard loss on the tackle by Witherspoon.
Yeah, and again, Spoon staying home. Everything was going to his left, and he stayed home on the right side and was able to make that play. And he is a sure tackler. Not the biggest guy in the world, that's for sure, but he gets down the middle of the ball carrier. 2nd
down and 11 from his own 35. Swift stays in the backfield. Williams from the shotgun this time has 3 receivers right. Williams looks that way. Now he sidearms one far side, making the catch, stepping out of bounds. Keenan Allen, going to be a short gain. Julian Love was out there, so will Boye Mafe. And it's going to be 3rd down and about 9 after less than a yard gained on the play. Williams, the USC product for that Oklahoma. Now the star here in Chicago, they can build around him. 3rd down, they're going to actually say 3rd down a little less than 10. Rome Odunze slots on the left side. Williams looks this way, being chased. Now he goes down, back at the 25-yard line. Jaron Reed has the belly roll celebration, and that's the 3rd sack of the game for the Seahawks on Williams. He just had nowhere to go with the football, makes it 4th and 20, and the Bears are going to be forced to punt after a loss of 11.
As long as he keeps doing that sack dance, I will be laughing. Kind of an homage to Michael Bennett, who used to do that from a Key and Peele skit. But, man, what a great pass rush. They brought the house there. And that takes some gumption. Took all a defense like that.
Torrey Taylor with a short kick that takes a Seahawks bounce and is down by the Bears at the Seattle 35-yard line. We'll take a break. 4:35 to play here in the third quarter. Seattle leads by a tray, 6-3 over the Bears on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
KIRO News Radio gets you ready for each and every Seahawks game.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Listen to the Mike McDonald preview on Seattle's Morning News.
Trying to push the envelope, trying to win on the margin. That's the only way to go about it, to win in the NFL.
Fridays with Hawks broadcaster Steve Raven. Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, great job, baby, great job!
KIRO News Radio and Seattle Sports, the official home of the Seattle Seahawks and the Mike McDonald Show.
Holy catfish!
Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
Hey fans, indulge your skin with the natural goodness of Queen Care products. Rejuvenate yourself after an exhilarating game by treating yourself to the luxury you deserve. Visit QueenCareProducts.com or the flagship location in the Central District of Seattle. Queen Care.
It's time for some football, and Ticketmaster is your MVP. As the official ticket marketplace of the Seattle Seahawks and the NFL, Ticketmaster's got the best way to take it to the house when it comes to being there live. They're the safest and most convenient marketplace to score fully verified Seahawks tickets. And if your plans get broken up, or worse, turned over, Ticketmaster gives you more flexibility to sell your seats. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Seahawks.
A taste of what makes Oberto great with Stephen Oberto.
At the end of the day, we want to make delicious products that are differentiated that people love, right? And so, food doesn't need to be that complicated. It needs to taste good. It needs to be simple in how you make it and process it, and you need to do it consistently every day. So those are kind of the cornerstones of how we make products and what we're out to achieve.
Oberto Specialty Meats. Quality, flavor, heritage.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Seahawks 1st and 10 at their own 35-yard line. Going to start this drive with Kenny McIntosh in the backfield and 3 receivers to the near side. In motion, JSN comes back toward his quarterback. Geno steps up, look out. Now he's going to throw, and it's going to sail out of bounds as JSN slipped and fell. He was the closest man to it. He was starting to throttle down. It's going to be slippery out there because it's been raining since probably midway through the first quarter. It brings up 2nd down and 10. Seahawks offense been sputtering here since that opening drive of the game. Looking at a 2nd and 10 from their own 35. McIntosh in the backfield with a tight slot to the near side. Handoff to McIntosh as he kind of stutter steps at the line. He might have gotten 3 on the play.
Yeah, I thought that throw that Geno had on 1st down almost looked like a throwaway. I'm wondering.
Oh, maybe he saw his receiver fall at that point.
Yeah.
And because that's exactly where they wanted to drop it. Behind the cornerback in front of the safety. 3rd down now and 7 from his own 38. Charbonnet starts wide to the near side. Geno 4 of 10 on 3rd downs. Bears are showing blitz. 3 receivers on the left. Tyler Lockett on the right. Here comes the blitz. Geno has time. Throws to the middle. Ball is caught. JSN comes back to his quarterback. Breaks 1 tackle. Ball is out, but he was down. Ground cannot cause a fumble.
Ruling on the field is that the runner was down by contact.
Thank you so much. He was.
He was touched on the way down.
Yep. So big play as Geno has enough time, stands in there and waits for JSN to come back and uncover. And the Seahawks have a first down into Bears territory at the 43-yard line, an 18-yard gain. JSN now wide on the right side. Geno from the shotgun. He's going to turn and hand to McIntosh. A flag is down on the near side. It usually means somebody might have lined up on in the neutral zone or offsides.
Legal formation on the offense. Number 72 is uncovered. It's a 5-yard penalty. First down.
Again, those unforced things, you just kind of shake your head that, you know, as we get into week 17, those things ought to become apparent.
That's what Chuck Knox would call 8th grade Swickley. Remember that?
Yes,
I mean, it's like it's a simple thing that you should know since the 8th grade. But, you know, we're not getting much help from the officials. A lot of times they'll move the receivers up and back if they think they're not in the right spot.
1st and 15, a handoff to McIntosh. He gets hit at the line of scrimmage, breaks that tackle, fights his way down to close to the 40-yard line. Edwards on the tackle for the Bears. Clock continues to move, 2:22 and counting here in the third quarter. Well, a 7-yard gain. Sorry, Dave.
You stood next to Kenny Mack, right?
Yeah,
he's not the biggest guy in the world.
No,
but he's got great feet, and he will put his face in there. That's for sure.
Very strong legs. 2nd down and 9 as they spotted the ball back at the 42-yard line of Chicago. Wide slot to the left side. Play fake. Geno throws the ball to Pharaoh Brown out in the left flat. He makes the catch and draws a crowd. The ball comes out. I didn't hear a whistle. I still haven't heard a whistle. One of the Bears, Gordon, has picked it up. He's run to the end zone. I still haven't heard a whistle. We're waiting for an official, some official somewhere, to make a call. And there's an official standing back where the ball supposedly came out. And I'm not sure whether they said he was down or his forward progress was stopped.
Ruling on the field is that the officials, we did not rule the runner down. The ball was out. Touchdown.
Holy smokes. Well, that's... You know, we're all standing here waiting to see if there's going to be a whistle. Nobody from the Seahawks moved. I'd love to see the replay, and I'm sure they're going to look at it as they do on all turnovers to see if McIntosh was stopped or was down, if he was down before that ball came out. So they're going to review it. And in fact...
Well, that's the thing about guys like Pharaoh Brown. It's just so hard to take him down that, you know, he's upright, and then everybody's swiping at the ball.
So here's Scott Novak.
After review, the runner did fumble the ball. However, when Chicago picked it up, he was down by contact at that spot. It'll be Chicago's ball, first down.
Well, if you're going to cough it up, best you don't give it up for a touchdown. The Bears, however, will take over after the first turnover of the game. As Pharaoh Brown was fighting, boy, it looked like he had a cheek down on the ground.
It's going to be the 38-yard line, and the game clock should be at 1 minute, 50 seconds, 1:50.
Yeah, they really got to take a hard look at this one because...
Well, they did review it. I guess they said he fell on top of the defender when the ball was pulled out. We'll take a break, and maybe they'll even reconsider. 6-3, the Seahawks lead on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
The top-ranked care at Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center is built around our groundbreaking discoveries. If you or a loved one is facing a cancer diagnosis, learn more about our life-saving research and life-affirming care. Fred Hutch, talk with us today.
Transform your backyard into the ultimate game day spot with Master Decks. Right now, you can score up to $6,000 off your project, plus a free Sonos outdoor speaker. Visit masterdecks.com/football to learn more.
Have your electrical checked today. A licensed electrician from Beacon Electrical will come to your home and perform a whole home inspection for just $99. Go with Beacon Electrical for all your electrical needs. Stop freaking. Call Beacon, 1-800-FREAKIN, or online at beaconplumbing.net.
KIRO News Radio gets you ready for each and every Seahawks game.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Listen to the Mike McDonald preview on Seattle's Morning News.
Trying to push the envelope, trying to win on the margin. That's the only way to go about it, to win in the NFL.
Fridays with Hawks broadcaster Steve Raven. And don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, great job, baby, great job!
KIRO News Radio and Seattle Sports, the official home of the Seattle Seahawks and the Mike McDonald Show.
Holy catfish!
For over 45 years, Pacific Office Automation has been providing winning strategies to help businesses come out on top. That's why the Seattle Seahawks chose Pacific Office Automation as their office technology partner. If you run a business and want to improve your business processes and costs, contact us today to receive a free technology assessment. Whether it's managed print services, IT services, or data security, Pacific Office Automation has your game plan. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
Nothing brings people together like sports, and no beer brings people together like Guinness. Guinness Draft is delicious to enjoy with friends while listening to the game. Game time is Guinness time. Please enjoy responsibly. Guinness Draft Stout, imported by Diageo Beer Company, USA, New York, New York.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
The 2024 Inspire Change Collection is here, featuring headwear, apparel, and a limited edition in-store only hoodie designed with Seattle artist Damon Brown. Every purchase supports empowering youth in our community. Shop at the Landing in Renton, Lumen Field, or online at Seahawks.com/pro shop. So the fumble recovery stands for the Bears. They start 1st and 10 at their own 38. The return for the touchdown, however, was nullified. Swift in the backfield, a quick throw outside. Ball is snared by Allen, who turns upfield. Witherspoon almost got to Keenan Allen to make the play at or behind the line of scrimmage. As it is, it's about a 3 or 4 yard gain. 2nd down and make it 6 from the 42. So the Seahawks dodge a bullet. The Gordon return of a touchdown does not stand, but the Bears take over after the first turnover of the game. 2nd and 6 for Williams. Swift in the backfield. He gets the handoff. No, it's coming near side. Running the ball is Williams after the play fake. And that time, Love runs Williams out of bounds near sideline just across the 45 in front of the Bears bench. So a nice play fake inside, but Julian Love wasn't fooled as the quarterback kept it and makes it 3rd down and 1 after a 4 yard gain.
Nice job by Love there, staying home. But, boy, Caleb Williams can wheel. He really is fast.
Williams from the shotgun. Tight slot near side. Williams looks to the left. Ball is caught. Keenan Williams 1st down. Nice job getting up by Woolen to make the play and make the tackle for the short gain. But the Bears only needed a yard, and they get it. 1st and 10 at the Seattle 49 with 37 seconds left to play here in the 3rd quarter.
A great play by Woolen there, really. He's having a good game. It's just that if they execute that throw, there's really no way to defend it.
Empty backfield for Williams. Here comes the blitz. Williams going to get hit. He goes down. Shannon Nwosu all the way back at the Bears' 37-yard line. A nice job. Tyrese Knight was flying up the middle of the field, and Chenna pinned him inside and tackled Williams for a loss of 14.
Absolutely. You were talking about Tyrese Knight, all the pressure from the inside.
This is the end.
And then he tries to wheel out, and Uchenna takes him down.
4th sack of the game for the Seahawks, and that's the end of 3. 15 to play here in Chicago. Seattle leads by 3, 6-3.
You know the saying, an apple a day keeps the doctor away? Well, it doesn't have to be an apple. Wellness is different for everyone. Maybe for you, wellness is more arts and crafts, more game nights with friends, trying new recipes, yoga with goats, less time scrolling, more time dancing or walking or napping. The point is, there are all kinds of ways to live healthier and happier. So find your apple. Visit BeWellWA.org for wellness tips and ideas. A message from the Washington State Department of Health.
Hi, Seahawks fans. This is Tyler Lockett for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. To be at my best entering each new season, I work on my strength, agility, and of course, my ability to catch the ball. But most importantly, is working on my mind, body, and overall wellness that gets me ready to perform at my peak. This means taking care of my mental health, eating well, and including routine visits with my primary care doc. As we get back to football, I encourage you to get back to your health. Schedule your annual visit online and talk with the doctor today at vmfh.org.
There's a reason Seahawks fans are called the 12s, because strong support off the field is like having a 12th player on the field. So whether you'll be in the stands at Lumen Field or waving your 12 flag in your living room, 76 celebrates your fandom and cheers on the Seahawks as they fight to earn their postseason spot. Let's go, go, go. Get the job done, Hawks. You've got the 12s behind you all the way. Proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks. 76 is a trademark owned by Phillips 66 Company. Copyright 2024. All rights reserved.
Do you want to tackle COVID this season? Ask your pharmacist or doctor about how a non-mRNA vaccine can help. Seahawks Radio is brought to you in part by Novavax, a proud partner of the Seattle Seahawks. Don't punt on getting your updated COVID vaccination. Novavax, COVID vaccines built different. Visit ChooseNovavax.com to find a vaccine near you.
Say 12, Derek Hall's pick is in. This week's Seahawks Community Player Pick, presented by Be Well Law, is Shades of Motherhood. Shades of Motherhood is a nonprofit organization in Eastern Washington that offers community support, nutrition counseling, and doula care for mothers of color and their infants. As a network of support, their mission is to ensure every black mother in the U.S. has a high-quality, supportive childbirth experience. So thank you, D. Hall, for all you do and all that the Seahawks players do. Out visiting hospitals and Boys and Girls Clubs this last week before Christmas. Appreciate all they do in the community. Second down and 24 for the Bears, back at their own 37 after that sack by Chinanowosu. Now Moore, the wide receiver, is in the backfield with Williams, who takes a shotgun snap. Williams sets, looks, ball's tipped at the line of scrimmage by Nwosu. Looked like Chenna was almost spying a little bit there, Dave. Stood kind of behind the line of scrimmage, waiting to see if Williams was going to run, and then he was in line to knock that ball down.
Yeah, he didn't have a great pass rush there or anything, but great job there, getting his hands up.
It brings up third down and 24. The last thing you want to do here is give up a big splash play. Bears are 3 of 9 on third downs, empty backfield for Williams. He has 3 receivers to his right. Now Johnson comes back across the formation to the right side as well. A quick throw underneath. Moore makes the catch, gets a block, and then is run out of bounds near side by guess who? Devin Witherspoon, short of the 40-yard line. Stops there, shares pleasantries with the guys on the Bears bench, and then heads to the far sidelines while the Bears offense gets booed by their fans.
Spoon is he's the Energizer Bunny, basically. Can't believe I just said that, but something much more ferocious than that. But man, he is just all over the field, and he's really a sound tackler. And, he makes spectacular plays, but he makes all the fundamental plays too.
Taylor ready to punt from behind his own 30, and Darden stands at his own 15. Here's the kick. This one is a high spiral. Fair catch called for and made. Darden at about the 13, 14-yard line, and we'll take another break. 14:06 to play in the game. The Seahawks hanging on to a 6-3 lead.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save, because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Do you want to tackle COVID this season? Ask your pharmacist or doctor about how a non-mRNA vaccine can help. Seahawks Radio is brought to you in part by Novavax, a proud partner of the Seattle Seahawks. Don't punt on getting your updated COVID vaccination. Novavax, COVID vaccines built different. Visit ChooseNovavax.com to find a vaccine near you.
Getting help for mental health shouldn't be as hard as it is. Thankfully, Mindful Therapy Group is here to make your mental health journey as painless as possible. Be seen in as little as 48 hours for in-person or telehealth appointments. Mindful partners with thousands of licensed clinicians to find the perfect fit for you. Whether you need talk therapy, psychological testing, even medication management, Mindful has you covered. Mindful Therapy Group also accepts insurance, so you can focus on you and not your wallet. Visit mindfultherapygroup.com to get started today.
'Tis the season to be bold.
Geno's going to throw right down the seam. Touchdown, Seahawks! JSN with the touchdown.
To rep your team.
The stands are rocking right now.
Your style, your way. This is the Pro Shop. Shop official Seahawks gear now at Seahawks.com/Pro Shop.
Take the next step to becoming a Seahawks season ticket holder. Join the season ticket holder notification list to secure your spot in line. Plus, get quarterly updates on your status, exclusive ticket offers, and the latest team news. Visit Seahawks.com/season tickets to sign up today. Well, the Seahawks defense did its job. That 62-yard fumble return for a touchdown was called back. And then Chicago's drive went 6 plays and 1 yard. And then they punt the ball to the Seahawks, who have it 1st and 10 at their own 14. Geno Smith goes under center. He has a single back behind him. That's Charbonnet. DK Metcalf wide on the left side. Handoff to Charbonnet. Finds a little room over the right side. Not much. Getting in there to make the tackle, among others, was Gervin Dexter Sr., for just a yard gain. He just shoved a couple of offensive linemen aside to make that play.
Yeah, and you see why he's their leading sack master there. Guy does a really good job on the inside. And usually you don't see the guy who has the most sacks as a defensive tackle. He's playing down inside. And a really good player.
You got to do better than that on 1st down. It puts a lot of pressure now on the defense to make that the offense. 2nd down and 9 from his own 15. Charbonnet still in the backfield. Geno, a low snap, gets it out, throws back inside. JSN makes the catch, tries to get in behind some blocking, stays on his feet, crosses the 20. Needs to get to the 25 for a 1st down. He's going to be a little short of that. Stevenson comes in, the cornerback, to make the tackle. But 3rd down and 3, and the Seahawks are back to the line of scrimmage, with Charbonnet staying in the backfield. Fant, JSN, and Lockett line up on the left side with DK wide to the far side. Geno taking his time, walks up to the line of scrimmage, talks to his lineman about protection. Now he's going to step back. May have changed the play. On 3rd down and 3, he's going to hand it off to Charbonnet. Looks for running room, nothing there. They ran right into TJ Edwards, who was just standing there. I don't know if they changed the play or not, but that one didn't go. And so, Seahawks are going to have to punt it away from deep in their own end of the field. Michael Dixon looking to change the geography here on the field with Josh Blackwell waiting just inside his own 30. Still waiting the snap. There it is. Dixon gets it away. High. Blackwell backs up to the 25. Makes the catch. Makes the first man miss. Stutter steps. Cuts back. And then is drilled by Julian Love short of the 40, and we'll take another break. 11:43 to play in the game. Seattle hanging on to a 6-3 lead on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
You're listening to Seahawks football.
Holy catfish!
Hear Wyman and Bob on FM.
And I think Geno is the kind of guy that if you ask him to bet on himself, he absolutely will.
97.3 FM HD2. We are Seattle Sports.
Ready to take your Seahawks game day to the next level? From pregame sideline passes to postgame field goal kicks, create unforgettable memories with friends and family this season at Lumen Field. Visit Seahawks.com/game day experiences to level up your game day.
Nikki Glazer, Alive and Unwell Tour. Second show added February 12th, Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Tickets on sale now at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Thank you. Good night.
Need gambling help? Visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
Hey, Tyler Lockett for Brown Bear Car Wash. You know what's hard to beat? That Brown Bear coverage. With Washington's largest car wash network, they definitely have you covered. Brown Bear Car Washes are fast and convenient. And with the Unlimited Wash Club membership, you can wash as much as you like, wash fast, and wash green at Brown Bear Car Wash, the official car wash of the Seahawks.
Uncruise Adventures takes you to Alaska, Baja, the Galapagos, and Hawaii on all-inclusive award-winning small ships. Limited space is available. Book today at uncruise.com and save up to 15%. Unrushed, uncrowded, unbelievable, Uncruise.
Jingle into big cash this December at Tulalip Resort Casino. Sled in Mondays and Fridays for the holiday sweepstakes. Scoop up guaranteed cash every half hour with a chance to win up to $500,000. Earn entries for all your play this December. Spin by Wednesdays for the Lucky Reels bonus tournament and grab free play up to $1,000. Find all the details online at TulalipCasino.com.
Please game responsibly.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
The Lumen Field 2025 concert lineup is coming soon. Don't miss a beat with Lumen Field text alerts. Text concerts to 30234. That's concerts to 30234. And be first to know about concert pre-sales, tickets on sale, event details, and more. I'm holding out for Milli Vanilli when they come to Lumen Field. I can't wait.
I remember when you used to dress like them.
Yeah, listen, one of my high points,
fan.
I was. 1st and 10 at their own 38. The Bears going to hand off to Swift straight ahead, and he's going to blast forward for almost a first down. He's going to get 9 yards out of that run, maybe 8.5. A little too much room right in the middle of the Seattle defense, and back to the line of scrimmage. They'll call it an 8-yard gain. 2nd down and 2 from his own 46. Williams again from the shotgun. Swift stays in the backfield. He gets the handoff. He's going to start left, cut back right. He's going to take it right in the chops. Gray Jones gets there to help make that tackle. Kobe Bryant there as well. I don't think they got it. They didn't. It's going to be 3rd down. And maybe the length of the football.
Yeah, and if Kobe doesn't come up and put that last little hit there, he might stretch forward. Boy, you talk about sometimes you have him playing as a linebacker inside. He can handle it.
Johnson now in the backfield. No, it's Moore who's in the backfield. Johnson is the lead back in an offset eye. Johnson gets the handoff, gets hit in the backfield, but he keeps those legs driving. I don't think he got there. Even forward progress, did he get there? Yeah, I think he did. Boy, he got hit in the backfield, and then he bounced off. One of the reasons why he scored 6 rushing touchdowns this year. He's 6'2", 222. So he's like trying to tackle a VW bus. Picks up 2 yards and a first down.
Well, like you, I thought once his momentum was stopped there that maybe they'd be able to get him, but he just kept his feet moving. Man, that guy's a load.
Swift now in the backfield again. Tight slot on the right side as Williams goes under center on 1st and 10 from his own 49. A lot of signals being called. Swift starts left, cuts back inside, and then runs into Jones and Knight. A little bit of pushing and shoving continuing downfield with Jay Reed and Coleman Shelton, the former Husky, who's the starting center here in Chicago. Short gain, a couple yards, 2nd down and 8.
Yeah, Ernest Jones, what a solid tackle he makes there. Just lowers his base, wraps him up. That's something you could show in a highlight film to high schoolers, how to tackle. just perfectly executed.
2nd down and 8. Swift stays in the backfield. 3 receivers left. Now Moore comes in motion back to the right side. Blitz is coming. Throw inside. Ball's dropped by Swift. As with that blitz coming, Williams had to get the ball out of his hand. They were setting up a screen pass inside to Swift, and Caleb Moore had to throw it before he wanted to. I think he got Swift unawares. Incomplete. Now 3rd down and 8 from their own 49.
Yeah, Tyrese Knight applying the pressure there, and that's what made him have to throw it. Now, he's good at that. Caleb Williams can throw from any arm angle that you want, but on that one, I think Tyrese Knight was right there in his face. He had nowhere to go.
This will be a big stop right here for the Seahawks on 3rd down and 8. Ball at the Seattle 49. Johnson in the backfield. Shotgun snap. Blitz is coming. Williams wrapped up, dropped. Jenkins on the blitz comes in and finds Caleb Williams, who gets sacked for, I believe, the 5th or 6th. Make it 6th time tonight. Already had 60 sacks on the season. Tack on Route 66. And the Seahawks are going to get this one back as Taylor comes on to punt. The Seahawks defense does it again.
Well, the good news for him is that he's used to that. He gets an average of 4 per game. So now he's been up to 66 sacks. Welcome to the NFL, rookie.
Darden, the deep man, back at his own 10. Here's the punt. High. Darden, fair catches at the 12. And we'll take a break as the Seahawks will start there. When we come back, Seattle 8:13 to play in the game. Leads by 3 on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
When listening to your hometown team, do so with your hometown beer. Mac & Jack's Amber. Proudly brewed in Redmond, Washington since 1993, Mac & Jack's is synonymous with the best moments and unforgettable plays. Mac & Jack's Brewing Company. Please enjoy responsibly.
A taste of what makes Oberto great with Stephen Oberto.
Oberto started in 1918 when Constantino, my great-grandfather, came to America from northern Italy bringing his secret salami recipes. My grandfather Art took over the business. He got special permission from his school at the time to arrive late and leave early. He'd ride his bike from West Seattle down to Dearborn, make the sausage, and then peddle the sausage to local grocery stores.
Oberto Specialty Meats. Quality, flavor, heritage.
Hey 12s, looking to shop small? The Seattle Seahawks are lifting up teammates in their community with Hawks Huddle, a program aimed to strengthen small businesses. So score big by supporting their partners, which can be found at Seahawks.com/Hawks Huddle.
Toyota Thon is on. The perfect time to save on a new Toyota truck. Now through January 6th, get 1.99 APR financing or $2,000 customer cash on a new Tundra. Excludes TRD Pro. Or lease a 24 Tacoma SR5 double cab for $259 a month for 39 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
The world's greatest fans deserve world-famous fries. So now, all season long, Seahawks fans can hit the Golden Arches every Blue Friday for a free order of the classic fries you love with any $1 minimum purchase when you order on the app. With a deal like this, it's safe to say that McDonald's is the new Friday night spot for Seattleites. Talk about something for the 12s to cheer about. Valid one time on Fridays through 12/31/24 at participating McDonald's. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Seahawks once again start deep in their own territory at the 12-yard line after that punt by Taylor. 1st and 10 for the Hawks. They've been down there at that end of the field a lot, and the offense hasn't been able to kind of get out of its own way here in these last few drives in the second half. This would be a nice time to get a nice drive going, give the Seahawks defense a chance to rest. Charbonnet going to start this drive as the single setback behind Geno, who goes under center. JSN shifts over from the right side. He slots inside of Tyler Lockett on the left. Now Lockett comes back to the right side, and there's an offside up front by the Bears. Jumping into the neutral zone is Jonathan Ford.
Neutral zone infraction on a defense number 64. That's a 5-yard penalty. First down.
Well, that's really disheartening for a defense. When you've got them backed up like that and you do something stupid to let them out of it.
Nice cadence by Geno to get him to jump.
Yeah.
So first down and 5, all the way out to the 17. Once again, JSN slots on the left side. Charbonnet, the single setback. Geno goes under center. The play fake. Geno wants to throw. Looks. Fires downfield. The ball is caught. What a diving catch by DK Metcalf at the 40-yard line. DK almost a little slow to get up. An acrobatic diving catch, and he's going to have to come out as he's kind of favoring his right arm or shoulder as he hit the ground, but he kept the ball off the ground.
Boy, he's got strong hands. That ball, when it got to him, was probably an inch off the ground, and he is able to pull it in, and there is nothing about that you would review. That is a catch. Just kind of concerned about his shoulder now.
A 23-yard gain on the play, so just like that. First and 10 all the way out to his own 40. Charbonnet takes a pitch around the right side. Gets a little block on the far side by Barner. Tries to turn upfield. Jacob Martin, the former Seahawk, whose claim to fame for Seattle, actually was a pretty good young player, but he went to Houston in the trade for Jadeveon Clowney. And that's what we remember. Jacob Martin, I remember, though, was a good kid.
Yeah.
And he has played a while here in the league now with Chicago. Holds that to just a single-yard gain, second down and 9 at the Seattle 41. Noah Fant starts on the left, shifts over to the right. Charbonnet in the backfield. Bobo is wide to the left side. Play fake to Charbonnet. Geno steps up in the pocket, gets rid of the ball. Caught by Fant, far side. Did he keep his feet down? He did. Going to be a short gain as he falls out of bounds, short of the 45 in front of the Seattle bench. And now, again, going to bring up third and medium, 3rd and 6 at the 44.
Boy, Cross and Charbonnet, they got a chance to throw a block there. I know Montez Sweat's a really good player, but he split both of them and didn't get him blocked at all. And Geno having to throw that one away.
And actually got hit as he was doing it. So pistol formation, 3rd down and 6, and now Charbonnet steps up beside Geno, who wants to throw. Blitz is coming. Geno has time, swings it out near side. Charbonnet has a blocker in front. Charbonnet cuts back inside to the 45, maybe the 46, but he's going to be short of the first down. Once again, Seahawks going side to side here, and the Bears are getting more players out there than the Seahawks can block. Seattle's going to be forced to punt again.
Yeah, I think with Charbonnet, his best bet is just to take your first move and hit the gas. I think every time he starts to go laterally, then bad things happen. He's got quickness, but not like K9. So I feel like his best efforts are to just go right downfield and go north and south and knock somebody out.
At least Dixon has a chance to change the field here as he punts from his own 35. Blackwell calls for the fair catch at the 11, and that's where the Bears will start when we come back. 5:12 left in the game. Seattle hanging on to a 6-3 lead.
Football fans, everybody in the Northwest knows the best place to game is Muckleshoot. With the best games, the best food, the best live entertainment, and the Northwest's best sportsbook. All roads lead to Muckleshoot Casino. An easy drive from wherever you are. Please gamble responsibly.
Muckleshoot. For the Seahawks, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize your performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving game day broadcasts from lag time, connecting 60,000 plus live fans at the stadium, delivering benefits of the cloud for your network, secure as a defensive line, legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
Hey Seahawks fans, this is Steve Rabel for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Do you suffer from heartburn? Did you know that chronic heartburn can be a symptom of something more serious going on in your body? Many people can lessen heartburn symptoms by modifying their diet, exercise, and weight loss. However, if symptoms persist, it is best to consult your doctor as soon as you can. Find a doctor today and schedule your appointment at vmfh.org. That's vmfh.org.
Life's better with American Family Insurance because we know whether it's a new home or a new car, you've worked hard to achieve your dreams, and we work hard to protect them so you can enjoy the utmost peace of mind. Save up to 23% when you bundle home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Say12's getting ready for game day with the official Seahawks podcast network. We have you covered with expert analysis and the latest on the Seahawks. Hear interviews with players, key matchups, and the latest on the Seahawks' next opponent. New this year, you can watch them on YouTube via the Seahawks Press Pass channel. You can also listen to episodes on Seahawks.com/podcasts and subscribe to Seahawks Podcasts on SiriusXM, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Amazon Music. 5:12 left to play in the game. The Bears now take over 1st and 10 at their own 11 after a nice punt from Michael Dixon. The Bears have just 126 total yards of offense. Seattle has 266, but Seattle's been throttled offensively here in the second half. As we have a 6-3 game, nobody scored here in the second half. Swift in the backfield with Williams, 3 receivers left out of the shotgun. Williams gets the snap, play fake. He's going to keep it and run around the right side and run out of bounds. Going to be short of the first down as he runs towards the Bear bench, chased out by Boye Mafe. Again, nobody on the edge to kind of turn that play back in, but a good play fake by Williams. Picks up that yardage, 7 on the play.
That one definitely on Boye. Just a read option there, and he kind of went inside too far.
2nd down and 3. Play fake, handoff to Swift, and he has the first down and then some. And he's still pushing the pile all the way across the Seattle 30 for a first down. Chicago on that run, a 12-yard gain down to the sidelines and Jen.
Josh Jobe was not on the field the last time the defense was out there for a series. He stays on the bench, ice on his left knee, return listed as questionable. Trey Brown takes the spot, Steve.
See Trey out there on the far side, 1st and 10 from the Bears 30. Williams steps up, breaks through. Now he's at the 30, 35, turns upfield, gets hit and knocked down. No flags. He was standing in bounds when Jones hit him. And so one of the officials getting an earful from a coach on the sidelines. There was no penalty there.
Well, you can see, for defenders, that's why they don't want to tackle running quarterbacks. You never know if somebody's going to get a wild idea that you're trying to actually tackle the quarterback.
It was about a 9-yard gain, 2nd down and 1. Williams throws far side. Ball's caught by Keenan Allen, and he's hit and dropped by Trey Brown.
Wow. Second play in the game.
Yeah, going to be short of the line to make. In fact, he might have gotten a half a yard out of it. Still going to be 3rd down and closer to a yard, and the Bears are 4 of 12 on 3rd down. Swift is going to come out. Johnson, their short yardage expert, is in the backfield next to Caleb Williams. A trip set right, single wide out on the left. Williams from the shotgun. Seattle kind of loading up near the line of scrimmage. Long count by Williams. He's going to throw. Looks right. Steps up in the pocket. Gets hit. Falls forward. He might have it. He fell forward to the 40. It's going to be close. He needed to get to the 40. They're going to say 4th down. His knee touched before he got to the 40. And so it's going to bring up 4th and less than a yard. 4th and about a 1.5 feet, and the Bears offense stays on the field. This might be the play of the game for the Seattle defense as the clock continues to tick down. Tyrese Knight comes in. Jay Reed goes out. 3 receivers near side. Johnson in the backfield. Williams from the shotgun. And now timeout is called as the Seahawks. I don't think Mike McDonald liked the guys he had on the field or the play call that he had on defense.
2 minutes.
Well, I was worried that they were going to catch Jay Reed running off the field there, get him on the 12-man. They like to put 12, 13 out there, and then right when the team comes up to the line of scrimmage, they'll run guys off, and Jay Reed was a little late there.
Now they bring, I can't tell if Jay Reed is going to come back on or not. No, now he's going to go back. He started to come back on the field, but he now heads to the sidelines. And so, with 2:14 to play in the game, the Bears looking at a 4th down and less than a yard from their own 39-yard line. Cole Kmet, the tight end, in the backfield is an offset eye with Swift as the setback. Motion across the formation. Williams under center. They may be trying to draw the Seahawks offsides. Stay on your side of the ball.
Oh.
Now there's motion by the Bears. False start by Chicago.
Offense number 73. That's a 5-yard penalty.
That's Jake Curran, the former Seahawk, moved in his stance. And now, let's see what the Bears decide to do. They're going to send the punt team back on the field on 4th down and 6. And oh man, the Chicago fans are not happy.
I'll tell you what, I did not see Curran make a move there, and I thought we jumped there, but
the guys up front for the Seahawks, they all saw it, and they jumped up immediately and started pointing inside. And so here's Torrey Taylor on for the Bears to punt this. We think the Seahawks have to be prepared for anything. Durham stands back at his own 20. And now, let's see, everything stops, whistles blow.
Snap, that's a first charge timeout for Chicago. 30-second timeout.
So let's see, are the Bears going to send the offense back? They are. The interim head coach, Thomas Brown, I don't know if he was listening to the fans or not, but again, at this point in the season, and when you're 4-11,
apparently,
and the fans, they were yelling. Did you hear what they were yelling?
Well, Nate just
sell
told me.
the team.
Sell the team.
And they're talking to the McCaskies, and that's been happening here in Chicago. I'm not sure that's going to help him pick up a first down here to sell the team between now and then, which ain't happening. Still, it's going to bring up 4th down and a long 5 for Chicago at their own 35-yard line. 2:14 to play in the game. Seattle loads up at the line of scrimmage. Johnson in the backfield. Williams shotgun snap. Blitz is coming. Johnson's got to get rid of the ball high. Throw. The ball is caught by Moore. Makes the catch. Steps out of bounds. Are you kidding me? Caleb Williams running for his life away from the blitz. Throws up a prayer, and Moore catches it crossing the field. Picks up 14 yards on a 4th down. Breaks a tackle in the process, and the Bears have new life. Oh, my word.
Well, look, when you sell out, you sell out. And one of the things, the problems there was that Big Cat, and we talk about how fast he is, but he's fast for a D lineman, not for covering tight ends. And he's back in pass coverage on that play.
1st down and 10 from his own 49. Swift back in the backfield. Williams from the shotgun. He drops the snap. Now he stops. Look, steps up, gets hit. Williams gets him around the ankles, and he goes down. Another sack for the Seahawks as Williams drops the ball. And as he tried to step up in the pocket, he got hit by Leo Williams, his 2nd sack of the night. And that brings us to the 2-minute warning. 1:57 left to play in the game. The Bears looking at a 2nd and 15 when we come back. Seattle has a 6-3 lead.
Do you want to tackle COVID this season? Ask your pharmacist or doctor about how a non-mRNA vaccine can help. Seahawks Radio is brought to you in part by Novavax, a proud partner of the Seattle Seahawks. Don't punt on getting your updated COVID vaccination. Novavax, COVID vaccines built different. Visit ChooseNovavax.com to find a vaccine near you.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
When we run out that tunnel, when you put on that jersey, we see 12 as one. We compete together, side by side. You yell louder, we push even harder.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Make no mistake, this city lives for Sunday. Get your tickets for Seahawks game days at Lumen Field and experience what this city lives for. Visit Seahawks.com today.
Seahawks fans, there's nothing better than being here live and in the stands to cheer them all season long. As the official ticket marketplace of the Seattle Seahawks and the NFL, Ticketmaster gives you the safest and most convenient way to score tickets so you never miss a single play, whether you're cheering on the Seahawks at home or away. Find tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Seahawks. So on a 3rd and long, make that a 4th and long, the Bears pick it up. A big first down reception by Moore. And then a sack on first down by Leo Williams makes it 2nd and 15 back at the Bears 44-yard line. We've got 2 minutes exactly to play in this football game. And the Bears have the ball. They've got a kicker who can kick from 50-plus yards in KIRO Santos. So they don't have to get too many more yards to try to tie this game up. Seattle, a season-high 7 sacks now in this one. 2nd and 15, Swift in the backfield with Williams, who goes from the shotgun. 3 receivers left side. Seattle rushes 4, quick throw far side. Moore waits for his blocking, picks that up, and then he draws a crowd led by Leo Williams. Came all the way from his defensive tackle spot outside the numbers to make the tackle on DJ Moore. And now 3rd down and 14.
I can't believe that DJ Moore caught that because Uchenna tipped that ball and it fluttered up and he was able to get it, but they didn't get much out of it. So nice play by Uchenna.
You got to believe the Bears, if they went for it on 4th down before, will do it again at this point as the clock keeps moving, 1:24 and counting. Now Johnson in the backfield, 3 receivers right for Caleb Williams. Now Keenan Allen goes in motion back to the left side. Williams takes the shotgun snap, steps up in the pocket. Now he steps back again. Now he looks, still has time. Now he gets outside, coming to the right side, being chased, throws back inside. I think the ball looked like it touched the ground. Diving down to get his hands under it was Roma Dunze on the throw by Caleb Williams. Boy, that looked like it might have hit the ground. They're going to, if there's a review to take place, it will come from upstairs. Clock keeps moving. The officials say it's a catch of 15 yards and a first down made by Caleb Williams by running around. So they're going to say it's a catch at the Seattle 40. Williams sets, still has time. Now he's being chased, throws out of bounds near sidelines past the Bears bench. Clock stops with 31 seconds remaining. And again, the ball at the Seattle 40-yard line.
Well, I tell you what, Caleb Williams is as advertised. That throw and just his sense for the pass rush. It looked like it was Jay Reed was coming off the edge, and he just sensed him and spun out. Was able to find enough time to make that throw. It was spectacular.
One of the things the Seahawks defense talked about was closing down those lanes where he could rush, but he's gotten outside, Williams has, a couple of times. Here's the 11th play of this drive.
Second charge timeout, Chicago. 30-second timeout.
And so the Bears call a timeout. I think they wanted to see what the Seahawks defense was going to do. Meantime, this scoring drive recap brought to you by the first ever all-electric Chevy Blazer with the range you want and the price you need. Blazer EV reimagines what an SUV can be, and this is not going to be hard. 2 field goals by the Seahawks. Myers with a 27-yarder and a 50-yarder. Santos with a 42-yarder. It all happened in the first half. 6-3, no points scored here in the second half. As the Bears have the ball, 2nd down and 10. At the Seattle 40, they have used 2 of their timeouts, 31 seconds left. Seattle's defense has been holding tough as Williams from the shotgun has Johnson beside him in the backfield. Slot to the left side. Blitz is coming. Here's a throw up over the top to Odunze, and it's just out of bounds. Good coverage by Woolen right on Rome Odunze, the former Husky star, All-American. As that ball just pulled him out of bounds a little bit, he couldn't get to it. 3rd down and 10. Clock stops, 26 seconds left.
Rick Woolen is having one of his better games coverage-wise. He is just all over the receivers. And he really had a good game last week. I think, the thing that drew a lot of attention was that he was suspended for that first series, but he came back and responded really well.
He stays out there on this 3rd down and 10 play. Johnson stays in the backfield. Shotgun snap once again to Williams. Sets his feet, looks, fires down the middle. Ball is way overthrown. I think it was intended for more, but that ball just sailed. And it's amazing. Williams throws on the run, and those passes are right on the money. And yet when he sets his feet and throws, that ball just took off on him. And now 4th and 10. And so what do you want to do if you're the coach of the Bears? Do you try to get a 1st down? Do you bring the field goal kicker on for a 50-plus yard field goal try? The offense stays on the field on 4th down and 10.
Yeah, that'd be what, 57? 58, but looks like they're going offense.
Ball game, at least for the Bears, right here. 4th down and 10 from the 40.
Second charge.
And now the Hawks call timeout.
30-second timeout.
And so we'll keep it right here. Coming up on the Seahawks postgame show, Michael Bumpus, Ray Roberts, and Brian Walters going to break down this game. We're going to hear from Coach Mike McDonald. Jen Mueller's going to talk to Seahawks players. It's all coming up after the game.
Steve, what you said makes a lot of sense. I mean, when he's just sitting in the pocket, he's got a clean pocket, and his feet are set, there's lots of times where when he's on the run, he's got to put a little extra pepper on that throw. And so you see sometimes that he's overthrowing in those situations where his feet are set.
By the way, KIRO Santos' long for a field goal attempt is 55 yards. And again, this one will be from about 58 or so. Meantime, 4th down and 10. Right here. Williams, shotgun snap, blitz is coming. Williams throws the ball up for grabs. The ball is intercepted. It's Woolen, comes near side, knocked out of bounds. The first takeaway of the game by the Seahawks could not have come at a better time. The fans head for the exits, and the Seahawks are going to win this ball game by a score of 6-3. In the words of Mike Holmgren many years ago, a same score in Cleveland between the Seahawks and the Browns. He said, set offensive football back 30 years, but that's okay. We'll take it.
You know what? A defensive player would say it was a game of beauty.
By the way, I'm just told, and I said this earlier, 353 attempts, passes by Williams without an interception, and that was 353, and it was a pick by the Seahawks, Rick Woolen. So, wow. Nothing like making this one way more exciting at times than it needed to be. Shake hands at the center of the field. The Seahawks are going to come away with a win, and they're going to go to 9-7 on this crazy season. They uphold their end of this. Now we wait to see what the Rams and the Cardinals do on Saturday. Meantime, the Bears fall to 5-12. But the Bears, I'll tell you what, John Schneider said it in the pregame, they're probably not a 4-11 team. When you really look at them, they played hard today, especially on defense all the way. Let's head down to the sidelines and Jen.
Yeah, I'm walking with Rick Woolen right now, who is catching his breath, and the rain is about to start falling. Rick, how did you read that last play?
Yeah, who was a man? The ball went in the air. See ball, get ball.
You make it sound easy. You realize he had thrown 352 passes without an interception, and you just broke that streak. You knew that?
Hey, well, thank you. It's Christmas. I need all the gifts.
How much more does this mean, though, after kind of the way things ended last week and how close this game ended up to be?
Shit, it's a new week, new game, and you just got to be better.
What is it about Caleb Williams where he can throw incredible on the run?
He's a great player. What's up, John? Man, coolin'. He's a great player. I give him all the credit. But that's all I got to answer today. Thank you.
And there you go. Reek just ends his own interview. He's got to say hi to a few folks down here. And, of course, he is kind of a big hero after clinching that win for the Seahawks, Steve.
All right, Jen, thanks. Dave, you said it. He played a great game leading up to that point, and he was right where he needed to be to make that pick. But great pressure on that 4th down and 10. It forced Williams to just kind of throw it up for grabs.
Yeah, it was a great call by Mike McDonald. I mean, you just brought the house. And, yeah, he's great throwing on the run. But in that case, he was basically running for his life. And, you know, that ball was hanging in the air. And in the NFL, you can't throw a ball that hangs in the air for that long. So really nicely done. A great call by Mike McDonald. And then I'm just so happy for Reek Woolen. Because, you know, there's lots of people, cornerbacks, you know, you're on blast, right? If you give up even a 5-yard pass in the flat, everybody's all over you. And it's one of the toughest positions to play on the field, other than quarterback, probably cornerback, because you're manned up with some of the best athletes in the world, and he's out there doing his job. And I love, you know, whatever happened between him and Mike McDonald, they settled the whole thing. He was able to get on, move on, and he's, ever since that's happened, he's had really good games. You know, last week, even though we got a loss, he played really well in that Green Bay game and played really well today.
Nobody's going to worry about, at least tonight, what the Seahawks are going to have to do next weekend when they take on the Los Angeles Rams. The NFC West could hang in the balance in that game. Nobody cares about that right now. But the Seahawks have to find some answers on offense. They have to find a way to consistently move the ball better. Seattle on defense tonight did everything they needed to do to win. They held the Bears here at home to 3 points.
Yeah, but defense great, definitely. I would say this, though, that, you know, as far as the offense goes, early on, they were running the ball really well. And then something happened, something changed, and they just weren't able to get it done. But they need to figure out how to move on without K9 because, you know, you got Charbonnet and you got McIntosh. Those guys actually showed some moments of brilliance tonight. So we'll see what happens with the run game. But I feel like that's going into the next game and then hopefully onto the playoffs. You're going to have a run game.
Well, I credit Mrs. Rabel at home who said, the Seahawks are going to win tonight. That's all there is to it. So, Sharon, you're right.
She is wise.
That's why I put a lot of money on the game. Let's pause 10 seconds before we wrap everything up. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
And no, I didn't put money down.
For you, a lot of money is $1.10.
That's right. By the way, Michael Dixon ought to get the MVP tonight. 6 punts, 48-yard average, the long of 58. And that is what helped the Seahawks win this football game tonight over the Bears by a score of 6-3. You've been listening to the Umpqua Bank Radio Network. I want to thank our crew on statistics. Nate Larisha, who drove, 100 hours to get here. Way to go, Nate. Thanks for being with us. Studio coordinators Brady Robick and Max Strobel. Our engineer is Lloyd Glazer. The executive producer of Seahawks Radio is Nassif Chobe. The Seahawks director of broadcasting and the guy who comes up with all the great stats, Brian O'Connell. The Seahawks get a little extra rest before closing out the regular season in Los Angeles against the Rams in Week 18. Follow the Seahawks on social media for up-to-the-minute updates on the game's day and time. And up next, you're going to hear from Coach McDonald and his players in the Seahawks postgame show. Once again, our final, the Seahawks 6, the Bears 3. For Jen Mueller and Dave Wyman, I'm Steve Rabel. Thanks for being with us. The Windy City turned out to be okay for the Seahawks. We win, come home, and then head to L.A. for the final regular season game. We'll see you then.
Seahawks football has been brought to you by Umpqua Bank, proud partner of the Seattle Seahawks, member FDIC, Virginia Mason Franciscan Health, the Seahawks official medical services provider, Beacon Plumbing, stop freaking, call Beacon, and Lumen, the trusted network for AI. Stay tuned. You'll hear from Coach McDonald and the Seahawks players on the Seahawks postgame show next.
Hey, Seattle Seahawks fans, ready for some football? But what happens when life tackles you too hard? Accidents can happen on and off the field. When they do, you need a strong team on your side. At Carpenter and Zuckerman, they're proud sponsors of the Seattle Seahawks and even prouder of their winning record in personal injury cases. If you've been injured, let them fight for the compensation you deserve. Don't let an injury sideline your life. Call Carpenter and Zuckerman personal injury lawyers today and get the justice you deserve.
All right, guys, you looking for a fun night out? It's Mike Salk here to remind you that Snoqualmie Casino is just the place to go, unwind, and have some fun, and to eat some great food. Make sure to check out 12 Moons. And then Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood has the amazing happy hour menu that starts at 4 p.m. And Falls Buffet, they're serving up all your favorites like the prime rib every day, the fresh pasta, made-to-order stir-fry, noodles, pizza, salad bar, dessert bar. They make their pies every day. All with breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. It is Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown, Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
There's a reason Seahawks fans are called the 12s, because strong support off the field is like having a 12th player on the field. So whether you'll be in the stands at Lumen Field or waving your 12 flag in your living room, 76 celebrates your fandom and cheers on the Seahawks as they fight to earn their postseason spot. Let's go, go, go. Get the job done, Hawks. You've got the 12s behind you all the way. Proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks. 76 is a trademark owned by Phillips 66 Company. Copyright 2024. All rights reserved.
The Seahawks postgame show is brought to you by the first ever all-electric Chevy Blazer, Beacon Plumbing, Stop Freaking, call Beacon, Virginia Mason Franciscan Health, the Seahawks official medical services provider, and Lumen, the trusted network for AI. Once again, here's Michael Bumpus.
It wasn't pretty, but the Seahawks got it done on Thursday Night Football. They win 6-3, improving to 9-7 on the year. Geno Smith, 17 of 23, 160 yards through the air, no touchdowns. He was sacked 3 times. As a team, the Hawks had 122 rushing yards on 25 carry. That's 4.9 per clip. Kenny McIntosh had 7 for 46. Zach Charbonnet had 15 for 57. Noah Fant led all receivers 4 for 43. DK 3 for 42. Jackson Smith and Jigba had 3 receptions for 32. Tyler Lockett 3 for 20. The defense showed up and did their thing. Devin Witherspoon, 3 TFLs. You got Leonard Williams with 2 sacks. You also got Uchenna Nwosu with a sack. The defense showed up and shut these guys down. Total plays 51 for the Seahawks, 58 for the Chicago Bears. Hawks were 5 for 13 on third downs. The Bears were 5 for 15. Time of possession, the Hawks had the ball 29 minutes, and the Bears had it 30 minutes. We're going to break this thing down. Expert analysis coming up from Ray Robertson, Brian Walters. We're going to hear from the head coach as he steps up to the podium, players as they step up to the podium, and we're going to get some interviews from the locker room. Jen Miller's going to handle that, man. More to do when we come back. The Hawks win 6-3. That's next on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
Jingle into big cash this December at Tulalip Resort Casino. Sled in Mondays and Fridays for the holiday sweepstakes. Scoop up guaranteed cash every half hour with a chance to win up to $500,000. Earn entries for all your play this December. Spin by Wednesdays for the Lucky Reels bonus tournament and grab free play up to $1,000. Find all the details online at TulalipCasino.com.
Please game responsibly. With grass-fed meat smoked up to 22 hours, C. Davis Texas Barbecue has perfected the art of smoking real, authentic Texas barbecue. They cater small events to large festivals and everything in between. Visit C. Davis Texas Barbecue on Facebook to learn more.
A taste of what makes Oberto great with Stephen Oberto.
About the 60s, we got into beef jerky and opened a new, much larger facility. Now we're on the 4th generation of family being involved. We've got significantly much larger product portfolio, and we're working on getting the 5th generation indoctrinated into the business so we can keep the sausage bloodline strong in the business.
Oberto Specialty Meats. Quality, flavor, heritage.
It's time for some football, and Ticketmaster is your MVP. As the official ticket marketplace of the Seattle Seahawks and the NFL, Ticketmaster's got the best way to take it to the house when it comes to being there live. They're the safest and most convenient marketplace to score fully verified Seahawks tickets. And if your plans get broken up, or worse, turned over, Ticketmaster gives you more flexibility to sell your seats. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Seahawks.
Standing on Top Barbershop is excited to be your #1 place to get your hair cut and personal style serving the entire family. They're offering 12% off Tuesdays exclusively at their Auburn location to all fans wearing blue and green. Standing on Top Barbershop.
Toyota-thon is on. Our biggest event of the year is better than ever, with our biggest and best selection, including the best-selling Toyota Camry. It's all hybrid all the time. Now through January 6th, you can lease a Camry LE from just $329 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
This season, Chevy brings classic pairings, cookies and milk, mistletoe and kisses, and your holiday plans and a new Chevy. Silverado 1500 gives you power and capability with 430 pound-feet of torque to haul your holiday tree. Equinox EV and the all-new Equinox offer award-winning quality and style to see you through the holiday season. See why Chevy makes everything better and brighter. See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Seahawks win in Chicago 6-3 on Thursday Night Football, improving to 9-7. I'm Michael Bumpus, and now joined by the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Rabel. Raves, that was an interesting game. It was raining for a bit. It stopped raining. The defense showed up. Offense struggled a bit, but end of the day, you get the W. First reaction from that game.
Thank you. I was just talking to guys in the booth. Sorry, Bump. My reaction to the game, is that what your question was?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You know what? A win's a win. And at this point, you know, you'll go back and you'll look at all the individual plays. You'll go back and if you're the offensive coordinator and the head coach and the rest, you'll look at them and say, man, if we'd have just had one block here and made a little bit better throw there and got a little more time on this one. And, you know, but there's a lot of what ifs. Hand it to the Chicago Bears a little bit. Their defense did a pretty nice job, especially coming out in the second half. That first drive, as I think you mentioned earlier on, Bump, right down the field, the Seahawks and kicked a field goal. And then it was, you know, kind of a dearth of offense there, especially in the second half. But regardless, hey, it's a win. And it keeps those hopes alive. It does put a little bit of pressure on the Rams, but Cardinals, we're all going to be cheering for them on Saturday. And then let's see what happens. Bring it all back to Los Angeles and play for all the marbles.
You're right. Our colleague Brian Walter says he already has a Cardinals shirt ready to go for Saturday when the Cardinals play. So we'll be rooting for him. Devin Witherspoon and Leonard Williams had a great game. Devin Witherspoon, 3 TFLs. You got Leonard Williams with 2 sacks. He's playing at an all-pro level. How do you think this defense was able to neutralize the Chicago Bears offense?
Well, I think they were really prepared, and it's a good point that you make because it's a short week. And so I think kind of what Mike McDonald talked about this week, let's do the things we do best and let's just do it full speed. So they probably didn't try to add a whole lot of stuff to the game plan this week. They knew what the Bears like to do. They knew they had a quarterback that they had to find a way to try to corral, and for the most part, they did a pretty good job of that, I think. And by virtue of the fact that, 7 sacks, that's one way that you keep control of a young quarterback who is able to throw on the run. I think that was the interesting thing is he threw better on the run than he did when he had time to just set his feet and fire the ball downfield. But a lot of credit to the Seahawks defense. Very few times was anybody running kind of alone across the Seahawks defense. And the running game for them, okay, but they didn't really get a whole lot of yards out of it. Seahawks defense, I thought, played a great game tonight. And again, anytime you hold somebody to 3 points, that's as good as a shutout, as close as you're going to get. And when you only kick 2 field goals, then that's exactly what you needed.
Offense better be buying some dinner for the defense when they get back to Seattle. The run game got going early, Raves. You got Zach Charbonnet, who finished with 15 carries for 57 yards, and Kenny McIntosh, 7 for 46. As a team, they rushed for 122 yards, 19 of those yards coming from Geno. Not the performers that you want to see, I guess, not dominant when it comes to the run game, but definitely moving in the right direction.
And, surprised me a little bit. I didn't think we were going to try to run that much, and I know we came out and actually ran the ball well in that, especially in that first drive. But we know that Sharps can run. And I think last week, not only the fact that K9 was back playing in the game a week ago, or 4 days ago actually, but remember, Sharps also had a little bit of an oblique, and so he was a little bit sore, so that might have been the best thing for him, to kind of take to the sidelines a little more than he might normally last Sunday, so that he could get better. Turned out that he was going to get the start tonight, and he played like he was not at all injured. So great job by the Seahawks. I thought up front they blocked well most of the time, opened some holes, and then the running backs did the rest. McIntosh, boy, he's tough, and he's fun watching him get that football. Very seldom did I see the first guy bring him down. And if somebody hit him at the line of scrimmage, it seemed like he was always falling forward for a couple. So congratulations to them. And it's going to have to be those two guys with George Holani now in that third position. But basically, it's going to be McIntosh and Charbonnet for the next game, and perhaps another game after that, with, of course, K9 being put on injured reserve today. But, yeah, nice job. And, of course, as Mike would say, nothing happens for the running backs, without the offensive line, without the wide receivers doing their job, too.
All that matters is that they got this W today, Ray, 6-3.
Exactly.
Great job as usual. Get home safely to your bride. I'll talk to you soon, man.
Thanks, Bob.
All right, that was the voice, Steve Rabel. We've got lots more to do when we get back. Ray Roberts and Brian Walters are going to join and break this whole thing down. Hawks get it done, 6-3.
For the Seahawks, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize your performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving game day broadcasts from lag time, connecting 60,000 plus live fans at the stadium, delivering benefits of the cloud for your network, secure as a defensive line, legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
Hey, Seahawks fans, this is Steve Rabel for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Everyone should know their blood pressure and cholesterol level. If they're too high, the risks of heart attack, stroke, and heart disease increase. That's why seeing your primary care physician is so important. Simple things like eating healthy, daily exercise, and quitting tobacco will give your heart the support it needs to keep you in the game. Talk with a doctor today and schedule your appointment at vmfh.org. That's vmfh.org.
At BECU, we're proud members of the 12s community. Jersey casual dress code on Blue Fridays, hoarse voices on Monday mornings, and flying that 12 flag every day of the week. We know how much the 12s love to show their pride, because we do too. That's why we give our members a chance to show their Seahawks pride with every purchase. So join us and get the Seahawks Debit MasterCard from BECU, the official debit card of the Seattle Seahawks. BECU, power in people. Membership required. Restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Life's better with American Family Insurance. That's because the future can be unpredictable. But no matter what's in the forecast, we'll help you feel protected, so you can enjoy the dreams you've worked hard for with peace of mind. Save up to 23% when you bundle home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Football season is here, and it's time for two premier Northwest franchises to team up. Umpqua Bank, your local bank, and the Seattle Seahawks. As the largest bank headquartered in the Northwest, Umpqua Bank is the home team you can count on. Learn more about Umpqua's premier service and innovative digital solutions at umpquabank.com or visit a local branch. Umpqua Bank, proud partner of the Seattle Seahawks, member FDIC.
It's Fight Night, live boxing at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action, Friday, January 10th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. It's Fight Night, January 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
Hawks win on the road 6-3. Keeping their playoffs hopes alive. I'm Michael Bumpus with Ray Roberts and Brian Walters. Not a great offensive game, fellas. But you know what? They scored more points than the other team. Therefore, you walk away with the win. I think the story of this game has to be the defense. Defense played lights out, sacking Caleb 7 times. Devin Witherspoon had himself a day. Leonard Williams had himself a day. Jay Reed with a sack. Jenkins with a sack. You got Derek Hall with a sack as well. We tip our caps to the defense. Ray, you ever been playing a game where offense just wasn't moving and defense saves the day?
Yeah, it's called the full season of 1992 with the Seattle Seahawks. Like, we were absolutely trash. And no, seriously, dude, I think we averaged like about 8 points a game.
Man.
Like, seriously. Wow. And we had the most punts at that time, I think, of any team in the league history. I think Rick Tootin was punting like crazy. But and Dave Wyman would tell you. But no, sometimes, man, it's 3 days after the last time you played. You're traveling on Christmas Day across the country. You're probably still tired and beat up and nicked up and everything. And I don't know. They mustered up the best they could, I think, given the situation. They did start out running the ball well on offense. It kind of slowed down a little bit in the second half. But, man, that defense came ready to play. Caleb Williams has some things about his game that's dangerous, like being able to get out of the pocket, run, scramble. We saw some crazy throws that he made, but they were able to overcome all of that and keep them only one field goal in the scores box. So shout out to the defense. Like you said, 7 sacks. They really got after him pretty good there, and then they really didn't let DeAndre Swift get loose, even though he averaged about 4 yards a carry. He never really got into a rhythm that was going to hurt the defense.
Yeah, I think the big we all asked for it, and we got to see it in action is the run game and balance between the run and pass. So what does that balance get you? Well, it gets you 6 points, I guess. So Geno threw the ball 23 times, and the Seahawks rushed 25 times, including 3 scrambles by Geno. So I mean, that was, I guess, in the scoreboard. Didn't really work out for us, but it's kind of good to see that they're trying. And I think with the weather that it made it tough. It made it tough offensively. I think it was worse than what it looked on TV, just the rain coming down and stuff. And you saw Caleb Williams having trouble throwing the ball. Geno wasn't – I mean, what's crazy is he was still 17 for 23, but I still didn't think he had his best stuff as far as some of the passes he threw, a little off the mark, got away with one early in the game. For an interception, but so I still like the run game. Here's another big positive for me: there was no big penalties. You go to the Vikings game, and how many penalties cost you points, but they really didn't have any today. I think they had 3 penalties or 4 penalties, 3 penalties for 25 yards or something. The biggest one being the DK personal foul, which really didn't cost them that much. Maybe a longer field goal than what it would have been. So that was huge. The Bears actually had the most costly penalty. It looked like the Seahawks football there when Caleb Williams threw that beautiful cross-his-body throw for a touchdown, and it got called back for holding. So that's a positive for the Seahawks. Is nothing. They didn't really take any points off the board with penalties like that. But the defense, just kudos to them. Just prepping a short week, Christmas week. I bet you. It's tough. It's really tough to prepare for these games, especially mentally, knowing that it's a holiday, it's a short week. You're not with your family and all that. So, and the defense came to play. They knew the task in front of them. They knew this offensive line from the Bears was a little weaker, a little injured and beat up, and they went after them. So the defensive line all around, I thought, played a really brilliant game. And the blitzes that Mike McDonald called, getting to Caleb Williams, and Caleb Williams. He showed he can handle a little pressure at some points. Some of his throws he made in the scrambles were pretty impressive, and that's just hats off to you. But the defense put him in some tough spots and made him make some really bad throws. And the 7 sacks is obviously the big. Third downs, 5 for 15. The Bears were, so the defense, third down got off the field. So I think there's a lot of positives, mostly defensively, to take from this game.
Yeah, offensively, there was no rhythm or flow to this thing other than that first drive, 11 plays, 71 yards. After that, 3 plays. After that, 3 plays. 9 plays, 43, no points off of that. 8 plays, 38 yards. You get points off of that. Second half, 6 plays, 5 plays, and then you fumble. Just no flow. The weather obviously affected that, but you got to tip your cap to the Chicago Bears, man. They applied some pressure and did what they had to do. Leonard Williams generated 6 pressures and 2 sacks on 33 pass rushes against the Bears, generating 5 of his 6 pressures and a sack against double teams. That's a 54% double team rate. We interviewed him in the huddle, and I'm like, look, you're 1-tech, 3-tech, you're going to get double teamed. But does it feel like it's a bit much this year? And he said, yeah, man, I get double teamed a lot, but it seems like, people are recognizing me and spending or giving me more attention. When you have a blocked field goal and a pick to the house, you're going to get that attention. But Leonard Williams is he's a grown man out there. He's probably the best. No, he is the best defensive player in this team, in my opinion, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the dude is just like someone asked me one time what makes it so hard to block him. And it is, I mean, he's super talented, big, strong dude, but his effort is unmatched. That's why you can be double teamed 54% of the time and still create that much pressure and come away with 2 sacks because the double team gives up before he does.
Right.
And so he just kind of he's kind of like the Energizer Bunny out there. So I love the way he plays. I love the way he attacks the physicality of it. I love the way he plays physically like that. And he's on the field a lot. Like we saw him on the sideline a little bit there, taking a breather, but he's out there a lot. He plays a lot of the snaps and does some really good stuff.
Yeah, and to add to that in the Energizer Bunny mentality that you just talked about, Devin Witherspoon's another guy that I thought brought that today. Him and Leonard Williams have just performed week after week. They never seem to have a letdown. Witherspoon made some huge tackle for losses today. I felt like he was all over the field today. We had a big moment where I thought he was going to get a pick six on one of the throws to that Caleb Williams threw to the wide side. I thought he was going to try to undercut it. But Devin Witherspoon's another guy that I would put in that Leonard Williams category. He does a little quieter than Leonard Williams, not quite the big stats that Leonard Williams has put up, which is crazy to say because he's a defensive tackle. But hats off, great performance by Devin Witherspoon.
Yeah, Witherspoon was everywhere. Getting into the backfield. When you're a DB and you have 3 TFLs, man, that means your instincts are kicking in and you're seeing things, you're flying to the football. Julian Love had 5 tackles, recording his third 100 tackle season. Last year, I believe he led all safeties with 120 tackles. Not something I want to see, but I'm glad that he's making the plays back there because if he doesn't, big plays we're going to be made. So big ups to J Love. Jason Myers also set a single season career high and extended his franchise record to 8 field goals of 50 yards or more. So special teams, man, you got to give them some love. And B, you're talking about the punt return's name. Excuse me. What's the punt return's name? Jalen Darden. Excuse me. He looked natural back there. he looks good. But let's hear what Mike McDonald has to say about the game.
Had an opportunity to win at the end, and the guys did a great job.
Mike, what was the look that made you go 9 on the line and send the blitz you did on the 4th down?
How do I answer it without kind of giving away like trade secrets? I just think it's something that we've been practicing, and we haven't really called it in situations like that. We've had versions of like blitz that we've called, but not that particular version. So something we've had that we've been preparing for, and our guys were excited about, getting to that particular call. And man, I mean, just you call something you haven't executed, and it's for basically the season's on the line, and it just shows that like, hey, our guys can handle it, and they've earned that confidence to call those types of high leverage plays. So I know Spoon was asking for it. So when Spoon's excited about it, then we're excited about it.
You don't blitz Kobe a ton, but he had the pressure on that last throw, and same thing with the Jets game. Just what in those moments makes him a good fit there.
Yeah, I mean, again, even though when you are blitzing a bunch of guys, I mean, it is a team blitz mentality. So we got to line correctly. We got to set it up right. You have disguises that are paired with it. Guys have to take proper angles. To get this quarterback on the ground and make him go backwards is easier said than done. So you got to, there's some, technique to it as well. So just, again, in critical moments, I think that speaks a lot about the trust that we have in our guys that they can go get the job done.
When was the first time you practiced?
A version of that's been around forever.
But with this team?
This particular version of it went in a couple weeks ago.
There's a little poetry in Reek Woolen getting the final interception after what happened last week.
I was hoping he went down after he caught it. Look, I mean, this is why we have the make it right system. It's you move on and go to the next play, and he's been doing that. So happy for Reek making that play. It was a great play.
You've mentioned a couple times this year that Devin Witherspoon, maybe the stats haven't met up with the impact he's having on your defense, but then today, 3 tackles for loss, gets his first sack.
Yeah.
What did you think of his performance, the way the rest of the defense fed off that today?
Yeah, I mean, this guy's a leader on our team. He's second year, but I mean, he's grown so much as a leader, and he's going to be someone we're going to depend on for a long time here. And we love him, and it's because of the energy and the competitiveness and the person and his love of the game and love for his teammates. And it's infectious. How can you not play 1,000% when 21's on the field doing the stuff that he does? So talk about force multipliers. He's a force multiplier. And I'm happy he got a sack. It wasn't pretty, but he got one. And, yeah, I'm really happy for him.
Did you think they might try a field goal there from 57 or 58?
Our line was a little bit tighter than that. So, you know, I was ready. You know, you have to be ready for a fourth down call, but, you know, you never know if they're going to try one. So, we had a call ready on field goal block as well.
What do you make of what you got from the offense? Kind of got the run game going a little bit early on, but
yeah, I think I think we took a step in the right direction in terms of run game and moving the ball, especially early in the game. It was good to get the first drive going, but I think we were going to still focus on, hey, let's close these drives out. You know, once we get this thing moving, let's finish in the end zone. You know, 7 points is such a big difference, especially start the game. And then when we are playing with a lead, let's try to, you know, we got to keep chasing, trying to get to multiple score leads. You know, and then that's good for our team. So that's what we're chasing. The guys battled, fought hard. We didn't, it didn't go our way in the second half. Got to give the Bears credit. Thought they played hard, played physical. But you know, we'll get better from this.
You talk about sacks as this team today, 7. Can you just talk about how multiple players will be?
Well, yeah, I think, you know, I've always said it's a function of rush and coverage. So in order to sack him, he's got to have the ball. So some sacks were clean, you know, where you win and and this is a hard quarterback to get on the ground as well. So that's good. And then some of them are, hey, you know, we do a great job on the back end, making him progress through, and now you can buy an extra click in your rush. So it'd be fun to watch the tape and show them why those happened, that we're able to create those passing situations on first down, and those are all team stats, man. So I'm excited for the guys that got the sacks, but it'll be fun to show them why, you know, and who set them up.
So, the energy that they brought and also the speed at which they played today, can you talk about that, please?
Look, I mean, yeah, you're going on a short week on Thursday, and you got to get your bodies right to go play and go play the right way. You got to be able to play the right way to win in this league, and I think this is an opportunity for a shout out for our support team, Sam Ramsden, Ivan Lewis, and his crew. Like getting those guys, get their bodies right on Monday. I think that was big for us. I think we needed that, and the guys were determined to go get a win here on the road.
Which moment did you fear that was a fumble return for a touchdown, or did you realize at the moment that it was?
In the moment, I was. What was the term you used? Was I worried? Yes. Pretty consistently worried about stuff.
Holding the team to 3 points is always tough, but what kind of strain is that on a defense when it's a one-score game throughout? That, I mean, they're one play at any time from taking the lead.
I don't think your mentality changes. I mean, in my mind, we're playing field position game. I mean, if you really want to be critical, we could have done a better job of flipping field position for our offense. You know, they're coming out of the well too many times this game. So, we're fighting uphill battle offensively. Defensively, we're getting stops, but you know they're around midfields. They're able to punt them down deep. We didn't affect the ball as much as we'd like to. I mean, you're being critical there. We played great, but I mean, those are the things that we're chasing. So it's hard to go 90 yards consistently, put points on the board. So that's something that we'll look at and see if we can do better. But the mentality is the same.
Since Chenna get his first sack with all he's been through this year.
Oh yeah, he was fired up. That was great. Yeah, if you just pause time and think about the journey that he's been in, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Will you be pretty anxious then the next couple of days, kind of seeing what happens with the Rams and everybody else, or?
Look, we're in the mode of controlling what we control. We know what's coming next week, so we're going to spend this weekend getting our minds and bodies and spirits right to go play a game, and yeah, we're praying that it's for the division championship.
How's Josh Jobe doing?
He's doing good. he's like a patella of something in his knee. Again, you get me in the medical terms, it's like, how much time, man? How much time? But we'll see as it goes. We're fortunate that we have an extra couple days to treat him.
What did you make of Geno's night?
Well, I thought we started strong, put the ball in harm's way there in the red zone, which we'd like to do a better job of that. But I'll tell you what, like Geno is battling right now. The guy is battling his tail off, keeping us together. So we follow his lead, and I know the guys on offense are excited that we won the game, but we talk about being 12 as one, and they're part of the team too, and we won the game. And so our expectation is obviously higher than 6 points, but let's go to work this week and do the best we can to go in. The Thursday night's games are funky. It's a short week. It's just it feels like there's some weird outcomes that happen. So, we'll look at the tape and go to work, and Geno will be right there leading us.
2 sacks, 3 tackles for loss. I mean, it seems like he's just doing this week after week. But what's he meant to you guys in the middle of that defense?
He meant a ton. I mean, I give Jay Reed the game ball just because he's really leading us up front with those guys, and it's the edges and the D line that are in the same room, and we really followed Jay Reed's lead, and then Leo's done a great job leading him as well. I mean, he should be up for all the accolades. I mean, I don't know what the awards are out there, but I would give it to him. I mean, he's just a phenomenal player, phenomenal human being. And I'm glad he's a Seahawk, man. I'm glad he's with us.
Tough, short week. You get the win. Talk about what the extra rest will maybe mean to the team heading into next week.
Yeah, it's nice. We have some positive net rest. So that'll be good for us. It's about time.
You watching Rams Cardinals? You're just going to stay away from what you can't control?
No, I'm going to watch every snap. Yeah.
What was the process like getting ready for this week? I mean, it sounds like you guys, after the game Sunday, you guys went right back to work, game planning kind of stuff. Is that right?
Well, I did. I mean, yeah. You have to. I mean, it's a function of time, and we really felt like if we can give our guys a tight game plan that they knew they could execute at a high level, on like basically install the whole game plan in one day, and losing sucks. So let's go back to work. That's what we did.
Anything else? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That was your head coach, Mike McDonald. Hawks fans, celebrate Blue Friday at your local Western Washington McDonald's. Get a free medium fries with any $1 purchase every Blue Friday and only in the McDonald's app. More to come when we return. We'll hear from players at the podium. That is next on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
You know the saying, an apple a day keeps the doctor away? Well, it doesn't have to be an apple. Wellness is different for everyone. Maybe for you, wellness is more arts and crafts, more game nights with friends, trying new recipes, yoga with goats, less time scrolling, more time dancing or walking or napping. The point is, there are all kinds of ways to live healthier and happier. So find your apple. Visit BeWellWA.org for wellness tips and ideas. A message from the Washington State Department of Health.
Craving a sweet treat? Head over to Zuri's Gourmet Donuts, where every donut is a masterpiece. From classic flavors to wild creations, their donuts are made fresh daily, bursting with flavor and creativity. Visit Zuri's Gourmet Donuts today. Don't mind if I do.
Having electrical issues? Call Beacon Electric today for a $59 special. Beacon Electric will shock you with the quality of our work and our low prices. Stop freaking. Call Beacon, 1-800-FREAKIN, or online at beaconplumbing.net.
This season, Chevy brings classic pairings, cookies and milk, mistletoe and kisses, and your holiday plans and a new Chevy. Silverado 1500 gives you power and capability with 430 pound-feet of torque to haul your holiday tree. Equinox EV and the all-new Equinox offer award-winning quality and style to see you through the holiday season. See why Chevy makes everything better and brighter.
See your Northwest Chevy dealer. The world's greatest fans deserve world-famous fries. So now, all season long, Seahawks fans can hit the Golden Arches every Blue Friday for a free order of the classic fries you love with any $1 minimum purchase when you order on the app. With a deal like this, it's safe to say that McDonald's is the new Friday night spot for Seattleites. Talk about something for the 12s to cheer about. Valid one time on Fridays through 12/31/24 at participating McDonald's. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
Hey 12s, looking to shop small? The Seattle Seahawks are lifting up teammates in their community with Hawks Huddle, a program aimed to strengthen small businesses. So score big by supporting their partners, which can be found at Seahawks.com/Hawks Huddle.
Jingle into big cash this December at Tulalip Resort Casino. Sled in Mondays and Fridays for the holiday sweepstakes. Scoop up guaranteed cash every half hour with a chance to win up to $500,000. Earn entries for all your play this December. Spin by Wednesdays for the Lucky Reels bonus tournament and grab free play up to $1,000. Find all the details online at TulalipCasino.com.
Please game responsibly.
Looking for Seahawks tickets? Sign up for text notifications to receive alerts about last-minute ticket availability and offers. Simply text the word Seahawks to 71211. Go Hawks!
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
From his own 49, Swift back in the backfield. Williams from the shotgun. He drops the snap. Now he stops, looks, steps up, gets hit. Williams gets him around the ankles and he goes down. Another sack for the Seahawks as Williams drops the ball. And as he tried to step up in the pocket, he got hit by Leo Williams, his second sack of the night.
Leo had himself a big day. The big cat is at the podium now.
What's up, y'all? What's that?
7 sacks.
I know, right? Yeah, it's a big time. I mean, that was one thing that we knew we were going to have to focus on defense is just attacking the quarterback. We knew he was a guy that liked to scramble, and I think we did a good job of staying on him today.
What was it like having the game just sort of be in doubt the whole way through every time you guys had to go back out there as a defense?
What's that?
What was it like, I guess, having to go back out there time and time again? You know,
I mean, as a defense like ours, like where we love to compete, we love to compete with one another. We love to compete with the offense. Like any situation, we take the field with pride. So it like doesn't really matter for us. It's like we could take the field on the 1 yard line. You know, 1 and goal, whatever the situation is. I think we're excited to go out there, and you know, that's kind of something that we always talk about too. Is like 12 is 1. You know, when one side's lacking more than the other side picks it up. You know what I mean? So it takes all of us.
Do you have a favorite play or a player on defense that stood out to you?
I would say Spoon. You know, time and time again, he's one of those players that just like stands out effort-wise, just energy. And today he was like really showing up today, made some big TFLs, and he just flies around. I feed off of his energy, and I love it.
How much does it help for you to have another veteran like Jaron Reed that can move up and down the line and can impact games in such a number of ways? It seems like he's playing his best ball.
Yeah, he's playing really great, especially the last few games, like you said. You know, he's definitely hitting his stride like later in the season, and you know, he's really played great since the time I met him, and I feel like our connection has just grown even more. So, you know, he's one of my favorite guys to play with on the D-line, to be honest. You know, Dexter Lawrence was like one of those guys for me for a long time when I was on the Giants, and I think now Jaron Reed's kind of like the same type of player where we kind of both have a good understanding of the game, a good understanding of each other, and it allows us to communicate well and play off of each other.
You've done a lot of good things in a 10-year career. Where does this stretch year on the last half season rank in terms of how well you've played?
This season? I mean, I think this is definitely one of my best seasons. I have a better season, like, stat-wise, I think. Like, I had 11 and a half sacks, but I think this year has definitely been, like, more just dominant. And when I say that, it's more of, like, it's not all about the stats and things like that to me. It's more of just, like, how I'm playing blocks, you know, how I'm affecting, you know, every play. And I think when you, like, turn on the film, you would be able to see that.
What was this week like for you guys with the short week and coming off the loss and sort of knowing your playoff hopes are kind of, you know, it's kind of not your destiny anymore with the playoffs?
I mean, for us, it's like we still are seeing it as a possibility. You know what I mean? So, you know, in a way, we're trying to like say, okay, well, let's control the controllables, and you know, let the other things fall into place as they will. So for us, it's like we have to win out to control the controllables, and then you know we might get a chance. But you know, it obviously sucks sometimes depending on another team to see what another team is going to do. But at the same time, it also feels good to like you know to finish strong and put it in our hands.
Have you ever played or when's the last time you played an offense that ran that many screens?
Yeah, I think that was the most screens I've ever played against, to be honest. Especially at one point, they started hitting a few of them in the perimeter alley, and after they started getting a little bit of success, they started coming back and back and back. After a while, I could start telling like the offensive line stance that, you know, even though they were in a 2-point stance that looked like pass, they were kind of having a little bit of like forward lean where you could tell they were trying to like get out. So after a while, we started like picking up on it.
You've seen kind of the journey that Chenna's been on really since you got here with the injuries. What did it mean to see him get his first sack of the year?
I mean, we actually talked about that on the sideline. He said that was his first sack he's gotten in a year. And, you know, coming, you know, like just hearing that from him it was amazing for me to hear, just because when I first got here last year on the trade, you know, he was one of those guys that I was like looking forward to playing with. I played with him at USC, and I was looking forward to get some burn with him. And then he got injured and has been battling a lot of things. And it's just awesome to see him, you know, even when he was dealing with injury, he was just always locked in on the sideline. And now he's, you know, playing his role.
Got 3 games under his belt, so he's got his legs back underneath him. How does he complement everything else this defensive line has been doing all year, maybe bringing something different to this career?
Yeah, I mean, just like Jaron Reed, he's one of those guys who like understands the game. He's a veteran, and he's a great communicator. I love being on his side of the ball. Even throughout camp and stuff like that, when I first started getting more of an experience of how it is to play with him, it showed up today as well, where, you know, I'm in my 3-point stance and I'm feeling like it's running. He's like, hey, Leo, pass, pass, pass. And it's like those small details that allow me to play a little bit faster. So having guys like that next to you makes a big difference.
You going to call any friends over on the Cardinals and promise them some Christmas presents?
Yeah, a lot of the guys have been joking about, I guess they have some friends over there, and they're like, hey, like, you got to do it for us or something like that, you know what I mean? But I don't really know anyone over there, to be honest, and I'm not friends with other team, besides Dex.
This is a little out of left field, but there's a report that Pete Carroll's interested in coaching again. Is an SC guy and something like for him. What do you think he'd be like if you wanted to go out and coach again?
I mean, I only played with him for 8 weeks, unfortunately. I mean, I think he's a great coach. I love playing for him. I would have wanted to play more for him, but, you know, the way things worked out, I'm loving where I'm at right now, obviously. But, you know, I think he's a great coach. So it's like, you know, if he wants to come out of retirement or whatever the case is, you know, I'm rooting for him.
Anything else?
Thanks, Liz. Excellent.
Leonard Williams had himself another great performance, and the defense had to hold it down. I would imagine it's stressful for a defense knowing that any big play could just flip the game really quickly. So for them to remain stout and get after that quarterback was big. And they realized the situation. They know that the Arizona Cardinals got to get this win, but they first needed to take care of business. Let's go back to the podium. We got a Chinna Nwosu.
That one feel that sack.
Felt really good, you know. just coming off the year that I've had, you know, missing so much time and just dealing with injuries, you know, just felt good to finally go out there and get one, man. Just a long time coming.
Kind of after the sack, looks like Cass stayed down and enjoyed it for a minute. What was that little moment like?
I was just giving my thanks to God, really, because, you know, like I said, without him, you know, this long road wouldn't have even been possible. I wouldn't even be in this position, so I was just giving my thanks. I'm just blessed to be in that position.
What's your goal now, too, next week?
What's the goal? The goal is get a win first. If I don't get a sack, I don't care. I'm trying to get a win. But if I happen to get a sack, I'll take it.
So how much fun were you guys having as a defense? 7 sacks, a lot of big plays all over the place.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Definitely a lot of fun. You know, that's something we talked about in the team meeting the night before, or the defensive meeting the night before, is allowing everybody to eat. You know, and that was a true game where everybody was in on the action. You know, it's fun to see guys making plays and everybody smiling, having fun, and competing who's going to get more, you know. So that's the type of, you know, team you want to play around and defense you want to play for. Guys competing.
And against a quarterback like Caleb Williams who likes to buy as much time as possible. extent plays. What did you see from your guys' defense as a whole in terms of execution to be able to deal with a quarterback that offers that type of mobility and play extension?
It was tough, man. It was tough. We knew he was mobile, but it's crazy when you actually on the field and seeing it. It's different from just watching it on tape, man. He knows how to create plays. He's been doing that since college. You know, I've been watching him because he went to SC, of course. So I've been watching. I knew he had that in him, but it's different when you're playing against it. You really got to lock in on your keys and follow the game plan, you know. And we did as much as we can. He got out, made some plays, but for the most part, I think we did our job.
Speaking of SC guys, Leo, another real productive game. What's he bringing this year to your defense?
All-pro level, all-pro talent, Pro Bowl talent. You know, that's what he's been on. He's been able to do that. I think he was number 6 overall pick for a reason, you know. So he's always had it in him. He's always could do it. And I'm happy he's doing what he's doing right now. He deserves all the recognition because he's playing at a high level. So shout out to Leo.
First few games playing under Mike McDonald's defense, what do you think of how he calls the game?
I like how he calls the game. You know, he's always trying to switch it up, you know, make things different, give the quarterback different looks, you know. So that's always what you want, you know. A coach that always makes things different, makes things hard on the offense. He's always coming up with new ways, you know, new tricks on the fly. We installed something on the field, literally installed something on the field. So that's how his brain's always thinking, how can we stop them? So that's great to have a coach like that.
Without sharing the specifics, what caused you guys to decide to install something new on the field?
You know, when the offense is going to something, you know, there's adjustments that you have to make. You know, so you can't just keep lining up and doing the same thing. You ain't gonna get nowhere. So the offense is doing a certain thing, and we was able to make adjustments.
You just feel like week to week you're progressing now that you've been back for a few games.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting a lot more comfortable, you know, trusting myself and my body a lot more. You know, that first game in Arizona was kind of a little warm-up. Green Bay was still you know, but last week Vikings, I kind of let it loose, didn't think about it. Same thing today. I'm getting more comfortable being on that field, making change of direction plays and, you know, hitting again because, you know, that's a big part of it. So just getting more comfortable.
Anything else, guys?
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
Uchenna Nwosu, it's been a while since he was out there making plays. My man came up with a sack today. And the guys here, we'll break that down when we come back. Tonight's game is brought to you by Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Seattle Seahawks and the NFL. More to do here on the I'm Called Bank Radio Network.
Gain the home field advantage with a backyard makeover from Master Decks. Right now, you'll get a free Sonos outdoor speaker with your purchase, perfect for grilling and listening to the game. Visit masterdecks.com/football to learn more.
It's time for some football, and Ticketmaster is your MVP. As the official ticket marketplace of the Seattle Seahawks and the NFL, Ticketmaster's got the best way to take it to the house when it comes to being there live. They're the safest and most convenient marketplace to score fully verified Seahawks tickets. And if your plans get broken up, or worse, turned over, Ticketmaster gives you more flexibility to sell your seats. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Seahawks.
A taste of what makes Oberto great with Stephen Oberto.
As a kid, my grandfather drove this 1957 Lincoln town car decked out in red, white, and green, the super salami, pepperoni powered all over it. And I was his daily driver. We'd go to the grocery store in it. We'd go through parades in it. You couldn't get anywhere in town without being honked at 100 times and, you know, every police officer at every red light stopping you and asking for free jerky.
Oberto Specialty Meats. Quality, flavor, heritage.
Uncruise Adventures takes you to Alaska, Baja, the Galapagos, and Hawaii on all-inclusive award-winning small ships. Limited spaces available. Book today at uncruise.com and save up to 15%. Unrushed, uncrowded, unbelievable, Uncruise.
Is there a move in your future? Then listen up, Seahawks fans. This is Eric Kennedy, Equipment Director for your Seattle Seahawks. For the past 20 years, we have depended upon Beacons Northwest to get the Seahawks coaches, players, and gear moved on time and in top shape. You know the Beacons name because they have been a trusted mover in the Northwest since 1903. If you are moving or know someone who is, call the mover the pros use. Beacons Northwest. Call Beacons Northwest at 800-497-MOVE. Beacons Northwest is the official mover of the Seattle Seahawks. 800-497-MOVE.
Toyotathon is on, the perfect time to shop for a new SUV with more all-wheel drive choices than anyone else, like the family-size Highlander and the bigger, more powerful Grand Highlander. Now through January 6th, get any new 24 or 25 Highlander or Grand Highlander with 5.99 APR financing, including hybrid models, subject to approved credit through TFS. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, Tyler Lockett for Brown Bear Car Wash.
You know what's hard to beat? That brown bear coverage. With Washington's largest car wash network, they definitely have you covered. Brown Bear car washes are fast and convenient. And with the Unlimited Wash Club membership, you can wash as much as you like, wash fast and wash green at Brown Bear Car Wash, the official car wash of the Seahawks.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
This is the Seahawks postgame show. I'm Michael Bumpers with Ray Roberts and Brian Walters. The Seahawks win 6-3 on the road. Devin Witherspoon had 3 TFLs. He's at the podium now.
Devin, how excited were the last play call you got that put the blitz in a couple weeks ago? How excited were you that last call?
Yeah, I was kind of excited. We banking on the rushers getting home, and they got home, so I was excited.
Happy to see Rick Willen be able to come down with that interception at the end for him.
Oh, duh. Preach, we got to get those tips and over those. We got to get them. So, yes, sir. I ain't even know I had a sack until after the game, so it really wasn't nothing to me in the moment. But I was like, yeah, appreciate that though. But they come, we need them.
Mike talked earlier about being only in year 2, but becoming a leader of this defense. Where do you think you've grown in that area of your game of leadership?
Man, I really don't even know, to be honest. I just feel comfortable around my teammates, and they accept me for me being me. So it makes it easy for going there and just try to be yourself and lead those guys because they trust me. So I just go out there and lean on my teammates. That's what makes it easy.
You guys like the challenge as a defense when you're going back out there series after series in a tight game where you got to protect the lead?
Yeah, we always try to take on that challenge. Even when the times we came up short, man, we always want to put the challenge on us, man, because I feel like any given time we go out there in any game, so we always going to take that challenge against anybody.
What's it like going against an offense that runs that many screens?
We've seen that before. I think they got that game plan from the Bills, so we've seen it before.
It's a little out of left field, but what's your report that Pete Carroll wants to get back into coaching? Do you think he'd still be a good NFL coach?
It's Pete Carroll, yeah, for sure. He a player's coach, man. He a lot of players gonna gravitate to him as soon as he get there, if he do get that job. So, he know how to make work don't feel like work. So that's what makes it fun playing for him. So.
Anything else, guys?
Thanks, man. Thanks, sir. Appreciate y'all.
Spoon had himself a day, 6 total tackles, 1 sack, 3 TFLs. It's always funny when the smallest guy on the football field sets the tone, Ray.
It is, and the thing about him, like you said, he's like you can call him the Energizer Bunny, or like he's just all over the place all the time. And then I think there was one play where you guys talked about, like, even just his closing speed. It looked like Caleb Williams was going to run, the ball, and then all of a sudden Witherspoon is closing on him. I better step out of bounds. And so the thing I love about him is that even when you saw him take on blocks on the edge, he doesn't always try to go around blocks. Like, he will go through a receiver that's twice his size and then still make the tackle. That's the thing I love about him. It's hard to be anyone else on the defense and have any complaints when you look out and watch how this dude is playing every single play with all the energy, with all the drive and everything. It's hard to then be like, maybe I'm going to give like 85%. It's like, nah, bro, you better give all the percentages that you have, because that dude is absolutely doing that.
Let's pause 10 seconds to give our network stations a chance to identify themselves here on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
All right, B, we're going to get you, I promise. All right, we got Geno at the podium right now.
Oh, good evening.
Kiss song.
Oh, you put me on the spot. Shout out to Gene Simmons. I wasn't alive when Kiss was doing their thing, but do love the shirt, man. It's a cool looking shirt.
How do you just assess, I guess, the offensive performance tonight overall?
Yeah, I think we obviously, when you score 6 points, you're going to come away thinking that you can do a lot of things better. And I really want to say that I think we could have been better, but I also think we moved the ball really well. I was really proud of the way we ran the ball. I thought we were effective, efficient in the passing game. Could have used a few more explosives, but they did a good job. Hats off to the Bears. They got a talented group on defense, and they made it tough on us. It was raining, inclement weather, but we found a way, and I think that's what matters the most.
What were you seeing from them defensively? It seemed like you guys were having to rely a lot on getting those quick dump offs and quickly, and they were taking away those deep balls.
Yeah, they did a good job at really trying to take away our explosive passing game, and made us check it down. And we're okay with that. We're fine with that. As long as we get the ball into the hands of our playmakers, we got guys that are going to make plays. And like I said, hats off to them. They did a great job at really stopping us when it mattered the most. We were crossing the 50 a bunch, and then we just stall out as soon as we get near the red zone. And I just think that's something that we can improve on, especially from this game.
Talk about what you going through your mind when the Pharaoh Brown fumble happened, what you thought you saw, and what happened on that play.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. Obviously, I didn't get the full view of it, but I did see Pharaoh. He's a tough dude, man, and he's going to try and run 5-6 people over if he can. And I thought he got down. Again, I didn't get the full view of it, so I won't say much on that front. But I felt like he was down. I also heard a whistle blow, and then I saw the ball, in the other guy's hand. He's running down the field, so it was just a different situation there. But luckily, we were able to get out of that.
When they announced touchdown on the field, did you have a good feeling that was going to get overturned, or were you worried that?
Yeah, I was sitting there talking to one of the referees, and one guy said that he had him down. The other guy said he didn't have him down. I'm pretty sure they went to replay review or something like that at that point. I was just confused. I thought he was down. I obviously didn't know, what the situation was as far as what they were actually going to call until they did. But yeah, it was just, like I said, it was just a blessing that our defense went out and stopped them, and we were able to get out of that.
This is a little out of left field. There's a report that KIRO wants to get back into coaching. What was so unique about playing for him, and do you think it translated in your place?
Yeah, Coach KIRO, man, is a special human being. He's a believer. He's a guy who's always going to be upbeat. He's always going to fight, and he has one way about him, and that's what I love about him. I think we're very, very much the same in that way, that we just go. There's no stop. There's nothing like that. We just believe in ourselves and we just go. And I think Coach KIRO, he can help out any team. He can help out anybody. I'm a big advocate of his, and I know he is of mine. And yeah, I love that guy.
You're obviously going into what you hope is a huge week next week. How do you assess just the confidence of the offense in your group coming out of a game where you didn't put up as many points as you would like to?
Yeah, I mean, we're confident. We got DK Metcalf. We got Tyler Lockett, Jackson Smith and Jigba. Noah Fant, we got running backs out the wazoo. I mean, we got guys, man, and that's what gives us confidence. Our coaching staff is spectacular. They put us in position to make plays. And, again, man, it's a week-to-week league, and it's not always going to be sunshine and rainbows, man. Gutting out a 6-3 win feels just as good as, winning the game 44-41. It's all about getting wins. And, I have the utmost confidence in my guys, the guys up front, our defense, our coaching staff, the entire organization. And it's a big game coming up, and we all know that, but we're going to stick to our process and get ready, for another week of preparation.
What can you say about what your guys' defense did today to hold the 3 points?
Outstanding, outstanding. And those are the things that we expect of those guys. Like I said, man, they got so many, guys on that side of the ball. We just saw Jay Reed, man. He's been playing out of his mind. Leo wrecking games, getting Chenna back, man. He got his first sack after, a year and a half of battling injuries. And just the secondary with Spoon and Woolen, and the way Kobe Bryant's playing, the way, Jay Love's leading that bunch. Just so many guys that we can name, and, that's something that gives us confidence.
Run game going early on, was that a matter of you guys just taking what they were giving you with some lighter boxes and stuff?
Yeah, for sure. And we want to run the ball. Even if there's a heavy box, man, we got to run the ball, and we got to commit to it. And that's something that we've been working on all season, is committing to our run game and finding answers versus whatever looks they give us. Today they were playing a little shell, but they also play some 3-week. So there's just some things that, we're working through. And, when we can get the run game rolling, it's going to make our offense that much tougher to defend.
It looked like in the middle of the game, the play action, you did a shotgun, you did that under center. How much the early running you felt helped that play
I think it helps it out a lot, man. I noticed the backers were obviously being more affected by the play action the better we were running. So, like I said, the more that we stay balanced, and I thought Grubb called a great game. I thought he dialed up some shots when he needed to, and it gave us a chance to be balanced. And when Zach's running like that, I thought Kenny McIntosh came in and ran the ball well. Yeah, we're going to be a tough team, but like I said, we got to get better. There's things that we left out there on the field, in my opinion, and we want to work on those things.
A lot of these Thursday night games have been, especially recently, have been on the lower scoring end. Do you think that short rest maybe has a little bit more of an impact on the offense trying to prepare than maybe it does for the defense?
For sure. I mean, defense only has a couple calls anyway. They got to work on. Offense, man, we lose hours and hours of game planning. We're facing a Chicago team that's not in our division, so we're not going to know these guys as well as the teams that we play a lot. So, yeah, there's going to be some difficulties, but like I said, it's the pros, and our coaches did a phenomenal job with the game plan. I thought the game plan was awesome. We had opportunities, and there's just one or two plays here where we didn't execute that really held us back.
Do you think you guys are going to watch the game on Saturday night together, and do you think you're going to reach out to Evan Brown, DJ Dow, some of the guys, offer them some steak if they?
You know what, man? Honestly, we shouldn't be in this position. I think that's the main thing is like understanding that we got to control our destiny when we can. But yeah, I'm gonna be a big Kyler Murray fan on Saturday, and if they get it done, they get it done. But we're gonna go into this last week of the season with the same mindset, no matter what.
Health-wise, you're not going to be specific, but just the mental preparedness to get ready and physical for short turnaround. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough to get ready for a game with 7 days of rest, and just think about just having 3 days and just coming off of the injury that I had, and then playing a tough game, and then coming right back. We knew it was going to be something that we had to gut out, and I'm not the only guy who's out there feeling something. There's other guys who are pushing through some things, and that's why we have the team that we have. We got a bunch of tough guys on our side, guys who love to play, and they love to play for their teammates, and I think that's something that's just you got to fight through it, and it was good to get it done today.
Is a leader important to that for you to model that, just so the other leaders as well and the team could feed off that?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they feed off it, but again, this is the pros, and guys have got to do their jobs. And like I said, man, we love playing football. We love playing alongside each other, and that's the reason why you see guys out there the way that they are.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
That was your quarterback, Geno Smith. Our quarterback review was brought to you by T-Mobile, exclusive wireless partner of the Seattle Seahawks. B. Walty says, hey, 6-3 feels just as good as 44 to something.
That's the truth. You celebrate it just the same. It is a win, and sometimes you need the defense to pick you up. And, the thing that the offense and Geno did well today was they got themselves into manageable downs. They kept ahead of the sticks for the most part. I think one big negative play, but for the most part on their they were 5 for 13 on third down, which is no good. But 9 of those 13 third downs, they had 5 or less yards to go. So they were kind of playing ahead of the sticks, giving themselves chances. So, when he says, he actually moved the ball okay and all that, they did. They did better than what we have used to seeing them when you're taking those sacks and falling out of range and you got 3rd and long and all that. So that's improvement right there for the offense. As much as you want to say 6 points no good, at least that's improvement.
But I think Coach McDonald said it too, is like, just being able to finish those drives. They were moving the ball, but then they just couldn't finish the drive. And finishing the drive means capping that thing off with 7 points, but I hope that, the fans will look at this and go like, well, see, like we can't, the balanced offense thing doesn't work. And it's like, well, it was raining. They were doing some things to take away the deep passing game, trying to make you rely on dumping the ball off shorter and all those kinds of things. But you can't discount that the running game had some effectiveness. It slowed down a little bit in the second half. And if that's something you can keep building on, because the passing game is going to, I think the weather probably impacted it more than we could tell on TV. Mm-hmm. But I do think that if they can keep that posture going into the game, not saying it has to be even Steven down the middle of run and pass, but the idea that running the football is part of what you do and not just some afterthought. I think that'll serve the offense well.
All right, though, they committed to it. Committed early, too. I think that was fun to see that set the tone. All right, we got more to do. When we come back, we're going to hear from more players, more analysis. The Hawks get it done in Chicago, 6-3.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save, because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
All right, guys, you looking for a fun night out? It's Mike Salk here to remind you that Snoqualmie Casino is just the place to go, unwind, and have some fun, and to eat some great food. Make sure to check out 12 Moons. And then Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood has the amazing happy hour menu that starts at 4 p.m. And Falls Buffet, they're serving up all your favorites like the prime rib every day, the fresh pasta, made-to-order stir-fry, noodles, pizza, salad bar, dessert bar. They make their pies every day. All with breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. It is Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown, Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
Hi, Seahawks fans. This is Tyler Lockett for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. To be at my best entering each new season, I work on my strength, agility, and of course, my ability to catch the ball. But most importantly, is working on my mind, body, and overall wellness that gets me ready to perform at my peak. This means taking care of my mental health, eating well, and including routine visits with my primary care doc. As we get back to football, I encourage you to get back to your health. Schedule your annual visit online and talk with the doctor today at vmfh.org.
There's a reason Seahawks fans are called the 12s, because strong support off the field is like having a 12th player on the field. So whether you'll be in the stands at Lumen Field or waving your 12 flag in your living room, 76 celebrates your fandom and cheers on the Seahawks as they fight to earn their postseason spot. Let's go, go, go. Get the job done, Hawks. You've got the 12s behind you all the way. Proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks. 76 is a trademark owned by Phillips 66 Company. Copyright 2024. All rights reserved.
Thank you for making San Juan Seltzer the #1 craft spike seltzer. Made right here in the Pacific Northwest at the nation's only seltzery. This season, try the all-new San Juan Hard Lemonades, too. Available in 4 delicious flavors. Original, dark cherry, mango, and wild strawberry. Each flavor balances sweetness and zest with less sugar, so you can enjoy them guilt-free all season long. So the next time you have that pregame event, be sure to include a 12-pack of new San Juan Hard Lemonades. Share a tailgating picture on Instagram at San Juan Seltzer for your chance to win official San Juan gear. Please enjoy responsibly.
For the Seahawks, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize your performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving game day broadcasts from lag time, connecting 60,000 plus live fans at the stadium, delivering benefits of the cloud for your network, secure as a defensive line, legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
Bears walk up like they want to blitz. They rush 5, handoff, McIntosh straight ahead, across the 30, 25, bounces off of a tackler, down to the 16-yard line. Kenny McIntosh, until he ran into Byron, who made the tackle down at the 16. He bounced off a couple of defenders and took it 20, make it 35 yards, 1st and 10 at the 16-yard line.
Kenny McIntosh had a day, 7 carries, 46 yards, average 6.6 per clip. Jim Mueller caught up with him.
It seemed like early on when you guys had, 75 rushing yards, I felt like at the end of the first quarter, that was definitely part of the game plan. Definitely. Was there something that you saw in the Bears that kind of led to doing that early on?
That's just something, the game plan. We practice all week, man. We know we're going to come in running the ball, man. Teams know we're going to run the ball. They got to go in and line up and just stop us, man. My offensive line, I got to give them credit for the first half. Definitely came out strong, running the ball behind those big guys. But we got to fast forward that to the second half, man. Take that over to the second half. That's all I say. But shout out to my old lineman, man, for doing their thing, for sure.
Okay, so we're going to get to the second half in a minute, but you get 3 straight carries in the first quarter, or in the first drive. That's big, because then you get in position to score. How good does that feel on your side to find that rhythm early?
Man, did you see me out there once I got that first down? Man, I was so happy, man. I was so happy, man. Thank God that it happened tonight, man. I was able to showcase my talent for my team, to be there for my team, man. Like I said, man, I always just wanted to be out there to be there for my teammates, man. So me to get the opportunity today, man, to go out there and show them guys, because they already know I got it in me. So to be able to put it out there on Thursday night, it was a miracle, man. Thank God. A dream come true, though. You got a W.
Okay, so you bring up the second half and that run game did not carry over.
Yeah,
it did feel like the offense stalled out. Can you put your finger on why?
Man, I definitely can't, but we definitely got to go back to the drawing boards and figure out what it is to translate over from first quarter to second quarter. We are definitely a fourth quarter team. I believe in that all year. We've been going through adversity in the second half. We come out strong. Today, I'm not too sure, but we're definitely going to get back to the drawing board and figure it out. I'm not too sure.
How about the defense? How about the number of stops they made? How about closing out the game with everything on the line?
Definitely it's a defensive game today, man. We always want to uplift our defense, man. Every game, appreciate it. But today, man, they had our backs, man, and they went out there played a four-quarter game, all game, man. We were out there just dominating. So definitely came up with great stops, man. The offense needed and helped the team out very big. So, and like you said, the closure, can't ask no more, man. I knew it was going to be the defense, to be honest.
Have you ever been a part of a game that was 6-3 and decided like this?
We were just talking about it. I've never been a part of a game like this. Older vets tell me on Thursday it's always something weird happened on Thursday night, but man, I ain't never been a part of something like this. I swear it was weird, man. Weird.
Yeah, weird might be the best way to describe that as we get that back to you, Bum.
Thanks, Jen. This was a weird game, 6-3. Our producer said the last 6-3 game the Hawks were involved in was in 2011. So low-scoring games, not something we're used to seeing, but hey, it went down. But B, you said something about the yards that were gained in the first half or first drive when it came to the run game. Spit those numbers.
No, they had 53 of their 100 and how many rushing yards? 22 rushing yards were in that first drive. So, and 25 of those were on Kenny Mack's big run he had to set him up. So it was good to see early commitment to the run, but there wasn't a lot going after that in the running game. But you know, we asked for him to come out firing, running, and he did. I think they had 7 rushes and 4 passes on that opening drive or something along those lines. So it was good to see that.
Yeah, I thought they it's unfortunate they weren't able to sustain the running game, but it'd be curious to go back and look at the types of runs they were having success with early and then what they were doing later. It looks like there were some plays where they're kind of pulling and trying to trap with the center that didn't quite work out, and I think they ran that a couple different times in the second quarter, in the second half. And then there were some other pin and pull type plays that they ran to the outside that were a little bit different than what they've done before. So it'd be interesting to see how much of the running game was shut down by the Bears, and then how much of it was just a little bit of the play design not quite working. I think also without the passing game getting going, that also kind of helps lock down the running game because they can commit more people to it. And I will say this, even though it was a 6-3 game in 1992, our offense was so bad that 8 different times we only scored single digits. And then the most points we ever scored in the game that season, I think, was like 17.
Wow.
So I've been in some really ugly games.
Who was the quarterback, big man?
Who wasn't the quarterback?
Okay, all right, there we go.
We started with, I think, Kelly Stafford and Dan McGuire, and Stan Gelbaugh, and Rick Tootin was like our emergency quarterback. We had some craziness, but I don't see a 6-3 on here. But my gosh, I have a lot of single-digit scoring games that year.
I'm just glad we don't have to do this every single week. That would have been. Could you imagine being the post-game crew for that in 1992, talking about these single-digit scoring games? It's hard enough right now as a post-game crew talking about the 6 points, but no, that's interesting, man. That would have been a rough year. I'm glad I was only 5.
Paul Moyer was a DB coach, so I'm sure that the defense was probably like tearing up the boards, or I'm sure they were giving us a hard time behind closed doors. But they'd always give us some encouragement in the locker room and stuff, but. Probably behind closed doors, they're probably like, man, can we fire everybody over there?
Well, this doesn't happen often, but you got the W. The Hawks are 9-7. They're 6-1 on the road this year. Man, crazy numbers. 'Tis the season to rep your team. Shop the latest styles at the Pro Shop this holiday season, for jerseys to winter wear to holidays essentials and more. Don't miss the best deals of the year in store and online throughout the entire month of December. Shop at the Landing in Renton, Lumenfield, or online at Seahawks.com/pro shop. More to do when we come back. More interviews, more analysis. That's next here on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
G and Ursula agreed to disagree.
This is happening until we do a better job at addressing affordable housing.
We're spending more money on homelessness, and yet it does keep getting worse.
Weekday mornings at 11:06 on KIRO News Radio.
You've created a cozy home retreat. Now let Carrier provide the quiet, efficient heating you can depend on all winter with a range of innovative heating solutions that deliver premium comfort and warmth.
Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find an expert near you.
Every cancer is different, and cancer treatment should be as specific as the diagnosis. At Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center, teams of world-class researchers and doctors work together on treatments designed specifically for you. Fred Hutch. Talk with us today.
It's Fight Night, live boxing at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action, Friday, January 10th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. It's Fight Night, January 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G. Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers. Free to be everything you imagine and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
KIRO News Radio gets you ready for each and every Seahawks game.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
Listen to the Mike McDonald preview on Seattle's Morning News.
Trying to push the envelope, trying to win on the margin. That's the only way to go about it, to win in the NFL.
Fridays with Hawks broadcaster Steve Rape. And don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, great job, baby. Great job.
KIRO News Radio and Seattle Sports, the official home of the Seattle Seahawks and the Mike McDonald Show.
Holy catfish!
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The dining district at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Hawks are 6-1 on the road this year. Keeping their playoff hopes alive, they beat the Bears 6-3. Let's go back to Jim Miller. She caught up with Charles Cross.
Okay, we were talking about this a little bit coming off the field. Have you ever been a part of a game that looks anything like this?
Not to where I can remember where we played the game and we scored a touchdown. We still got the win. Nah, I haven't.
Yeah. Okay, so with that in mind, then how do you evaluate the offensive performance and the offensive line? Because the team does rush for over 100 yards, and it's a pretty balanced attack. So how do you evaluate it?
Well, just from like the game and the stats, I feel like we moved the ball well. Just have to finish in the end zone, and they just continue to dive into the details and clean things up and finish in the end zone.
So what happened in the second half? Was it the Bears making adjustments, or was it something? Because that run game looked explosive in the first half and just couldn't keep up the same pace later.
Just have to watch the film, see what they did different, see what we did different, and just
was that real?
be able to fix it for next week.
How confident were you every time the defense took the field and just being able to shut down some of the explosiveness of Caleb Williams?
The defense did a great job, just going out each play and playing their ass off. They did a great job today, and they held it down.
Okay, so you're close to me. when the Bears send the punt team on, then they call the timeout and they send the offense back on. You're getting ready to run onto the field. What were you thinking about that decision and kind of where things stood in the game?
It was a ballsy play, going for it on fourth. I think like 4th and 5, 4th and 6. Yeah, they made the play. They made the play on the 4th field.
What did Coach say after this one?
Got to win. Come back and get ready for next week.
Okay, so how are you going to watch the game on Saturday?
I'm not decided. Definitely, I like to watch games like on film because I don't like to listen to the commentary all the time. So I'll probably watch it after they play.
As part of the broadcast, I'm going to try not to take offense to that.
No.
Charles, I'm going to try really hard not to. And as we get this back to you guys, hey, Bump, Leslie Frazier happened to be walking through the locker room. I said, Coach, have you ever been a part of a game like this? He goes, yeah, actually in my days here as a Chicago Bear, a couple of those. So not unheard of, just a little unusual for this team as we get that back to you.
Yeah, it's not a score that any of us picked in our game predictions. I had the score like 30-21. I think you and Maury had 27-17. Big Ray, what'd you have?
31-17.
31-17. I guess we didn't account for the weather and just defensive play going down. Charles Cross, obviously a part of this offensive line. You mentioned that, Big Ray, to start the show, it's important to get these guys going early, and I think we saw that with that first drive.
Yeah, I think so. And I also think, like, man, that's just like any other position on the field. There's a pride in the offensive line room where you want to have you want to be able to shoulder the load, and you also want to be able to pull your weight, you know. And I think that's what they want to do in the running game. Like all of them talked about, like, hey, they got started fast and then they kind of slowed down in the running game. But just at the end of the day, man, I know you have to win football games and all that kind of stuff, but most of us started playing football like on the defensive side of the ball because you want to tackle people, hit them hard, and all that other kind of stuff, and you end up on the offensive side. You still want to do that stuff, and you can't do it when you're drop back passing all the time. Like it takes half of your football mojo mentality away, you know, when you can't be physical that way. And so I'm happy that they're trying to, you know, put together this running game I think Charbonnet fits kind of how they want to run the ball downhill. Kenny McIntosh looks really explosive doing it. And so I hope that they continue to build this week on what they can bring next week, and then who knows what happens in the playoffs.
I think that's one of the biggest things with the two running backs you have now with Charbonnet and McIntosh is they are both just north-south runners. There's no messing around, and it's no knock on K9. I mean, that's K9's strength. He's able to, you know, create the big plays, the explosive plays, but I think when a run game has been struggling like this one has, you need to have the guys that'll just dive for those 2-3 yards when they can get them. When they're there, go get them and stay ahead of the sticks. And so I really liked it. And the offensive line, even in the pass game protection, I thought they had a great game today. You gave up 3 sacks, but one of those was, I thought Geno was a little bit lazy in the pocket, stepping up, kind of not knowing his awareness, and Darrell Taylor was able to knock the ball out and cause the fumble. Another one, he tripped on Charbonnet in a play-action pass, so that's not even a sack. That unfortunately goes to the offensive line on that one, and then I don't remember the third sack. But I just know it wasn't alarming today, and it wasn't like you didn't see any mistakes like you saw the last play of the game against the Vikings where Olu was just, you know, right off the line of scrimmage, beaten by the spin move, and Geno has no time at all. You didn't see any of those alarming plays, which was another positive for the offense.
Yeah, it's I wouldn't call it a sloppy game, but a game with a lot of friction in it, right? Nothing was really smooth for the offenses, at least, but defense showed up, sacked Caleb 7 times. Caleb Williams did not complete a single pass beyond 6 yards downfield until the final drive of regulation. So that lets you know right there just how the defense were getting stuff done. Breaking concert news, Kendrick Lamar is bringing his Grand National Tour with SZA to Lumen Field on May 17, 2025. Don't miss your chance to witness 2 of the largest stars under our arches. Find tickets now at lumenfield.com. When we come back, we'll give you our game MVP. That is next. The Hawks win 6-3.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
In business, just like in football, having a solid game plan is key to success. That's why so many Northwest businesses partner with Umpqua Bank. The largest bank headquartered in the Northwest, Umpqua Bank combines expertise, customized business solutions, and a relationship-focused style of banking to make sure your business has what it needs to grow. It's a combination that's made Umpqua a top SBA lender in Seattle and Portland. Learn more at umpquabank.com or visit your local branch. Umpqua Bank, proud partner of the Seattle Seahawks, member FDIC.
Hey Seahawks fans, this is Steve Rabel for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Do you suffer from heartburn? Did you know that chronic heartburn can be a symptom of something more serious going on in your body? Many people can lessen heartburn symptoms by modifying their diet, exercise, and weight loss. However, if symptoms persist, it is best to consult your doctor as soon as you can. Find a doctor today and schedule your appointment at vmfh.org. That's vmfh.org.
Hey, which Seahawks home game should we attend next year?
All of them?
So, San Francisco?
Yeah, all of them.
LA?
All of them.
Arizona?
Hey.
Yeah?
I want to go to all of them.
Let's go!
Play Seahawks Scratch from Washington's Lottery for the chance to win 2025 Seahawks season tickets. Odds of winning any prize playing Seahawks Scratch are 1 in 3.41. Odds of winning a second chance prize depend on the number of entries received. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Keep it fun. Know your limit.
It's Fight Night, live boxing at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action, Friday, January 10th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. It's Fight Night, January 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
When we run out that tunnel, when you put on that jersey, we see 12 as one. We compete together, side by side. You yell louder, we push even harder.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Make no mistake, this city lives for Sunday. Get your tickets for Seahawks game days at Lumen Field and experience what this city lives for. Visit Seahawks.com today.
Hawks win 6-3. They're 9-7 on the year, 6-1 on the road, keeping their playoff hopes alive. The defense showed up and showed out. It's now time for our game MVP. There's a couple places I think this can go, but I'm going to let you guys, the experts, start this thing off. Big Ray, who's yours?
Well, I mean, obviously there's two dudes on defense that balled out, and Devin Witherspoon and Leonard Williams. Man, I just can't help but, give some love to the big dudes. And so I'm going to go with Leonard Williams. Had 5 total tackles, 5 solo tackles, 2 sacks, 3 tackles for losses, and 4 quarterback hits. So I'm rolling with the big cat.
The big cat had him a day, man. He better be all pro this year. He better be.
Man, he puts up some stats. For a D lineman, it's just crazy to me. Big Ray, just for the sake of the argument, I'm not going to go with a big guy. I'm going to go with the little guy, and I'm going to go with Devin Witherspoon. I think you held the Bears to 1 pass play over 20 yards. That was their one explosive pass play, and it was a little screenplay to Swift early on there, and that's all part of the secondary, kind of keeping him in front of you. And his 3 TFLs, the way he comes up and stuffs the run like an outside linebacker, sets the edge. Witherspoon is my game MVP.
All right, you guys chose the 2. I'm going to go with the little guy because, me and him resemble each other the most. So
I can ride with that.
I'll go with Spoon, but Big Cat, he should be an all-pro. He should be a Pro Bowler. Like Mike McDonald said in his pressure, he should be recognized for whatever awards you have for defensive linemen. He should be recognized, and he seems like he's just a good dude. Big Ray, you pointed out that whenever he gets a compliment, he shares the love before taking the credit for the play that he actually made.
Yeah, and to me, that's like an ultimate team player, you know what I'm saying? Because that's just a way that you live your life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it comes so naturally for him, to even – even when the times were bad, he didn't throw anyone under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
He said, this is what I need to do. And then he just went out, and since that press conference, all he's done has been like this Pro Bowl player, all-pro player that we've seen. And I just love the way he shares the blame. He shares the successes and shoulders the blame. And that's really hard to do in a sport where people are trying to be recognized and identified for like what they do and how they do it and been paid that way and all that kind of stuff. It's really hard to put other people first, and he does a great job of doing that.
What was the stat about Leonard Williams? It was his double team win percentage was like 54% today.
Yep.
Is that what it was?
I believe so.
Yeah, that's incredible to me. So yeah, wow.
Well, you think about the plays that he makes. Like, he probably doesn't make any play where he's not been double teamed. It's hard to make 5 solo tackles that way. It's hard to get 2 sacks that way. It's hard to hit the quarterback 4 different times. Having to deal with 2 other 300-pounders trying to keep you on the line of scrimmage.
And I'll tell you what, a big compliment to him today was he was compared to James Harrison in the broadcast today. So I thought that was pretty cool for him to be compared side by side to him.
Here's that stat. Leonard Williams generated 6 pressures and 2 sacks on 33 pass rushes against the Bears, generated 5 of his 6 pressures and a sack against double teams. 54.5% double team rate. He also recorded at least 1 pressure against all 5 defensive linemen. He said, all y'all can get it. All y'all can get it. It don't matter. All right, that's our game MVP. Our MVPs. I think both of them, man. They're going to share that thing. It's only right. Defense played great. All right, when we come back, we're going to look forward to next week's opponent, the Rams. They still got a game to play on Saturday, but we'll focus on them. That's next on the Umpqua Bank Radio Network.
Hey, it's your boy Cliff Averill. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is the place where you can watch all the games in style. Football, basketball, hockey, college, or pro. They got it all. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is what you do. Please game responsibly.
You've created a cozy home retreat. Now let Carrier provide the quiet, efficient heating you can depend on all winter with a range of innovative heating solutions that deliver premium comfort and warmth.
Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find an expert near you.
Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. The vast majority of patients experience minimal side effects. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
The holidays are upon us, and so are those big meals, full bellies, and tons of leftovers. It's easy to lose sight of your nutritional and fitness goals with so much going on this time of the year. Let me offer a bit of salvation. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. They allow you to maintain eating delicious food in comfortable portions and still lose weight, and lots of it. People are losing more than 35 pounds in 8 weeks, 10 pounds by the first week, and still able to eat good, healthy meals. Your plan doesn't include exercise either. No cardio and still lose weight? Heck, that's what I need to hear. Schedule a free 15-minute phone consultation with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic and see if you can lose weight during the holidays without exercise. I mean, this should be the biggest test of whether it works or not. And you know what? It works. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Healthy, sustainable weight loss that works. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs or injections. EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. 425-522-5070.
In the PNW, we all know what driving is like here in the winter. Very slippery. Our friends at Mazda of Everett have your solution. A huge selection of over 600 new Mazda all-wheel drive SUVs. With over 600 new Mazdas in stock to choose from, you can find the Mazda that's best for you. Plus, right now, they've got 0% financing on select new Mazdas on approved credit during the Mazda A Season to Move You sales event. See for yourself why Mazda of Everett is different. MazdaofEverett.com.
On behalf of KIRO News Radio, Seattle Sports and Treehouse, thank you to everyone who helped make the 36th year of Holiday Magic truly magical.
This is the best part of our entire year here at KIRO. We don't have to do any bad news. It's all good news. It's you.
Holiday Magic may have ended, but the season of giving has not. You can still donate to Treehouse by going to mynorthwest.com/Holiday Magic. Thank you for serving Treehouse, and happy holidays. Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown!
Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Williams, shotgun snap, blitz is coming. Williams throws the ball up for grabs. The ball is intercepted. It's Woolen, comes near side, knocked out of bounds. The first takeaway of the game by the Seahawks could not have come at a better time. The fans head for the exits, and the Seahawks are going to win this ball game by a score of 6-3.
The Call the Game is brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. Stop freaking, call Beacon. The Hawks handled their part of the deal. Their part of the situation. You beat the Bears. It wasn't pretty. Doesn't matter. You get the W. And now you focus on the Los Angeles Rams. They're taking on the Cardinals Saturday at 5 p.m. You need them to lose to the Cardinals for you to have a chance to win the division and get into the playoffs. So what should we expect from this game? We played the Rams back in, a few months ago and lost 26-20. We all felt like you gave that one away, but the Rams have been playing some good football since. They're on a 4-game win streak. They beat the Saints, the Bills, the Niners, and the Jets. I would say the Bills are probably the one real quality win in there. We know the Niners have been struggling. The Jets looked good for 2 weeks and then fell off, and then the Saints looked good for 2 weeks and then fell off, and then the Jets have just been the Jets. So defensive line, we know they got some good guys here, man. They got Verse, they got Kobe Bryant, you got Fisk over there. I mean, that defensive line is going to be good. They're getting healthy offensively. Puka Nacua is putting up some great numbers. Matthew Stafford has been the consistent ball player that we've known the last few years. Cooper Kupp has played 11 games this year. We're catching them. For them, we're catching them at the right time because they're getting healthy and they're playing some good football. What should we expect when we line up with the Rams, Big Ray?
Well, just in the history of this game of these two, it's just always been a battle. You know what I'm saying? And no matter how good the Seahawks were, offensively or defensively, the Rams have always given them issues, and problems. And so it's going to have to come down to really what happens in the trenches, to me, between these two games. If they're able to dominate our offensive line, shut down the running game, get pressure on the quarterback, it's going to be a long day. If they're able to, run the ball the way they did the first time they played us, it's going to be a long day. And I don't expect them to do that against the defense, but, man, I just don't know what offense is going to show up for the Seahawks. I don't know what play caller is going to show up. I don't know what pass is going to show up. I don't know which offensive line is going to show up. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like almost like a roll of the dice, and you hope that they catch lightning in the bottle on offense and be able to sustain that over the course of the game, and not just for one quarter or one half or at the end of the game or the middle of the game, but be able to sustain it for the whole game. I think that will be the challenge for the Seahawks.
Yeah, I think you're dead on, Ray, that it's going to be all about the front. Because I remember going into the Rams game earlier in the year thinking, you know what? We don't have to put up with Aaron Donald anymore. Like, this is so awesome. But then we talked to the play-by-play guy, and I just remember this specifically, and he's like, yeah, but I actually think our defensive line is better now without Aaron Donald. I'm like, wait, what? Why? He goes, well, these two rookies, and Jared Verse and Braden Fisk that they drafted, and then all of a sudden they get 3 sacks.
Right.
The two of them between them got 3 sacks against us last time, and really just kind of wreaked havoc on Geno. So I think it all starts there. If those two can have a game like they had the last time they played the Seahawks, it's going to be a long day for Geno Smith. If the offensive line can protect Geno and take care of those guys, then it'll be a fun little matchup, because the offense showed it could move the ball when Geno had time. This is the game with the 103-yard interception return that kind of changed the whole course of it. So just have Geno limit those mistakes, and look, you get a little bigger break. Now you have a few extra days off. You get to prep a little bit, get the body right, and hopefully this is for the NFC West Championship.
Yeah, I think the pass protection is going to be huge. Geno was sacked 7 times in that first game by like 6 different dudes, and so they're really going to have to come through. And we also had that 3rd and 4th down debacle right there at the end of the game where they got stopped on both of those runs. So I do think that whether you rush the ball for 75 yards or 100 yards, it has to be, like you said, Brian, today, like you have to keep presenting that there's a dual threat. Like, obviously, there's times you go to empty backfield and just a quarterback and you want to throw the ball and all that. But in some of those situations where it's 3rd and 2 or 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 3, to give them the look that it could be a run or a pass, I think is going to be an important part of it too. But like I said, it's a different dudes in the middle of the offense right now. So it'd be interesting to see how those guys show up and be able to block this defensive front.
You know, an interesting note from that last game against the Rams, Kenneth Walker carried the ball 25 times. I think is that the most carries he's had all season. I think if I'm a betting man, I'm guessing that's what it is.
I would imagine. Yeah.
And so that's a good sign. It's like they see something, and especially with the running game that they had going today, a little momentum going in it, and I hope they keep at it with Zach Charbonnet and Kenny McIntosh next week.
Last time the Rams played the Seahawks back in November was the start of the JSN emergence. 7 receptions, 180 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Geno threw for 300 yards, 363. 3 touchdowns, also had 3 interceptions. We talk about that offensive line. He was sacked 7 times, and the Hawks did not get to Matthew Stafford. So let's hope some of this stays the same, and let's hope some of this stuff changes this second time around. Today's final score, Seahawks 6, Bears 3. You've been listening to the Umpqua Bank Radio Network. I'd like to thank the people who make our broadcast possible. Production assistant is Ashley Oaks. Studio coordinator is Brady Roping and Max Strobel. Executive producer of the Seahawks Radio Network is Nash Achobe. The Seahawks wrap up the regular season next Saturday or Sunday against Matthew Stafford and the Los Angeles Rams. Stay tuned. All the Seahawks channels for the official game date and kickoff. For our Seattle stations, we have another hour of Hawk Talk, but if you are leaving us, thanks for listening. For Ray Roberts and Brian Walters, I'm Michael Bumpus. Seahawks win 6-3 over the Bears. Talk to you guys next week.
The Seahawks post-game show has been brought to you by the first ever all-electric Chevy Blazer, Virginia Mason Franciscan Health, the Seahawks official medical services provider, Beacon Plumbing, stop freaking, call Beacon, and Lumen, the trusted network for AI.
As proud sponsors of the Seattle Seahawks, Dania Furniture knows a thing or two about creating excitement, and their year-end clearance event is no exception. For a limited time, save up to 70% on select modern furniture and decor for your whole home, and give your favorite spaces a refresh for less. There are so many treasures to discover, so find your perfect pieces before they're gone for good. Shop one of 4 local showrooms or shop online at daniafurniture.com.
Is there a move in your future? Then listen up, Seahawks fans. This is Eric Kennedy, Equipment Director for your Seattle Seahawks. For the past 20 years, we have depended upon Beacons Northwest to get the Seahawks coaches, players, and gear moved on time and in top shape. You know the Beacons name because they have been a trusted mover in the Northwest since 1903. If you are moving or know someone who is, call the mover the pros use. Beacons Northwest. Call Beacons Northwest at 800-497-MOVE. Beacons Northwest is the official mover of the Seattle Seahawks. 800-497-MOVE.
For over 45 years, Pacific Office Automation has been providing winning strategies to help businesses come out on top. That's why the Seattle Seahawks chose Pacific Office Automation as their office technology partner. If you run a business and want to improve your business processes and costs, contact us today to receive a free technology assessment. Whether it's managed print services, IT services, or data security, Pacific Office Automation has your game plan. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
The Seahawks and Starbucks are excited to continue a game day element that is the electronic Seahawks 50-50 raffle presented by Starbucks. Each home game, one lucky fan will receive half of the net proceeds from the raffle, while the remainder will be donated to Spirit of 12 nonprofit partners, which are organizations that align with the Seahawks community engagement efforts and who are making positive impacts in our communities. Don't miss a chance to win big for a good cause. Visit Seahawks.com/community to learn more.
Hey, which Seahawks home game should we attend next year?
All of them.
So, San Francisco?
Yeah, all of them.
LA?
All of them.
Arizona?
Hey.
Yeah?
I want to go to all of them.
Let's go.
Play Seahawks Scratch from Washington's Lottery for the chance to win 2025 Seahawks season tickets. Odds of winning any prize playing Seahawks Scratch are 1 in 3.41. Odds of winning a second chance prize depend on the number of entries received. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Keep it fun. Know your limit.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
The
virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle. This is Hawk Talk Postgame, a joint presentation of KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM and Seattle Sports. Brought to you by your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer, Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center, and by Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington.
Welcome to Hawk Talk. I'm Michael Bubbas with Ray Roberts and Brian Walters. The Seahawks win a nasty one, 6-3. In Chicago, improving to 9-7, keeping their playoffs hope alive. They are 6-1 on the road. They rushed for 122 yards as a team. Geno contributed to 19 yards of them things. Zach Charbonnet had 57 yards. Kenny McIntosh had 46. Noah Fant led all receivers with 4 receptions, 43 yards. DK had 42 yards. Jackson Smith and Jigba had 32. Tyler Lockett had 20, but the story of the night was about this defense. Great performances by Devin Witherspoon. He had 3 TFLs and a sack. You got Ernest Jones with 6 tackles. Leonard Williams had 2 sacks, 3 TFLs. Uchenna had his first sack in over a year. Jay Reed had a sack. Rashawn Jenkins had a sack, and Derek Hall had a sack. Jason Myers, 2 for 2. He now extends his franchise record for field goals 50 yards or more to 8. Fellas, interesting viewing experience with this one. You come out the first drive, things are clicking. It looks like you're going to score a touchdown. You get in the red zone. Geno almost tosses one away. You got to settle for 3. At that point, I thought, there's no way this is going to be it, right? This team's going to put some drives together and put up some points. My prediction was 31-27 for the score. Big Ray, you were 31. No, I was 30-21. You were 31-27. And our guy B-Wall was 27-17. We were all wrong. It was all about that defense. Big Ray, what do you make of this game?
You know, sometimes you just got to, play what the hand you're dealt. And it just seems like after that first drive, after the field goal, the offense just could not find a good hand to play. You know what I'm saying? And so they just had to make the best of what they had and then really lean on that defense. Like they should be, if there's first-class seats you have to give up on the flight home and you're an offensive player, you should give those first-class seats up to anybody that resembled a defensive player because the defense really showed up and showed out, played really good football, held the Bears to, I think, 176 total yards, which is their lowest total of the season. I think they actually won a game where they only had 178 total yards, I think. But the defense did a really good job of starting fast, like we talked about. They were able to stop drives, make plays when they needed to make plays. Witherspoon was just all over the place. I know I picked Leonard Williams as the MVP, but man, Witherspoon really set the tone and the tempo for that game with the tackles for loss and being the smallest dude on the field, being the most physical guy on the field. So it was not a game that you're gonna put in the history books that people in the future should watch to see what football is all about. But it was a win, and that's what matters most right now.
Yeah, exactly. A win is a win in the NFL, and they all count for the same no matter what, and you still are going to hopefully have a chance next week to play for the NFC West. Cross our fingers, go Cardinals. But today, exactly how it happened. And going into the game and seeing how the weather took a toll on the game, 35 degrees and rainy might be my least favorite football weather to play in because it's wet and cold. You'd almost rather have snow at that point because it's a little drier. So that made the conditions tough. It made it tough to throw, and you could tell. And I think it affected Caleb Williams a lot more than it affected Geno Smith. You saw Caleb Williams kind of overthrow a bunch of guys. Like it was kind of slipping out of his hand a little bit, and just never really got settled. He did make some really good throws on the run, which I was really impressed with Caleb Williams in that way. But when it all came down to it, the defense was too much for him, and the pressures that Coach McDonald brought, he called them at the perfect time, especially that last drive. When the Bears were kind of moving the ball a little bit, he dialed in some pressures there. The final series that were able to kind of seal the game for the Seahawks. The defense just continues to show up, continues to impress. Leonard Williams what a performance. It's amazing the stat lines he puts up as a defensive lineman. You just don't see this very much, just to be able to go down like his history of games and you see all these numbers. I mean, what is this? And so that's pretty cool. Witherspoon's something special, as you mentioned, Big Ray. But most importantly, I think, is you knock the penalties out of your game. And that's what killed you against the Vikings, especially on the defensive side of the ball. You had the pass interference. You had like a neutral zone infraction. You had the face mask toward the end. And today you saw none of that. The biggest penalty was on DK on the offense, a little personal foul that really didn't affect much. But I don't even know if the defense had a penalty, now that I'm thinking about it. I think there was an offensive false start. There was a couple offensive false starts and the personal foul. I don't think the defense had a penalty today. So that, to me, is the biggest bit of improvement that I've seen, because your penalties cost you the game last week. This week they were non-existent. So that's a big win. You limited explosive plays, and these guys are explosive. They can be explosive. With Caleb Williams throwing the ball, you have those 3 wideouts that you saw what they can do, and DeAndre Smith is a fast little running back, and you saw him kind of get loose on a couple screen plays that they were able to shut down. So all in all, we'll probably talk about the defense mostly. The offense, not much going. You like the balance between run and pass. You like that they kind of committed to the run game, especially with the weather being it is. With Charbonnet and Kenny McIntosh getting downfield, McIntosh creating an explosive with the 25-yard run to really set the tone that first drive and get the field goal. So it was a good performance defensively. Offense has some work to do, but just want to finish some drives, and you got to be better on third downs, 5 for 13. But you got yourself in good situations on third down, which I really liked, because I think last week against the Vikings, I'm going back 2 weeks. I remember against the Packers, I think they averaged like 3rd and 8 plus on third downs, and this week they got it to under 5 yards average on third down. So they're getting ahead of the sticks, and that has a lot to do with the run game and getting downhill.
Yeah, and they forced Caleb Williams to throw in interceptions. Hasn't done that in over 340 tries or something like that, the longest streak ever by a rookie. So the defense, this one belongs to the defense. If you're an offensive player, like you said, if you're riding first class, Big Red, you give up your seat. You take them to breakfast the next day, whatever you can. But it's a team game, and everyone's going to rally around each other. But, yes, defense definitely did their thing. All right, when we come back, we'll hear from Jay Reed. Jim Mueller caught up with him. That's next on your home for the Seahawks. Seattle Sports 710 and KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
At Carrier, we know that a comfortable home is a happy one. Whether it's with innovative breakthroughs in heating and cooling efficiency, or with different ways to control your home's temperature and air quality, we're always imagining new ways to make your home totally comfortable.
Turn to the experts and let your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer improve your home's comfort and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find an expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. The vast majority of patients experience minimal side effects. Go to swedish.org/cyberknife-prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
In the PNW, we all know what driving is like here in the winter. Very slippery. Our friends at Mazda of Everett have your solution. A huge selection of over 600 new Mazda all-wheel drive SUVs. With over 600 new Mazdas in stock to choose from, you can find the Mazda that's best for you. Plus, right now, they've got 0% financing on select new Mazdas on approved credit during the Mazda A Season to Move You sales event. See for yourself why Mazda of Everett is different. MazdaofEverett.com.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends. And explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
It's comedian Tom Segura at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Friday, April 25th.
My kids call me Tom. So unnerving. Every day, the older one's like, "How you doing, Tom?" I go, "Hey, I'm not your stepdad, all right? I wish I was. It'd be a lot easier, but I'm not."
Tickets at EmeraldQueen.com. One of today's biggest touring comedians, Tom Segura's Come Together Tour, April 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit EmeraldQueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
What's your holiday tradition?
Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G. Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers. Free to be everything you imagine and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
KIRO News Radio gets you ready for each and every Seahawks game.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
Listen to the Mike McDonald preview on Seattle's Morning News.
Trying to push the envelope, trying to win on the margin. That's the only way to go about it, to win in the NFL.
Fridays with Hawks broadcaster Steve Rape. And don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, great job, baby. Great job.
KIRO News Radio and Seattle Sports, the official home of the Seattle Seahawks and the Mike McDonald Show.
Holy catfish!
This is Hawk Talk Postgame, a joint presentation of KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM and Seattle Sports.
This is Hawk Talk of Michael Bumpers with Ray Roberts and Brian Walters. The Seahawks win 6-3. The defense showed up sacking Caleb Williams 7 times. Let's hear from one of those guys who got a sack. Jay Reed caught up with Jim Mueller.
Jay Reed, what do you make of this game?
It was a defense game on both sides. We knew they had a good team with great players, and we had to respect that. And I think, the offense did a good job. They started the game off hot, but that's what you got a defense for. It's a team sport, so we had to have our offense back, and I think our defense did that night.
What about those screen plays made it tough to defend, especially in the first half?
Man. When you're a hungry defensive line, you want to go rush the passer, but we got to plant our feet. We got to run back, help the screens, help the back level, especially if we're playing a certain type of defense. They do a lot of them, but that just shows that they don't want our rush to get going. So we got to be able to play the screens, which I think we do a good job. But we can go back and look at it. Obviously, that was game plan for them. Just watching film and what we do.
It feels like you got the chance to pin your ears back and just rush a lot in this game. I see the smile on your face right now. How good does it feel when you know, A, that's part of the game plan, and B, you're executing?
It feels good, but everybody, we just had to run in the calls that was played. And I think at a point in time they realized that they had to try to get 2 scores some, and they had to try to switch it up. And we just picked up on those things. I think everybody was going.
How long is that sack dance going to remain your sack dance?
I told Mike, I actually text Mike, it was either last year or this year. We always talk, and I asked him, I said, hey, I did it one time, and I said, the people love it. I asked him, I said, could you pass it down to me? I literally asked him to pass it down to me. He told me, I can carry it on, so I'm going to keep doing it.
I love seeing that, but I also love seeing Uchenna come up with that big sack because that was a big point in the game. What did you think of the response after that fumble return was called back?
I think, we went in and we knew that we had to, we huddled up and talked about it. It was a sudden change play, and we knew that they wouldn't have momentum. We knew we had to stop it right then and there. And man, hats off to Chandler, man. That's my guy. That's one of the leaders on the team. He's a great guy. He deserves it. Everything he did today, he deserved it. He worked hard. He works hard. He presses hard. He had some adversity going on in his life. And I just thank God that, he came out here. I went into him and I said, hey, bro, congratulations, you deserve it. That was deserved, and he played really well.
Lastly, the last play of the game. You know that they're going to have to throw the ball. How much pressure is on the defense and for Reed to come through in that moment?
Well, the pressure was on him. I think we put the pressure on him to try to make the throw. He do it right to us. I'm grateful for that, so we won the game.
That is true, and it also secures a winning record, the first for Mike McDonald. Bump as we get that back to you.
Thanks, Jen. Mike McDonald tied Mike Holmgren and Chuck Knox for the most wins in his first season with this win tonight, improving to 9-7. The defense played a great game, and Jay Reed got after it. Let's pause 10 seconds to give our Seattle stations a chance to identify themselves here on Hawk Talk.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
Jay Reed said he got the blessing from Michael Bennett to keep the celebration going. Michael Bennett's celebration and Me-Bane's celebration were my favorite Seahawk sack celebrations. Did you play with Me-Bane, B-Walt?
Yep. Oh, yeah. Him and Mike B. Same.
So you know
same
all
team.
about it. You helped him with that celebration, didn't you?
I was in the locker room kind of showing him what to do, how to roll like that. And that's why he brought it to the field, because I gave him the okay.
I see that.
You know what's interesting is how he said he asked if it could be passed down.
Yeah.
Like, it's like all the freedoms you have in the world to do what you want. It's like, you know what? But that's his dance. So let me just make sure that it's kind of cool. Like, hopefully then Jaron will pass it down to somebody else. So
that'd be kind of cool though if they just kept it rolling for like 50 years.
There you go.
It was perfect timing last week, though, when he had that big sack, because they had just honored Mike B during the break at the stadium, and then he comes out, gets a sack, and does the Mike B dance.
Yeah, again, the defense was really good. 3 passes defended. You got Reek Woolen with an interception, Kobe Bryant doing his thing. But 7 sacks, 10 quarterback hits. Caleb has now been sacked 67 times back there behind this offensive line. And that was the key to this game, right? We knew that, all right, contain them during or in the run game, but you have to get after this young quarterback and make a mistake. Took all the way to the end of the game for him to do it, but good game plan by Mike McDonald. I think, I don't know what his blitz rate was today, but I know statistically they're like bottom 3 when it comes to blitz, and they typically don't do it. But I felt like there was more pressure out there today.
It seemed like, and especially on that last play, it just seemed like we're just going to force your hand. We're not going to let you sit back there and run around all over the place. So you're going to have to throw the ball before you're ready and just kind of throw it up for grabs. I think, that was the plan. And he's a tough one, man. He's like Kyler Murray, like we said in the pregame. Like, you got to find a way to corral him, because if he starts moving and running, and I think Kyler probably runs to gain yards more than Caleb does. Caleb has gained yards, but it seems like he's always looking to make some crazy throw as he's running to the sideline, and he can make those throws. That's the thing that's crazy. And so you have to be able to get him to the ground and not just get the pressure on him. So they did a good job today, getting him to the ground 7 times.
One of the best throws I've ever seen was one that was called back today. That was an incredible throw when he threw that and found – was it Keenan Allen or Odunze, I think, in the back of the end zone?
I think it was Odunze.
He threw it across his body. I mean, unfortunately for the Bears, fortunately for the Seahawks, there was a hold on the play, so it didn't count. But, I mean, that's an incredible throw, and that shows just kind of why they drafted him 1 overall, because he can make throws like that. And he did that all day on the fourth down play toward the last drive when he was kind of rolling to his right, and he kind of jumped through and fired it, and I think DJ Moore made the catch.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, that's just – it's unguardable almost, because it's so good. But obviously, I think the game plan that Coach McDonald drew up to put pressure on this inexperienced offensive line. We talked about how they'd seen 16 different combinations of offensive lines going into the game, and just to kind of put it on them to just say, hey, we're gonna bring the heat. Now you can either block us, which you probably won't, because they have inexperience and they're going to miss blitzes, they're going to miss pickups, they're going to miss maybe protection calls that Caleb Williams calls, and they got to him. I mean, I felt like Caleb Williams never had a clean pocket.
Right.
And when he did, I didn't think he threw the ball very well. I think he threw the ball better on the run, to be honest with you. But it was just that front 7, or whatever you want to call it, really, really changed the game today.
All right, defense wins championships. Hopefully it wins a division championship here with some help on Saturday, when the Cardinals take on the Rams. When we come back, we'll give you our highlight recap. That's next on your home for the Seahawks. Seattle Sports 710 and KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
Hey, it's your boy Cliff Averill. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is the place where you can watch all the games in style. Football, basketball, hockey, college, or pro. They got it all. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is what you do. Please game responsibly.
At Carrier, we know that a comfortable home is a happy one. Whether it's with innovative breakthroughs in heating and cooling efficiency, or with different ways to control your home's temperature and air quality, we're always imagining new ways to make your home totally comfortable.
Turn to the experts and let your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer improve your home's comfort and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find an expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
On behalf of KIRO News Radio, Seattle Sports, and Treehouse, thank you to everyone who helped make the 36th year of Holiday Magic truly magical.
This is the best part of our entire year here at KIRO. We don't have to do any bad news. It's all good news. It's you.
Holiday Magic may have ended, but the season of giving has not. You can still donate to Treehouse by going to mynorthwest.com/holidaymagic. Thank you for serving Treehouse, and happy holidays.
Hey diamond lovers, Shane Company knows fine jewelry. That means a lot when you're looking for a dream engagement ring, a beautiful keepsake, or the perfect gift. When it's this important, you want someone who knows exactly how to work with your budget, not against it. Someone who knows you deserve a piece more beautiful than you've ever imagined. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've always sourced our diamonds and gemstones directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. Come see us in store and compare our wide selection of diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in different shapes and sizes. So many in stock and ready to take home today. Create your dream engagement ring in 3 easy steps. Or pick a perfectly preset ring that's created by our in-house design team. Browse our selection of fine jewelry gifts for everyone in your life, from diamond and gemstone studs to must-have tennis bracelets and beautiful birthstone necklaces. With our everyday competitive prices and unmatched free lifetime warranty, Shane Company is your go-to destination for fine jewelry. Visit shaneco.com and come in to see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
Enjoy an incredible year-end savings on new BMWs and over 200 pre-owned of all makes and models. Only at BMW Northwest. Visit bmwnorthwest.com today for details and selection. BMW Northwest. Driving joy, driving home.
When seeking cancer treatment, you have options. Look to Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center, where innovative research is leading to unique treatments not offered anywhere else in the Pacific Northwest. Fred Hutch. Look beyond.
For decades, KIRO News Radio has been your go-to source for reliable news.
A lot of changes appear to be on the way, not only for Washington State, but the United States of America.
We're here to help guide you through the complexities of today's world, offering insights that allow you to see the bigger picture.
Donald Trump is going to be the 47th president of the United States.
We've got to address the elephant in the room. Oh, it's got to be an elephant, huh? Rubbing it in?
I think the Dems just sort of missed on what people cared about.
Trust KIRO News Radio to keep you informed and connected. This is Hawk Talk Postgame, a joint presentation of KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM and Seattle Sports.
You're listening to Hawk Talk. You hear the music, you know what time it is. It's time to recap this game, give you some of the highlights. The very first drive, this run led to a field goal, 25 yards. Kenny McIntosh.
The Bears walk up like they want to blitz. They rush 5, handoff, McIntosh straight ahead, across the 30, 25, bounces off of a tackler, down to the 16-yard line. Kenny McIntosh, until he ran into Byron, who made the tackle down at the 16. He bounced off a couple of defenders and took it 20, make it 35 yards, 1st and 10 at the 16-yard line.
Yeah, I love the way this kid runs the football. He's super aggressive downhill. He has enough power to run through arm tackles and enough speed to get to the open field and take it to the house. So hopefully the next week he'll get a few more carries and then into the playoffs.
This young man had himself a day. 3 TFLs. Here's one of them. Spoon tackles DeAndre Swift, 7-yard loss.
1st and 10 for the Bears. Quick toss near side is Swift. Gets hit in the backfield and dropped. Guess who? Witherspoon firing across the line of scrimmage, and Swift never could even get up ahead of steam. He is trapped. A sure tackle by number 21 for a 7-yard loss.
There's not many teams that can say your cornerback is one of your best run stoppers, and Witherspoon is that with the Seahawks. This 7-yard loss, he shot the gap and was able to tackle the running back, but he just continues to do this over and over again. He has some of the best closing speed in the game. You see no hesitation. The Energizer Bunny is what we keep referring to, and he just comes up with play after play every week.
Spoon does it with speed. Big Cat does it with power. He gets a sack on Caleb Williams, loss of 5.
For Williams and company, again from the shotgun. Swift in the backfield. Williams wants to throw, looks, slides back, now steps up, now gets hit, now goes down. Back at the 30-yard line.
It's the guy Williams, we were just talking about.
There you go. I think he heard us, and I think the Bears have said, you know what, let's just take it to the house, and they do. The half will end on a sack by the Seahawks. Big Cat Williams.
Yeah, it's awesome to see Big Cat with the stats now. We talked about, early in the season he was doing a lot of the dirty work, but the numbers weren't quite there. But the last few, ever since he made the speech about this is what I need to do to be better, he's actually been a better football player. And so 10 years into the league, he's done some great things, but, man, he is playing his best football right now.
Geno started the season week 1 with an explosive run, breaking down a safety. We haven't seen much of that lately, but here's a 16-yard run by QB1.
Tyler Lockett, who had a good first quarter, wide to the right side. 4-man rush. Geno has time, steps up in the pocket, pulls away. Now he's going to scramble. He's going to dive. He's going to keep running and slides down near the 45-yard line for a first down. I thought for a minute like he was going to keep on running and he might have run for another 15 yards. As it was, he slides down. They spot it at the 41. A 16-yard gain for Geno on a third down makes it 1st and 10.
I would love to see more of this from Geno. I think that's the big thing because he is a lot faster than what people think. And the way he gets going, and here I thought he was going to continue to run, just as Rabe said. It looked like the defender kind of faked like he was going to tackle him, which caused him to slide. But I think he's looking back, he wish he would have kept going on that. But a big explosive run for Geno Smith.
Hawks had 7 sacks on the day. Here's another one by Jay Reed with a tribute to Michael Bennett.
Third down. They're going to actually say third down a little less than 10. Roma Dunze slots on the left side. Williams looks this way, being chased. Now he goes down. Back at the 25-yard line. Jaron Reed has the belly roll celebration, and that's the 3rd sack of the game for the Seahawks.
Yeah, Jaron Reed is having a pretty solid year this year. He may not have the numbers and all, but if you listen to Leonard Williams in the postgame, he talked a lot about how Reed has really helped him develop his game and has been doing some of the dirty work for Big Cat to do the things that he does. So it's cool to see him ask for permission to use the belly roll and then be able to do it in a game where he got a big sack.
1 turnover in the game for both teams. Here's the turnover by the Seahawks. Geno Smith connects with Farrell Brown, but he fumbles recovered by Kyler Gordon.
Wide slot to the left side. Play fake. Geno throws the ball to Farrell Brown out in the left flat. He makes the catch and draws a crowd. The ball comes out. I didn't hear a whistle. I still haven't heard a whistle. One of the Bears, Gordon, has picked it up. He's run to the end zone. I still haven't heard a whistle. We're waiting for an official, some official somewhere, to make a call. So here's Scott Novak.
After review, the runner did fumble the ball. However, when Chicago picked it up, he was down by contact at that spot. It'll be Chicago's ball, 1st down.
There's a lot of confusion on this play for a little bit, not knowing if Chicago actually scored. They didn't, but they ended up being down by contact on the fumble. This is a play that Farrell Brown probably wishes he had back. He just got in a group and they were able to strip it out. I think Geno said in the post-game interview that, hey man, once Farrell gets the ball, he's going to try to run over 4 or 5 guys, and that's kind of his mindset, and that's what he tried to do. Unfortunately, the Bears were able to strip it out.
I mentioned it was a sack party for the Seahawks, but this one probably meant the most. Caleb Williams sacked by Geno Smith, his first since 2023.
Empty backfield for Williams. Here comes the blitz. Williams going to get hit. He goes down. Chenna Nwosu all the way back at the Bears' 37-yard line. A nice job. Tyrese Knight was flying up the middle of the field, and Chenna pinned him inside and tackled Williams for a loss of 14.
Yeah, it was great to see it, and I think a lot of the guys on the team were happy to see the sack. They talk about this guy's leadership and presence in the locker room, and so it was really cool to see him kind of working his way back into the over the last couple of weeks back into the role of things, and then was able to get a sack. And he was on the ground a little bit there, and people thought he might have been injured, but he just said he was giving thanks for being able to get back on the field and make some plays.
And to wrap this game up, Caleb Williams looking on 4th down to find Keenan Allen, but Reek Woolen snatches it out there.
Williams, shotgun snap, blitz is coming. Williams throws the ball up for grabs. The ball is intercepted. It's Woolen, comes near side, knocked out of bounds. The first takeaway of the game by the Seahawks could not have come at a better time. The fans head for the exits, and the Seahawks are going to win this ball game by a score of 6-3.
Yeah, the scary thing is this was a 13-play, 49-yard drive by the Bears, and they were getting a little too close to comfort getting to the Seattle 40-yard line before Reek Woolen was able to snatch the jump ball out of the air. And it all comes down to the pressure put on Caleb Williams, the blitz that was drawn up to force Caleb Williams out of the pocket, and he just had to throw a prayer up for grabs. And Reek Woolen, using his long frame, was able to jump and get the interception and wrap up the game for the Seahawks.
And that would do it. The Hawks win 6-3 and keep their playoff hopes alive. Today's game recap is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Bigger, better, the best in the Northwest. When we come back, we'll give you our unsung hero. That's next on your home for the Seahawks. Seattle Sports 710 and KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
At Carrier, we know that a comfortable home is a happy one. Whether it's with innovative breakthroughs in heating and cooling efficiency, or with different ways to control your home's temperature and air quality, we're always imagining new ways to make your home totally comfortable.
Turn to the experts and let your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer improve your home's comfort and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find an expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
KIRO News Radio gets you ready for each and every Seahawks game.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Listen to the Mike McDonald preview on Seattle's Morning News.
Trying to push the envelope, trying to win on the margin. That's the only way to go about it, to win in the NFL.
Fridays with Hawks broadcaster Steve Ray. And don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, great job, baby, great job!
KIRO News Radio and Seattle Sports, the official home of the Seattle Seahawks and the Mike McDonald Show.
Holy catfish!
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G. Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
Nothing brings people together like sports, and no beer brings people together like Guinness. Guinness Draft is delicious to enjoy with friends while listening to the game. Game time is Guinness time. Please enjoy responsibly. Guinness Draft Stout, imported by Diageo Beer Company, USA, New York, New York.
When we run out that tunnel, when you put on that jersey, we see 12 as one. We compete together, side by side. You yell louder, we push even harder.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Make no mistake, this city lives for Sunday. Get your tickets for Seahawks game days at Lumen Field and experience what this city lives for. Visit Seahawks.com today.
It's Fight Night, live boxing at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action, Friday, January 10th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. It's Fight Night, January 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
Fresh food comes from local farms. Check the package. For the best for your family, choose locally fresh Wilcox Family Farms eggs. And for eggs with 3 times the omega-3, choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Did you know there are ways to pay for assisted living that will reduce the financial burden on your family? Amanda here with Care Partners Senior Living. Our goal is to find you a comfortable, safe, and healthy new home while saving you money. We're different because should you ever run out of funds and need to convert to Medicaid, you'll never be asked to move. We offer affordable independent, assisted living, and memory care at 29 vibrant communities. To learn more, visit carepartnersliving.com. That's carepartnersliving.com.
This is Hawk Talk Postgame, a joint presentation of KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM and Seattle Sports.
You're listening to Hawk Talk of Michael Bumpers with the guys. It is time for our unsung hero who needs some love, who might not be getting it. We'll let you know right here. B. Walt, who is your unsung hero?
It kind of sickens me. I'm going to the offensive side of the ball for this because I think the defense just deserves every single award possible, but I'm not. I'm going to the offensive side of the ball. And I'm going to go to the tight end. I'm going to go to Noah Fant. He had a few big plays. 3 of his 4 catches were on scoring drives, and I think 2 of them were back-to-back. One was a big third down conversion, and points are important, and he helped lead the way on a couple of those 2 field goal drives that they had. Saw him get involved with the middle screen, and we got to go watch the tape, see how he was doing blocking and all that, but I thought he had some big catches that led to some field goals. Yeah,
and I think I'm going to go with my man, Chenna. just because, he's worked his way back, overcome a couple of different injuries, was able to get a sack tonight. He had 4 total tackles, the sack, a tackle for loss, a pass defense, and a quarterback hit. So it's just good to see him back on the field. If the team is going to go further, into the season, I think, now that he kind of has this one, sack in his pocket, I think you'll see a different player, because he was talking about overcoming the different injuries, the speed of the game, like all these different kinds of things, getting back into the groove of stuff. And so you may see a different guy now that he's gotten that first sack after coming back after injury.
I was going to do something a little crazy.
Go ahead, do a turbo.
Let's hear it.
You ready? Tyler Lockett. He's my unsung hero because after DK got into that stuff, he walked up to Big Boy and was talking. I don't know what he said to him, but he had DK's back. And I'm like, Lockett, you 5'10", 175. He showed the heart of a lion right there. So he's my unsung hero because people are going to jump on DK. Doing the bump and stage, he showed them all. They're jumping on DK. And I thought it was cool to see Tyler Lockett kind of get out of who I think he is and walk up to a dude and talk a little crap, have his teammates back.
Yeah,
so.
He's like the little dog, that just yaps, and thinks he's
either that or he's like, hey man, you moving to Seattle? I got a listing for you.
He's out there networking.
Real estate. Nice.
He's out there networking. It's all about who you know.
Do we need to slow mo that so you handed him his business card?
I know, right? Slow that thing down. He's like, man, holla at me in the tunnel. I got a business card for you. But no, I love when teammates stick up for each other, man. Yeah. I like seeing that type of stuff. So we got, who was yours again, B? You went with
I went with Noah Fant.
Noah Fant.
Chenna.
You went Chenna. I'm going with Tyler Lockett, who was my key hawk and didn't have a great game, but he stuck up for the big homie, the big little homie, and I can appreciate that, man. All right, man, we got one more thing to do when we get back. We're going to look towards next week. The Rams, they still got to play the Cardinals on Saturday, so we'll be rooting for the Cardinals. But we'll talk about that matchup next on your home for the Seahawks. Seattle Sports 710 and KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
On behalf of KIRO News Radio, Seattle Sports, and Treehouse, thank you to everyone who helped make the 36th year of Holiday Magic truly magical.
This is the best part of our entire year here at KIRO. We don't have to do any bad news. It's all good news. It's you.
Holiday Magic may have ended, but the season of giving has not. You can still donate to Treehouse by going to mynorthwest.com/Holiday Magic. Thank you for serving Treehouse, and happy holidays.
At Carrier, we know that a comfortable home is a happy one. Whether it's with innovative breakthroughs in heating and cooling efficiency, or with different ways to control your home's temperature and air quality, we're always imagining new ways to make your home totally comfortable.
Turn to the experts and let your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer improve your home's comfort and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find an expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Keep your BMW running at peak performance at BMW Northwest. Same-day service appointments are available, or inquire about our new mobile service where we come to you. Locally family-owned for 56 years. Visit BMWNorthwest.com to schedule today.
'Tis the season to be bold.
Geno's going to throw right down the seam. Touchdown, Seahawks! JSN with the touchdown.
To rep your team.
The stands are rocking right now.
Your style, your way. This is the Pro Shop. Shop official Seahawks gear now at Seahawks.com/Pro Shop.
Legends Casino Hotel is your home for live events, delicious food, comfort, and fun this season. It's Hondas for the holidays, with cash prizes every Thursday and a Honda vehicle giveaway the day after Christmas. Come for the entertainment and stay for the luxury. Spacious, comfortable rooms, all your favorite casino games, delicious food, and a holiday ham giveaway. It's your new favorite road trip. Listen to the game and make the drive to Yakima Legends Casino Hotel. Within winning distance, please game responsibly.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends. And explore the lively nightlife scene. The dining district at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Upgrade your home's comfort and save up to 50% off scratch and dent and overstocked equipment at Home Comfort Alliance. Over $3 million worth of heat pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners from top manufacturers, all now up to 50% off. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks. This is Hawk Talk Postgame, a joint presentation of KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM and Seattle Sports.
This is Hawk Talk. The Seahawks beat the Bears in a game that will be remembered. 6-3. Geno Smith, 17 of 23, 160 yards, 122 yards on the ground for the Seahawks. Noah Fant-led receivers, and the defense showed up and did what they were supposed to do against an offense that's been struggling a bit for the Chicago Bears. But I felt this game was going to be competitive, but they got her done. Now we're looking towards next week's opponent, the Los Angeles Rams. They still have to take on the Cardinals on Saturday at 5 p.m., and everyone here in Seattle is a Cardinals fan on Saturday. How do they get this done?
Well, I think obviously the Rams, are healthier now at this point in the season, so it's a slightly different team that showed up at the beginning. But, man, they cannot allow this team to do whatever it is they want to do. And the running game and the passing game, our run defense is a lot better. Our front seven is a lot better than the first time we played them. You have to be able to get Matthew Stafford to the ground. I think he wasn't sacked at all when we played them. Geno was sacked, 3 or 4 times on the other side of that. So it's going to be important for us to kind of really, or 7 times he was sacked actually. So it's going to be important for the defense to show up the way they've shown up the last few weeks, like the second half of 2 weeks ago, the whole game today, and really put the pressure on the Rams to make plays. And then on offensively, I like the balance that we played with today. It just some of the deep shots just didn't seem to be there to take. Maybe the weather had something to do with that and all that. But hopefully they can match some of this running game that they've been able to manufacture the last 3 or 4 weeks, and then tie that to the explosiveness that the pass game can have. And then I think they'll have a chance.
Hopefully this is a Rams team coming in with a 1-game losing streak as opposed to a 5-game winning streak that they've been going on. But the second half of the season, ever since the Rams bye, really, they've been on fire. They've been 8-2, one of the best teams in the NFL. They've beaten some big teams. They've beaten the Bills, lost to the Eagles, and they beat the Vikings. So those are the two big wins for the Rams, and as they've gotten healthier and healthier. So to me, this game's all about up front. Just as Big Ray kind of talked to, it's all about how can you stop their big pass rushers with the rookies, Jared Verse and Braden Fisk. So they did a great job replacing Aaron Donald, a guy that obviously it's wreaked havoc with the Seahawks, and now you have 2 of these guys that are doing the exact same thing. They came out with 3 sacks the last time they played. How do you stop their passing game? How do you stop Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp? I mean, that's the question everyone's been asking, because those guys have kind of been on a tear as well. Puka Nacua more so than Cooper Kupp. So it'll be another fun matchup in the secondary with Reek and Devin Witherspoon. And I don't know, we'll see Josh Job's status throughout the week, see how that'll come about. But it's a fun game. I hope it's for the NFC West Championship. A lot of things need to happen for that to go down, but I mean, nothing better. Go down to LA and knock off the Rams and become NFC West championships and bring a first-round playoff game back home.
Yeah, I was going to say the other thing too, though. In those 4 games that they've won, like everybody has been in the game. Mm-hmm. They beat the Saints 21-14. They beat the Bills 44-42. They beat the 49ers 12-6, and then they beat the Jets 19-9. So the Seahawks will have a chance to win the football game. They just can't let the game get away from them.
Yep. Man, it feels like it always comes down to the Rams. It always comes down to the matchup with the Rams, but I guess that's what happens when you're as consistent as the Rams have been, and you've been on the verge of kind of getting over the hump when it comes to the Seahawks. Either way, Mike McDonald has tied now for the most wins in his first year and as a Seahawk, tying Chuck Knox and Mike Holmgren. So I had them winning 9 games this year. They've already hit 9. Anything else is a plus, honestly. And I think it's the journey that has made people frustrated at times because they've given you enough to make you believe that they are for sure a playoff team, and then you hit a bump in the road, and you have to realize that there's a lot of change going on with this team, and there's some obstacles that you have to overcome. So should be a good one, though, man. They're in position.
It should. And just on what you just said, though, like, what if the Seahawks had started out 1-2 versus 3-0, and then they found themselves in this situation? Your perspective would be totally different. But when they started out 3-0, like, you're just like, whoa, like they caught lightning in a bottle. And then it kind of went south, and you couldn't capture it back. And so now you've been fighting to get back to that place. And I think your perspective would be different if you're battling for the last game to matter if you had started 1-2 versus 3-0.
And then you string off 4 games in a row.
Yeah.
And you're looking at the last 4 games like, okay, let's get it. It's been a soap opera, man, that kind of season, but it's all brand new here. So let's see if the Cardinals can help out the Seahawks on Saturday, and the Seahawks get her done next week. Today's final score, Seahawks 6, Bears 3. You've been listening to Hawk Talk on Seattle Sports 710 and KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM. I'd like to thank the people who make our broadcast possible. Production assistant is Ashley Oakes. Studio coordinators Brady Robick and Max Strobel. Executive producer of the Seahawks Radio Network is Nasha Chovy. The Seahawks wrap up the regular season next Saturday or Sunday against Matthew Stafford and the Los Angeles Rams. Stay tuned to all the Seahawks channels for the official game date and kickoff time. For Ray Roberts and Brian Walters, I'm Michael Bumpus. Seahawks win 6-3.
Hawk Talk Postgame has been brought to you by your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer, Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center, and by Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington on Seattle Sports and KIRO News Radio.
In the PNW, we all know what driving is like here in the winter. Very slippery. Our friends at Mazda of Everett have your solution. A huge selection of over 600 new Mazda all-wheel drive SUVs. With over 600 new Mazdas in stock to choose from, you can find the Mazda that's best for you. Plus, right now, they've got 0% financing on select new Mazdas on approved credit during the Mazda A Season to Move You sales event. See for yourself why Mazda of Everett is different. MazdaofEverett.com.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
I was experiencing severe neck pain, kind of radiating from my shoulders up into my head. And it was pretty severe, and it lasted for about a year. So I went to see Dr. Nelson, and after I got the stem cell treatment, I had positive results within a week, and it just got better from there. And to this day, I can't believe I used to be in such pain. He was just an incredible doctor. Everything about the place is just fantastic.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000 or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
Hey, it's your boy Cliff Averill. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is the place where you can watch all the games in style. Football, basketball, hockey, college, or pro. They got it all. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is what you do. Please game responsibly.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G-Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
when listening to your hometown team, do so with your hometown beer. Mac & Jack's Amber. Proudly brewed in Redmond, Washington since 1993, Mac & Jack's is synonymous with the best moments and unforgettable plays. Mac & Jack's Brewing Company. Please enjoy responsibly.
Upgrade your home's comfort and save up to 50% off scratch and dent and overstocked equipment at Home Comfort Alliance. Over $3 million worth of heat pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners from top manufacturers, all now up to 50% off. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers. Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Life beyond cancer. That's the hope connecting anyone who has cancer and their loved ones. At Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center, we combine the latest research with breakthrough treatments that deliver hope, backed by science. Talk with us today.
It's comedian Tom Segura at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Friday, April 25th.
My kids call me Tom. So unnerving. Every day, the older one's like, "How you doing, Tom?" I go, "Hey, I'm not your stepdad, all right? I wish I was. It'd be a lot easier, but I'm not."
Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. One of today's biggest touring comedians. Tom Segura's Come Together Tour, April 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
Looking for Seahawks tickets? Sign up for text notifications to receive alerts about last-minute ticket availability and offers. Simply text the word Seahawks to 71211. Go Hawks!
Well, the holidays are certainly here, and so are big meals, full bellies, and a ton of leftovers. It's easy to lose sight of your nutritional and fitness goals with so much going on this time of year. It's Mike Salk here, and let me offer a little bit of salvation. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic allows you to maintain eating delicious food at comfortable portions and still lose weight, lots of it. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks, 10 pounds in the first week, and I was still able to eat good, healthy meals. My plan didn't include any exercise, no cardio, and I still lost weight. Heck, that's all I needed to hear. Schedule a free 15-minute phone consultation with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic and see if you can lose weight during the holidays and without exercise. I mean, that should be the biggest test of whether it works or not. And guess what? It does. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is healthy, sustainable weight loss that works. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs, no injections, all real food that you buy at the grocery store. You can call them at 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Fresh food comes from local farms. Check the package. For the best for your family, choose locally fresh Wilcox Family Farms eggs. And for eggs with 3 times the omega-3, choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
At Carter Motors, your drive begins with savings. Carter Volkswagen, Carter Subaru, and Carter Acura have lease and financing offers on most new makes and models. Find a great selection in store or at CarterSeattle.com, your Subaru, VW, and Acura headquarters. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. The vast majority of patients experience minimal side effects. Go to swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Seahawks football all season long.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
On KIRO Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, Seattle.
problem gambler, Howard, that somebody can look at and recognize with a loved one or friend?
I like to answer that by saying it's something like when you fall in love. It's something that you just can't get out of your mind. You eat it, you sleep it, you drink it, you think about it all day long, all during your waking hours. You think about how and when you're going to gamble next, where you're going to gamble next, where the money to gamble next will come from if you don't have it. Stories about telling your friends, your family, or your employer about why you might be missing some time so you can go gamble. It encompasses your life, George. It literally takes over your supposed normal thought process, and you just can't shake it. And when you start thinking about gambling all day long, then God knows you have a problem. And that's pretty much how I lived my life for a couple of years in full transparency. And I knew something was wrong, but I just did not stop. It took over my life.
Did you pull out yourself, or did somebody help you?
This is a story. I don't know why I get very, very teary whenever I'm asked that question, but I suppose it means it's real. I had my family help me, George, and we can digress for a second in full transparency that my brother, who is everything to me, and he, of course he's listening quietly in his home in Los Angeles, is a friend of yours, and that's how you and I come together. And my brother Billy, along with a few cousins in Los Angeles, in conjunction with my ex-wife and my folks, had me come to L.A. and arouse on false pretenses. And of course, when I got to Los Angeles, the family had an intervention, George. And as they say, the jig was up.
They were waiting for you, huh?
They were waiting for me, and without the bad pun, they got me in spades. And they did what they set out to do. And these were professionals, not therapists. But whatever they did, it worked. They could not have done a finer job. I never felt so low in my life, next to a few stories about getting hurt while I was gambling, but that's for another question or another date. And my brother and the family, as I mentioned, did what they had to do. They called me out on it. If I could say one nice thing about myself at that time was I didn't give them any trouble. I didn't put up a fight. I was had. They cornered me. But the important thing, George, more than anything, was that the deal with my family was if I was to admit that I had a problem, which I did just about instantly, was they were going to back me up and help me get out of it. But as anybody who went to rehab knows, you have to admit it yourself first and foremost, because if not, nothing else matters. So, in summation, I was in Los Angeles. The family was waiting for me. They put the puck in the net. They got me to go to rehab. I admitted everything. And I won't say that the rest, as they say, is history. It was a long and tough journey out, but that's the day it began. And literally, it was like yesterday, George. But it worked. God knows it worked. They did a yeoman job. They all did. And once again, a very, very special thank you to my brother, who, I repeat, is listening, Billy. And without him, I really can't tell you where I'd be right now, George. I really don't know.
And he's one of Hollywood's great script writers. He's one of the best.
Script writer, comedian, but to me, his best job is being a brother. He was a great son and a great friend of mine.
He stood by
more
you.
than anything, and he stood by me, and I'm very proud to say that although he lives on a different coast in a different country, 3,000 miles away, we speak at least 5 times a week, even if it's to check in with each other or tell each other a ridiculous joke or talk about baseball. We never let 36 hours go without speaking to each other. He was behind me. He waited for me to apologize, which I did. He waited for me to apologize to everybody that had hurt around me, which I did. And I repeat, the rest, as I say, is history. But it wasn't easy, George. And anybody listening right now, to your listeners, anybody going through what I went through before I had help, I beg you, I urge you, I ask you ever so politely to put up your hand, speak up, speak out. People do want to help, but you have to either ask for it or be honest. It's not just going to always come to you. I was exceptionally lucky with the family that I had and that I still have today, but not everybody is that lucky. Yeah.
How many problem gamblers are in denial?
Oh, God, I have to say that any problem gambler at the beginning are all in denial. And again, I go back to myself in first person that it's so hard to explain when you're going through a horrific addiction. And deep down, I'd like to think that I may not be Albert Einstein, but I'm also not the dumbest guy in the block. I had to have known, and I think about this often, George, I had to have known that I had a problem. But somehow that thought process went away, and I kept on doing what I'm doing. So I think at the beginning, until you feel pain, be it with your family, be it at work, be it in your bank account, I think everybody goes through denial until the point when it begins to hurt you, and hurt comes in all different ways, right? And when it starts, it begins to alter your life, and Tuesday wasn't the same as Monday, and Monday wasn't the same as Sunday, and your relationship with your family wasn't the same as it was a month ago, then you have to either change your ways or you are living in denial. Because again, I repeat, I think anybody and everybody must know when they're doing something wrong. And it just takes that little moment in time, when we finally reach our breaking point. And with me, it was sitting in my brother's living room in his home in Beverly Hills, when I knew, facing the family, and I knew that it was up, the word denial just left my body, and I had a whole new process that I had to go through. It was a new project that I had to live through and work at. So to answer your question, I think everybody's in denial until such time, George, as it begins to hurt your life, if that makes sense.
Could you go at this point to Vegas, sit at a blackjack table, have a little fun, and get up and leave?
1,000%, and I'm not saying 900%, 1,000% or more. Again, when Billy comes home to Montreal a couple of times a year, we live the old days. We used to take my mom and dad when they were alive to the casino and have dinner. I sit with Billy. He plays his $100 or $50 in the Keno machine. I have my 1, 2, or 3 Diet Cokes. I watch the world go by. I say hello to everybody I know. And I literally, and I want to say this very, very politely, it's not that I couldn't care less, but I have such a different take on the building that we call the casino than I used to have, that it's not remotely. It's literally black and white, George. It's not the same. So to answer your question, as a matter of fact, I've been trying to get to Vegas and meet Billy in Vegas, and maybe this show will promote us to finally go one of these fine days. I'd love to go, absolutely. But it's very simple. If you're not going to go with $1 gazillion on you that you can't lose, then there's no harm. Why not? I still love the game of blackjack. As a matter of fact, I consult for a lovely, lovely casino that is, for those of you who may not know, I'm in Montreal, Canada, and halfway between Montreal and Quebec City is a city called Three Rivers. It's about an hour-and-a-half drive from Montreal. And I consult for this casino in Wallinac, Quebec. It's a native casino, and I consult for them for this sole reason that the people who run the casino, the general manager and the operation manager, and I'll give a quick shout-out to Carl and JF, the guys that run the casino, they walk the walk and they talk the talk. They care about the customer, and nobody gets hurt in their casino if they should see that. And my job is to keep the casino basically clean. If anybody has a problem, I'm there. Meaning that I'm in the casino now more than I used to be when I gambled, which is comical. You know, families hire me, George, to watch their partner who might be lying. I'm given a picture. Please see if you can see John at the casino. So I go in, blah, blah, blah. So I literally spend more time in casinos now than I ever did in the throes of me having a sickness. And I just look at it completely differently, obviously. I'm comfortable, but it's a whole different world. The idea of going in, George, and blowing the kinds of money that I did in what I call the old days, 25 plus years ago, sickens me, revolts me, disgusts me, and there's no interest at all. None.
What is it about addictive gambling that happens to people? What are they looking for?
I think the average, well, not the average person, I think the 5, 6, or 7%, George, that are the addictive gamblers, I think what they're looking at is they want all the money in the building, which is not going to happen unless you're Stevie Wynn or you own the casino or you're the operator.
And look what happened to good old
people,
Steve. Jeez.
Well, exactly. That's a whole other story. Absolutely. And it can't be done. You know, people who have the problem, they have 40 chips in front of them. George, they want 60. They have 60 chips in front of them. They want 80. It's never enough. And therein lies the problem, that it's never enough, which goes back to the beginning of our conversation almost 50 minutes ago about being greedy, about wanting everything in moderation. And the problem is, I said before, they have a great marketing team, most casinos do, and they lure you into the building, which is fine, no different than alcohol companies or celebrities that own tequila companies.
Or retail companies trying to get you to buy their products. I mean, it's all the same.
Exactly. I bought one thing on Amazon 3 weeks ago. I still get 98 ads a day. Exactly. And that doesn't end. And good luck to them. That's called marketing, which is a brand new enterprise in the last 30 years. But as far as gamblers are concerned, they want easy money. And the problem is when somebody does win, they think it's easy. They think, why work? I can go to the casino and make a living that way. And when you start to think that way, that's when you know you're really a sick person with a problem. I did. I thought that way. I was in the clothing business. I was a pilot. I did okay. But I figured I could go to the casino and make a month's salary in an evening. And you know what? I could. Problem is, I would give it back the next day and some. So at the end of the day, or the end of 2 days, you're negative. Eventually, as you said before, George, a half an hour ago, Vegas wasn't built on winners. Right?
No.
So invariably, people give it back. The key is, if you can walk into a casino and you know when to leave and you know when to stop and you have a budget and you listen to yourself, you adhere to that budget, you don't lie to yourself. You go with $200, and that doesn't mean you go in with $3, and you stop. I think it's a terrific way to spend an evening. You can have lots of fun. It's when you lose yourself, that's when the trouble begins. And I lost myself, and that's when the trouble began. And to answer your question from a few minutes ago, can I go to Vegas right now and have a great time? Absolutely. Absolutely. Matter of fact, I will. And I'll have a great time. And I won't be sick, and I won't blow my brains out, and my family will not have to rescue me again. How's that? That's a promise in front of all your listeners right now. Okay, George?
I was there about 6 months ago and met Wayne Newton, and that was worth the entire trip to me, Howard.
He's about 400 years old now? How old is Wayne Newton?
He's up there. But it was fun. It was historic. I heard a Sinatra story that he was at the Sands, done with his show, had a line of credit with the casino. Howard Hughes had just bought the casino, and they didn't get along because they were fighting over Ava Gardner. And that Frank was sitting at a blackjack table, losing, ran out of money, and asked the pit boss, "Give me my marker," because he thought he had like $50,000 or $100,000 on credit. And Howard Hughes had already revoked it, and they didn't have anything. And Frank got up, and he was so upset, so angry, got into a fight with the pit boss, who knocked out his two teeth, knocked out his front teeth. Sinatra's teeth got knocked out.
One thing you learn when you're in the casino business, never argue or fight with security, because
you're not going to win. You're not going to win.
No, I'm a 150-pound, 5'7" Jew from Montreal. It's not a good idea to take on casino security. Here's the good news: I now work with them, not against them, so it's all good. No, but you're right. People walk into the building, George, and luckily it's not a big amount, but mathematically it's still too many, and people do tend to lose themselves. And that's a great story you just told. I never knew that. I wonder if that's a public story. I love it. I mean, I've seen athletes. I work with athletes, entertainers, politicians, some local bigwigs here in Montreal, Toronto, and you'd be surprised what these people turn themselves into when they're losing or they've lost already.
That's a good point. Howard, we're going to take a break. We're at the top of the hour, but we're coming back and taking phone calls with you next hour. Howard Reback, our special guest. We're talking about the problem gambler. Make a call. You don't have to be a problem gambler to call in. Just call in and chat with him. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
$145 over $92.
180 over 111. 182 over 100. And I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest. And then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life.
A lot of people don't understand, including myself, I didn't, now I do, the impact of having a stroke.
My memory is shot.
When I woke up, I couldn't speak.
Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
It's a new life, but I'm gonna make it better. I'm coming back. Ask your doctor, check your blood pressure.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
Chris Domine is a husband and a father. Chris is an athlete. Chris is even an Ironman. But 10 years ago, Chris was facing a very different story because his kidneys were failing.
Basically, the doctor said, if you don't get a kidney transplant and if you don't do dialysis, you are going to die.
Fortunately, Chris received a second chance at life, made possible by an organ donor.
You know, your well-being changes from loss of hope to better times ahead.
More than 100 million people in America are registered organ, eye, and tissue donors. People of every age and ethnicity, because they believe it's the right thing to do. Imagine what you can make possible by leaving behind the gift of life. Learn more and sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
Carter Subaru, your drive begins with saving.
Your best source for local news. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Strong storms in southeast Texas spawned multiple tornadoes Thursday, a sight rarely seen in the Houston area. Here's reporter Chris Fox.
Tornado warnings issued throughout southeast Texas around Houston on Thursday. The first tornado reported in Wharton County, just east.
It's a tornado!
The next coming in Liberty County to the west.
We were literally just on the floor just trying to take cover just in case anything was going to come in through the windows.
So far, reports of damage but no injuries.
A new report from World Weather Attribution and Climate Central says human-caused climate change added an average of 41 days of dangerous heat this year. The story from CBS News climate reporter Tracy Wolf.
2024 is expected to be the warmest on record, which is why it should be no surprise that the world experienced an average of 41 extra days of dangerous heat last year, made worse due to human-caused climate change. Scientists say that climate change intensified 26 major global weather events that killed more than 3,700 people and displaced millions around the globe.
2 flight data recorders, the black boxes, have been recovered at the site of a passenger plane crash in Kazakhstan. There are indications now that the plane was shot down by a Russian anti-aircraft missile. The latest from CBS's Chris Livesey.
Azerbaijan Airlines Flight 8243 left Baku for Grozny, Russia. Due to dense fog, the passenger jet was diverted towards the Caspian Sea before eventually crashing in Kazakhstan some 250 miles east. Along the way, its GPS was reportedly jammed, leading to significant deviations.
After record holiday spending, a lot of returns are expected to flow back to online sellers. CBS's Kelly O'Grady reports consumers are expected to return 17% of what they spent this year.
January is always called Return-uary because folks are seeing those bills. They're getting the gifts back from the ones that said, hey, actually, maybe I want to return this. Maybe this didn't fit. And you always see a huge push towards return. So hopefully that will help with some of the credit card debt.
Kwanzaa celebrations have begun. The week-long holiday celebrating African-American heritage starts the day after Christmas. Each day has a principle. Thursday's was Umoja, unity. Mama Ayo Handi Kendi is with the African-American Holiday Association.
We must strive together, work together, stand together, take care of each other.
The Anacostia Community Museum in Washington, D.C. is holding events for all 7 days of Kwanzaa. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Something magical happens when you unbox the best of British TV with BritBox. Stream acclaimed series starring Olivia Colman, Idris Elba, Sophie Turner, Matthew McFadden, and more of Britain's brightest talent. See what's inside, discover something remarkable, and uncover what perhaps you were looking for all along. Unbox BritBox and stream the best of British TV. Start your free trial at BritBox.com.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
I'm Nate Connors. We're seeing the country's largest whooping cough outbreak in a decade with more than 32,000 reported cases this year. KIRO 7 TV's DD Sun says cases are on the rise in Washington state, too.
With the most in Clark County, 553 cases confirmed there. Now, vaccination is the best way to protect against the contagious respiratory illness. Symptoms of whooping cough are similar to the common cold, but a painful body cough can develop that can last for weeks or even months.
King County Metro is offering free rides on New Year's Eve to help people safely bring in the new year. You can ride the bus for free starting at 3 a.m. Tuesday, December 31st through 3 a.m. Wednesday, January 1st. They will be operating on their weekday schedule. Sound Transit, Community Transit, and Pierce Transit will also be offering free rides on New Year's Eve. Your options for riding our state ferries are about to be reduced. The winter sailing schedule starts Sunday, minus a few sailings on each route. The reduction will save money during a time when ridership is down. This year features a brand new winter schedule for the Anacortes San Juan Islands route, marking the first update in more than a decade, with weekend inter-island service added this season. There are rumors that former Seattle head coach Pete Carroll may come back to the NFL next season. KIRO News Radio's Tom Hutler reports.
ESPN reports that Carroll has shown interest in becoming the head coach of the Chicago Bears, who fired their head coach last month. ESPN says no talks have happened between Carroll and the Bears yet. He, of course, led the Seahawks to a Super Bowl title in 2014. Carroll is now 73 and is reportedly set to begin a teaching position at USC, where he coached for several years, coming up this spring. Tom Hutler, KIRO News Radio.
46 overnight, increasing rain, and 49 on Friday in Seattle. I'm Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
From the Carter Subaru studio, this is Coast to Coast AM on KIRO Radio 97.3 FM.
Luck be a lady tonight. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck, if you've ever been a lady to begin with. Luck be a lady tonight.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Well, this magical hour will take your calls with Howard Reback about gambling, addictions, jump aboard, ask a question. The newest edition of Sea Crane's CC Skywave SSB2 with the single sideband happens to be the ultimate companion and emergency radio. It fits in the palm of your hand, weighs only 8 ounces. The reception is excellent. The audio is sharp and clear for its small size. And the CC Skywave SSB2 gives you access to important communications your smartphone isn't capable of getting, like emergency single sideband transmissions, which broadcast during a hurricane or maybe a major earthquake. In addition, you can listen to your favorite AM and FM broadcasts, Weather Plus Alert, and ham radio operators from all over the planet. The only way to get this valuable information is with a specialized sideband radio, and you get that with the CC Skywave SSB2, the true radio lover's travel companion. Supply is limited, so call Sea Crane now to order the CC Skywave SSB2 at 1-800-522-8863. Once again, that's 1-800-522-8863. You can also visit them online at seacrane.com and also available at amazon.com.
For many of us, the holiday season means more travel, more shopping, more time online, and more of your personal information in more places you can't control. It only takes one innocent mistake, even if it's not your mistake, to expose you to identity theft. Not to worry. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second and alerts you to threats you could miss by yourself, even if you keep an eye on your bank and credit card statements. If your identity is stolen, your own U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed. The last thing you want to do this holiday season is face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or other financial losses from identity theft all alone. Gift yourself the peace of mind that comes with LifeLock and spend more time doing more of the holiday things you love. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. That's promo code NEWS for 40% off at LifeLock.com. LifeLock, for the threats you can't control.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with Howard Reback. Howard, before we go to calls, share a story or two of some of your clients, no names given, on some of their stories when they came to you.
It's how do I pick my two favorites? I think one of my favorite ones was actually not a great story. So I'll choose a great story and not such a great story. The not so great story was I had a patient of mine in Toronto going back before the pandemic. I'm guessing about 6-7 years ago. And to try and make a long story short, he banned himself. He self-excluded himself from a casino in the Toronto area, and he still managed to wiggle his way in about 22 times. Security guards would see him and make like they didn't. He still got promos in the mail. I mean, all completely illegal and wrong. And then one day he actually won a jackpot of 10 grand at a slot machine, went to go cash the ticket. They asked him for his ID. They asked him to step aside, and they arrested him for trespassing. They gave him a fine of $150 that he shouldn't be there. And of course, we asked, what about all the money he lost the other 22 times when you let him in the building and he wasn't supposed to be there? Long story short, went to court, and we made an out-of-court settlement with OLG, which is the lottery embodiment that runs the casinos in Ontario. So there you go. Guy excludes himself, wins a jackpot, then can't get it. Another story was I had a man who actually, I think, called into your show when I was on about 18 months ago, who had an incredibly deep gambling problem. And he had the following story that he had hatched. He had said, you know, my dad wants me to see you as a gambling therapist. And I went, that's great. He said, here's what we're going to do. And I'm making up the numbers because I don't remember the dollar figures exactly, but it was something to the effect of, charge my dad 50 grand for you to take care of me. You'll give me 25 grand so I can keep gambling. And I'll give you 25. And it took about 0.7 seconds for me to went, I don't think so. So, yeah, there's all kinds of people. I mean, everybody has a scheme. Not everybody. Many people have a scheme. The greatest story, and I know I told it last time on your show. For those who didn't hear it, I have to tell it because it is in the autobiography that I'm in the middle of putting together. And it's the following: it's when a patient of mine owed the mob $20,000, and we haven't gotten into it tonight on the show yet. But one of the things that I do is I play the liaison, the go-between people who may owe the bad people money and who can't bring themselves to sing them anymore, so they hire me to make a deal with the lenders, and that's a very polite name of calling them. Right. And to make a long story short, they had dropped off $20,000 to me on a Sunday evening, and I was to meet the mob on Monday morning and pay off their loan. And I went, I kept my promise, I kept my word, and I went to see the boys just north of Montreal, about 20 miles north of Montreal, and it was literally a shoebox of $20 bills, George, and I gave the men the box of money, and they asked me, did you count it, Reback? I said, yes, and they said, thank you, and I left. Maybe you can see where the story is going, but it has a great twist. The answer is, or the comment I'll make is, I lied just now, and then I did not count it. They had dropped off the money late at night. I never counted the money, which is a cardinal sin. You have to. And while I was driving back to my office, the phone rang.
Uh-oh.
And one of the guys that I had met said, Reback, where are you? I said, well, I'm 12 minutes from your place. I just left. They said, well, if I were you, I would take the next exit and come back. And, of course, you can guess the color of my car seat. When I heard that, I went, are you kidding me, to myself? I said, sure, I'll come back. You can imagine how long that 12-minute drive back to their office was. And they were waiting for me, George, and I walked back in where I just was 12 minutes ago, and I saw the guy, and he looked at me and said, did you count the money before you dropped it here? And I said, to tell you the truth, I did not. And you know what happened, George? He threw me back two $20 bills and said, you overpaid me. I went, what?
He was honest. My God.
Oh, my God. I dropped off $20,040. And by the way, to my ex-patient listening, no, I never gave it back to you. And yes, I kept it because that paid for the cleaning of the car, which goes to prove honesty amongst thieves. So that's also a great story that I love to tell. Honesty amongst thieves. There you go.
That's rare.
No, it was rare. It was the only time, and I don't want to know about any other time. And God forbid the story went the other way, but it didn't. Yes, honesty amongst thieves. That's one for the books. Absolutely.
Let's go to the phones. John in Wisconsin to kick it off. Hey, John, go ahead.
Hello, George. Hello, Howard. Several brief comments, please.
Hi, John.
There's nothing I admire more than somebody that hit the bottom of an addiction, climbs out of it, helps others. But in my opinion, the most important thing is does not blast those who can enjoy what caused that problem to that person. In Howard's case, it was gambling. Howard does not blast Las Vegas. He does not blast blackjack. He talks about all the good things about that. And to me, that's a very important component in having other people recover. And I'll get back to that point in just a second. My problem was alcohol. I hit the bottom decades ago, and I've spent my last 30 years helping others. But I am totally admire people that can go out and have their cocktails, that can go to a bar. I mean, I was in the food and beverage business my whole career. I have no problem with that. What we have to realize is some of us just have that quirky, addictive personality that causes us problems. So here's my point following up on Howard's component of not blasting things. Casinos are a great entertainment. In Wisconsin, we have a number of native casinos. They're beautiful places. They offer great live bands. They serve wonderful food. People go in there and have a great time. There's just some that can't handle that. Now, casinos always tell you don't overspend, and they probably have a 1-800-Gamblers Anonymous number to call, but that's very sterile and ineffective. In my opinion, if every casino had a link to Howard and his colleagues in Montreal, what brings people to change their heart, change their mind, and reach recovery is hearing the story of somebody like Howard, who obviously came from a good background, had a fabulous brother, hit bottom, and now he's doing great helping others. That's what changes people's hearts. That's what changes people's mind. So I salute you, Howard. I encourage you to keep up the great work. And, George, thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, John. Great
John,
comments.
John, I tell you, I wish I had longer arms. I would reach through the phone and give you a hug. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing what it is that I went through, and thank you for recognizing to what it is that I try and do. I can't help everybody, but I try and help anybody that I can. Thank you.
Howard, men seem to be more problem gamblers than women. Is that true?
No, it's not true at all. As a matter of fact, many, many years ago, when they started putting together stats, and I'm going from memory, so forgive me if I'm wrong a couple of years, they started putting numbers together roughly the mid-'90s. We think of gamblers, and we have to remember our age, forgive me, but I think of gamblers when I was younger as a middle-aged to older man chomping on a cigar, a smoke-filled room, playing blackjack or throwing craps. that was then, and I think in those days, George, the numbers really tilted to it being a male-dominated vice, absolutely. But nowadays, I must tell you, my practice, which is 22 plus years now so far, it's just about 50-50. And in fact, if you go to any given casino on any given day, George, you're going to see as many women, if not more, primarily playing the machines, which is a study that I would like to do one day. That women gravitate more to the slot machines, whereas men gravitate more to the tables. Although not completely, but to your point,
but generally,
no, gambling is not primarily. Yeah, no, my numbers that I see in my own practice are probably about 55-45. So it's not lopsided like it used to be. It's pretty close, George.
Can you be addicted to buying lottery tickets?
You know, I just had this talk with somebody yesterday. Yesterday, of course, being Christmas Day, as a member of the Order for Gambling Therapists around the world, we get journals every day. And the last couple of weeks, it was tell your patients and people that you know do not buy lottery tickets as stocking stuffers or little Hanukkah gifts. It's not a great thing. You can, but I don't think it's a great idea, to be honest. I really don't, because it has to start somewhere. Look, with me, it began with feeding apples to horses at a racetrack in Montreal. And, of course, look what happened to me. So, no, I don't think it's a great idea, George. No.
Years ago, my daughter's friends bought her a lottery ticket, but it was a spoof ticket. It was a phony one, so she rubs it off and she wins $10,000, and she's dancing, she's going crazy, and they're videotaping it. They submitted it to America's Funniest Home Videos. This is years ago, and they picked it up. They used it because they told her while she was dancing, it's a phony ticket. And you could see her face just drop. Oh,
God.
Next time.
It's a funny idea. I wouldn't do that with the Powerball for $71 billion because I think
somebody would die of a heart attack.
I was going to say there might be a lawsuit on your hands, but that's pretty funny. Yeah. You got to be careful. I mean, you just never know when and how the gambling vice will catch you and where it will begin. So I'm not a fond believer in the lottery tickets to youngsters, quite frankly. No,
Let's go to Suzanne in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Hi, Suze. Go ahead.
Hi, George. Hi, Howard.
Hi, Suzanne.
In 1996, I started going to the casino with my brother and sister-in-law, and we would go like twice a month and have dinner there, and not spend a lot of money, but it was really a lot of fun. And then, so we went for a couple of years, and then in 1998, I started hearing from people that have passed over. And one of them, George, you know, is Mr. Fetzer. Mm-hmm. And I couldn't get rid of the voices in my head, and I owned an executive search firm. And it was just getting so bad that I started going to the casino to get rid of the voices. And I started playing the machines, and I got really addicted. And it was like I had this magnetic pull to the casino, and it was like I stopped seeing family, I stopped seeing friends. Sorry, I get emotional about this, but I went to a therapist, and he said, "Well, you're not spending all your money," because I was doing deals, like I was placing executives at the deals while I was at the casino. So I was still working, but I was gambling. And then my broker called me and he said, "Suzanne, something's wrong. Something is wrong with you." And I knew that, and I just couldn't stop. It was just such a, it wasn't even about the money, Howard. It was like this pull that I couldn't, and it was like as soon as I would start to like get to the casino, like I would get like really excited to get in there. And so then in the end of 2000, this man who had been talking to me from the other side screamed at me, you have to stop now, and you need to start listening to us. And so I stopped, and I never went back.
Thank God. Did any of your family or friends know about what it was that you were going through, Suzanne?
No, they had no idea. I didn't tell anybody.
Let me ask you, because I know that I lived the question that I'm about to ask you, over and above having the vice of wanting to go to the casino and playing slot machines, isn't it a terrible thing to live with not necessarily a lie, but living with such a massive part of your life that nobody knows about and keeping it all inside? Isn't that awful?
It was terrible. And I would leave work and tell my employees, I'm going to meet so-and-so or whatever. And I'd be at the casino. I mean, I was like, it was all a lie.
Begins, right.
That's how it happens.
And fast forward to 2024, 25. How are you doing now, Suzanne?
Well, now I'm doing great. I mean, after 2000 and after they screamed that at me, I never went back. But I did have dreams, which was really strange. I had dreams during 2000, before 9/11, that I would be at the casino, and I would hear in my head, "Oh, it's no big deal. You're just going. You're just losing a little bit." And I couldn't get rid of the dreams. It was really strange. Finally, they went away, but it's really and I would see people in there, and I knew that they were losing everything. Especially, I saw a lot of young men in there that had young kids, and I could just tell that they were in there and they had lost everything.
It can become a very dark place for those of us who actually witness and know what it is that we're seeing. I tell anybody that asks me that when I walk into any given casino in any given city or country, anywhere, that within minutes I can spot the problem gamblers and those that are there that should not be there. You can see those that are there to have fun and that are having fun versus seeing people there that are completely in a daze, in a fog, in their own trance. Anyway, thankfully, Suzanne, those days are behind you. Thankfully, Suzanne, those dreams were free. And thankfully, you've gone with your life. Appreciate the call. Thank you so much.
Howard, last night on the show, we talked about The Twilight Zone. Do you remember that television series?
Oh, I do. As a matter of fact, again, Billy always talks about it, about that famous episode about that guy in the slot machine, right?
It's called The Fever.
Right. Crazy where he loses
his name was
mind
Franklin,
totally.
and it called him Franklin.
It's, it's as John said a few minutes ago, the first caller, it is a fun pastime. If only we could learn to use the building, use the casino properly. But like so many other things in life, when it gets out of hand and it takes over, George, you can't blame the operators. You can't. We can only blame ourselves. I use the analogy that if somebody goes to McDonald's, 7 days in a row and gains weight and gets sick, you can't start blaming the fast food industry, right? You can't.
But I've never seen the casino go up to a loser and say you're gambling too much. Have you?
I'm gonna disagree for a second, if you don't mind, because that's one of my roles actually at the casino where I consult here in Quebec. And when somebody is really in trouble, George, I do step up, introduce myself. If it's at the tables or the machines, I just ask quietly if we can chat for a couple of minutes. I think more and more the smaller type casinos are trying to do that. I mean, look, at the end of the day, whether it's the liquor store or the casino, the more you gamble, the more you buy, the more money they're going to make. In general, you're right, but there are some pit bosses, there are some, not dealers. Dealers really don't have the wherewithal and the approval from management to speak to people that may be gambling too much. But some pit bosses do.
Some might do that, but I haven't seen much. Howard, we're going to come back and take final calls with you in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Really crazy thing happened to me when I went to the Yardley Institute for the first time. I went there for joint pain in my knees. Well, that was gone in about 2 days. And then this, sinus problems I'd had for decades disappeared. How could that be? Because the core issue was not my knees, it was the brain-body connection, which in a very gentle, non-invasive way, the Yardley Institute corrects. Get yourself corrected. YardleyInstitute.org. YardleyInstitute.org.
Coit's here to take 35% off your next cleaning. Your kitchens and bathrooms' natural stone surfaces are exposed to germs and bacteria. So call Coit. Our certified technicians deep clean marble, granite, and more to remove buildup. Then apply a sealer to protect from bacteria and stains. Give Coit a call today and be sure to have your natural stone surfaces cleaned every 12 to 24 months for a healthier home. Call 800-4COIT now and take 35% off your next cleaning.
I love delivery.
How so?
Nearly anything delivered to me. Just a click or call away.
Something, same day.
Right.
Everything you want.
Well, not quite everything.
Oh?
If only I could have more hot water delivered.
Running short?
My water heater.
Getting old?
Guess so.
Good news.
What?
We deliver hot water same day.
Wait.
Apollo Plumbing same day water heater replacement.
Right, you're Dan.
You call, we come.
I'm in hot water.
In a good way.
Same day?
We'll pull out the old.
And put in the new.
You can even upgrade to a tankless water heater.
So I'm never out of hot water again.
Zip, zam, zoom, just like that.
Only thing?
Yeah?
My budget's a wee snug.
No worries. Apollo offers easy payments.
On water heaters.
With approved credit, sure.
Same day.
A big blue Apollo truck can be on its way.
Easy payments.
So you can replace that old one now.
And you'll haul away the old one?
Of course.
Told you I love home delivery.
Sure.
Gotta love Apollo Plumbing, too.
Just doing our job.
Same day water heater replacement.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Something magical happens when you unbox the best of British TV with BritBox. Stream acclaimed series starring Olivia Colman, Idris Elba, Sophie Turner, Matthew McFadden, and more of Britain's brightest talent. See what's inside, discover something remarkable, and uncover what perhaps you were looking for all along. Unbox BritBox and stream the best of British TV. Start your free trial at BritBox.com.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's grape.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
Cupid, draw back your bow and let your arrow go straight to my lover's heart for me, for me. Cupid, please hear my cry and let your arrow fly straight to my lover's heart for me. Now, I don't mean to bother you, but I'm in distress. There's danger of me losing all of my happiness. For I love a girl who doesn't know I exist, and this you can fix. So, Cupid, draw back your bow your arrow go straight to my lover's heart for me. Nobody but me. Cupid, please hear my cry and let your arrow fly straight to my lover's heart for me. Now,
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, investigative reporter Cheryl Jones joins us to talk about UFOs, followed by open lines with Cheryl, so make sure you're a part of the program. And we'll be back in a moment with Howard Reback, and we'll take some calls with him on Coast to Coast AM. If you ever miss a show, you'll never miss a show if you're a Coast Insider, because these folks love it.
I'm a Coast Insider because now I have 24/7 access to the best show ever, Coast to Coast AM.
Hi, it's Teresa. I love being an insider because the shows I listen to, I always appreciate the diversity of thoughtful insights it brings me on a variety of topics on Coast to Coast. The show has challenged me to think deeper and to broaden my horizon.
Can't go wrong. At 15 cents a day, sign up one of two ways. One, just go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Click that and fill out the info and you're in. The other way is to download the app from the App Store, put it on your phone. It's free. And through the app, you can sign up to be an insider as well. If you're in Canada, you can be a Coast Insider too, so take advantage of that. Now, here's something for you to stay in shape.
If losing weight is on your mind, Weight Magic should be on your list. It's a simple program of a single capsule daily to boost metabolism and a fast-acting delicious candy or chew before your biggest meal, working with your body's insulin to control appetite and cravings while burning fat. Here's product creator Dan Putnam.
What we was really trying to do with this entire Weight Magic system is just really identify exactly what the body needs in order to work with you as opposed to against you and help you lose weight. So starting with the Weight Magic chews, there's several different ingredients in these amazing chews to help control the insulin levels, to help control the blood sugar. So as soon as we eat, the body sends some insulin, and what that insulin is doing is just letting the entire body know that you just ate some food. So now it's going to be looking for these nutrients. If you can control your insulin, you can control your weight. We have a companion product to this, and it's Weight Magic Caps, and it's really focused on the thermogenics, the people with the higher body temperature are at their ideal weight. What we wanted to do with this Weight Magic system is not only have people eat less food, but we really wanted to look at the factors that are really causing people to not get to their ideal weight. That's controlling their insulin levels, raising their metabolism, and making sure that they're properly hydrated. So again, get your body working for you instead of working against you with these amazing supplements, and the results will speak for themselves.
Weight Magic capsules and chews, a yummy way to lose weight naturally. Start your weight loss journey now at healthylooking.com or 800-595-7490. That's 800-595-7490. Ship free with promo code George. Fast acting Weight Magic caps and chews at healthylooking.com.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
A violent crime is now committed every 24 seconds in our country, and police response times have doubled, which means you need a new way to protect yourself and your family. I'm Rob Chadwick, former head of the FBI's Tactical Training Unit. The USCCA and I put together life-saving tips that most civilians never get to hear, and we put them all into an updated free resource exclusively for listeners. Text SAFE to 87222 to get instant access right now. If you're serious about protecting yourself and your loved ones, text SAFE to 87222 while there's still time.
Texting enrolls for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on Carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay," and my problem on my skin went away.
I have bruising that's all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the Carnivora, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the Carnivora.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. That's carnivora.com. Use coupon code GEORGE to get 15% off your order.
And welcome back, George Norrie, along with Howard Rebeck. Howard, I would guess gambling revenue is going up, right?
Gambling revenue is absolutely going up because, like I said before, prorated, George, there are many more brick-and-mortar casinos being built. There are new games that casinos are introducing, as in there are now, I think, 4 or 5 new variations of blackjack. There are a host of new slot machine companies. The revenues are going up. And you mentioned something very, very, very interesting before, which is what I do try and tell people, and that is going to a casino doesn't necessarily mean that you have to sit at a table and gamble. There are wonderful shows, great restaurants, great shopping. It's like Disney World for adults. It's not just the gambling itself. But yeah, revenues definitely are going up. Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, back to the phones we go. Let's go to Scott in Costa Mesa, California. Hey, Scotty, go ahead.
Hey, George. Hey, Howard. Happy holidays, one and all.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you. Howard, you said, it has to start somewhere. And if I could sort of tell you a story a personal story of mine of Please. When I was about 13 or 14, we went on a cruise, and my folks gave my brother and I something like $25, and when it was gone, it was gone. It was whatever we wanted, we could use it for that, right? And so before the boat even left the dock, there's time to where the kid could go discover the boat and stuff like that. Well, I stumbled into the casino, and I discovered the slot machines. And
you must have been a very mature-looking 13-year-old that they allowed you.
I was going to say that, yeah.
Well, it was sort of like the boat was empty because everybody was doing other things, getting the boat prepared to probably disembark or whatever. So there was nobody in the casino. And so I exchanged my money in the little coin thing or whatever, and I won. And I doubled my money so quickly. And it was exhilarating, and it was wonderful, and I just got greedy, and I kept going, and then I started losing.
Mm-hmm.
And before the boat,
I haven't heard that story in at least 11 minutes.
Exactly, that's the story of everything. And so it's that before the boat even left, I lost all my spending money for the cruise going down to Mexico. And so that whole week, I was frustrated because I was watching my brother buy all the little trinkets and the little doodads and all that kind of stuff. But, you said that it has to start somewhere, and it also, it has to stop somewhere. And so I had, a self-taught life lesson that these places aren't that great. And to this day, you know, I'll go to Las Vegas, I'll go to casinos and stuff, but there is no sort of draw. And I think it was from that experience that I had when I was about 13 or 14.
Well, if there's any solace to your story, Scotty, I could say that thank God it was only $25, and I laugh when you mentioned that you turned the 25 into 50, which is amazing. 100% on your money when the bank gives you 3% for the year. You made 100% in 7 minutes, but still paying for that years later. So, yes, of course, it and many things do not last forever. I'm glad that it only cost you, the bite was only $25 or a swing of 50, as it were. But you learned your lesson, right? You learned your lesson.
My idea of gambling, Howard, it's a cycle, and the longer you stay, it goes around in a circle. You win it, you lose it. You win it, you lose it. And you have to time yourself to get out of there when you're up.
I can't echo those words any louder than you just have, George. That's 100% spot on. You know, you've never seen a casino get rid of how can I say this properly? You've only seen casinos expand. You've never seen them knock down a big casino and make a smaller one, right? They only grow.
If they knock them down, they build big ones.
Exactly. It's an amazing industry, and as John said before, not that it's supposed to be accolades for me, but I do want to repeat, and I mean this from my heart. I really do, and this comes from reflection from over 40 years that I do not bash the gaming industry. I do not bash the casino industry. I just feel bad for those like myself that just did not have control. It's a wonderful place. It's a wonderful form of entertainment used properly.
That's the key. Joe in Long Island, New York. Hey, Joseph, go ahead.
Hi, Joe.
Yeah, I still love that scene in The Gambler when James Caan plays tennis with his mother, who's a doctor, and after the match, she goes, "How much? you know, how much do I need to put in for you?" But I have a question and a two-part comment. I was thinking, say you take George's class in the university, says write an essay, or you do advertising copy. It's like kind of makeshift. But you can look at that essay, look at what you wrote, and kind of make a judgment on it. Where if you're gambling and you're doing something on the fly, you're not really looking at a product where you can judge where you're at with it. So it's kind of hit or miss that way, where I don't know how you develop, or gauge what's actually going on as well. So that would be my question. My comment is, Howard, when you say you would think about it all day or half the day, and some other people were like that, when John was talking about a casino in Wisconsin, or say it's Indiana, there's a big casino, there's not really, it gets dark at 4:30, and where else are you going to go that's like a Disneyland? If you go to a movie, you're going to sit there and not talk to the people you're with while you're watching the movie. So, in terms of overtaking other activities, the question is, what activity is it really overtaking? But at the same time, what's happening now, I think, is, and it's somewhat predatory, where they're combining things that, like a sporting event, you can be at a sporting event and make on your app a bet during the game. They still have in-game betting, and
right.
Or you walk to a stationery store to buy the paper, and you can get lotto tickets. So they're combining things where they're putting, innocent activities with gambling.
That's all true, but I think the point, Joe, that I'm trying to get at, and that I'm trying to get people to understand is that, again, it's up to us as adults, as intelligent beings, not to let this vice of gambling get out of hand. There is no gun to our head that says you must keep going. You mentioned about it getting dark in certain cities, certain times of the year. Look, as I mentioned before, I'm in Montreal, and today it was dark at 4:25 in the afternoon, let alone it being minus 15 degrees Fahrenheit.
Ouch.
That doesn't give us, yeah, really, ouch. I was going to do the show outside, George, tonight, but I thought I would do it inside. Yeah.
You'd last about 10 minutes, Howard.
Yeah, if the point that I'm getting at, Joe, is that doesn't give me the right to go to the casino in Montreal and let myself loose and blow my brains out, proverbially speaking, of course, just because it's cold, it's dark, I'm bored, it's a day after Christmas, everyone is busy, and I'm alone, and I have a couple of bucks in my underwear drawer. No, it still comes back to us as intelligent people knowing right from wrong. The analogy that I could give, and people don't believe this about me because I was such a crazed gambler, I never drank in my life. I still don't. I never smoked in my life. I still don't. I never did a drug in my life. I still don't. Although I do take medication for horrible migraines. I say that publicly. That doesn't mean that somebody that might want to drink is going to go to the bar without thinking prior to walking into the bar that they're going to drink to oblivion. You could walk into a bar knowing you're going to have 1 or 2 as your limit. So I'm not so sure I agree that because it's a certain time of year or that it's dark or that you're bored, that would give you not necessarily the right, but you can sort of understand and you can say it's okay to go to the casino. Look, there are shows. What about libraries? You know, thank God libraries still exist. Movies at home, friends, family. I have to believe that if we were to take away all the casinos in the world, we would still have enough pastimes to keep us busy. Does that make sense to you, Joe, at all? What I said?
He hung up, and I'm sure it does. West of the Rockies, Jeff in Culver City, California. Jeffrey, go ahead.
Hello, George, Mr. Reback, Jarrell, and the Coast to Coast family. Gambling has never been one of my main interests, but it piqued my curiosity, with people who engage in that kind of activity. And I've never been much of a gambler myself, but on occasion, I do play the Mega Millions and Powerball jackpots only when they're, topping monumental amounts like the $1,150,000,000 now, and I only spent $40 for the drawing for tomorrow. My question is, Mr. Reback, do you think that the lottery company's computers, once all bets are placed, either by quick picks or individuals choosing their own numbers or a combination of both, which is what I do you think that once a supercomputer has calculated all of the numbers chosen for that week's drawing and none can match against the supercomputer's chosen numbers, then in less than a nanosecond, that supercomputer spits out the winning numbers to the lottery host spinning that ball where the numbers come out, and apparently those balls magically are chosen and come out the little hole with the winning number. For example, after everyone has chosen their numbers or let Quick Pick choose for them, the drawing is coming in less than a minute. The supercomputer has reviewed all of those millions of numbers and combinations, yet not one person or anybody, who chose their own numbers as a Quick Pick has chosen the numbers, say, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the Mega 6. Therefore, those numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, will come out the machine, and the drawing gets bigger the following week since nobody has picked 1, 2, 3.5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. What do you think about this possibility of a supercomputer managing this whole process when it comes to the Mega Millions and Powerball? I take your answer up there.
Managing or manipulating? Go ahead, Howard.
I'm going to try and answer that. I'm going to try and answer that question either in 2 or 3 parts. Number one, There is no way, and I'm a fervent believer in this, George. I'm a fervent believer in the following, that there is no way in the world any government or any large casino operator would be involved with any hanky-panky or any drawing that would be run
or fraud. I doubt that too.
Or fraudulently. I have people who literally, I've seen them kick a machine and goes, it knows that I'm here. It wants more. No, it doesn't. Slot machines, for instance, are run with a SIM card much the size of your cell phone. It's a centimeter by a centimeter. It doesn't know who you are. It doesn't care who you are. It's all random. There are a million different combinations or permutations. So to your point, supercomputer, look, we see what AI can do right now, and we know how quickly certain computers can calculate things. So I wouldn't look into that at all. It is what it is. We've all learned, or I have, because I'm in the business for a million years, that the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 could come in the same way any other combination of numbers could come in. It's all random. And number two, if you don't gamble, but you just spend $40 now and again in a Powerball, you are not a gambler. What you're doing, I like to say, is you're carrying a dream in your pocket. You're having fun, and I think that's great. No different than putting $25 on a football game and waiting for all 4 quarters to end to see if your team win or lost. I think that's fine. That comes under the auspices of entertainment, which I think is great. Nothing wrong with that.
Howard, once again, thank you for your time, and keep in touch with us. Let us know when your novel's done, all right?
Absolutely. George, thank you so much. And to everybody out there, I can only leave you with a few parting words, and that is, all joking aside, if you think you have a problem, then you probably do. And I urge you, I ask you, I beg you, please speak to somebody you trust. George, thank you. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. And it was great being on the show tonight. Thank you, George.
Thank you. Howard Reback. Up next, investigative reporter Cheryl Jones on Coast to Coast AM.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
This is a patient at the Yardley Institute. I've met hundreds of fellow patients, and there's a couple stories that stand out. I know a gentleman who was told he needed to have his upper vertebra fused. Nothing else would work. Surgery. As a last-ditch effort, his mother-in-law had him go to the Yardley Institute. By restoring the brain-body connection, they helped him avoid surgery and pills. Here's success stories from over 100 patients just like me at yardleyinstitute.org. You don't need to be in pain. Book your consultation now at yardleyinstitute.org.
Announcing the grand opening of our newest state-of-the-art senior living community, where the best comfort, safety, and quality of life come together. Amanda here, Vineyard Park of North Creek and Bothell, is welcoming residents for assisted living, bonded pairs, and memory care. Be one of the first to live in this beautiful brand new community, offering personalized care, social engagement, nutritious meals, and comfortable living spaces. Vineyard Park of North Creek Bothell is part of the Care Partners family. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or biglou.com.
Carter Subaru, your drive begins with saving.
Your best source for local news. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. We begin this hour with breaking news. Members of South Korea's National Assembly have impeached acting President Han Duck-soo, finding he actively participated in the insurrection after his predecessor, Yoon Suk-yeol, declared martial law earlier this month. Then President Yeol revoked the declaration hours later, that is, after widespread criticism. There were multiple reports of tornadoes yesterday near Houston. This family got very close to a funnel.
Holy cow,
Go, Daddy! It's a tornado!
CBS's Katie Weiss in Houston says the bad weather affected air travel.
Severe weather caused a lengthy ground stop in the middle of the busiest travel season on record. Many who could fly in are now stranded, trying to get out.
There was a Christmas Day family tragedy in New England, says CBS's Jim Crisula.
The bodies of 4 people were found in a house in Wakefield, New Hampshire. Investigators believe their deaths were accidental, resulting from suspected carbon monoxide poisoning. The house had a gas heating system without any carbon monoxide detectors.
Stores had a very good holiday season, says the former Saks chairman and CEO Steven Sadov.
Online sales were up 6.7%. Stores were up 2.9%, which is a very healthy number for stores. And you saw a shift to both experiences as well as goods.
You might have heard that ChatGPT stopped working yesterday afternoon, but we've learned that things are now mostly back to normal.
OpenAI said its ChatGPT, the API, and Sora experienced high error rates starting in the early afternoon. A company statement said the issue was caused by an upstream provider, and they were working on it. By evening, recovery was underway, with OpenAI saying they were continuing to work on an overall fix. Sora, its video generation model, was fully operational, they said, and its automated application programming interface, or API, which lets software programs speak to one another, was coming back. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
An American official tells CBS News there are preliminary indications that a Russian anti-aircraft missile may have hit the passenger plane that crashed in Kazakhstan. The plane was carrying 67 people. 38 of them died. Once again, an American official now telling CBS News that preliminary indications are that a Russian anti-aircraft missile may have brought down that passenger plane that crashed this week in Kazakhstan. The plane carrying 67 people, most of whom died. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? They're yours, and Progressive protects them both. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit Optima Tax. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
I'm Nate Connors. The Coast Guard made a Christmas morning rescue. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss has details.
The Coast Guard was called to Port Townsend, where a man and his dog were stuck on a sailboat, caught in heavy winds. The sailor did his best, but the ship got caught on the rocks, and they were stranded. Coast Guard rescue swimmers managed to pull them both off the boat unharmed.
They are both recovering at home. The 520 Montlake project is just about wrapped up after 5 years of construction. WashDOT's Steve Pierce says there is a small to-do list to finish before the project is officially done.
We still have to do some landscaping
We still need to adjust the lights and the fire suppression system under the lid, so we'll use some nighttime closures in January to do those.
Metro bus service hasn't started using the new transit center on the lid yet. That will start in a few months. The final piece of the 520 project, going from Montlake to I-5, is already under construction. The King County Sheriff's Office has a warning about becoming a burglary target over the holidays. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin explains.
Deputies say there are a few ways to prevent presents from being pinched. You can have your packages delivered to work, have neighbors look out for those deliveries, or even install security cameras. They tell us 20% of gift buyers have a package stolen off their porch every year by those pesky Christmas Scrooges. There are also a few hacks to make sure your home isn't a post-holiday target. They recommend breaking down boxes and hiding them in your recycling bin, and don't put any sort of large displays of presents in front of your windows.
Rain tapers off overnight with 43 for the overnight low in Seattle. Friday has increasing showers and 49 for the afternoon high. I'm Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY, and I want to talk to you about the new year. A fresh start, the celebration of a new beginning, and lots of drinking. Cops know it, and they're working overtime on DUI patrols, looking for any reason to pull you over. Even the odor of alcohol can get you arrested. And if you're in trouble, don't let old acquaintance be forgot. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Our New Year's resolution, for nearly 30 years, has been providing the best possible defense to every client in every case. 1-800-DUI-AWAY will help put you back on track with your resolution of no more drinking and driving. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUIAWAY.com to set up a free private consultation in Seattle, Bellevue, Everett, or Tacoma. Don't let your midnight kiss be with your cellmate. Don't drink and drive this new year, but if you're accused of it, always remember
1-800-DUI-AWAY.
You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Up next, investigative reporter Cheryl Jones joins us. She'll be talking with Craig Campobasso, the extraterrestrial expert on books and films and all these other great things. And then we'll have open lines on Coast to Coast AM. We shall be right back. Increased tariffs on our trade partners, tax cuts, and regulation changes. Learn why gold is a viable diversification tactic now more than ever. Birch Gold is releasing their ultimate guide for gold in the Trump era with foreword by Donald Trump Jr. Simply text the word COAST to the number 989898 for your free copy of the ultimate guide for gold in the Trump era. There is no obligation, only information. Text COAST to the number 989898.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
For many of us, the holiday season means more travel, more shopping, more time online, and more of your personal information in more places you can't control. It only takes one innocent mistake, even if it's not your mistake, to expose you to identity theft. Not to worry. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second and alerts you to threats you could miss by yourself, even if you keep an eye on your bank and credit card statements. If your identity is stolen, your own U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed. The last thing you want to do this holiday season is face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or other financial losses from identity theft left all alone. Gift yourself the peace of mind that comes with LifeLock and spend more time doing more of the holiday things you love. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. That's promo code NEWS for 40% off at LifeLock.com. LifeLock, for the threats you can't control.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, along with Cheryl Jones, our investigative reporter. She's been a news anchor, meteorologist for CNN and the Weather Channel. And here she is back on Coast to Coast. Hello, Cheryl. Merry Christmas.
Well, Merry Christmas to you and to all of our coasties out there, and a Happy New Year, too.
Did you have a wonderful Christmas?
Yes, just so many blessings. I did, and you?
Great. Always good with family. There's nothing like it. You know what?
Absolutely.
And then we did the show live last night and Christmas Eve night. We'll do it on New Year's Eve and New Year's night because our listeners are family too, Cheryl.
They sure are, and it's so great to have so many wonderful people who want to join the show and keep up with everything that's going on and ask such wonderful questions.
Have you been following this bizarre drone story over New Jersey and New York?
Oh, yes, as much as I could. The unmanned vehicles. Isn't that incredible? What's really fascinating is that back in September of 2024, this year, the FAA changed some rules and to make it so that commercial-sized drones could fly at night. So that completely changed the line of sight rules. And so that's something that's going on. And some people think that that might be why they're visible at night and they don't see them in the daytime. And also the rules mean that so many more of the delivery vendors can use drones, like Walmart and Amazon authorized up to 50,000 drones for delivery. And so that's concerning. I don't know what that means for our air travel. I can't see that somebody's doesn't need to be directing this stuff.
Why aren't they telling us what they are, though? Where they're from?
For 2 weeks over Langley Air Force Base. And that really makes me think that they know, because you just could not have curiosity over that, in my view. It just seems very strange. So that makes me think that they know they're involved. It's just crazy.
I've ruled out extraterrestrial on this one.
Well, a lot of people have too, and I'm not an expert, but I would tend to think so too, because I think the extraterrestrials might be a little more organized.
And they're not going to come here in a drone.
Well, why would they need a car-sized attachment on it? It just does not make sense. So I suppose time will tell, but I don't think it's holograms either. There's too many in too many places all over the world at the same time. So maybe this stuff has been going on and we're just finding out about it.
And if you think it would be foreign, like one legislator believes it came from an Iranian ship parked off the east coast of the United States, I think we would have blown them out of the sky, don't you?
You would think so. You would think there'd be a national security concern, and you would think it would not be allowed to get to this point. That's why I feel like if our top officials didn't know about it, they would express more concern.
Well, tell us about your chat with Craig Campobasso, our good friend.
Yes, he is a great friend of Coast, and I know he's been on several times, and he just always is coming up with something. But tonight, he's a best-selling author, as you know, multiple award-winning filmmaker, and Emmy-nominated casting director, and he says that there are 82 extraterrestrial races, at least, that have either visited us, or they are visiting our Earth, or some are living and working here as hybrids among us. His book made Amazon's best-selling UFO list, and it's titled The Extraterrestrial Species Almanac, The Ultimate Guide to Greys, Reptilians, Hybrids, and Nordics. And it's now a groundbreaking documentary just released on streaming today on Vimeo for our show tonight. He speeded up the delivery on that. And after much research, including his personal first-hand meetings with contactees and hybrids, and a deep dive into MUFON's decades of investigational archives involving ETs, Craig Campobasso says the hybrids are real in his view. He knows why they're here, what they want, and that both good and evil hybrids are in a war for control of us with some very surprising, powerful roles. Here now is part one of our conversation.
Craig, welcome to Coast.
Thank you very much.
We have some great topics coming up. The concept of aliens and hybrids among us that we've been visited by extraterrestrials is still shocking, if not unheard of, to many people, just becoming aware of the reality of other worlds. And your recent book, and now a documentary in progress from that book, is titled The Extraterrestrial Species Almanac, The Ultimate Guide to Greys, Reptilians, Hybrids, and Nordics. And that's proving to be a very hot topic, isn't it?
It's a very hot topic because a lot of people don't really understand what a hybrid is. We kind of think that, ETs are very schooled in genetics. They're sort of the tech gods of hybridization. We on this planet are gaining in that momentum, and I'm sure in a lot of secret programs, they've gotten quite far, but it just makes us wonder because for example, Earth has been speculated to be an experimental laboratory for extraterrestrials. So, are these genetic masters uniting our DNA with extraterrestrial DNA, giving us an upgrade? And so there's so many different questions on the benevolent and malevolent side of hybridization.
How did this book, title, and documentary that's now in production come about?
The book came about because my book agent called me and said, "You're the man to write this book." I just came up with the idea and I came up with the title. And he knew from me being investigating UFOs for well over 30 some years, I had studied all of the original contactee cases. My forte and my expertise has always been with the humans that began visiting other humans from somewhere else in the early 50s and 60s. So I went to those materials, I went to those publishers, and I went to those contactees who are still alive and other contactees who are happening today. And this is how I obtained the information for the book.
You had to do some really deep digging into those UFO ET files of MUFON for this almanac. What was the most mind-bending thing, if you can pick one, that you came across?
Interestingly enough, there were some races I just didn't know a whole lot about. And so when I went into the deep dive, I learned a lot of different things. And all of the fully conscious beings and races that have visited, they're all similar in spiritual nature and things, but they will have a different psyche or things like that in the way that they present things, in the way that they talk to their contactees, in the way that they share information. And I found it very fascinating that a lot of these extraterrestrials who are human are actually living on Earth, and their contactees are interacting with them quite often.
You cover 82 races in your book, The Extraterrestrial Species Almanac, The Ultimate Guide to Greys, Reptilians, Hybrids, and Nordics. How did you gather this information, and how did you verify the existence of these extraterrestrial races?
The principles behind all the information in the book is primarily from the contactees themselves who had their own interactions. So I go into the deep dive of how all of that happened with these beings, and then it really is just sort of left up to the reader to assimilate the information.
What races are living here among us, and which races do you believe are here to help us, and which alien races should we beware of?
I'm going to start off by saying there are good and bad in every race, even up there in the universe. So what they say is judge the individual and not the race. But yes, there are many human races that are here to help us. They're either here, they're visiting the planet, they're interacting on the planet, they're either living on the planet and all of that. So there are so many good races. And what they do is they disseminate their information by writing to scientists and lending some kinds of formulas that would help them along with what they're trying to do, especially in areas of cleaning up pollution and the environment to get the planet back to being completely healthy. Right now, the ones that we should be aware of are the negative reptilians and the negative grays. Their agendas are synonymous. They sort of work together in tandem, and sometimes they don't, but their end goal is to keep the planet dumbed down so that they can control it from afar to use it for resources.
But there are occasions where the reptilian is not negative, correct?
There are definitely good reptilians. There's a lot of really good reptilians as well. But what we're talking about is the ones that are affecting the Earth right now.
Let's talk about the origin of the hybrids and the ETs. What's your opinion about where they live? Do they live above, below, or beside us, or all of the above?
Well, it's all of the above because some live in the 3D world, some live in the fourth dimension, fifth dimension. It can go all the way up. So a being that might be six-dimensional, they can go all the way down into the third dimension and the elementals, but they can't go into the higher dimensions until they have achieved that equilibrium or that learning in their soul for them to vibrate into the next level. And remember that there are also the dark astral worlds where there are bad reptilians, bad humans, bad any kind of race. That's where a lot of what we would call demonic forces or really, really dark forces. So it's sort of like how whatever you have created in your consciousness, when you are not in a physical form, you go to that realm where other beings of your like consciousness lives.
What ETs do you believe live below the surface of the Earth?
We would definitely go to the benevolent races, which are the human races. So there's a whole Agarthan system. Below Telos is where the ancient Lemurians lived. When they came to this planet, they actually lived on the surface and they lived all over California. And then quite some time after they were here, the Syrians came and they started Atlantis. So the Syrians were more dark-skinned, dark-haired, olive complexion. So when everyone knew that this world was going to change over with whatever happened in Atlantis, the Lemurians were prepared for that. Some left the planet and the rest went down below and started their civilization down there. Now, throughout the Agarthan network, there are these bullet trains that can go from one end of the planet to the other in a relatively short time. There have been other things that have been written about, two openings at the top and the bottom of Earth. And then we know that Richard E. Byrd went in when he was up in the Antarctic and had his experiences also with benevolent giants. The Atlanteans now in Agartha live below the Mato Grosso in Brazil. That's where their section is on the inner Earth. And in all of the people that I've talked to, and a person who actually knew someone who is a Lemurian and garnered a lot of information that way. And then, of course, we have evil grays, evil hybrids, and reptilians that I believe are on both spectrums, or let's call it three spectrums: bad, neutral, and good.
Are there aliens and hybrids here walking among us and blending in and interacting with us here on this planet?
Yes, there is. I've known several hybrids in my life, and they're all very heart-based, and they all have a different story. One father worked for the military, and they were doing DNA exchange programs with extraterrestrial races. So he, through the ETs, his wife's egg, after it was fertilized by him, was injected with one reptilian race and two human races. And so she was born. She really didn't know anything about this until she was an adult. She looked a little different. She had really milk white skin, sort of aqua eyes, and her hands were a little different, but she was extremely heart-based. She is no longer living. She's passed on. And then others can be actually shifted and changed in their auric field, because it can accumulate and move into the cellular structure, and then they can get an upgrade also that way. Others were brought here as children or as infants and given to parents to raise, and then they were brought up, and then they understood who they were and what they were.
You say you personally spoke to a man or hybrid who claimed to have worked for the CIA. Do you think there are hybrids currently working in our government?
Well, I do. Yes, I do. Because most hybrids are extremely intelligent. They have very high IQs. They know how to work things out in their minds. They're problem solvers. I believe that our government knows how to pinpoint these beings and contact them to see if they want to enter the fold. And again, I am a firm believer that I know a lot of people think the shadow government and there's all of that, but I also believe in my heart of hearts that there is a very light part of the government to counteract that shadow government.
Do you have any sense of whether the good or bad alien influence is winning?
I already know that we're going to move into the changeover. We are going to turn into a fully conscious world. Our heart will then rule our mind. Our egos will be erased, and we'll be able to join universal society. But we have to go through a lot of turmoil to get there.
But you say in your heart, you believe that the good forces will win over the demonic forces in the end.
Yes, I definitely do.
Fascinating speculation there, Cheryl.
Well, yes, he certainly has a lot of thought-provoking information to convey. And George, whether one chooses to believe this is true, whether extraterrestrials and hybrids exist, that's all up to the individual. But he does make a good point that it's all about control. That seems to be where the road always leads back to. There's a lot to wrap your head around, the hybrids living and working among us. And it is a captivating collection. The discovery and reports of his investigations, firsthand encounters, and also the deep MUFON files that he delved into really is thought-provoking. So all of these things that he's mentioned, the new documentary, the book, as well as the DVD, are linked up on our website, too.
I remember chatting with him about his short film, Stranger at the Pentagon, which was a great story based on Dr. Frank Strange's.
Yes, exactly, and that is that's linked into his materials as well. But he teamed up with the filmmakers Tonya Maddingford and Frank Jacobs, screen addiction filmmakers, on that one too. In addition to teaming up with them on this one, the documentary on the extraterrestrial species almanac. So they put out really good stuff. It's very, very well done.
What's in part two?
In part two, George, when we come back, I'll share more about the intriguing information that Craig Campobasso gives us about his extraterrestrial species research, the hybrids among us, and some more details about some specific cases that he relays, including varieties of clones, men in black, and how they fit into the overall agenda. And we'll get Craig's take on the ET craft technology, the propulsion system, as he thinks that is in existence, as well as telepathic communication of extraterrestrials. So we'll find out a lot more information. One thing's for sure, George, it is a fascinating time to be alive.
We will be back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then, someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
I was in the hospital with my son for 18 months.
When he got injured, I wasn't prepared, but I knew I had to be strong.
When I was told about John's injury, I was in complete shock. I just remember rushing into his room and giving him a big hug and letting him know I was there.
These veterans and families are just a few of the heroes we serve at Homes for Our Troops. For thousands of severely injured veterans, everyday life is filled with barriers.
It was really the little things throughout the house. Counters that you can't roll up to. I had to drag my wheelchair down steps.
I want to help, but he is so determined.
At Homes for Our Troops, we build specially adapted custom homes with features like wheelchair access, roll-in showers, and automatic door openers that allow them to function independently and focus on their recovery and family.
This house is freedom. It's hope. It's a new beginning.
This house has given me my family back.
To learn more, visit hfotusa.org.
Now. We tend not to think about now. We dream about tomorrow, relive yesterday. But sometimes we don't see what's right in front of us. Victory over cancer is in front of us. Right now, cancer research is saving lives. Cancer research funded by the V Foundation is leading to new discoveries and new treatments, and ultimately, one day, victory over cancer. Give to the V Foundation. Right now, 1 out of every 2 men and 1 out of every 3 women will get cancer in their lifetime. Now is your moment. You may save someone you love. 100% of your donation goes directly to game-changing research. 100%. Donate at v.org. Because today's cancer research is tomorrow's victory.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Ask how much I need you.
must I explain? I need you, oh my darling, like roses need rain. You ask how long I'll love you, I'll tell you true, until the 12th of never, I'll still be loving you.
You're hearing Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, live from somewhere deep below the earth on Premier Networks.
We shall take your calls next hour with Cheryl Jones, so get ready in an open line forum, so we'll be ready for you too. ParanormalDate.com keeps cruising along, and we invite you to sign up at ParanormalDate.com.
At ParanormalDate.com, you meet the most fantastic people.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. What brings you here?
Yeah, I'm here to meet someone who understands me.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, that kind of stuff. But can't seem to find anyone who gets it.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Very. Good luck with that.
I can't meet anyone when I'm out, and I really can't find a website for my unique interests. What is one to do?
Have you thought about ParanormalDate.com?
What? Who are you?
I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalDate.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember?
Interesting. I'll give it a try.
Well, let's try this again.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on ParanormalDate.com looked very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Well, yeah. It was so intense, but not as intense as meeting you.
You're an alien chasing flirt, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this ParanormalDate.com thing really works.
Maybe ParanormalDate.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and, of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code GEORGE for a great discount. ParanormalDate.com. You are not alone.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
A violent crime is now committed every 24 seconds in our country, and police response times have doubled, which means you need a new way to protect yourself and your family. I'm Rob Chadwick, former head of the FBI's Tactical Training Unit. The USCCA and I have put together life-saving tips that most civilians never get to hear, and we put them all into an updated free resource exclusively for listeners. Text SAFE to 87222 to get instant access right now. If you're serious about protecting yourself and your loved ones, text SAFE to 87222 while there's still time.
Texting enrolls for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie along with Cheryl Jones. Cheryl, have you ever interviewed ufologist Dr. David Jacobs?
No, I haven't, but I would love to.
I'm going to send you his website and have you set it up for one of your upcoming segments, all right? He's 82 years old. He's getting up there in age. But he believes the UFO situation is very nefarious, that it's very evil, that there's something very bad. And I'd love your perspective on that.
That would be excellent. I would love to interview him. I know there's a lot of people that believe that. A lot of people also believe that there are both sides, as does Craig Campobasso. There's so many mysteries, so many questions. We may not know all of the answers in our lifetimes, George, but we keep trying. We keep asking questions.
Absolutely. Can you believe we're rolling into 25 already?
I don't know where the time goes. It just flies by. I think a lot of it has to do with so many things happening in the news. We're on a fast-forward track, it seems. It's just something from every angle all the time. It's really probably by design, just to keep us distracted, I think.
Well, I think so, too. And you've been doing this for some time. UFOs have been a fancy of yours. How did you get interested in that?
A long, long time ago, when Art Bell was on Coast, some friends of mine were very much fans of Coast, and so through my friends, I got involved in following Coast and the topics and so on, and eventually was in contact with Richard Hoagland and did some projects with him. Then that led to doing some projects with Steve Bassett, the X conferences in Washington, and all of that. So one thing leads to another. So as you get involved with more and more, you meet more and more people. And it was such a wonderful group of people that I ended up meeting constantly through all of those activities. And I was drawn to the fact that it was such an intriguing topic and issue that wasn't covered, that was ignored by the media and made fun of, really. And so that's what drew me to it, because I saw the hypocrisy in the way things are presented.
I'll always remember meeting you and Dr. Edgar Mitchell in that Washington, D.C. event.
Yes, and we had a great picture from that, too. Oh, Dr. Mitchell, he was such a sweetheart, wasn't he? He was just a lovely, lovely human being.
One of a kind.
I enjoyed meeting him so much and was invited along with another group to visit his home at a special evening. So that was great, too.
Yes. Well, give us part 2 here with Craig Campobasso.
Okay, George. I continue my conversation with filmmaker Craig Campobasso about the mind-blowing concept of 82 extraterrestrial species in our universe, above, below, and he says here on Earth. He delves more deeply into who he believes these real extraterrestrials are and what they want with the people of Earth. He says it's kind of an intergalactic expose. He says some living and working as hybrids among us. They are featured in his book, his new documentary just out today on streaming. It's called The Extraterrestrial Species Almanac, The Ultimate Guide to the Various Races. And in part 2, we talk more about why he believes the ET races that are living here among us are here, how to distinguish between those who wish to help us and those who wish to bring us harm. As you mentioned, David Jacobs believes that. And I asked Craig Campobasso about clones and those beings that he believes are living and working among us as hybrids, and his take on telepathic communications with ETs along with the propulsion system of ET craft. So we start our conversation about the mysterious men in black that he talks about and how he thinks they fit into this discussion and what he found out about them in his research. Listen now to part 2 of our conversation.
Craig, what does our government have to do with the men in black, in your opinion, and why are they considered in some cases, extraterrestrial?
I did some really dumpster diving on this. So some people think that the Men in Black are part of a covert government agency, or some people think that the MIB came from the 4602D Air Force Intelligence Service Squadron. Now, that was a top secret unit where their duties were to locate and deliver down space vehicles. So it is theorized that they joined with Project Blue Book, and that's where the Men in Black came from. Now, others say that the Men in Black are controlled by draconians to silence witnesses, to keep the world in the dark about who they are. Or they believe, again, that it's the military, draconian, and Greys working together and want to keep their secrets hidden from the public and not let those kinds of things out. But where the Men in Black originated from was a man by the name of Alfred K. Bender. And in 1953 was the first time anyone was visited by the Men in Black, and it was him. And it was for the simple reason he had a couple hundred people that belonged to his UFO group. And he decided that they should do a unified meditation around the world with all the members at the same time to call in the extraterrestrial forces to help. So once they did that, this is when the Men in Black showed up at his doorstep.
Do they have a similar kind of a look about them in terms of their physical characteristics? Are they wearing clothes that you would normally see a human wearing? And how is it that they look so much like humans?
They look pasty white. Some say they have black eyes. Some say they have blue eyes. Some say they have Asian eyes with blue eyes. There's been different accounts. They all are dressed in a black suit and tie and a black fedora hat. Most of the early witnesses said it felt as if there was no soul inside. So they were believed to be clones that were being used for this purpose. But what we don't know is who was controlling those clones, if they were clones. Now, we know that there are clones around. I actually saw a clone once in Sedona in a military car that was coming out of the back where they say a military base is, where there is no way that a military car would be back there unless it was coming out of this facility. And when I looked and I saw it, I had never in my life felt seeing a being blank in its face without a soul.
So is a clone then considered an extraterrestrial?
It depends on what kind of DNA it was built with.
Are there a lot of these soulless clones around, and are we mixing with them here in our society?
Well, clones would be socially awkward. They wouldn't have any social skills unless they were really trained.
Do you think there could be versions of clones that we might even be seeing some of them on TV?
We absolutely could. Once you learn how to do it, once you become a tech god of hybridization, you can start creating a whole lot of things. The reptilians have created a whole lot of offshoot races that they sort of brought into the fold of their negative armies and worlds as well, by mating other races with reptilian DNA, with human DNA. They experiment with it to see what they get, and then they learn how to isolate different characteristics.
What do you think the agenda or agendas happen to be? Do you think there's a battle going on now for control or ultimate domination of our planet between the good and the dark demonic forces?
I would put it this way. All of the fully conscious beings don't believe, like here on the planet, through religions, how people have taught. What they believe is they honor the one with no name or the invisible architect of creation. So if you think of the heart of the universe being a giant golden sphere of light, that would be the heart energy or the source of the universe that's going out. So they would go there because they could learn about other experiences from other beings who have already had experiences. They can go through all kinds of things. So that they believe that we evolved from planetary sphere to planetary sphere in this universal school. And once we reach the primordial one, or the architect with no name, we are going to be born in this universal theater over and over again. And when we reach that consciousness, we blend right back in, and we become, then we are fully a part of the whole.
You talked about abductions, some of them good, some of them not. Are they still happening with the frequency that we were once led to believe they were? Do you think they'll ever stop? Are they just waiting to get enough DNA for the genetic modification? And can the hybrid DNA be passed through generations?
Yes, the hybrid DNA can definitely be passed through generations. And with all of the human races that have been here for so long, that have come and gone and this and that, they left their DNA here. We are all hybrids of them, if you look at it that way.
Did your research reveal anything about ET technology and how our human race is or will be affected by it? And what kind of craft is used by ETs? What can you tell us about the propulsion system?
A lot of the early ET craft were like the Roswell crafts. Those were not based on organic consciousness. So when they started to discover that there were things that were based on organic consciousness, our government, from what I understand, was unable to understand the technology or be able to even open a craft if they had one, because whoever the commander of that ship was, it was their consciousness that drove the ship, but their own DNA was actually put into the metal of the ship and into the heart of the ship. So it was like that commander's heart and mind became the engine of the ship. They could actually be there, and in their mind, through their command board, they could put the coordinates in of where they wanted to go, whether if it was way across the universe. And in an instant, they would be there because they could do it through thought. I do understand that a lot of the governments do have this kind of technology now, so they can jump from here to other planets. They can do all kinds of things. I've heard that there were jump rooms where you could go to a specific place and jump from here to the moon or Mars or wherever. ETs have very high technology, so I would assume that we've got it now as well.
You're saying their communication abilities go through various levels of consciousness, whether it's telepathy, maybe the language of light, or whatever, correct?
Well, the ETs, yeah, they all do have different modes. It's all usually done telepathically, but it's also done through the feeling body. So when they share something, they're sharing the entire experience, so that you are actually feeling exactly what they felt when they felt the experience. So telepathy is sort of taken to a whole nother level when two fully conscious beings are actually communicating, or if they wanted to share with even an Earth person.
Do you believe the different races use the same mode of communication?
They all use telepathy. A lot of them like to learn languages. They can learn a whole language in a short period of time and come here and speak as well and do those kinds of things. But all the technology in the fully conscious being world, it is all shared. The only thing that is different is they may make a little bit of a different design or a different look of how the ship looks or a different interior, but they all share the same technology. And when some race comes up with a better technology or an upgrade, then it gets shared with everyone.
What are some of the examples of your most significant or ongoing cases or new cases of personal contact, eyewitness accounts, or face-to-face interviews with beings?
Well, I would say the another current contact right now is with the Alpha Centaurians. And they're also known as the Apunians, and they primarily visit Brazil or the mountain of Apu, and that's why they're called Apunians. And they really help out the very poor people there because they have no means of getting to a hospital or things like that. So they do go and help with healing, and they help them to make sure that their crops get watered. They can create rain. And to them, they're just like family. They're just their brothers from the stars because they come and visit them so often.
What is the main message you want listeners to take away from all of your work regarding the hybrids and ETs among us?
I want everyone to really consider that even if they do come across meeting a hybrid, they're just like us. There's nothing different. They just have a little bit of different DNA. None of the hybrids I met were in the least awkward or different or whatever. As a matter of fact, they owned their power, and they owned who they were, and they owned that they knew that they came here to teach in a certain arena, and they were doing their jobs, and we're very happy doing it.
Craig, where can listeners contact you and keep up with all of your fascinating projects?
If they want to learn anything about Stranger at the Pentagon, it's strangeratthepentagon.com. You can watch a short film on the website or on Amazon Prime here or the UK. And to get the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac, you can go to autobiographyofananet.com. And on the homepage, you'll find the 4 books in the Autobiography of an Extraterrestrial Saga book series.
Thank you so much for being with us tonight. It's been great having you here with us.
Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Fascinating. Great job there, Cheryl.
Thank you. He's just so full of information, and there's no way to ever get it all in a short period of time like this, but the documentary is fascinating. The team that he works with, Screen Addiction filmmakers, and his work as a writer, producer, and director, just to make it all come to life, in a very graphic way. So that really is quite a product. And again, it's available just as of today on Vimeo streaming, and also available as a DVD.
And he's darn serious about the ET visitations, isn't he?
He is, and you have to respect everybody for what they believe. But he's put a lot of years into this research. He dug deeply into the MUFON archives, and we know how far back that goes. He's had his own experiences, and he personally interviewed a lot of abductees and contactees, and had firsthand accounts. So never say never.
All right, we're going to come back and take open line phone calls with Cheryl. I'll be there too. The lines are open right now. We'll be back.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Gennard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger, Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Out here, in the middle of all these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. And sometimes, that's how it feels when you're going through tough times. Stress builds up, you have trouble sleeping, maybe your mind is racing and you just don't feel like yourself. So what do? We get help. Lots of people are struggling with their mental health. It's more common than you think. The good news is, there are people in our community who are here for us when times are tough. Sometimes, just talking to someone can make all the difference in the world, so we don't feel so alone. One thing you can do is visit loveyourmindtoday.org for simple steps you can take to find the right solution for you. Whether it's hearing stories about what other people are going through, or finding the resources we need to navigate the stresses in our lives. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Carter Subaru, your drive begins with saving.
Your best source for local news. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Christopher Cruz. South Korea's parliament today impeached acting President Han Duck-soo, saying he was involved in the martial law order declared by his predecessor. Han has now stepped down. Reporter Alex Jensen is following the fast-moving developments from Seoul.
Finance Minister Choi Sang-mok is now another acting president, despite his appeal to lawmakers not to vote on this latest impeachment motion, citing economic damage as South Korea's currency's fallen to its weakest level in close to 16 years amid the country's ongoing political chaos.
The passenger jet that crashed in Kazakhstan may have been hit with Russian anti-aircraft fire. 38 of the 67 people on board were killed. This wouldn't be the first time Russia has fired on a passenger plane. CBS's Chris Livesay notes that Russia downed Malaysia Airlines Flight 17 over eastern Ukraine a decade ago.
Russian-backed forces shot down that passenger jet over eastern Ukraine in 2014. The Kremlin is warning not to jump to conclusions.
An outbreak of tornadoes in the Houston area yesterday did a lot of damage. KHOU-TV reporter Matt Doherty spoke with a family that took the brunt of a twister.
They say they found some of the debris deposited in their cornfields hundreds of yards away.
It went between probably this front barn and our back barn. Right in the middle of them.
The tornado knocked out a wall of one barn, lifted off the roof of another, even moving the boat that Reed had been storing inside. All of this much better than what could have happened, though. The tornado passed right next to the family's home.
A man from Oakland died in a fire at his house early on Christmas morning after rescuing members of his family.
Steve Weatherford Jr. jumped into action.
He was just trying to save everybody, make sure everybody was out the house.
Adding to the heartbreak, he was also planning to propose New Year's Eve. When he went back into the home to get an engagement ring from a safe, he fell unconscious, likely from smoke inhalation. His partner, LaShante Mayo.
I just wish he was here right now.
Mike DeWald for CBS News, Oakland.
Bird flu on the rise in Washington state has killed 20 big cats at a sanctuary there, says CBS's Michael Toscano.
Gone are 5 African servals, 4 bobcats, 4 cougars, 2 Canada lynxes, 1 Amur Bengal tiger mix, and other species of the big cats.
They were drowning, basically, in their own lungs.
They've lost half of the sanctuary's population.
They were immensely suffering.
The sanctuary is now under strict quarantine to keep the remaining 17 cats alive.
The Mega Millions jackpot for tonight's drawing is an estimated $1.15 billion, the 5th largest jackpot in the game's history. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Something magical happens when you unbox the best of British TV with BritBox. Stream acclaimed series starring Olivia Colman, Idris Elba, Sophie Turner, Matthew McFadden, and more of Britain's brightest talent. See what's inside, discover something remarkable, and uncover what perhaps you were looking for all along. Unbox BritBox and stream the best of British TV. Start your free trial at BritBox.com.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself.
24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
I'm Nate Connors. In Snohomish County, sheriff's deputies in Gold Bar say two men got into an argument early Christmas morning. It happened on Croft Avenue. A 48-year-old was shot and taken to the hospital. Deputies say he knows the 58-year-old shooter who ran off. Deputies are now looking for that suspect. New details for the J-Pod. Sadly, the Cancer Research Center already has concerns about the calves' health and behavior. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss has more.
The young calf is female, now named J61. The one thing the young whale has going for it is an experienced mother. Researchers hope J35 will help the calf through the early days. They will be doing follow-up observations soon.
There is a recall for a pet food brand from the Northwest. This happened after a cat in Oregon died from eating the food that tested positive for bird flu. Portland-based Northwest Natural issued a voluntary recall for a batch of its raw and frozen 2-pound feline turkey recipe. The product was sold through distributors in several states, including Washington. Former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll may come back to the NFL next season. ESPN reports Carroll has shown interest in becoming the head coach for the Chicago Bears. The Bears fired their coach last month. ESPN says no talks have happened between Carroll and the Bears yet. Carroll led the Seahawks to a Super Bowl title back in 2014. Your options for riding our state ferries are about to be reduced. The winter sailing schedule starts Sunday, minus a few sailings on each route. This year features a brand new winter schedule for the Anacortes San Juan Islands route, marking the first update in more than a decade, with weekend inter-island service added this season. 46 overnight in Seattle, rain, and 49 Friday. I'm Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Oh, a dog? I'm not. I was born for a purpose, to bring you hope, to guide you out of darkness, to stand by you as you rediscover life. When past battles cloud your mind, I push them away. You tell me I'm your hero, just as you are mine. You hold me when you're afraid, whisper that I saved you. With me by your side, no challenge is too great, no night too dark. I'm your guide, your companion, your friend, your light. A dog? I'm not. With me, you see the world again.
Discover hope at Dogs Inc. Visit us at dogsinc.org to learn more.
From the Carter Subaru studio, this is Coast to Coast AM on KIRO Radio 97.3 FM and the KIRO Radio app.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And investigative reporter Cheryl Jones with us. Open lines when we roll right back on Coast to Coast AM.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he told me what all he was going to do.
and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on Carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay," and my problem on my skin went away.
I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivora.com. Use coupon code GEORGE to get 15% off your order.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
A violent crime is now committed every 24 seconds in our country, and police response times have doubled, which means you need a new way to protect yourself and your family. I'm Rob Chadwick, former head of the FBI's Tactical Training Unit. The USCCA and I have put together life-saving tips that most civilians never get to hear, and we put them all into an updated free resource exclusively for listeners. Text SAFE to 87222 to get instant access right now. If you're serious about protecting yourself and your loved ones, text SAFE to 87222 while there's still time.
Texting enrolls for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
And welcome back. George Norrie with you along with Cheryl Jones. Open lines this hour. Cheryl, as we roll into 2025, is there anything that particularly bothers you, upsets you?
I don't think we have time for that list.
Oh, boy.
But I will say I think this is a good time for people to remember there are some things that are not in the news as they should be, and I believe that is what is going on for those poor people up in basically the mountains of North Carolina and in parts of East Tennessee and Georgia, the survivors of Hurricane Helene. There are some people, they're still living in tents. They are not getting the support from our agencies that they should, and they've largely, many of them, had to depend on the charity efforts of local organizations. There's something wrong with that picture, but I think we should keep them in our prayers, and if maybe people need to do some research on their own to see exactly what's going on, because it's not in the news, George. It's like a third world country up there.
Yeah, no, you're right. I've got an event in Charlotte, North Carolina in April, and that's a little south from there, but what a mess.
And the interstate between Tennessee and North Carolina was washed away, so reports are that it will take up to a year for that to be repaired. Now people really have to take the long way around to get where they're going.
Let's go to the phones. Greg in Remsen, New York, to get us started. Hi, Greg. Welcome to the show.
Hi, everybody. Cheryl, I wanted to ask you, you used to work in the news and weather, right?
Correct.
And my wife was, and we were talking about, some of the local weather people, they stand in front of the map and everything, and some of the fashion is a little, questionable. Some of it's fantastic, don't get me wrong. But I was wondering how, in some of the big weather shows, how does that all work out? I mean, how do you figure all that out so that the look of the show and the fashion and everything, it must be very complicated with working with the people and getting it all to look good and everything. So how does that kind of work in that business?
I don't know if that's a loaded question, but are you talking about fashion or the attire that you like or you don't like?
Well, sometimes if you ever see that show, What Not to Wear, once in a while you get a few weather people that, kind of questionable.
Okay. Are you talking about women and men, or just both of those?
Yeah. It must be a tough job doing all that.
Well, I think it varies from organization to newsroom, basically, because when you work inside the news environment, you really adhere to whatever is appropriate for that job in that environment. But I've always felt it was very safe just to be generally, basically conservative, and try not to wear anything that might offend someone. And I think that sometimes they do seem to coordinate with colors in the network shows, which we never did in the local. We were just lucky to get there and be able to go on the air. But anyway, there may be something to that, but I think it varies from organization to organization, from network to network, or television station to television station. A lot of it has to do with the individual person's view and their preferences to how they dress, but you want to dress appropriately.
Cheryl, when I was in news in Detroit, Minneapolis, and St. Louis, I set the tone for what my anchor people and other people wore on the air. The type of colors,
right?
Make sure there wasn't too liney and things like that, and it worked out.
Well, I think that's a good idea, especially, then we didn't wear white. You wouldn't wear anything with a herringbone design in it, nothing with big designs, flowers, birds, owls, or anything like that. And I just always felt that, you needed to err on the side of caution. Now it's different. You see a lot more things that I wouldn't prefer to see. So that's just the way it is. Times have changed, and we just kind of see. I think we've been lucky, George. We've lived through a lot of changes in the industry, and I feel very blessed that I was able to see the different things that went on, starting from the development of film for 10 o'clock news at night to where we are now.
Good point. Next up, let's go to Mayat in the city of New York. Hello, Mayat.
Yes, good morning. And just a reminder that some of us are all into the 12 days of Christmas, whether fungible or spirit 12 gifts. So keep that in mind. Merry Christmas, Happy Holy Days to the beloved Coasties family. Cheryl, I was familiar with Craig's book early on. Got it when Amazon came up with their algorithm, and it is fascinating because he has these different categories. I read it in stages. It's a lot to take in, and he gives a description of various categories, which I find so fascinating. I brought it up on air a couple times, and somebody named George Norrie does an excellent blurb. But my 4 points I'd like you to touch on as regards Craig's work. First of all, please make a note, because I like to listen over the radio. Has he himself shared any of his personal astral traveling? I'd also like you to touch on his thoughts around, certain things that alleged was taken to Area 51, and if he's shared any of that, and whether he also has talked about has done any analysis with you of the insectoids, such as the praying mantis, and also whether any of those species has had any thoughts on astrology. Okay, because that is so real, as George knows. So if you have my 4 brief questions or on your thoughts questions, I'll listen over the radio. Thank you, Cheryl.
Well, thank you. And I remember hearing you on one night when you called in, And I was already working on that story, and you mentioned that you had run across that book, the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac, and you thought it was wonderful. And so, yes, I remember you calling in, and I'm glad that you've gotten the book. It is very, very comprehensive. As you know, there are so many different categories, and things are divided so well. And then the documentary just brings that all to life in such a beautiful, beautiful way. If anybody can get a hold of that, it is rentable on Vimeo and available on DVD, too, with the links on the site. But at any rate, regarding your questions, by the way, in the book, he does do graphics, but they are certainly brought to life with color and the new tech with graphics in the documentary. But relating to your questions, those are aspects that we did not, unfortunately, have time to get into on the interview. We're kind of limited on the things that we can cover. Those are very good questions about the astro-traveling. I mean, no, we didn't get into his personal experiences with that, or the things taken to Area 51, or the insectoids, the praying mantis, or the aspects of astrology. But those are very good points. And it's what a delight that you were able to get the book and that you're following that. That's just incredible. And thanks so much for calling in on that. I'll look for those points as I go through some of his other material that I've yet to take a look at.
What do you think of astrology, Cheryl?
Well, a lot of people believe in it. I don't think any of us can have, the final truth on everything at this point. But a lot of people believe there's something to it, and I would never say never.
Never say never. And the praying mantis type UFO beings, what do you think of them?
Well, in an upcoming interview I have with another person, she describes an encounter with a praying mantis as being 20 feet long. It's a pretty incredible interview, and that will be with Rebecca Renfro at some future date. But there are people who, claim to know about them, but she definitely is one that has had a lot of experiences, and that'll be an interesting interview to bring forth when we get to that point.
Next up, let's go to Austin in Montana. Thanks for calling. Hi, Austin. You there? There is no Austin. Let's try first-time caller Denise in Wisconsin. Denise, go for it.
How are you, George? How are you, Cheryl?
Great.
And happy holidays. I had an experience here in Wisconsin. I had an incident a situation to occur with a young man. And so anyways, he was trying to harm me. So I wasn't going to call the police. I told my sister about it. She said, call the police. So I called the police. Police wanted me to go to the hospital. So I jumped in a squad car with a couple of cops, and they were really jolly, just happy with, radiance around them. And so I'm sitting in the back of the squad car, and all of a sudden, they weren't talking verbally, but I could hear them talking in another language. It wasn't English, Spanish, or anything of a sort. It wasn't of a nationality. So they knew that I could hear them, and they just ceased from talking. Yeah.
E.T. cops maybe, huh?
That's exactly right. Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Cheryl? Possible?
Anything is possible. Anything is possible, I think. I would never be one to say that whatever someone is reporting is not accurate, because I just think that we've all had different experiences, and because we haven't had the same experience that other people have had doesn't mean it didn't happen. It's like those trees that fell in the forest.
Cornelius is with us in Alexander, Louisiana. Hello there.
Hey there, George and Cheryl, and Merry Christmas to you, Cheryl.
Thank you. Same to you.
Good to hear you. And I want to thank you. And Mayette's one of my coast-to-coast friends, so I was worried about her. I called her because she didn't call in yesterday on the holiday line, so I'm glad she's all right. I'm so glad you mentioned those people in North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia, because it seems like another administration has forgotten them and given money to all the Ukrainians. So we need to help as a Coast audience to try to help those people. And I'm so glad you brought that up. Like you said, that's just disappeared from all the mainstream news media. Now, George.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring up something, and I'm so glad you told her to get Dr. David Jacobs on, because I believe these are evil influences. And Brandon in Austin, Texas can tell you about them praying mantis, because he says he's had contact with them. But a lot of times, like with George, had a angel encounter where he was the person was a firefighter and saved George and his family and stuff. So these angel encounters are really something. And I told George about mine. Cheryl, what I wanted to hit, as a military police officer, we were supposed to guard tactical nukes and stuff. And I think they're looking for a nuke because they let all these communist Chinese people come across the border and everything. So I think they have some type of tactical nuke, and it's our stuff. It's not the Iranians or the communist Chinese or anything like that. And we've got the technology to find this stuff. So I hope and pray that they find it before it's detonated. But an idea for you, just like George was saying about Dr. David Jacobs, I had wondered, had you looked into trying to find out about the drone situation too? Or do you have any angles or anything that you, even as a weather person, that you may have about the drones, or these could be the UFOs too? So God bless you, George, and God bless Coast, and thank URL for taking my call.
They are not the UFOs. I'm pretty convinced of that, Cheryl, as you are.
Yes, I don't think that they are either. I just spoke with a friend a little bit ago who is an international jet pilot about this, and we've been talking about the drone situation for quite a while, because that is a concern that pilots have had long before this occurred, that, you know, it has been making the news. But like I said before, he and his colleagues are very concerned about this because of the silence and lack of information from the government. Also with the Langley Air Force, with there being such silence for 2 weeks, that also the government just does not seem to be transparent, and especially with the recent FAA rules that changed that allowed for night flights, and he says that there's no good way to track them at night, and that is a concern, and he feels it's quite a security problem.
Let's go to Al in Florida. Get you in real quick, Al. Go ahead. Al, you with us? Nope, there is no Al there. Let's try Swan in Nashville, Tennessee. Hello, Swan.
George, good morning. Cheryl, good morning.
Hi there.
Listen, I've been trying to get online for this North Carolina thing. I live here in Nashville. George, I've been calling you for 24 years. I feel like I know you. I've presented the gospel over the line for 24 years.
Yeah, I remember.
Let me get straight to it, you guys. We don't have time to waste. The Bible says we entertain angels unaware. That means we can entertain fallen angels or good angels. I've had over 7 angel encounters. I drove truck. Well, that's how I found you back in the early 2000s. I started driving truck for over 1 million miles, and I listened to you, and I called in. Now, listen, over 10,000 people, let me put it this way, they're still finding bodies in the piles.
It's horrible.
Okay, let me get straight to it. I'm a quant. I uncovered the secrets of Black Rock. I hid a treasure in Nashville worth over $2 billion. And, George, I want you to oversee it because it's real. It's a real treasure. It's got cash. It's got precious metals in there, but the most important thing, it's got an algorithm. It's the algorithm that BlackRock uses, and I want to give it to the world. It's worth billions of dollars, and I don't want it because I realized one thing: the love of money is the root of all evil, and I don't want it. So I want to raise the money to build these homes here in Nashville. There's over 1,000 homes we need to build at $200,000. Do the math. Every penny that comes in from this treasure will go to those houses. I don't want any money because I'm getting ready. It's called the Rapture Box.
That's a great idea to do that. We'll be back to wrap things up with Cheryl Jones in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
The Coast website is now conveniently optimized for mobile devices. If you're a Coast insider, you can listen to live and past shows right on your phone. Just visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Daisy was abandoned by her family and placed in foster care at 15 years old. Her life was full of uncertainty. She thought she'd never have a permanent place to call home.
Before I was adopted, I felt like I wasn't enough. I had this hole in my heart, and I never knew what I needed to patch that hole. But when my mom asked to adopt me, that hole was closed. It feels so normal now to say that I'm a part of this family. I am surrounded by love. I feel safe. And that hole inside of me is gone. I am whole. I'm finally enough just as I am.
The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is changing the lives of teenagers at risk of aging out of foster care. Like Daisy, every child deserves a permanent, loving home. You can help. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
My dad, he's a double amputee, and he's one of my favorite people in the world. To me, a hero is someone who fights for our country and freedom. My dad is a hero. Homes for Our Troops built this house, and it's basically made for him. My dad can get through the wide doorways. When he is making our lunch, he can reach anything we need. He'll help me build tiny projects. Life is good here. Without Homes for Our Troops, we'd be living in a home that didn't have all these features that helped him.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post-9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives.
If they get a new house like this one, it'll help them do normal life. My dad's not just a hero, he's my hero.
Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
When students struggle in school because they are hungry
or fall behind because they lack school supplies or clean clothing,
being greeted at the start of every school day by the smile of a caring adult can make all the difference.
Especially someone from the community.
Someone who knows firsthand the obstacles students might be facing.
And what it will take to help them thrive.
At Communities in Schools, our site coordinators surround students with a community of support and remain by their side
to ensure that they have everything they need to engage in learning
and succeed in school and in life.
Access to technology, learning materials,
and even one-to-one mentor support.
We are there for them all day, every day. This is what Communities in Schools is all about.
Going all in for kids, in schools, in communities, and beyond.
To learn more, visit communitiesinschools.org. That's communitiesinschools.org.
You know what hope is? Hope is action. Carving a path forward, even when it's hard.
And kids who still know how to dream. They're the best pathfinders of all.
So at Child Fund, hope means helping millions of children living in poverty worldwide to grow up healthy, educated, skilled, and so all those good things can come true for them. Safe.
And that means safe at home, safe at school, and safe online.
Hope means walking this path together. All of us. Because when we work together, we can do so much more.
That's right. Hope includes you.
Child Fund, because we need each other.
To learn how Child Fund works with children in 23 countries to help them achieve their full potential, visit childfund.org. That's childfund.org.
Must be some kind of way out of here, said a joker to the thief. There's too much confusion, I can't get no relief. Businessman there, drink my wine, plowman dig my earth. None will ever own the mine, nobody of it is worth. Hey. No reason to get
From the gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Beyond Belief, that's our television program, and we invite you to go to the website beyondbelief.com to sample a few shows and then sign up and watch them all at beyondbelief.com. And our YouTube channel continues to grow, 621,000 members, free to sign up. My goal is to get 1 million members. Just go to YouTube and put in Coast to Coast AM Official, or if you're on our website, click the YouTube icon at the top of the homepage. It's the third little button up there, and you can sign up. Now, here's something for you to build up that immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay. Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacin-capted Pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
A violent crime is now committed every 24 seconds in our country, and police response times have doubled, which means you need a new way to protect yourself and your family. I'm Rob Chadwick, former head of the FBI's Tactical Training Unit. The USCCA and I have put together life-saving tips that most civilians never get to hear, and we put them all into an updated free resource exclusively for listeners. Text SAFE to 87222 to get instant access right now. If you're serious about protecting yourself and your loved ones, text SAFE to 87222 while there's still time.
Texting enrolls for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
And welcome back. Our final segment, Cheryl Jones. Up next, Richard Dolan joins us to talk about some UFOs and disclosure. Cheryl, what are your New Year's plans?
Oh, well, I think I'm just going to conquer the world and make sure there's peace around the planet and just do what I can to be a good person. What do you think about that?
The Midwest has been hit with some very weird weather. It's 50 degrees. Is that unusual?
Well, it's a little unusual there. Midwest, though, you know, is like every place else. It fluctuates, and sometimes I think we can get too hung up on whether it's unseasonably warm or unseasonably cold. But you know, I've been there when it was sub-zero, and in Denver too. I was there in 1984 during the blizzard, and got snowed in big time. But I think we just may be making a little too much these days of all the fluctuations, because there is such a tendency, not a tendency, but there's such an effort to make people think that everything is related to a crisis in climate change. So I don't really buy into that one.
All right. Cheryl, thanks again for being on the program. We'll talk to you in a month. UFOs, of course, disclosures and extraterrestrials. Several experts can tell us what the government knows, but one of the best is Richard Dolan. Richard, I'm looking at the resignation letter that Luis Elizondo turned in October of 2017. And in that letter, he cites really the feeling as if he's not getting the kind of support he needs for a subject which is very, very potentially dangerous to our military.
Yeah. In fact, that was his consistent message throughout. You know, I remember the very first, or one of the first public statements I remember reading of his, and he said, look, if this were any other, if we actually thought that this was a genuine geopolitical adversary, you know, the country would be going through contortions right now to try to deal with it. And he said, instead, all I'm hearing is the sound of crickets.
Yeah, no.
So this is obviously very distressing to him. Yeah.
So he resigned in 2017. Did the program continue that he headed up, or is it gone now?
I don't know. Actually, I should have asked, and I don't know if anyone else has really asked much about this. You know,
I mean, I'd like to know if somebody else is running it.
Well, what we've gotten mixed messages. You know, remember back in 2017 when we first learned about it, the New York Times, the reporting by Leslie King, Ralph Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper was they were not even clear on it at the time. They were like, well, the Pentagon's official word is that it ended in 2012, but that unofficially we've heard that it's continuing. And, you know, where it actually is right now, that's a good question. I should know. I wish I knew, but I don't know what officially they're doing. We did just hear Harry Reid recently. I mean, Harry Reid, one of the senators responsible for creating the
right. He's now an ex-senator.
Correct, exactly. And he, recently just stated his own personal belief. Is this just a belief, or is this something that he knows and he's pretending his belief? Who knows? But his belief that there have been other UFO programs within the Pentagon that are also functioning. And to me, that's a no-brainer. There's definitely got to be a lot of other UFO programs out there, but there's just a lot of muddled, we just don't have all the answers. We're not dealing with a transparent governmental system, unfortunately.
The pieces seem to fit. When I read that Mark Shaw section about Kennedy and UFOs, it started really making sense to me, Richard.
Yes. Oh, yes. Well, the thing that we have to keep reminding ourselves of is, George, that the UFO phenomenon is a massive part of our reality, and yet it has been unacknowledged for an entire human lifetime. It therefore must take a significant place within the secret history of the United States government and indeed of the world society. It must. There is no other option. So therefore, there must be a secret history of the John F. Kennedy administration. There must be a secret history of the Lyndon Baines Johnson administration, and all the way forward and all the way back. It must have that because the UFO phenomenon has been airbrushed out like an old Stalinist photograph from the 1930s. And that's what we have now. I have sitting on my shelf a 2-volume memoirs of President Harry Truman, which I read. Guess what? Not a single word about flying saucers or UFOs in there. And we know for a fact that Harry Truman actually was very interested in UFOs. We know for a fact, I found this for my very first book that I was researching, that Truman got 4.5 years of briefings by his Air Force liaison, Colonel Robert B. Landry, every quarter on UFOs from the summer of 1948 until he left the White House in the beginning of 1953. And yet none of that is in his memoirs. None of that is in any biography of Harry Truman. And yet, good God, wouldn't you love to have been a fly on the wall of those?
Oh, my gosh, absolutely. And wasn't he in office when the UFOs buzzed D.C. in 52?
Yes, that's right. He absolutely was in the summer of 1952. And we know that, according to Landry spoke to Blue Book chief at the time, Edward Ruppelt, and Ruppelt wrote, he learned later that Truman was actually on the line listening into the phone conversation with Landry. So Harry Truman was clearly interested in this, and he was being briefed on a regular basis. And yet I'm just pointing this out here to just demonstrate what you were talking about with Kennedy, that the UFO subject has essentially been airbrushed out of our history, but it is a significant part of our history. One of my main motivations in writing about UFOs ever was to try to have a process by which it's mainstreamed into our history so that we can actually see our full history in the context of this incredible, inexplicable, but real UFO phenomenon. I wanted to bring it in. And, slowly but surely we see our society is beginning to have some conversations to do that. We have a long way to go. And there's a lot of people fighting even now, like it's a psyop or it's all nonsense or, they have to be dragged in. But we are seeing society is changing, and we are beginning to have the start of an intelligent conversation publicly about UFOs, which is something we couldn't do even 5 years ago.
That's
wasn't
right.
possible.
What motivated you to write the new book, The Alien Agendas, Richard?
Yeah, that's a different kind of a book for me. So I've always been trying to be very factually based, and what this book is, I call it a speculative analysis of those visiting Earth. And I came to the point last year where I thought I've been in this field long enough, and for so long I just avoided wanting to speculate about what I thought these other beings were. There are people out there who've had a lot of experiences and encounters, and they've been able to talk about that. And I'm not one of those people. I'm a researcher. But the fact is I've researched a lot of encounter experiences, quite a few. I've interviewed many, many people personally, as you have. And I thought I want to do this because I don't like going through the rest of my career having this big question mark, on such an important thing to me, the UFO subject. And I just wanted to know, what do I think? What do I think is actually happening? And so I wanted to put together my best analysis, and I did that based on the long history of UFO, of alien being encounter reports, and right up to the present time. And I mean, there's so much to go on, and it's like, how do you select? And I simply tried to use my best judgment. But I did come to some conclusions, and it is my belief that there are multiple groups of others that are here and have been here, some for a very long time and some maybe not for a long time. I think that there has been a number of encounters with very human-looking beings for a long time, and those encounters with human-looking beings continue to this day. And that's always been an odd thing for me to think about. Like, I wouldn't expect aliens to look perfectly human. And so, in earlier years, I would find myself just instinctively dismissing those reports, but that wasn't really being intellectually honest. There's just so many of them. So I really tried to come to terms with that and ask myself, how could this be possible? And I, came up with a couple of theories as to why I think it could be possible. And the same with other types of beings that clearly are being noticed. That is not just gray aliens, although they're a big one, but tall grays, short grays, beings that are described as reptilian or reptoid in appearance.
Praying mantis types.
Absolutely, yes, manta-type beings. And so, Dave Jacobs had his own theory that the grays were essentially a creation of the mantids, and that the mantids are kind of running the show. Maybe that's true. I don't know if that's true, but it could be. But there are definitely, these types that people have noticed. But my belief is that our species, our society, got a lot of attention a little over about 100 years ago, roughly, in the early 20th century. And I think that's when we brought the whole galactic neighborhood in, essentially. Anyone who's able to look at us, I think, came in at